Volume 6, Chapter 272, Public Enemy, Part 1. Kang Joo-hyop of the Red Faction and his friends were running down a cliff. Bypassing the wild forest, reappearance, to show the strength of a current student to a wild freshman who rejected his proposal. Of course, in pure force it is true that he is slightly, very slightly lacking. That doesn't matter, constraints in this subspace, that's because even a guy can't avoid it. Of course, even so, he did not come here without an operation. Kang Joo-hyop first recalled the operation. First, approach the plains while being careful not to get as close to the forest as possible. Most likely, the opponent will roll a stone down from the top of the cliff or use magic to attack. So far, I've seen the battle of the leading players who have chosen the cliff. They all tried to use the cliff as a fortress but failed, that the sides are open, because that got them on their feet. Of course, there is an advantage of height, but it was not enough to overcome this disadvantage. Kang Joo-hyop thought, the advantage of the height of the cliff terrain is useless if you only reach the flat land. After all, they are open on all sides, so they can't concentrate their defense forces in one place. What if you are attacked indiscriminately in this situation? Naturally, the enemy had no choice but to collapse easily. No matter how much there are magicians of Seonjun over there, in the end, a healing healer is a healer. Their strength was insignificant to block Chronicle's sniping, and there must be a limit to their ability to block attacks. Kim Yoo-young and Seo Ina, since the two of them are also freshmen, they probably don't have enough skills to withstand concentrated fire. The only variable is Min Yi-hyun. There is only one. Kang Joo-hyop nodded his head confidently. If I succeed here, I can also raise the reaction of viewers. Kang Joo-hyop looked back at his colleagues after making his decision. No matter how much Min Yi-hyun is, he will not go to the front directly. Right now, their physical abilities are limited, so they'll probably watch us from behind and intervene if the situation is unfavorable. Kang Joo-hyop had a little insight into Yi-hyun's tendency, a strategy to come up with considering Yi-hyun's usual personality. This is probably a way to put a lot of pressure on yourself. He cares terribly for his coworkers. If he saw his colleagues suffering, he would have no choice but to step forward. After making him come forward, the wizards who were hiding to catch Min Yi-hyun would have them shoot at him all at once. Then the black forces that lost their leader will collapse. Of course, it is not that there is no magic system that can counter magic in their formation, but due to the nature of subspace, where there is a limit to power, it was highly likely that skill would ultimately determine the success or failure of this operation, and he already had the battlefield experience once. That is the experience of the circle competition that Min Yi-hyun would not have. Defeat the enemy commander first and break down the disintegrated forces. That was Kang Joo-hyop's brilliant plan. Anonymous 2, the plan is plausible. Anonymous 10, but the opponent is Min Yi-hyun, isn't it dangerous? Anonymous 41, I don't know. I just need to have fun. Who is the fan and who is Nabel? Aren't they all radars in Korea? Anonymous 99, the response to the operation was generally favorable. It was a good thing for Kang Joo-hyop. Anonymous 22, we sponsored 15,000 points. Sponsorship of points was not big, but it was constantly coming in. At this rate, you should be able to get materials and blankets to build a guard post at night. The coastal area chosen by Kang Joo-hyop and the red team gets cooler at night, and this final performance will be held for a week. Maintaining body temperature was the most important thing to survive, but let's go, first of all. It was to kill Min Yi-hyun, holding his breath. Kang Joo-hyop takes the lead and heads to the place where the black forces are, and it was the moment when the members slowly approached the flat ground. Oops, a lot of prey got caught in the trap you already set, a disgusting voice came from somewhere. I feel goosebumps rising up the backs of Kang Joo-hyop and the members of the enemy faction. Thoughts were following the body's response one beat later. But why? Kang Joo-hyop was embarrassed by the intervention of a voice that should not be heard here. There was none other than reproduction. Senior Kang Joo-hyop, are you seeing this again? He laughed. It was more terrifying than any smile Kang Joo-hyop had ever seen in his life. In fact, Yi-hyun knew from the beginning that Kang Joo-hyop would attack him first. If he is the one who usually has a fiery temper, he judged that he would move first to get revenge on himself for rejecting his offer. For this reason, Yi-hyun also came here to quickly find a tile in advance and use it. Of course, I didn't expect it to come this far. The tile to be activated now is a trap that inflicts an abnormal condition of poison. Yi-hyun was the first to find it. I'm going to sort this out here and now, guys. Kang Joo-hyop's roar erupts and they all start running towards Yi-hyun. However, Yi-hyun only smiled and tilted his head. You'd better not come in here anymore. Warning of reproduction. Why is that? Kang Joo-hyop's shoulders shrank for a moment. Something feels off. The plane is a place where great battles often take place. Even so, I couldn't help but bring the party with me. X-foot, everyone step back. It is already too late. Yi-hyun saw those who had already entered his area and finished preparing to fire his magic. Tiauk, with the sound of stepping on something peeing, an arrow flew from somewhere. It was a speed that would be difficult for a normal cadet to react to. Something like hives began to rise all over the body of the enemy forces hit by the arrow. Purple. as soon as I saw it. I knew how strange it was, you bastard. I got caught, senior, with Jaehyeon's words. The remaining HP displayed on the barrier vest worn by one circle member becomes 0 and is reverse summoned. It was. Jaehyeon already knew that they would attack and found the location of the tile and induced them to come there. I don't know how that was possible, but I did it. Min Jaehyeon did something absurd this time. Just like in the midterm exam, Kang Joo-hyop quickly shouted at his teammates who hadn't stepped on the tile yet. Avoid immediately, what's laid here, that's a dock tile. It was unfortunate for Kang Joo-hyop, but he decided that those who had already stepped on the tile could not be saved. I will definitely avenge those who remain. With that in mind, he turned around, so did the others who hadn't stepped on the tiles yet. I can't help it now. For now, I will run away and plan for the future. The members of the Red Forces running away in a hurry, just looking at Jaehyeon's face gave them goosebumps, obviously. Anonymous 1, ah strong cider. Anonymous 8, shout Jaehyeon, God Jaehyeon. Anonymous 82, Min Jaehyeon. Is he a rookie? Is he new? Is he a rookie? Anonymous 56, they set traps there and hunt, hahaha, are you catching a beast, hahaha. Viewers' reactions were exploding, that it is the beginning, they didn't know yet. Meanwhile, Kang Joo-hyop, who managed to escape from Jaehyeon, continued to run. It was to go back to the shore to reorganize. Teeth were split a little while ago. He bravely went into the enemy camp to weaken Jaehyeon's power, but came back after seeing only blood. Jaehyeon Min. How the hell did he find out where the scaffolding was and lead himself there, even though it didn't make sense in the first place? I didn't think it was a coincidence. He foresaw the situation and pulled himself into it. By the time that thought becomes clear, the footsteps of those running away from Jaehyeon stopped. It was not a very good place. Forest. There must be Jaehyeon here. Kang Joo-hyop, it seems that I was hurt by a hasty move. This is a pity. X-foot Jaehyeon, were you waiting for us to be beat? As expected. Jaehyeon was there, an elite that appeared while crossing a dense forest. They all had spears, spearmen. These were the manpower deployed to hunt the witch beast at the forefront. In a forest like this, it is not easy to wield a sword as there are many shelters. It means that Kang Joo-hyop is clearly at a disadvantage now. In fact, even if you look at this fact apart, Jaehyeon was far superior to Kang Joo-hyop in terms of skill. This was something even Kang Joo-hyop acknowledged. Jaehyeon asked as he put more effort into the spear he was holding. I met Jaehyeon Min, yes. X feet, do you need to know? Kang Joo-hyop spat out a harsh curse and hit the spear. Then, he felt dozens of spears pierce his body. At that moment, Jaehyeon stopped the window for a moment and said something to Kang Joo-hyop. Kang Joo-hyop's sword also hesitated for a moment. A fight ensued again. Meanwhile, Jaehyeon, who was watching him from behind, smiled. Akare, will you come out like that? Dinner on the first day. Jaehyeon started to settle what he had gained. The number of points obtained is about 1.19 million. Jaehyeon used this to purchase a blanket to cover in the evening and made a light guard post. Special attention was paid to the Chancellor so that he could show off his talent as an alchemist, even with basic tools. Yi Sang was showing his skills without regret. A potion that cancels status ailments and a potion that restores physical strength and magic power, even potions to resist heat and cold. It was to the extent that there was nothing. Jaehyeon spent 640,000 points on building a basic guard post and purchasing daily necessities. 550,000 points left. It was still a relaxed situation. I have the bare minimum. I'll have to be more active starting tomorrow. The second day of the circle competition, by the way. No one is allowed to fight on this day, period of truce, to put it simply. The next 24 hours are no different from a situation in which a peace treaty has been concluded between the powers. I don't want the exam to end too soon, so I can't properly evaluate the cadets. In order to prevent this in advance, the Mills Academy side planned in advance. Now, if you've heard this far, you may have a question about this. So what does each faction do on the second day? Simple. Tomorrow, I will call the list of people who will go with me to clear the simple dungeon at the end of the cliff. Defeat the simple dungeon hidden in the field right here and obtain the item there. This was the best choice for the cadets to regain some of their lowered stats, as in the past when he obtained Hwajung and discovered the hidden class of the midterm exam. Jaehyeon planned to do his best this time by mobilizing all the knowledge he had. There are some important items I need to get here. Jaehyeon nodded. And this time Kwon Soil and Kim Yujong glared at the back of his head from behind. It was the eyes that I couldn't figure out what else they were decorating. Chapter 273 Public Enemy Part 2 This subspace is where final exams are held. There are countless dungeons and artifacts hidden here. The reason is simple. What is the nature of these radars? Hunting monsters and protecting people. Of course, but also winning treasure. That was the route that occupied the largest part of the radar. For this reason, the Academy has installed various devices in the subspace so that the cadets can find items. Jaehyeon is like the past midterm exam. He was going to search for useful artifacts here as well. I'll go. An Hoyeon declared. Jaehyeon nodded. The rest of the members decided to stay for now. Because Lee Yi-sang had the potion, he decided not to take a healer with him. It is said that there is no need to fight among cadets, but that is only 24 hours. When that's all over, there's a good chance that other forces will plan to raid this place again. Also, maybe the next attack will be a pincer from the two surviving forces. A moment ago, Jaehyeon and Kang Joo-hyop exchanged swords there. Jaehyeon was sure of one thing. Jaehyeon and Kang Joo-hyop, the two held hands. I was just pretending to fight in order not to be seen. In the previous battle, Jaehyeon did not sincerely attack Kang Joo-hyop. Perhaps if they had fought sincerely, they would have heard the message that one of the two factions was eliminated. There is a high probability that Kang Joo-hyop would have been defeated. Anyway, he brought the elite with him, but it was different in the case of Jaehyeon. Wasn't the entire forest his field? Jaehyeon's spearmen were rumored to have considerable skill even within the academy. However, no forces were eliminated in that situation. It eventually reappears and the castle circles. In other words, it means that they colluded to defeat the black forces. But will the two of you be Akare? That could be dangerous. What are you talking about? You should go with me, of course. To Kwon So-yeol's question, Jaehyeon calmly and weakly answers. Kwon So-yeol was taken aback. Looking up, he seemed to really think so. It was a very impudent look, but it was so natural that no one questioned it. Finally, she answered with a sigh. Akare, after all, there must be one person who can read the road. Let's go with the three of us to clear the simple dungeon, instead. Give me more points, got it. The rest of you guard the post here. You never know what will happen, so be careful. Leave it to me. Don't worry. You'll be fine. Jaehyeon's worries made the group say that as if they didn't feel burdened at all. Han Jaehyeon was amazed at the appearance of those who make quick decisions without knowing it. Circle 9. They were harder than when I first saw them. But how is that possible? It's only been a few months since they formed a team. In the meantime, they joined the circle together and took charge of solving various cases and came to where they are now. I thought Sung grew fast, but at this speed it would be impossible to win. Besides, it's because its position has come down a bit from its heyday, and some debt. Senior Giant, I have something to tell you, so come over here for a second. Ah yes, I think so, suddenly. Jaehyeon called her and made her come to his side. Jaehyeon whispered in a low voice that no one else could hear. We have a spy on our team. What? Please find it and organize it while I return, surely. After saying that, Jaehyeon waved his hand. In order to clear the dungeon, it was better to start now. He invested some points to get food and other items for the raiding party. If he was sending someone other than himself, he would have paid more attention, but that's enough for now. His comrades are not weak, and he himself is even more so. Even that was planned and purchased so that other guys would follow suit. There won't be any big problems. Whoa. Jaehyeon took a deep breath. A barrier vest worn instead of the abyssal armor and the amount of visible HP left. That alone reminded him that he was holding an event at the academy. But why is he? Jaehyeon felt as if he was standing in the middle of a real battlefield. I thought that perhaps what I was paying for now was a fragment of my own imperfect future. Ragnarok, how bleak will be the end to come, at the end. The fate of the 9 worlds is at stake. Will he be able to change his future, although everything was uncertain? Jaehyeon had to move on, even if it's a situation where you can't even discern whether it's right or not. I still had to move on. At least that's better than losing people you care about. While Jaehyeon was thinking about that, he suddenly heard a voice in front of him. Let's go. If you don't want the kids to be in danger, you should come back early. Saying so, Kwon So-yeol packed light equipment. I thought I hid a lot of daggers in my arms, from the top to the bottom of the thigh. Jaehyeon laughed. You changed your job as a rogue. That sounds like the wrong route. Would you like a shot? Anonymous 11, So-yeol's sister. It's over the line, no matter how many thieves there are. Anonymous 13, this is how one person is going down the corruption route again. Anonymous 98, please stop hating them. The chat window also responds to their conversations and goes up busily. Was coming on. Hoyeon also took a deep breath and followed them. That's how the trio's simple dungeon raid began. There is a spy. It was a story that complicated Han Jaehyeon's head. It was surprising that there was a spy. But Jaehyeon, who noticed this, felt several times more strange. Even, you also knew Jaehyeon. Right, there's a spy in here. Isn't that what Kim Yoo-young is saying? Han Jaehyeon unknowingly answered with a mumble. Ah yes, when you think about it. It was strange from the beginning. It wasn't enough that we were able to bypass our eyes looking down from the high ground, so when we were chasing the enemy forces, the 100 forces intervened as if they had been waiting. In fact, from the beginning, the enemy and the white forces wanted to explicitly reveal that they were not on good terms. It was a fake on purpose. That's right, Jaehyeon Han finally found out the truth about what Jaehyeon said the spy was inside, thanks to Jaehyeon not explaining properly. It was quite difficult for her. If it wasn't for Kim Yoo-young, who had a good brain, I might have just stomped my feet without grasping anything. Well, but how do you find a spy? As she crossed her arms and muttered. Lee Yi-sang approached and said, if you have this, it will be possible, Yi-sang Lee. What he took out was a potion containing a transparent liquid, also known as the potion of truth. It was a kind of confession that prevented users from telling lies. Jaehyeon Han crossed her arms and thought, if I had this, I would feed all the suspicious people. Because it is inhumane, I think we should turn off the broadcasting and find the traitor, and there is one more problem. When Li Yisang said that, Han Jian raised her head and asked, "What is that? The number of potions is limited, the ingredients for this are on the expensive side. There are 3 potions in total, so that means we have to narrow down the suspects to 3. Yiseng Li said so. It seems that there will be some tough things. Jian Han thought so and calmly recalled the past. So who the hell is that guy who has been acting suspiciously since the morning? Hyo-yuk, I'm back. The beach where you can hear the crashing waves there. A man was walking with a limp and a wounded leg. Who the hell are you to be so fearless at this hour? Kang Juhyop immediately grabbed his sword and ran out. Then his eyes narrow and his gaze is fixed on one person. Man, he was familiar. Supa. He was a boy with the unique name of Wonseop. And he was the de facto right-hand man of Kang Juhyop, a member of Aaron's circle. But I was beaten by him a little while ago. How did you come back? How did you come back? I managed to escape from that side and ran away. Do you have anything to drink? Come in at once. The two of them solved the ambivalence of those few hours. He was attacked by Jaehyeon when the poison tile was activated. But it seemed that he managed to come back alive. It seems that his physical ability is limited, so even if the attack of the reenactment is hit once, it does not immediately go out. Kang Juhyop clenched his fists and said, "Damn it, I never thought I would hold hands with you because of Min Yihyun's bastard." Kang Juhyop gritted his teeth and muttered. Wonseop soothed him, "Don't think too much, anyway. It won't be too late to hand over the white forces after Min Yihyun's black forces are dealt with." Certainly that is true, in any case. It must be admitted that the power of representation is stronger than expected. Building an alliance would be an overwhelming advantage here. Fortunately, Junghyun and himself held hands. No matter how good the ability of representation is, you can't face them alone. Kang Juhyop planned to exclude him first by merging with Junghyun and Yihyun right after tomorrow ends and on the day the third car comes. Then hit the bag, rest for now, tomorrow we have to clear the dungeon because I have to collect at least one more artifact. Priest artifacts are not allowed here, only what I got here. It can also be used in the form of a rental. Even if you don't. I found a dungeon, it must be a place with some pretty useful items. The magic I felt was considerable. Is that true? Where are you? Kang Juhyop asked excitedly. There is no Kwon Soyeol here like Yihyun. It was almost impossible to figure out which dungeons and items were placed in this subspace in one day. Wonseop told me everything he had just seen. There is a dungeon behind a cliff in a place where no one will come. And it is advantageous to have a large number of wizards who can dispel magic barriers. Kang Juhyop nodded without thinking further. Cliff, there is no problem even if you run into Yihyun there. Isn't tomorrow a peaceful day where we can't turn each other out, also? If what you can get there is a useful artifact, you must get it. That was his idea on the other hand. Hyun smiles as he recalls the cadet he saved and sent away a while ago. Are you doing well by now? Chapter 274 Strategy Part 1 A subspace dungeon famous for having final exams. Ordinary people look at it and evaluate it like this. Isn't it too scary? Is this a dungeon made for students to attack? I don't think even current raiders can break it. This is a story that viewers overlook that cadets are raiders and overwhelming predators. In any case, their opinions largely converged. Too hard for a cadet's test. Actually, the subspace dungeon is a picture of the ecology of numerous actual dungeons, as it was with Red Drake in the past. It is the same this time. It will be safe this time as there will be no rampage of monsters, but the difficulty of attacking is quite different. At that time, it was the midterm exam where only freshmen were evaluated. But this time, what a circle and union units. Isn't it an event in which all students struggle? There was no need to explain the difference in importance and difficulty. But there is a dungeon with the highest difficulty among them. This is where it is, an ice prison that is said to be modeled after parts of Nastron's hell. Yihyun murmured as he looked at the entrance to a dungeon at the end of a cliff. You can see the entrance is frozen white, cold, even though they didn't touch it. It looked very cold in their eyes. It must be at least several tens of degrees below zero. At this temperature, even the cadets would be frightened, even if you find this place. You probably won't even dare to enter if you don't prepare properly. It was a story that ordinary cadets were like that. Yihyun and his party used the points to buy various items they needed, thick clothes and equipment for when the temperature drops like now, and crampons and other items with anti-slip. They had all the items they needed to attack. Of course, if there is skill, the icing on the cake. Yihyun thought so and lightly raised magic in his hand. Active skill fire LV5, Hweruk, a bright red flame burns fire. It's a basic magic, but if you've taken the highest level, its effectiveness will change. Melting this much ice was not even a task for him. For reference, Yihyun has already mastered all low-grade skills. This was a repetitive process that could have been boring, but it wasn't particularly difficult. Before the return, even if he swung his sword thousands of times, his skill level did not rise. But now, new horizons are opening every moment. There was no reason for him to be sad or bored, and thanks to that effort we can show the highest level of magic to the viewers. Chi. As the ice gradually melts, the entire entrance of the ice wall is revealed. The pure white door looked like it was tangled up in huge chains. It was an iron gate, but there were rust-colored moss in places. Jaehyeon sincerely admired the appearance of the subspace, which was implemented down to the smallest details, and he was not alone in admiring it. Wow, that's great again. On Hoyeon and Kwon Soyul and Anonymous 1, wow, crazy. Anonymous 16, I heard that subspace technology has gotten better these days. But this seems to be the best in the world. Anonymous 55, I'm looking forward to seeing what's inside. Viewers, the reaction is also good. This was enough to draw aggro, anyway. One of the main themes of this exam is broadcasting. If you don't pull the right aggro here, you won't be able to get points, which will work against your black forces later. Thanks to that, Jaehyeon was able to pull all the aggro needed here. Of course, a suitable villain to do so, so there must be an actor. 2. Are you finally here? Jaehyeon smiled. He felt a very weak magic power coming from behind him. Kang Joo-hyop's Eren, and the dungeon raiding unit of the enemy forces led by Chronicle. Arrived here, the target must be an artifact. Jaehyeon smiled, as expected, when two teams set out to clear the dungeon with the same artifact. A boy who had fallen into a deep sleep suddenly awoke. His body was covered with cold sweat, a strange sensation. As if the mind had been forcibly disconnected and then reconnected. The boy's name is Wonseop, Kang Joo-hyop's right-hand man and the man behind the cliff to him. So, he was the one who proposed the same dungeon raid as Jaehyeon. Now he clearly knew that his condition was strange. My heart was beating wildly, and I felt like I had a long dream. Wonseop calmly sat down and remembered what happened yesterday. So that day, after I stepped on a tile and got poisoned, I was captured by Min Jaehyeon, and then my mind was cut off. What, at that moment? Wonseop couldn't help but be seized by an intense sense of incongruity. A thought passed through my mind a moment ago because it was very dangerous. The thing that breaks your mind and comes back. Isn't this what happened mainly when I was affected by mental magic? Wonseop was sure. He fell under Jaehyeon's mind-altering magic and left the black forces that had released him on purpose and came here. And Jaehyeon's instructions. Guide Kang Joo-hyop and the dungeon raid team to the dungeon behind the cliff. At that moment, he jumped up. Kang Joo-hyop is likely to be out of there because of the information he gave to Jaehyeon. No, today is the day we can't put each other out for 24 hours, at least today. There is a high possibility that Kang Joo-hyop will return alive, but if so, I have my doubts. Why did Jaehyeon save himself and lead Joo-hyop Kang to the dungeon? It was something that was not clear. It's been a while since I've had a dungeon that isn't dark. Jaehyeon muttered as he said that. I know, I've been wandering around dark places all the time. And I've had a boner. Kwon So-yeol looked inside the dungeon full of transparent mirrors and said, however, Jaehyeon laughed humorously and touched her with his elbow. But you must not be careless if I added it here. It would have been added, it's not less. What does that mean, yay? Is it a monster? Kwon So-yeol was frightened and An Hoyeon shouted and raised his sword, however. Jaehyeon stopped him and stepped forward. Huge red eyes appeared there and slowly began to approach us. The witch beast was moving quickly on multiple legs. Kwon So-yeol sighed. As you may already know, it is a spider called Frostbane with an ice attribute. Unlike other spider-type monsters, it attacks by shooting cold spider webs. However, my hearing is not so good, so if you pass by as quietly as possible, there will be no problem. At this point, it was a time when Jaehyeon was not so strong. First of all, get items and become stronger. It was much better to face it then. Moreover, spider-type monsters cannot turn their necks and have one eye. Other insect-type monsters have compound eyes, so they can see multiple places at once with a pair of eyes. But that's not the case. Although it has 8 eyes and gazes in all directions, even that doesn't make any sense if it's covered like that. It's like his own size becomes poison again. Jaehyeon thought and continued walking. Now it's a better decision to develop my colleagues. Here I give you the right cider. But I don't overdo it. There are, of course, grounds for judgment. This is because hunting monsters in this final exam won't suddenly raise your level. Jaehyeon took the exam in the subspace in the past midterm exam. But he couldn't expect to level up. After all, everything you see here is an illusion. It's just that the space is configured through magic and the beast is implemented through the AR system on top of it. This place was never real. Because of this, Jaehyeon decided that it would be much more beneficial for his colleagues to accumulate practical experience. Let's go. Jaehyeon looked at the side road next to him and started to move inside cautiously. After that, several dark shadows formed and soon followed him. It was Kang Joo-hyop and a group of enemy forces. So, are you saying there could be a spy from the opposing team in it? You're right, so. The cadets I call out should come forward and drink this potion. Don't worry, I won't ask personal questions. But I haven't seen anyone with that kind of attitude until now. Maybe I'm doing something wrong, another cadet asked. But Jaehyeon Han shook her head. I am sure from all the circumstances. I guess there is a spy here and you will be shaking now. They must be in a state of fear that their identity will be revealed. Here I am definitely going to cover up that identity. Here is the potion of truth. I will call the three cadets by name from now on. Li Yisang brought the potion and said, he was with a calm expression. Jaehyeon Min. Seong Woo-jin and Kim Yoo-young. That moment, Kim Yoo-young's expression hardened at the unexpected name called at the end. No. Everyone else here had the same reaction. It was Kim Yoo-young who always helped the party members to fight well without getting tired. But is there a possibility that she might be a traitor? She was one of the members who could be confident that she was even on Jaehyun's side. From the time of the first freshman hunt, she spent time together with Jaehyeon's CONA. Wasn't there nowhere else to fall apart here? But Jaehyeon Han and his colleagues did not reverse their decision. All three of you, please come forward and drink the potion of truth. Kim Yoo-young stepped forward with a slightly firm expression, same for the other two, standing in front of them. They slowly drank the potion as instructed. After confirming that they all drank the potion, Jaehyeon Han asked Lee Young-min, who was in front of him first. He was one of the members of the surname circle. I will ask, are you a traitor? No, the answer fell immediately. Next was the second voice actor. He was also one of the members Han Jaehyeon trusted. This is not compatible with betrayal at all. Are you a traitor? No, and last, finally. It was Kim Yoo-young's turn. Kim Yoo-young. Are you a traitor? Yes. Words that should never have come out of her mouth. Everyone there looked at her dead eyes with a look of bewilderment. I won't let you out, but I will expel you from here. Han Jaehyeon said so without hesitation. Neither Lee Yisang nor Seo Ina helped her. He just looked at Kim Yoo-young, who left the guard without saying anything. Chapter 275 Strategy Part 2. Right after Kim Yoo-young is revealed to be a spy, a brief moment of silence flows at the Black Forces post. It was the first time that such an embarrassing situation had ever been staged on this side. We started with Jaehyeon, the best rookie. No matter how much she lost her teeth, didn't Seong-yoon's Han Jaehyeon also participate in the final exams this time? Even in the fight against Kang Joo-hyop, which was regarded as a crisis, they won without difficulty again. Kang Joo-hyop lost about 1/4 of his strength and retreated. The current situation clearly raises the flag on this side. Victory is in the power of black. The black faction cadets were almost certain. Also, the decisive reason why they could think that way is Kim Yoo-young. It was her presence. Kim Yoo-young's buff was specialized in supplementing the weak physical abilities of the cadets. It means that it is truly optimal in a situation where there are restrictions like the present. However, Jaehyeon Han declares that he will abandon her here because I was sure she was a spy. Is Yoo-jung really a spy? The potion of truth does not lie. Lee Yisang shook his head in pity and said so, standing next to her. She didn't say anything either. I heard that he was close with her, but why didn't he say anything at this moment, when doubt arises? Kim Yoo-young came out and said, are you going to regret letting me live in this way? Kim Yoo-young completely disappeared from the guard post. Others just stare at her with dazed faces. The cadets were still too weak to suffer the betrayal of the person they trusted. Meanwhile, at that time, a man in the middle of the crowd where Kim Yoo-young left was biting his nails. What the hell is this? I've never heard of a story like this. Jaehyeon passed the spider and headed to the depths of the dungeon where the artifact was. The cobwebs entangled there were all mysteriously frozen. According to Jaehyeon, it is at least twice as cold as dry ice. An Hoyeon and Kwon So-yeol continued walking without even thinking about touching it. In the meantime, Hoyeon An suddenly stopped walking and said, Jaehyeon, no, wait a little longer. It means that someone is following you. So you need to be prepared. However, Jaehyeon gave the signal to wait. Naturally, the two of them just shook their heads and walked forward calmly. And finally, the moment they completely passed the spider and passed the mirror room. Now, an explosion sounded as Jaehyeon spoke nonchalantly. Bang, Kwon So-yeol threw the dagger into the ceiling at his signal. It was something I put in the inside pocket of my school uniform. But it had an explosive effect because Lee Yisang's special potion was applied to it. Kirik, suddenly what? At the same time as the spider responds to the sound, a familiar voice is heard from behind. Kang Joo-hyop, who had been following him, looked at Jaehyeon with a puzzled expression. It's because I didn't understand the situation itself that was happening right now. Jaehyeon smiled faintly. For now. You are playing with spiders. We had to get an artifact. Min Jaehyeon, Jesse, let's go. Already the spider is too far away to attack Jaehyeon. It will take quite a while for them to get this far, and by the time they reach it, they will already be holding the artifact in their hands and slowly disappearing. Moreover, the biggest thing was that the spiders had no reason to come here in the first place. As instructed to Won-seop through brainwashing yesterday, Kang Joo-hyop came with his fellow radars, but there are no good alchemists. He has a way to turn the aggro towards us here. Does not exist. Jaehyeon knew this from the beginning, lured them inside, and attacked them using spiders. Today is the day of unity, the only peaceful period during final exams where you can't attack each other, however. This only means that they cannot harm each other. It wasn't unreasonable to cut off the enemy's barrier if using magic beasts. Anonymous 2, what is the firepower of that dagger? Anonymous 12, but you really have a good head on how you knew that it was following you from the beginning. Anonymous 41, using sound to dig a trap and set the opponent in a trap. I miss it. You're a bit of a jerk. Anonymous 21, planting a spy was also great. I never thought they would even have mind-altering magic. They were viewers who had seen how Jaehyeon conceived the strategy from the beginning. He gave them the best fun through meticulous build-up. Also, the effect was immediate. Anonymous 55, you have sponsored 20,000 points. Anonymous 51, you have sponsored 10,000 points. Anonymous 65, you have sponsored 20,000 points. Anonymous 87, you have supported 100,000 points. There's someone who has already sponsored him to his maximum. The number of points that each person can sponsor in each broadcast is fixed, 100,000. Even viewers who shot it at once began to appear. Anonymous 1, George is already a big hand with 100,000 points. Anonymous 88, but you can board with a coin like Min Jaehyeon. Anonymous 7, the moment I bought a coin around the time when viewers reacted to Jaehyeon's performance. Kang Joo-hyop and the raiders who followed him were also bursting with mentality. Keek. A cold thread spurted from the mouth of the approaching spider and began to wrap them around them. It steals body heat and is sticky, so it is difficult to escape easily. Due to that, some raiders' stamina was already being cut. Guys, hang on, you can do anything. Actually, I couldn't think of a way to do it. But I decided to say it for now. Reassurance is the first priority, even if you die. It's better to die comfortably. Kang Joo-hyop grew angry at Min Jaehyeon and had no choice but to watch him reach out for the artifact. The three, including Jaehyeon, quickly reached the deepest part of the artifact. There was a huge window, so I could see the scenery outside at a glance. The spider hadn't let the cadets out of the spider's web yet, probably thinking of delaying their meal. Do you not like people with a bad temper? Jaehyeon opened the box he was holding in his hand while thinking such foolish thoughts. There, as I remembered, there were items that I absolutely had to acquire in this raid. Special item. Name, Mirror of Divinity rating, a plus able to duplicate a skill by amplifying divine attribute magic. The number of skills that can be copied and their power vary depending on the amount of divine attribute magic that the user blows into the mirror. Jaehyeon smiled. If you only have this item, it's a grand battle. You can be confident of a clear victory in the second battle. Akue, then, it seems that the problem has been resolved here. I have to hope that the other side will do well now. It's not another child. It's Yujung, wouldn't it be difficult? Well, it's not like that. You've shown great things before. That's why when you catch Gujin. What Kim Yoo-young showed when he brought down Gu Yaon in the past. Jaehyeon smiled a little thinking about his performance at that time. Hyo-yuk, a night where not even the moonlight could take away the darkness. A cadet belonging to the Black faction is running like crazy through the forest area. Just a moment ago, Jaehyeon Han had told her not to take personal action today because other cadets, including the traitor Kim Yoo-young, could attack, but none of that seemed to matter to him. You have to go right now. His expression was full of thoughts. It's strange, something must be wrong, as he said. What had just happened was really strange. The Black forces began to move to find spies, but why did Kim Yoo-young not herself turn out to be a spy and even get kicked out? The boy Kim Yoo-chan ran as if he was out of breath while holding the question. Soon he came into contact with one person. In the middle of the forest, there stood a completely unexpected person. Yong-hyun, he was Yu's master and the person who was in charge of Beek's camp this time. I shouldn't have stood out, so I would have said that we shouldn't meet halfway if possible. But that something unexpected happened. Yong-hyun tilted his head in embarrassment at Kim Yoo-chan's words. Embarrassing? That's right. Suddenly the kids in the Black camp said there was a traitor in order to find him. He said he would make a potion of truth to find him. But how can you still not be out? It was something Jeonghyun couldn't understand. Yoo-chan Kim, he was a spy he hid in the Black camp. It was the story that Sung had just joined the circle and was hiding it for this event. Jeonghyun continued his thinking. Knowing that there was a traitor or spy means that there was a hint of something. No. Let's find out that far, but why is this guy not suspected? It was all according to his intention that he induced him to fight in the plane for the first time and that he met Kang Joo-hyop and made a plan. In the process, Yoo-chan Kim fulfilled his role. I did quite a few things to arouse suspicion. If a cadet had as sharp an intuition as Min Jaehyeon, there was nothing strange about suspecting Kim Yoo-chan first. That time when Jeonghyun's mind became complicated, Kim Yoo-chan's amplification continued. Kai Kim Yoo-young, he was accused of being a traitor instead of me, but he admitted it. He said he was a traitor. What, at that moment? A sudden bright light began to pour through the thickets of the forest. Has it already happened? Jeonghyun muttered that, and a girl walked out of the light. It was Kim Yoo-young. As expected. Yoo-chan Kim, are you the culprit? His voice seemed a little excited for some reason. Yoo-chan Kim looked up at her with a puzzled expression. She has a confident face with her hands on her waist. Kai Kim Yoo-young, what the heck is this? You were victimized. Kim Yoo-young tricked you. Get ready. Jeonghyun pursed her lips. Is this also the idea of representation, finding a spy, everything from using a spy to targeting his background? There's no way Yoo-jung will betray us. When Seona said that, Kim Yoo-jung shrugged. From the beginning, they never doubted each other. Everything was just male and female to get behind them and get rid of Jeonghyun. I don't think it will be an easy fight. Few can return alive. We will lose at least half of our troops here. Jaehyeon murmured and held the spear. Chapter 276 Divine Mirror Part 1 Keying. Kwang, the sound of colliding cold weapons and the sound of magical explosions came one after another. It showed how fierce and dramatic the battles in the forest area were. This is downright crazy. Jaehyeon watched the battle between the three freshmen and bit his lip. Combat using Lee Yisang's potion and support magic including Kim Yoo-young's overflow. It was already different from other members of the Black Forces fighting together. How on earth could he refine his mana so much and react at such a speed? Of course. The most outstanding among them was Seo Inae's Ulfheim's sword. He himself knows well because he uses divine attribute magic. What a phenomenal level Seo Ina's aptitude and magical power had reached. That was an obvious monster, to the point where I feel fortunate not to have to deal with her. While watching the battle, she recalled the conversation she had with the party a while ago. The story goes back about an hour before using the potion of truth. So, could it be roughly like this? That was Lee Yisang's voice. He had a slightly playful face that there is a spy here, and even though they knew they had to catch him here. Jaehyeon's colleagues didn't seem to be taken aback at all. Stay calm. Jaehyeon thought so and focused on the story that followed. Next was Kim Yoo-young. Let's go as Min Yi-hyun said earlier, I am also confident in acting. She had a clear reason for saying that, in fact. The potion of truth that Lee Yisang talked about from the beginning did not even exist for them. Potion of truth. Of course, this thing exists in the world. And the manufacturing method is also secretly distributed. Lee Yisang also knows how to prepare it. However, if you think about it with common sense, you can easily notice that the story about the potion that Lee Yisang said is fake. The first reason is morality, just because such a potion exists. Do you use it on humans? Even the broadcast of Miles Academy broadcasts it. If you do that, it won't end with a simple suspension. It will probably be featured on the front page of the newspaper. The second reason is the material. The ingredients for the potion of truth are truly precious. It is right to say that manufacturing is impossible without investing an astronomical amount. There was no way you could find such a thing on such a barren cliff. So, are you trying to fool our team? Kim Yoo-young nodded at Han Jaeyeon's question. She looked ready to become a proficient performer. Kim Yoo-young has to play the role of a spy, so she took on the backbone of this operation. That's right, it is said that if you want to deceive your enemies you must first deceive your allies. Kim Yoo-young's face, saying that, was filled with only excitement. Anyway, so do it an operation to find out traitors known only to the leadership of the Black Forces was carried out. First of all, Lee Yisang lied to his ally that there were 3 potions of truth. As soon as Kim Yoo-young was expelled from the guard post, she waited outside and started chasing after Kim Yoo-chan, with other members other than herself. She finally found them, the forbidden tryst between Kim Yoo-chan and Jaehyeon, 2 people and 100 forces who were caught having a tryst, and viewers cheered and chatted at the confrontation between the Black Forces that raided it. Anonymous 1 Wow, is this a build-up? So, did you trick Kim Yoo-young as a spy and find out the real one? Anonymous 99 It seems like that, also. It seems that the release of the spy was to check who was instigated. It seems that it was also a plan to deliberately induce Jaehyeon here. It's ridiculous even if I wrote it down, ha 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 ha. Anonymous 11 Who came up with the strategy? Is she a rookie? Is it a newcomer? Anonymous 24 I'm really crazy. I put all the donation money here and disappear, along with him. A kite resonates with a support message. It didn't take long before Kim Yoo-jeong and Seo and Lee Yisang succeeded in defeating Kim Yoo-chan and more than half of the Beak forces. It wasn't even that difficult. It seems to be holding a spear. But the enemy isn't that strong. Basically, the average strength is how many members of 9 are above. The same goes for practical experience, no matter how much his abilities were nerfed. He was at the level of a small cadet. He was no match for those who were tutored by Balak and Camilla, however. The Black Forces were not able to defeat the White Forces in the end. They only said so when the battle was settled. Akae. That's enough, let's pretend we're Akae just like Jaehyeon said. End of battle. Jaehyeon succeeded in escaping from their witchcraft, you would think, but in fact they intentionally let go. Jaehyeon said for the final production. You need a great script and a villain. In order to do so, when the enemy general was out in advance, the excitement had to be relatively low. All the plans were already in Jaehyeon's head. With this, Beak led by Jaehyeon and the enemy led by Kang Joo-hyop, both forces were reduced by more than half, because of his weakness. He won't attack Jaehyeon again unless he unites, and that was exactly what Jaehyeon was aiming for. For now, to the place of residence, let's go back and join Jaehyeon. Akae, meanwhile Jaehyeon, who was watching the judgment and movements of the 3 people from the side, shook her head. It doesn't make sense that he was strong, but how could a freshman have such judgment? I knew that Jaehyeon was strong, but I didn't know that other people were like this. Did you learn a lot from him? If I could grow up to that point just by being next to Jaehyeon, then I would quit the circle right away and become a member of 9. Doesn't Jaehyeon have his own circle? She gave herself a prickly warning to herself who harbored blasphemous thoughts even for a moment. Fu-woo-woo-woo-woo-woo-woo. Mom is the only thing left to do now is to definitely finish it. I was given a week. But this is the first time I've seen the final exam finish in 3 days. Now she could understand what Kwon So-yeol meant to her at first, from the beginning. The practical exam for the final exam was playing in Jaehyeon's hands. She couldn't help but admit it. But is it really Akare to let go? The 3 people who came out after clearing the dungeon. An Ho-yeon asked Jaehyeon. It was Kang Ju-hyop's work that I had sent a little while ago. Jaehyeon deliberately cut off the spider webs that were tied to him and left them loose. As a result, when I got the artifact and returned, he had disappeared. This was all according to Jaehyeon's intention. However, it could be a worrying situation for An Ho-yeon and Kwon So-yeol. In any case, the enemy was released, voluntarily too. The strategy that Jaehyeon explained is of course full of possibilities if implemented, but it won't be that easy, however. It did not mean that An Ho-yeon and Kwon So-yeol did not believe in Jaehyeon. It's just that it takes a little time to figure out the intention of reappearance. After a while, Jaehyeon and the two returned to the residence. There, I could see Kim Yoo-young, Seo-ina, and the rest of the members smiling brightly while drawing a V with their hands. Jaehyeon looked at Han Jaehyeon and said, "Does this look Akare? What is it? It fit perfectly just as you thought. Your comrades fight like crazy." She wrapped her arms around her and trembled. Those moves that made the enemy's bear barriers HP bar 0 without hesitation. In particular, Kim Yoo-young and Seo-ina's skills were outstanding. Anyway, now there is only one final fight left. Lastly, check the strategy and wipe them both out at once. Are you really going to do that, in fact? If we hit one side like this, our victory will be certain. Is there any reason to take the risk? Because you can't please people like that, Jaehyeon laughed. I am well aware of the characteristics of my viewers. The time when Jaehyeon was reuniting with his colleague, a man in an army arrived on the shore. Yonghyun and his gang, the injured Kang Ju-hyop, was also gathered there. Yonghyun, Kang Ju-hyop, it's a dangerous situation. It's dangerous for us to fight among ourselves here. We must unite. That means you didn't mean it when you first brought up the word alliance. Isn't it the same for each other, even when the two first formed an alliance? They were full of thoughts of quickly changing their attitude after Jaehyeon's treatment. In the end, it is a game where the winner has to be one team. To win, you must turn yesterday's friend into an enemy. Even more so. Weren't Jaehyeon and Kang Ju-hyop friends, in the first place for them? An alliance in a fight like this is nothing more than a coincidence of necessary relationships. I get it, let's hit him together this time. Good, the battle will proceed on the plains. Champagne, if it is a plain under a cliff. It is optimized for fighting. No matter how Jaehyeon and the Black Forces are occupying the place. A large army is overwhelmingly advantageous there. What is the meaning of the operation in an open area? Unless even that is a great wizard or something that jumps out and shoots magic, they won't be defeated. Maybe Min Jaehyeon knows that we will unite. You have to hide as much information as possible and hit it fast. No, then tomorrow morning, let's start as soon as dawn breaks. After the two reached that conclusion, they quickly began to form an army. Spearmen and combative raiders who will stand at the forefront. The placement of the magic radar behind it and the location of Yonghyun and Kang Ju-hyop to put Jaehyeon, the enemy leader. Out-designate everything and go into battle, the two thought. I will somehow defeat Min Jaehyeon in this battle and show the strength of the current students. On the other hand, unfortunately, Jaehyeon was fully aware of these two people's strategy. As expected of cadets, their thoughts are obvious. Moreover, Kang Ju-hyop was a little emotional because he couldn't cool his brain. He must have learned later that he was betrayed by a colleague. Jaehyeon knows, the more we are swayed by our emotions, the more weak we become, just like when he first met Hyujin in the past, and this time they will. Then shall we prepare for our final outing, at Jaehyeon's words. The colleagues all stood up from their seats. The darkness of the night slowly lifts and the dawn comes. It was starting to dawn. Anonymous 3 looking forward to a fun battle. Anonymous 19 but do you really have to gather all the kids and do it all at once? Hey, can't we go easily? Anonymous 83 it's more fun that way hahaha I don't know the battle of the 5 armies hahaha. This is enough for the chat window's reaction. Lastly, Jaehyeon used the points to strengthen the guard post to the maximum. Materials are added to prevent it from collapsing easily in the face of enemy attacks. An especially treated cloth that is resistant to magic is covered over it. I used up all the points. But it doesn't matter, the 100 and red forces will be defeated here, their struggles won't mean much. Chapter 277 Mirror of Divinity Part 2 The dawn broke and countless students began to gather. Jaehyeon looked down from above. Beak forces led by Jaehyeon and enemy forces led by Kang Ju-hyop joined hands. Jaehyeon knew from the beginning that this would be the situation. Viewers want stimulation. The game doesn't end just because your power goes up to the highest level. The biggest significance of the circle competition. It is about raising the profile of individual cadets and recognizing that one's talents are real. Of course, Jaehyeon has already shown enough talent so far, but it is true that the other colleagues still lack that much. At the time of the fall of Guyeon, Kim Yoo-young and his colleagues showed good performance, of course. But there is a limit to that alone. At that time my colleagues were always hidden in the shadow of reappearance. It was self-evident that Jaehyeon would be active this time too, and he did it again. At least this time. I have to prepare a platform for my teammates to play an active role, even for the ranking match of the school festival that will follow. The Academy Festival follows right after the final exams, in order to be assigned a top seed in the ranking match that takes place there. And furthermore, to engrave your name in the top circle, you need to show your true self. For my colleagues, this will be a huge turning point. Also, Han Jaeyeon's strength is also required for this. Most of her and Seonjun's circles are healers, as befits a circle created after Yu Seonjun. That's why even at the time when I was undervalued more than necessary and made it to the fourth circle, I was ignored a lot because my military power was weak, but now those ignored will show the right thing. A clear plan popped into Jaehyeon's head. It seemed that it had already been completed and was being sketched out in front of my eyes. Min Jaehyeon, how dare you think of giving me spider food, you bastard. I gave you a chance to be with us because I rated you highly. This time. I have to agree with Kang Joo-hyop. The joke was over. No matter how different we are, we have no choice but to come together in this situation. You should know that too, right? Of course I know. At Jaehyeon's words, Jonghyun wrinkled his brow. Then that you can't stop us here, he raised his head. Of course you know. Right? No, Jaehyeon immediately denied it. Here we win. I'm sorry to the seniors, but this isn't the place where you have to treat the seniors that way. Right? Those with skills will eat them all. It seemed that even Jeonghyun was properly angry. Now is a good start by the time I thought about it. The reaction of the viewers also reached its peak. Anonymous 2, it's crazy. Real 5 army battles are coming out. Anonymous 12, Jonghyun and Kang Joo-hyop hold hands. Hahaha, I guess I was in a hurry. Anonymous 14, Anonymous 91, but what kind of guts is Min Jaehyeon, as Jonghyun said. No matter how strong you are, you can't break through the restrictions and film invincibility alone. Anonymous 71, yes. All the viewers are now watching the same scene. The angles may be slightly different, but all groups of survivors have gathered here. Yet, wizards cast attack magic first, martial arts run forward because the number of enemies is less than ours. I felt a powerful magic power rise along with Jonghyun's instructions. However, it was the combatless radars that rushed first. They didn't need casting, so there was nothing to worry about. Just run in and slash. That was the only revenge against Jaehyeon who made them suffer. But, for now, we'll take care of this place, along with Kwon So-yeol's voice. An Ho-yeon and Lee Yi-sang stand next to him. They blocked the road so that the combative raiders couldn't climb up the cliff. It probably won't be able to stop it from coming up towards the forest. However, it can play a role as a gatekeeper here. Tsutsut, An Ho-yeon and Kwon So-yeol raised their magic all at once. And Lee Yi-sang threw numerous potions to drown the enemy, made my feet swollen, messing with mobility. It was like creating a situation like fighting a battle on the beach. Hop, it doesn't stop there. But An Ho-yeon comes to the fore and cuts down the enemy to keep it out. Kwon So-yeol threw all the daggers he was holding at the enemies, aiming for their joints and weak points, thanks to recent training from Balak. His accuracy was staggering. Chow Wu, when the battlefield started to heat up in earnest. Jaehyeon finished all preparations to solve the final puzzle of this test at the top. And now I started putting the pieces together. Tsutsutsutsutsu, a great magic power arose. There were 2 people standing there, Seo In-na and Han Jaeyeon, also. After that, countless members of the Sunjun Circle appeared. Jaehyeon smiled, message at the same time, active skill Ulfheim's sword, a huge sword rises in the air, Seo Ina's trademark. And a unique skill that has already reached the level of S. The other circles had also finished preparing for it, so if there were no surprises, they wouldn't be able to inflict any damage. Kang Joo-hyop, who was watching this, let out a fishy smile while clenching his fists. No matter how you look at it, you can only knock down a few people at most with that level of attack. No, for a moment, Kang Joo-hyop, look over there. It was Jeonghyun who stopped him at that moment. His calm voice trembled a little. He was brainwashed with a look of shock. What is that face? Not one. What? The sword is splitting. Kang Joo-hyop's gaze quickly went up. There were countless swords that colored the sky with brilliant light. Ulfheim's sword, but why is it divided into several pieces? As the accident paralyzed, Jaehyeon opened his mouth. It's a surprise, I hope you like it. With that, once again a status message rings out. I activate the effect of the artifact Divine Mirror. The power of divine property magic is amplified. The power increases whenever divine attribute mana is injected. Kang Joo-hyop and Jonghyun's eyes turned to the back of Seo In-na, who is using magic all at once. There are healers who thought they were relatively inferior. Han Jaeyeon and Sung were members of the circle. They were all pouring their divine magic into the mirror. That moment, they definitely realized it. Mirror of divinity, I see. The plan was to activate Ulfheim's sword. A divine attribute magic. To split the mirror and strike us all at once, shit. Kang Joo-hyuk and Jaehyeon thought the same thing almost at the same time and gritted their teeth. This isn't an attack that can't be stopped, even if it is not. It is a subspace where there is no limitation of unique skills. They are weakened, but the case of Ulfheim's sword is different, even more so. If it was divided, this circle competition was all playing in Min Yi-hyeon's hands, quack quack qua, before the accident even happened. The swords floating in the sky poured down all at once. Rain of swords. A sudden shower created by Ulfheim's sword, which was not a normal sword, began pouring indiscriminately from the sky. It was an indescribably beautiful sight. Cadets are out, cadets are out, cadets are out, cadets are out. The support window exploded with the following message. Anonymous 12 CONA, is she a rookie, is she a rookie, is she a newbie? Anonymous 21, please take me new. Anonymous 71, Gad Jaehyeon, if all of these are his paintings. I can't help but love him, what the hell are you doing? Anonymous 14, this is the first time I've ever seen a person who uses that mirror effect like that, ha 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 ha. Anonymous 77, my heart becomes magnificent, with the message continuing like that. Jaehyeon's victory was already decided, at that moment. Jaehyeon and Kang Joo-hyuk, barely avoiding Seo and Nuzulfheim's sword, quickly started climbing the cliff towards the forest. Anyway, if you defeat the enemy general, you might be able to do something, and stop Jaehyeon Han and Seongyun's circle. They didn't say anything, but they were thinking the same thing. The end of the cliff that no one said first ran to, there of course. Jaehyeon was there. Jaehyeon intentionally opened his back, but when they got close to each other, he tilted his head to greet them. I guess I was thinking of hitting from behind. Not like a senior, it just caught on. This, or should I tell you that the rose of Sharon has bloomed? I don't really like taggers. Though how on earth did you come up with such a plan? That was Jeongyeon's question, but Jaehyeon just shrugged. Jaehyeon Han stepped forward and said, I will help you. That's okay, don't worry. Just watch. Jaehyeon smiles and takes a step forward. You know what? Seniors, no matter how much you get nerfs and don't use your skills properly, his step stopped right in the middle, that I can deal lightly with at least 2 seniors. Even Jeongyeon, who had endured it all along, had no choice but to lose his temper there. What? It's as light as the 2 of us. The hand holding the spear was overpowered and the posture began to shake. The shoulders are lowered and gaps begin to form. Jaehyeon shrugged. Woo, the moment Jung-hyun made his decision. Kang Joo-hyuk was already running forward. It was the first time Han Jaehyeon watched Yi-hyun's battle right next to him. So he watched with a little worry. If there was a problem, it was to come out on its own. Meanwhile, at that moment, Jaehyeon was busy analyzing the movements of the 2 people running towards him. Understanding their movement and mana usage without using other skills would be a useful experience for him as well. Window, it's a good weapon, it's useful because it has a long reach and is easy to handle, but it's not very effective against close enemies. Yi-hyun accurately predicted Jung-hyun's attack and took a step ahead, punching him in the chin with his fist. Hyuk! In an instant, Jung-hyun's body floated and fell to the ground. Then Kang Joo-hyuk rushed in and made a horizontal slash with a huge greatsword, again. Yi-hyun waits until the end and fights back with a smile. As the weapon is wide and large, the greatsword has a wide range as well, but it has the disadvantage of requiring physical ability to support it. Also, it's meaningless if you can't hit the opponent. By seniors, Yi-hyun put his fists together and hit Kang Joo-hyuk's stomach with precision. Ouch, once again. Kang Joo-hyuk rolls on the floor. Yi-hyun realized that the exams were all over. Looking down, there are already collapsed hundreds in enemy formations, and I saw the cadets struggling, caught in the traps they had discovered in advance. The sound of the system that follows. All circle competitions have ended. The winner is Black CEO Min Yi-hyun. Prizes will be awarded to the winners. The Black faction has earned the most points. Compensation will be added. The Mills competition that will be held for a week in total, however. Yi-hyun finished it in 3 days. It was unprecedented in history. At that time, the instructor outside and Chairman Kim Jae-yeon were embarrassed by the unprecedented situation. Han Jae-yeon, who was next to Yi-hyun, had tears in her eyes. With this, you can pay off the huge point debt you incurred while running the circle, looking at the last chat window. She clenched her fists. Anonymous 17 Min Yi-hyun to win so easily against 2 current students. He's a rookie, is he a newcomer? She wanted to shout along with her. God Yi-hyun, is he a rookie? Chapter 278 Settlement. The circle battle has ended. The winner is Black CEO Min Yi-hyun. Prizes will be awarded to the winners. The Black faction has earned the most points. Compensation will be added. Yi-hyun made a satisfied expression as he listened to the sound of the system. The reward settlement time is always sweet. It's even more enjoyable if you know the value of the item you'll get as a reward. Yi-hyun, of course, was well aware of what he was about to acquire. That's why I went into battle with all my might like now. Well, first of all, we won first place. I don't think the reaction from viewers was bad either. I felt it during the freshman hunt, but can't you be more happy? Your reaction is that even I worked hard, but I was exhausted. Kim Yoo-young made a voice. But Yi-hyun heard it with one ear and let it go. Kwon So-yeol was busy calculating the points he would get this time. After all, the final exam is a big event, so high points are at stake. As long as I can get good grades here. I want to eat. This means you can buy as many things as you want. It was a bonus to be able to freely use all the facilities in the academy grounds. 117 million, as Kwon So-yeol counted. He almost passed out in shock. 17 million points earned through this event. With this, Sunjun, led by Jaehyeon and Jaehyeon Han, became the circle that earned the most points in a single event. Senior Han Jaehyeon, there are still things left to settle between us, right? Don't worry, I don't intend to eat it now here, of course. Just like the initial contract, Jaehyeon ripped off an additional 8.5 million points, equivalent to 50%. From the beginning, Jaehyeon had planned to team up with Seong-yoon, but in fact, there were many ways to win without her. It means that it was inevitable that she would be the one who felt frustrated. Therefore, in the first contract, she signed an additional payment of 50% of the total points she would get when she won this match to 9. Well, if it's half, it's a point that even seniors will be satisfied with. In fact, Han Jaehyeon also had a happy face. That's when Jaehyeon and his colleagues from the Black faction celebrated their success. Two men huffed and approached Jaehyeon. It was a familiar face I had seen until the last moment. How could you at the end? I'm sure you're the only one who's ever used the mirror of divinity like that. These were the words of Kang Joo-hyop and Jeong-hyun. Well, it's not that I don't understand what they're saying. In the first place, the divine mirror is an artifact that has the effect of increasing the effectiveness of divine magic. Basically, it was never intended for attack. Divine magic, among them. Offensive magic was only basic, such as Holy Arrow, and the effect was not that great. Because of this, no one would have thought to get a mirror and use it that way. However, Jaehyeon uses his wits at that moment and uses Seo Ane's magic. He duplicated Ulfheim's sword and wiped out his enemies at the last moment. Thanks to that, I was able to keep the promise I made with the viewers. You knew something from the start. What the hell, how can you be so strong? Kang Joo-hyop seemed angry. He had never thought of himself as weak in his entire life. And he had never experienced being pushed by someone like he is now. In fact, that was the reason why I didn't get along well with Junghyun. Although he was happy to have an opponent who could fight with him for the first time. He was also wary, the only cadet who can fight on an equal footing with himself, rival to Kang Joo-hyop. Jaehyeon was such an existence. However, a cadet appeared in front of him, Jaehyeon Min, a bold freshman who has been in trouble since entering school. It was not enough to show outstanding performance in the previous event. And in this circle competition, he even overpowered the combined effort of himself and Junghyun unilaterally. Kang Joo-hyop couldn't even measure the gap between himself and Jaehyeon. The emotions in his head at this moment were clear, horrible, and awe, however. It was not only Kang Joo-hyop who felt this feeling. Junghyun, even Yu's leader, had such thoughts. Min Jaehyeon, originally I knew he was stronger than me, but this time, I was defeated even in resourcefulness. What the heck is he? How can I look like that every time? Min Jaehyeon, tell me. Jaehyeon nodded at Junghyun's rhyming words and encouraged him to continue. It was after Junghyun calmly organized his mind. For someone like me, it doesn't mean much to admit it, but I still have to say this. You are strong more than anyone living here right now. Jaehyeon felt a little grateful for those heartfelt words. In fact, since he attained divinity, he has not had time to feel this kind of emotion among humans. I just ran and looked ahead, to him. Jeonghyun's now and pure acceptance was enough to make his heart tickle. It was a moment that made me feel full in many ways. Kang Joo-hyop was also in a hurry. I admit it, I really don't want to, but that's not important. I won't stand next time. You can come anytime. And Han Jaehyeon, Kang Joo-hyop hurriedly changed the topic of the conversation that was supposed to end well. You saw it again, damn it was strong, I just got ridiculous this time, saying that. Kang Joo-hyop trudged away and disappeared. Han Jaehyeon sighed and shook his head, then. Hyunjeong also disappeared. All that was left was the time for compensation settlement. Congratulations. Jaehyeon raised an eyebrow at the voice he heard from somewhere. It belonged to Kim Jae-yeon, the chairman of the board, office of the director of the academy. All the main figures of the Black forces who led the circle battle to victory have gathered. They all look excited. No wonder. The final exam is one of the most important events in miles. In addition, it will have a big impact on the school festival that follows immediately. The fact that I got good grades here was like saying that I could get a lot of attention there as well. The settlement of compensation cannot but be expected. First of all, congratulations again, everyone in charge of the Black forces. That was a really great score. There were no major problems and the reaction of the viewers was well controlled. And the connection with other teams was good. Nine and Seonjun's performances stood out. Oh, thank you, Han Jaehyeon smiled and said she looked very happy. Well, no matter how elite Han Jaehyeon was, there were always many other circles above him. It must be the first time it has been in the center of attention like this. Moreover, now is the time when martial arts were dominant before the rise of the magic world. Even more so. Isn't she the one who usually brought healers? At this point, it was difficult for her shoulders to straighten, of course. Jaehyeon aimed at this and proceeded to recruit Han Jaehyeon as part of it. The mirror itself was able to operate with just my magic power. Even the difference in stats was nothing to me. It's just that he can't play an active part in many-to-one matches. But Jaehyeon is already the strongest in subspace. However, Jaehyeon did not choose to make himself stand out in this attack. A clash between martial arts and magic. It was to alleviate it and exclude the strange war of nerves between them and the tendency to avoid each other in the upcoming event. In reality, viewers reacted exactly as Jaehyeon intended. Anonymous 12, wow, this is cadet-level magic. Anonymous 83, the magic world alone can't do anything, ahaha. That's enough, Anonymous 91, but it seems like there is prejudice in the magic world. Just looking at Camilla, she eats dungeons with her firepower. But she was covered by Balak. Anonymous 13, isn't this the magicians chewing up if martial arts give them casting time? Perceptions are slowly changing, at a much earlier point than before the regression, however. It will not make the perception biased towards the magic world like before the return, now ahead of a great war. If you were to lose your strength due to the discord of your allies, what kind of loss would there be, traditionally? There is no winner in war. This circle battle is nothing more than a mock battle in which no one gets hurt, but in a real war in the end. A tower will be built with the corpses of countless people. Memories of Hrungnir, there I saw the giant's brutal death. Hrungnir, the sad look of him leaving the young Smur and dealing with Thor alone. It remained very deep in Jaehyeon's brain, because he decided at this point, we must somehow unite the power of the world's raiders. While Jaehyeon was lost in thought, Jeon Kim continued with a faint smile. We have prepared 3 rewards in all. 3. Jaehyeon's eyes widened at those words. Kim Jaehyeon nodded and looked around at the members of the Black faction. The first, as you know, is the point. The second is the divine mirror you used this time. I will give this to Jaehyeon, the representative, so it would be nice if you decide who gets it. Up until this point, Jaehyeon had also expected the reward. Last, what is it? I thought so. But all of a sudden Kim Jaehyeon appeared with a serious expression. The third and last reward is, it was about 2 hours ago that Jaehyeon and his party returned to the circle room, in front of the party, who were drinking champagne even though it was non-alcoholic, feeling a lot better after receiving a reward from Kim Jaehyeon a while ago. Finally, the third reward the chairman said arrived, when he quickly opened the package. It contained something that Jaehyeon hadn't even thought of. Also, because people have to be capable. Jaehyeon muttered that and took out several brilliant artifacts from inside the box. It was the artifact she was supposed to pay. It was not one. We decided to give artifacts to a few key cadets based on merit. Please accept it and use it in a good place. Each party distributed the items received from Kim Jaehyeon according to the names written on them and began to open them. All of them looked happy as if they had become children. Kim Yoo-young and Seo In-na were each given gloves and staffs that reduced the casting speed of magic. An Ho-yeon's pauldrons. And Lee Yi-sang's magic and sword. All were given chain mail with high resistance for Kwon So-yeol. A bracelet that temporarily increases the total amount of mana that can be drawn out so that he can expand his detection ability. All of them were the best items within a plus grade value. However, not all of them were as good as Jaehyeon's. He smiled and swept through the objects assigned to him. I really didn't expect to get it this way here, he chuckled. Tring displays the information of the newly acquired artifact. Chapter 279 Mills School Festival Part 1 Equipment Item. Name, Sense Amplification Crest Rank. S. A crest that can significantly improve the user's 6 senses. It is engraved on the desired body part, but is hidden when the skill is not active. Uses the user's magical power as a medium, if you have the same type of skill. The effect is greatly increased. Crest of Sensory Amplification. This was a fraudulent artifact that Jaehyeon was familiar with even before returning, an item that amplifies the user's senses to the limit. Of course, since it is applied as a passive skill, there is a minor problem that you cannot adjust the timing you want. It was self-evident that if you use it well, you will be able to grow faster. The person who got this before the regression must have been Kang Seong-hun, who was an A-class raider. Kang Seong-hun accidentally obtained this artifact at the timing when he was about to die. It is said that he was able to survive. After that, he said he probably crossed the dead line more than 50 times. Regardless of whether it was an exaggeration or not, it had already been proven that the effect of the sensory amplification sentence was great. Jaehyeon nodded his head in satisfaction. For reference, the item Han Jaehyeon received was a moderately useful robe of divine amplification, something that looks slightly better than the one he used in the past. It is the perfect artifact for her. After checking all the artifacts that others had obtained, Jaehyeon used his own as well. Used the artifact Crest of Sense Amplification. A crest of sensory amplification dwells on the user's body, along with the system message. A black pattern began to be engraved around Jaehyeon's shoulder, It was in the shape of a sword. I've never seen it before, but it's a luxurious shape. Kim Yoo-young, who was watching this, tilted her head and made a rough expression. Because this tattoo makes me look like a bully, that's prejudice. Jaehyeon cuts off his words. But he still doesn't seem to like her. It was an uncomfortable face in many ways to look around the shoulders. Fortunately, it only emitted light when the power was used. So it quickly disappeared. I thought I couldn't show it to my mother. Ina just smiled with her hands together as if everything was okay after everyone has settled their respective rewards. Okay. I got all the rewards, I'll take the final exams. But I'll be at my best. Are you free now for a while? The members of Nine and Seonjun clenched their fists at Yihyun's muttering words. Finally, I can finally rest. I see, sister, I feel great right now. Kwon Soyeol and Kim Yoo-young cheered. And Ina started reading the wish list she had written down on her smartphone. First, I have to go to a pasta shop and eat cream pasta. Then stop by a karaoke near the East Gate and then go to a department store to buy summer clothes. She was also very prepared. Yihyun laughed at the party and Kim Yoo-jung, who was watching from the side, wriggled for a while, immediately said to him, Hey Min Yihyun, why, do you have time during the school festival on the first night? Will there be? I don't have any special schedule. I have something to say then, shall we see you that day? Hearing Kim Yoo-young's words, I began to feel a gaze from somewhere on my cheek. Yihyun nodded his head, wondering if it was a big deal. Okay, then I'll see you at the main gate on the day the festival starts. In the meantime, only Kwon Soyeol was the only one who read the entire situation completely and was taken aback. Her uneasy gaze sharply scanned the space between Kim Yoo-young and Seo In-na. What a mess this is. I know that Kim Yoo-young has recently undergone internal changes. But what did she see at the red gate that changed her attitude so drastically? However, the problem did not end there. Yihyun. See you on the second day then. Didn't you forget what we promised? Those were Seoina's words. Even Yihyun couldn't help but feel a little uneasy there. It was because being alone with Ina after the school trip had become awkward, but there is no avoiding it. If I had drawn the line right from the start, she wouldn't even act like this. If there is a problem, it must be with me. In addition, as Ina said, Yihyun made a promise to Ina before the match. If you help Jaehyeon Min and finish this operation successfully, you should have agreed to grant him one wish later. Akare. Because of that, Yihyun had no choice but to say that. It looks like it will be a very long festival. Yihyun thought about that. And Kwon Soyeol kept his eyes open and rolled his pupils. He remembered what Camilla had asked himself before leaving. So, who the hell is Yihyun's girlfriend? The Mills Academy Festival is several times more grand than other academy festivals. This is because reporters and politicians tend to flock to the academy because it is a cram school where top students are concentrated. For reference, the way the festival proceeds is simple. Total duration is 1 week. At this time, the cadets must use their own organs to open a booth that reveals their individuality for more than 1 day during the festival. Yihyun and his colleagues chose a cafe. As expected, preparing a booth is filthy hard. I'm worried that a lot of people will come on the festival day. Kwon Soyeol crossed his arms and let out a small sigh. She has the experience of opening a booth under Sid the previous year as well. It seemed that he understood correctly that there were a lot of troublesome things. On the other hand, the other coworkers were delighted, saying that it would be fun. Reproduction was about half and half. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't as excited as it was because it was a festival. Anyway, I'm not very comfortable with my current situation. It's a festival in a situation where you have to beat the Aesir god. Hela also climbed on her shoulder and held her tail, reminding Yihyun of the same fact. Anyway, remember that something like Red Gate could happen at any time. What you've accomplished recently, it's a level that even Odin can't ignore. Maybe he'll come to you in some way. I know I don't relax and concentrate as much as possible while preparing for the booth. Yihyun couldn't help but keep thinking about that. In order to protect the daily life of laughing and chatting with the people you love like now, you have to kill Odin in the end. You have to concentrate. And don't lose me, it was something Yihyun kept thinking about lately. So, how should we distribute the roles? Yihyun tried to hide his uneasiness. Kwon Soyeol put her hand to her mouth and pondered for a while before saying, Ine is good at food, so let's take on cake-like desserts with Hoyin. And Yoo-jung me. And Yihyun served them. Yi-sang-lee. You will receive full instructions separately because I have a good memory. How is it? Yi-sang-lee was the first to nod. It was a pleasure to be recognized. Kwon Soyeol's role arrangement was indeed accurate and smooth. Yihyun and Kim Yoo-young, who are not good at food, are assigned to serve. Ina is good at food. So of course she was in charge of coffee and food and decided to help on Hoyeon. Yi-sang-lee instructed. He was smart enough to memorize all the complicated names of herbs. So there was no problem with the arrangement. However, Kwon Soyeol could not avoid one person's question. I have a question for you. Sister, why am I serving and not the dessert department? Startled, Yihyun didn't miss the fact that everyone's shoulders flinched and trembled. How can you say such a terrible sound with such an innocent expression? To enter the dessert department yourself. Maybe that's it, assassination? Yihyun couldn't help but shudder at the terrible thought. He knows he can't cook himself, however. Kim Yoo-young is not even aware of that. There is no self-awareness, that's why it's a monster, Kwon So-yeol said while breaking out in a cold sweat. No, that's Kim Yoo-young is still tilting her head when the suffocating silence flowed, she said with a bright face as if she had remembered. That's why you showed a great performance in the circle competition before, that's why it's popular. So I think there will be a lot of people who want to take pictures. Ah, it was like that. Well, I thought there was something strange about the personnel appointment, after all. You are my sister. No one mentioned the reign of Seo Ina's sword, which was praised at the end. Anyway, it is you can't assassinate a customer, can you? So the preparations for the school festival were going smoothly, however. Yihyun didn't know something. The fact that something very huge was slowly approaching him and his comrades. Only 2 days left until the festival. Unexpected news came to Miles Academy. What a new transfer student has entered the academy, if it had been another academy. You might think it was no big deal, but the news that a transfer student had entered Miles was truly unprecedented. The reason is simple. Mills Academy's transfer test, because its difficulty is beyond imagination. The transfer test is structured so that it cannot be passed unless it is at least the level of a B-class radar. This was in line with the meaning of the Academy's operating policy itself, which would focus on sacred bones without accepting cadets from other academies. I will never accept it unless it is excellent. That was the criteria for selecting Mills as a transfer student. But the person who broke it appeared. Yihyun looked at Kim Ji-yeon holding the microphone on the podium with a suspicious look on her face. The place where I am standing with my colleagues right now is the auditorium. All the cadets gathered to hear about the school festival. The story about the transfer student came out for the first time on the spot, and the story has developed so far. So a new transfer student came into Mills. Her name is Pei and her nationality is Swedish. Please welcome everyone without prejudice. Pei, the transfer student, was a very unique boy with red hair and red eyes. A typical radar figure with fine muscles well placed and shoulders wide open. It was to the extent that no one could dispute that he had an outstanding appearance even at a glance. In fact, the response was also very good. Faye, it's a very exotic name, Sweden. Do I need to come all the way to Korea from there? But he's really handsome, isn't that almost like Min Yi-hyun or In Ho-yeon? You look so out of place, red hair and red eyes. They each began to mumble, saying one word at a time. Meanwhile, Yihyun wonders why while looking at him, I couldn't help but suffer from an unknown sense of incongruity. Then Faye-kun, please introduce yourself briefly. Kim Jaehyeon handed the microphone to Faye, who was waiting for a brief introduction. He received this and stepped forward. Call me Faye, I wish we could be friends. That moment, Yihyun was able to realize the identity of the intense sense of discomfort that was climbing up his spine. A human named Faye, a guy like that doesn't exist in my memory before returning. In the first place. Until the moment of his death. Not a single cadet succeeded in transferring to Miles. The name Faye and the face, I don't remember anything. A completely different person from the memories before the return intervened. Yihyun looked at him as he came to the podium with a conclusion. At that moment, Yihyun knew that he too was looking at him, and it was no coincidence. Chapter 280 Mills School Festival Part 2. Yihyun returns to his room. He thought about the transfer student he had just seen. Pei, an exotic-looking boy who was said to have come from Sweden. What is his true identity? A new intervention by a person who did not exist in one's memory before returning. It wasn't like that hadn't happened before. But it was the first time he had suddenly and directly put pressure on himself in this way. A transfer student with the best talent. It is said that among faculty members, there is even talk that Faye has a talent comparable to Yihyun. Is this really a coincidence? No way, Yihyun smiled. I have never heard of a transfer student at Miles, let alone when I was in school. And before returning, he's a suspicious guy. Certainly there is a point. I also think something is strange. Furthermore, Hella agreed. She now sat cross-legged in human form. She crossed her arms. Actually, I was feeling it a little while ago. A very deep and gigantic magic that emanates from somewhere. Perhaps the subject of that magical power is as expected. The transfer student. Yihyun quickly came to a conclusion. Pei, he was the one who pressured Yihyun with his huge magical power. I still don't know for sure, but he was also looking at himself. That kept bothering me. I must prepare. It's very likely. It's the Aesir's dog. We need to show that we are not pushed back here. Yihyun has already made a decision. I will fight if necessary, because if I don't do that, I won't be able to protect mine. A few days after that, the first day of the school festival finally dawned. The booth preparations for the cafe run by 9 were proceeding smoothly. Under the direction of Kwon So-yeol, they set up a signboard, set up a basic framework, and bought various items to redecorate the interior. An Ho-yeon learned how to make coffee, and Seo Ina learned how to make dessert. Now there is no such thing as a big problem in operation. All that was left was an inspection. Are you done with this now? The opening is in 2 days. Well, it doesn't seem like anything special. Kwon So-yeol muttered that while holding the pen. She was almost a secretary now. Yi Sang-lee nodded from the side. I think so, since it is only open for one day. You have to pay that much attention and do well. Then, today and tomorrow are free. Right? It was Kim Yoo-young's question. Kwon So-yeol nodded with a slightly subtle expression. Kim Yoo-young first took off her apron and folded it neatly, then looked back at Yi Hyun and said, It's tonight, didn't you forget? I am not you. When Yi Hyun answered like that, Kim Yoo-jung wrinkled her forehead a little and left first. The expression of Seo Ina, who was watching this from behind, also changed subtly following Kwon So-yeol. Even An Ho-yeon asked in a whisper if he had come to grasp the unusual atmosphere. Senior, that could be, don't say more, now I don't know, the kids will take care of it. Yes, An Ho-yeon quickly shut his mouth. In that situation, the only bright light was Lee Yi-sang. There must be a lot of customers in the cafe. The night came quickly. Summer is coming, so I thought the days would be long, but I guess I was wrong, even if it wasn't completely clear. The darkness was steadily descending. The sky above the academy was filled with dark clouds. During the day when he had time, Yi Hyun inquired about rumors about the transfer student Faye. But to no avail, just came from Sweden, exotically handsome, that was it. If there's anything caught, I'd ask you to investigate that side a bit more, even though he had connections and money. He couldn't get his hands on any information about the transfer student. Suddenly, after wasting time like that, oh right, I had an appointment with Kim Yoo-young. Yi Hyun remembered his promise with Kim Yoo-jung. He went back to his hotel room and changed his clothes. I was going to wear a light hoodie. But since it was a festival, I decided to choose something I liked more. After thinking about it, I decided to wear white sneakers and light blue jeans. It was a white short-sleeved t-shirt and a light beige blazer. Meanwhile, at that time, Kim Yoo-young was also in trouble with her clothes lined up on the bed. Above, a denim dress. A white short-sleeved tee, a blue skirt, and black hot pants are lined up. Naturally, a decision had not yet been made. Which of these would work best? I searched the internet for a girlfriend look. But I couldn't come up with a sharp answer. The sound of everything. As long as it's pretty, it's all bullshit. What did he say? Did I go this far? I suddenly had that thought. But I shook my head and brushed off the thoughts. Cannot help it. If your heart has already been shaken once, will only lead to a sluggish state without an end in any way. At the time when Kim Yoo-young woke up in the hospital room a few days ago while choosing clothes, I remembered the conversation I had with Seo Ina. Inaya, I have something to tell you. It's about Min Yi Hyun. A few days ago, a private room at a hospital affiliated with Yeonhwa. Kim Yoo-young and Seo Ina were having a conversation. There is no one around. Seo Ina's answer came back to the question in the slightly flowing silence. The story about Yi Hyun, for some reason. Her voice was a bit hoarse at those words. Seo Ina felt that one side of her chest was choking. He knew best what she would say now. Seo Ina mustered up the courage to face Kim Yoo-young. She asked, What to say? I know you mean you like Yi Hyun. That's right, now I'm realizing it. Okay, the conversation between the two had the same theme, but ran parallel lines. We have something we want from each other. Also, in order to achieve this, no one had to give up. The two of them were silent for a while because they knew each other so well. Surprisingly, Seo Ina was the first to break the silence. Thank you for being honest. Sorry, I should have noticed my heart sooner. At Kim Yoo-young's words, Ina Seo shook her head as if she was okay. She held the hand of Kim Yoo-young, who was barely holding back her tears while holding the duvet cover tightly. After all, she didn't do anything wrong. It's just that it's a little late to notice your feelings. It was nothing that anyone would call a sin, even so. The reason she is in pain must be because of her feelings of guilt and guilt towards herself. Thinking like that made me feel sad again. He himself hadn't decided on Yi Hyun for a while, and he finally revealed it on a field trip. Kim Yoo-young, who watched the reenactment for a much longer time, thought that it must have been even worse. Seo Ina said in a friendly voice, Are you okay? I really rather like this for Yi Hyun and for us. Kim Yoo-young and I somehow became romantic partners, but in any case, the relationship between the two did not diverge. He was a colleague and a friend. The relationship between the two was not something that could be sorted out so easily. Seo Ina stood up from her seat with a rare bright smile. Anyway, neither of you has the heart to give up, right? Let's not say sorry to each other. Seo Ina said so and Kim Yoo-jung nodded slightly, and Kim Yoo-young a few days later, while preparing the booth. I mustered up the courage to tell Yi Hyun, Hey, Min Yi Hyun, do you have time during the school festival on the first night? I have something to say then, shall we see that day? Many cadets were already gathered at the main gate where Yi Hyun and Kim Yoo-jung were supposed to meet. There were a lot of people who were already married there, as if the atmosphere of the street also reflected that situation. There were several booths prepared for couples to enjoy. When Yi Hyun arrived, Yoo-jung Kim came out first and was waiting. She was wearing white short sleeves over blue hot pants, for some reason. The faint redness on her cheeks must have been made up. The shoes are all white Converse. It wasn't a shoe I wore often. Yi Hyun thought about it and waved his hand. It was 5 minutes earlier than the scheduled time. You came out early. What are you doing? Just by chance. Have you thought about what to do first? Then let's go. after Jaehyeon said that. He remembered the calendar he had seen earlier. In fact, it wasn't for any other reason that Jaehyeon decided to stay with Kim Yoo-jung on the first day of the festival. He recalled a memory he would never forget. It's getting closer and closer to the day Kim Yoo-jung died. In order to protect it, it is advantageous to stay by my side as much as possible. The butterfly effect has already occurred with its own regression. A lot has changed and twisted, but Hela said, the butterfly effect due to regression is only affirming the minimum interference for the adversary. In the end, the person who will die is most likely going to die unless you save it. Kim Yoo-jung will also die if she does not save it. Jaehyeon was thinking of somehow preventing the tragedy before returning. That's why I couldn't refuse her words to enjoy the festival on a busy day like now. First. From there, but she won't know this feeling. Jaehyeon also enjoyed the present time without expressing any more. Kim Yoo-jung seemed to have thought of all the schedules and wandered around well. The first was a restaurant and the next was a game room. After that, we ate street food and chatted at street vendors. It was not a bad atmosphere even for Kim Yoo-jung herself, but that time didn't last forever. The night was deeper than the first, and there was complete darkness all around. The people around them were slowly disappearing from the roadside as if they were slowly returning. Since there is a curfew at the academy anyway, he must have decided that it was better to go back now. Time goes by so fast, a time when no one else was around except for the two of them. Pounding, suddenly. Kim Yoo-jung's heart starts pounding and beating repeatedly. It was a feeling I felt for the first time in my life. Then we slowly turn around. After letting out a dizzying breath, she looked up at Jaehyeon, who was one head taller than herself. Jaehyeon was looking down at him with a worried expression. Hey, are you okay? Is it weird to breathe? Are you sick? After she made up her mind. She ignored Jaehyeon's words and took her luck. We saw each other for a long time, right? What are you worried about? It's all over again. After Jaehyeon said that, he decided that Kim Yoo-jung was okay. It's not quite like that. It seems like it's already been over 10 years. Jaehyeon looked at her and smiled. If you think about it, how much trouble I suffered because of you. Did you always leave something behind and take care of it for a day or two? It bothers me when I think about it. It was like that then? Jaehyeon couldn't help but be a little taken aback by Kim Yoo-jung's reply. Wasn't she the one who would have shouted, "When am I?" and kicked her in the shin? Why are you smiling so obediently today and accepting my words? By the time the doubts were added, Kim Yoo-jung stopped for a moment and lucked out. You didn't know because you weren't interested in talking about the kids. But do you know what the other kids said to us every time we went home after school? What did you say? When Jaehyeon asked indifferently, Kim Yoo-jung said in a trembling voice, "Are you dating us?" he asked. Did anything like that happen? So, are you in a bad mood and want to ask me? When Jaehyeon asked with a smile, Yoo-jung Kim looked at Jaehyeon and said, No, I was not feeling well. What? At that moment, Jaehyeon's footsteps also stopped. Kim Yoo-jung's voice continued in a situation where she couldn't even grasp what the hell she was hearing. I feel bad. I don't know what you mean. What are you talking about? At that time, Kim Yoo-jung's two cheeks came to mind and a faint smile licked out, with a face that seemed to finally feel relieved. She said, It means I like you. Chapter 281 Mills School Festival Part 3 It's a story that I like you. What? Jaehyeon couldn't help but ask. Stories you've heard, because its contents were so absurd. That's over 10 years in the meantime. While spending time with Kim Yoo-jung, he had never once felt such feelings. No. I've rarely experienced the feeling of liking someone from the beginning. Become a radar. You must also take care of your mother. I just spent every day in such blind obsession, but apparently it wasn't her. Jaehyeon looked at Kim Yoo-jung's unshakable eyes that look like they'll burst into tears if you touch them. What should he say here? I cannot know, so for a long time. I stood in a daze. Not saying anything, Jaehyeon knows that her behavior had changed recently and that she saw something about herself in the trauma, that the attitude towards yourself has completely changed. But are these emotions allowed to you now? It was the same with Cona. I can't afford myself. Jaehyeon was still too weak to give one piece of emotion to someone right now. And he had to become stronger. And at this point, Jaehyeon's direction was determined solely by the gods, not himself. If that's the case, here too you don't have to answer now. The moment I was about to open my mouth thinking about that, those words came out of Kim Yoo-jung's mouth first. Jaehyeon's pupils trembled. The look of herself in her eyes had never been so ungainly. He is indecisive and cannot easily make decisions. I thought everything was settled after the regression. But in the end it wasn't. It wasn't enough to be a good person to others, especially if it was your dearest friend. No matter what anyone said, Kim Yoo-jung was my oldest friend. If this relationship progresses further, it may lead to further retreat. At that moment, Jaehyeon avoided Kim Yoo-jung's eyes looking up at him. Sorry. It's not a story I brought up because I wanted to hear that. Don't worry because I won't get along with Anae because of you. Just for now, Kim Yoo-jung reached out to Jaehyeon. Soon. Her hand touches Jaehyeon's face. Stay there. It was the word I most wanted to hear. Why did he say that to Jaehyeon, who was under pressure to move on? It was a word that brought out a torrent of emotions. Yihyun couldn't help but lower his head. Minutes from it, the two of them didn't say anything and just stood there. It was a little past midnight when I got back to the hotel. The morning of the second day of the festival dawned. Today is the day I have an appointment with Seona. Yihyun headed to the east gate. The meeting place, the walk was, of course, not light at all. My heart was tight and I felt like my hair would go white any minute. It was because I had hardly slept in the aftermath of the confession I heard from Kim Yoo-young yesterday. Of course. Staying up all night for a few days is not difficult for a radar with a transcendent body. However, if you had to continue to consume your heart in the meantime, the story would be different again. Jaehyeon Kim, his oldest friend, what she said to herself, it was a serious matter that could turn their relationship up to now. Fortunately, she took a step back. So now I have time to think. I can't torture hope for too long like Ine and Kim Yoo-young. So what do you want to do? Hella asked Yihyun, who was lost in his thoughts yesterday. Yihyun couldn't answer anything at that moment. What do you want to do now? Is it okay to just put everything behind us? It's frustrating. While Yihyun muttered like that from a distance, Seona, who had already arrived, began to appear, because Anaya is the type to keep appointments on time. Yihyun thought so and continued walking, perhaps feeling the presence. Seona also smiled lightly at Yihyun. Seona in front of the gate seemed to be quite careful about her clothes. Just like yesterday's Kim Yoo-young, she is wearing a short dress that floats over a black H-line skirt. There were light waves in her hair, revealing a pure white, round forehead. You didn't wait too long. Did you? Shall we go at once? Seona suggested that with a slightly more excited expression than usual. Yihyun nodded anyway. Today I decided to do whatever she wanted. The first place the two of them visited was a department store located at the East Gate. There. Seona took Yihyun to the men's clothing section. Hello, can I help you? When the clerk greeted her. Seona nodded slightly. Please, what kind of clothes did you come to see? I want to buy a summer setup. At Seona's words, the clerk nodded. Saying yes, she started guiding Yihyun and Seo to the corner where the setup was prepared. Yihyun whispered to Seona, I didn't think much about buying clothes. Are you okay? I'll buy it for you. But still, wasn't that what I wanted today? Seona asked with a disappointed expression. Yihyun had no choice but to keep his mouth shut. This is a product prepared for summer setup from here on out. This one is the best. Seo tried many things on Yihyun for a long time and eventually bought 3 sets. Yihyun was exhausted. But Seona was happy. The clerk said happily that he was selling 3 sets of expensive setups at once. I've heard a lot about Yihyun and Ine. Are you dating too? Oh, that's it. When Yihyun was about to say something, Seona lightly stepped on Yihyun's foot and cut off his words in the middle. Right, I just happened to see it. It was a more difficult situation to deny there. The two of them tricked the clerk and left the department store. Yihyun let out a small sigh. He asked as he put the bag containing the purchased clothes into his inventory. Anyway. Why did you suddenly decide to buy me clothes? For reference, one suit had already been changed into a new one bought a little while ago. It was a setup consisting of a luxurious dark blue blazer and pants. Because you don't want to see me always wearing only dull colors. Yihyun was saddened by the fact that he could not deny what Seona said. In fact, it was just as she said. Until now I had bought clothes while earning a lot of money and points, but they were always dull colors, black or grayscale, since I only collected such clothes. There could be nothing fancy about it, so I wanted to change it a little this time. Thank you, Yihyun calmly said that. Of course his mind was fresh. But it was an act to be considerate of himself. There was no need to bring out unnecessary words here. Then shall we go to the next place now? I spent quite a bit of time choosing clothes, but I still had time, looking at the clock. It was only about 2 p.m. At the thought of starting from now on, Yihyun felt dizzy. But he didn't express it outwardly. The next place she reached was one of the booths opened by other cadets. It turns out that it is a play that is conducted by renting the academy building itself. Yihyun and Seona sat in the best seats, looking closer. I saw many familiar faces. Surprisingly, Junghyun and Kang Ju-hyup were also there, on stage too, unsurprisingly. They were playing the role of fighting each other again this time. You bastard, can't you stop doing evil right there? This trashy bastard lives with swearing in his mouth. When Junghyun shouted that first. Kang Ju-hyup snorted. X-foot, you're talking funny. I know my babies like you. I know how to be nice in front of you and look down on people behind your back. The cadets under the stage who listened to the lines of the two people tilted their heads. Even the lines in the front are correct. I'm hearing the lines in the back for the first time. Is it an ad-lib? Of course. Yihyun couldn't notice this. Anyway, the play went on. The dialogue was a bit childish. But Yihyun thought it was quite interesting in its own way. How long have you been spending time like this? At the same time as I suddenly thought of it, little by little. The uneasiness that had been under him began to dissipate. After all, the play was over. Seona and Yihyun came out quietly while the curtain call was in full swing. It's not polite. But it's because I didn't want to draw too much attention. There are already a lot of reporters and people at the festival here. Photos and videos are supposed to be taken without invading the privacy of the cadets as much as possible. But reporters are scattered around anyway. How many people can really abide by those rules? Moreover, Jaehyeon and Seona, who are highly recognized, had to be even more careful, and the clothes you're wearing are a little fried. Then let's go, huh, aren't Jaehyeon and I, as I was about to leave. I heard a familiar voice from behind. Giant Han, the head of Seongyun, was standing there wearing a lot of strange makeup, a figure wearing a strange clown mask and wig on his head. Why are you doing that? Jaehyeon thought about it and asked. It's a little bad. Are you being bullied by your circle members? Oh, the kids in my circle said that everyone else didn't suit me. But this outfit only suits me. Haha, this is also important to look good, so I had no choice but to do it. I guess I'm being bullied, Seona whispered, of course. She couldn't hear her voice while the two were having a conversation. Han Jian opened her mouth. But what are you guys doing here? I saw a play. What about the other kids' restroom? No, the two of us came out today. Just the two of you. The corners of Han Jian's lips rose subtly at Seona's answer. These kids are all ready, she smiled and cleared her throat. I caught you without notice. Come on, I think I have something to do. No, rather than something like that. Something? Jaehyeon tried to say something more, but he just gave up. It seems that the other side has already misunderstood enough, and the appearance of an explanation is not very good. If there is a chance, it won't be too late to talk about it later. Then I go. Giant Han turned around wearing the grotesque mask again. She waved her hands and seemed to be enjoying the festivities. Then let's go too. Gotta go back soon. The cafe has to open tomorrow too. Akae, at Jaehyeon's words. Ine obediently agreed. The two went out of the building and walked along a deserted street. There were few reporters. You should be almost back by now, in fact. It would not be difficult for a person with the level of Jaehyeon to figure out that someone was following him from behind. After a while, realizing that everyone had disappeared, Jaehyeon suddenly opened his mouth. It was the road that took Seona. Didn't you call me because you had something to say? The intent of the words was clear. Seona's confession last time and her words that she said she would not give up. Reproduction is to bring out the present words to put an end to it. Seona tidied up her clothes for a while before opening her mouth. There is, don't you have to? Now, Jaehyeon tilted his head, as if questioning her words. Why, that's why you called me. You were confessed to by Yuyong yesterday, right? Seona's words came in suddenly. Jaehyeon made a puzzled expression. But Seona said as if she already knew. I knew from the start, Yujung likes you, only you and I didn't know. Actually, I hoped you wouldn't know until the end, so have you made up your mind now? No, at that moment. Seona also responded immediately. Seona continued watching Jaehyeon. I think I like you too much to give up. Again, Jaehyeon couldn't say anything. Seona's transparent, shining eyes seemed to see through everything inside her. It was like an insightful eye clearly contemplating her shaking heart. Then shall we go back? Seona, who really confused herself, just smiled and said that. Chapter 282 Mills School Festival Part 4 Asgard, a room located in the center of the Valkyries' shelter. A woman inside was staring at the wall. Sighing, a long sword made of Asgard's special ore hangs on the wall, and beneath it are oil-stained armor and helmets. Female. Sigrun looked at the deadly weapons and thought for a moment. I didn't expect the day to use these weapons again would come so early. Among Freyja's direct subordinates, the thing that made her, who is said to be the most outstanding, suffer, it was a hellish war that would happen again, Ragnarok. This put her in deep doubt. How the hell did things get so twisted? Sigrun looked back on his memories of 10,000 years ago. At the time of the first Ragnarok, the tower of countless corpses he had seen and the appearance of compatriots whose wings had been broken. It was hell. 9 worlds or 2 factions. They were divided into those who followed Odin and Loki. Every day there was a war between the two powers. Odin thought he could easily subdue Loki, but it proved difficult. Loki was cunning and strong. At first he sided with Asgard, but parted ways with Odin. It was because he was tired of Odin's indiscriminate conquest and domination. Loki said that every race has its own life and that we should not try to dominate them, but Odin thought differently. The one who has to hold everything in his hands, that was Odin. Thanks to this, the world will face its first end. That's a record from 10,000 years ago. It was Ragnarok. Sigrun knew. Her master Freyja is against Odin's second war, but because of something precious Odin had in his hands, just because of that, she was obeying Odin's words. I don't know what Freya-sama has stolen from Odin, but what needs to be done now is clear. Deal with the enemies of the prophecy as Freya told her. That is the reward for the woman who took care of herself with nothing. Sigrun thought so and put on his helmet. There was a fishy smell of blood. It was more likely the smell of an iron helmet. But to her it smelled like thick blood. The blood of the terrible war of 10,000 years ago has not yet been shed. She thought so, and in such a state, Sigrun and the Valkyries had to prepare for the second war. Sigrun stepped outside and shouted at the Valkyries already lined up below. Is everyone ready? Yes, the unwavering voice of the Valkyries. Sigrun nodded and spread the wings on his back. I will go, adversary of prophecy. Our goal is to destroy him. Keep in mind all got it. At her words, all the Valkyries spread their wings and nodded in unison. The goal was clear. Adversary Jaehyeon Min, what was it like at that moment? Hyujin's words lingered in Sigrun's ears for a moment. The antagonist of the prophecy, was he strong? Strong. His answer without hesitation sent chills down her spine. You can die in this battle. She had always lived on the battlefield with that thought in mind. But this time the thought seemed to fill Sigrun's head more deeply. Third day. Finally, the opening day of the Cafe 9 prepared has arrived. Lastly, Kwon So-yeol gathered all the members and finished the inspection and barely breathed a sigh. He looked exhausted already after going through several checks. The name of the cafe was simply 9, since the name of the circle is worth it anyway. There was no need to promote it separately. It wasn't opened for the purpose of selling a lot in the first place. It wasn't something that I had to think too deeply about, of course. When will I open the store? The problem is that there are too many people for that kind of thing. Hey, dealing with all those people, do you want to see someone being carried away today? I know, yeah. An Ho-yeon and Kim Yoo-young exchanged words. It was as they said, 8:50 a.m. The cafe hadn't even opened yet. But countless people were already standing in line arguing with each other outside. He wanted to see the faces of Jaehyeon and his colleagues at least once. Anyway, I think this is a bit harsh. Jaehyeon let out a small sigh. Scheduled opening time is 9 o'clock, however. Kwon So-yeol looked at the hands of the clock for a moment and then said as if he couldn't help it, I can't, it's not good to make you wait too long. Let's open a little early. With those words, the cafe door opened. Welcome, the greetings of Jaehyeon, Kim Yoo-young and Kwon So-yeol, who were in charge of serving. Continued, all 4 tables. People rushed in and quickly started to fill the cafe. All of them looked at the members and had a strange expression. Wow, it's a real-life reformation, seeing the woman covering her mouth and pointing at her. Jaehyeon showed a sales smile as if he couldn't help it. Well, in a way. It's a natural thing. There was a reason they reacted like that. 9's overwhelming performance in the recent circle competition. This is because a recording of it was recently aired nationally on TV. In the process, people admired their skills. And 9 gained such a great status that even a fandom was created. It is even more strange that no one wants to see the real thing. Kwon So-yeol naturally guided the guests to their seats and gave full-fledged instructions. 1 vanilla latte at table 1 and 1 tiramisu. You guys take orders for the other tables and deliver them to Yi-sang Lee, can you? Of course. Jaehyeon replied with a smile. And Kim Yoo-jung was slightly frozen. In fact, Jaehyeon had quite a bit of experience working at a cafe. It was because being a radar was always an unstable job, so I often worked part-time jobs. Of course. Even that would have been difficult if it wasn't for his handsome face. Because people's lives became destitute after the demonic beast outbreak, and as a result, jobs themselves were greatly reduced. It was difficult to find a part-time job. For this reason, Jaehyeon thought that this cafe operation would not work properly, but what surprisingly, the cafe was doing insanely well. There were even people waiting in line, so I said everything. At first, I wondered if this would work. But Jaehyeon admired Kwon So-yeol's insight. It was her opinion that suggested opening a cafe in the first place. Plus, the employee outfit you're wearing right now. Its design was also directly handled by Seo Nuna and Kwon So-yeol. It's a simple combination of white and black. But it's a pretty design that doesn't match the clothes worn by the staff at any other popular cafe. If there was a handsome and pretty employee there, it would have been icing on the cake. As expected. The world is unfair. When Jaehyeon felt that way, suddenly a voice came from the table where the guests were sitting. That's Min, Jaehyeon's brother, right? Could you help us to take a picture? Please sign me too. And it's Kim Yoo-young, aren't you the strongest in the world? Seo Ine is there too, your face is really small. An Ho-yeon is crazy, well done, are you almost an elf? Lee Yi-sang, Oppa, I want to put it in my pocket. There were some people who were a bit screwed up. But it was true that the position of the circle members had risen sharply anyway. More than expected. Jaehyeon's colleagues were popular. Lee Yi-sang has a face and behavior that stimulates protective instincts. An Ho-yeon has a genuinely proud face and a slightly clumsy appearance. Kim Yoo-young is bright and cheerful. It was because of Seo Ina's pretty and mysterious appearance. For some reason, Kwon So-yeol's ferocious impression was the dominant review. It's Jaehyeon, he's also the leader in the first place. Its cool look made it popular. It's not bad no matter what. Jaehyeon gave a bright sales smile before returning. I couldn't properly establish my position as a radar, so I learned from work too and from work. But I never thought it would be helpful in this way. It was unthinkable for him at the time, of course. I don't think that would be very helpful in catching Odin, but that's not bad though. It would be pretty nice to live like this after everything is over. It was Jaehyeon, who had spent the last few decades hunting monsters as a raider, but I thought that this kind of life would be fun too. Let's try a little cafe later with the money we saved up. Of course, you will need to prepare, but whatever it is, it will not be as good as what is in front of you. Jaehyeon smiled at that thought. When he thought so, a noisy girl pushed herself into the cafe. Brother Jaehyeon Min, where are you? Come out right now. Jaehyeon tilted his head. Why was he there? He had that expression. The identity of the girl who entered the cafe was Seo Ah-hyun. He attacked themed dungeons with Jaehyeon and often hung out with his circle members. I haven't dealt with him well lately because I've been busy. So it seems like he came to me in person. Aren't you really like that? Jaehyeon calmly asked Kim Yoojung as she pretended to tilt her head. Seo Ah-hyun almost exploded. That's too much. If you forgot me in a while because I haven't, sit down, order something to drink. Jaehyeon adjusted it properly as if he couldn't do it. Seo Ah-hyun immediately laughed and ordered something to drink. She said to Jaehyeon, I've seen all of those older brothers and sisters doing their best in the circle competition. It was amazing. The fact that compliments come out of your mouth means that there is a reason I will be joining Miles next year. So please accept me on 9-2. I'll think about it. Seo Ah-hyun clenched her fists and shook her head. That's the same as not accepting it. Please accept me too. It also has a unique skill, so it's quite useful. Well, it is true that she was helpful when attacking the themed dungeon. Not only that, but she also helped a lot during the defeat of the King of the Dark Elves. Jaehyeon nodded moderately and shook her hand to send her away. After that, the cafe work continued for a while. When it was closing time, with my daughter a guest came. I'm sorry, but 9 is out of business. Kwon Soyol's expression, which was about to say that, suddenly hardened. You are? Jaehyeon's gaze also goes that way. There was a familiar face there. Faye was a mysterious transfer student, he said in a hoarse voice. I'm sorry, but bring me a glass of the bitterest thing here. Jaehyeon smiled faintly. Kwon Soyol asked, how will we do it? I accept it. Jaehyeon thought it was Akue. I was going to approach from this side. But if you come from that side first, nothing bad, as he thought so. He looked at the boy with red hair and red eyes in front of him. Pei, a golden opportunity to reveal his identity has arrived. Chapter 283 Mills School Festival Part 5 Click. Now. It's an Americano with all the shots you want. Jaehyeon is Faye. I sat down in front of the transfer student and folded my apron. Faye smiled slyly. Is this the original service like this, no matter how much I do? It's a bit burdensome when we sit face to face. I think there must be something to talk about with me. Yes, Jaehyeon did not back down and gave strength to his neck. Pei, in his opinion, this transfer student was most likely a dangerous person. His strength is beyond standard. Miles passed the transfer test. It was true that alone already put a question mark on his identity. But be careful, it's dangerous. The Fae she actually faced was several times stronger than she thought. Even Hella warned. He said he was dangerous in front of his eyes. Jaehyeon gasped at the appearance of an unknown person. My colleagues behind me were just watching. At that time, Faye took a sip of Americano and said, I didn't know this was a cat cafe. Tsutsut at that moment. Jaehyeon raised his mana and watched him. I noticed the existence of Hella who had disappeared. What is his true identity? Aesir's personal, another crow, or is it a being with another deity? Wow, calm down, I just came to say hello. How can you believe that? Then how can I make you believe me? The answer that came back to Jaehyeon was somewhat eerie, even with the enemy in front of him and watching the menacing mana right in front of his eyes. He did not waver at all. What is it? By the time the question about him reached its climax, he drank an Americano at once. I saw a reenactment, deep, deep snow. Through the bright red eyes, Jaehyeon's face is reflected, and a huge amount of magical power comes into his eyes. Faye mumbled for a while, then went on, what's good enough? What do you want from me? Faye shook her head at Jaehyeon's question. Are you saying you can't answer now? Jaehyeon also swallowed. I can't fight here with my colleagues, at least somewhere else. A voice whispered in his ear as he thought so. It was Faye's words that came close to her before she knew it. How long do you think you can hide the second verse of the prophecy from your colleagues? After successfully finishing the daily cafe, Jaehyeon was having a small party with his colleagues. A little while ago, Faye had already left, without even paying for the coffee. He disappeared as suddenly as he had come. Jaehyeon didn't know his true identity, but he could figure out the true intention contained in his bright red pupils. You can't do everything by yourself forever. But why are you saying that to my enemy, under the circumstances? It was right to see Faye as her enemy and Aesir's dog. In fact, Hela has also spoken. I'm sure he had the power of the Aesir. The power of the awakening stone in the beginning was also subtle. But felt it's too much to say that there is no connection. I think so too, but I don't understand. You could just attack me, but why did you go through the hassle of transferring to an academy, also? Why did you bother to come to me and tell me about your colleagues? This is a problem that needs to be looked into gradually. It's overtime again. Hela muttered so softly, a little while ago. Faye also saw through the existence of Hela at once. Yuseong and S-class radar is an existence that even Li Yixin did not notice. How were you able to see through the identity of the demigod Hela at once? How strong will he be? I felt all kinds of doubts swirling around. But there was nothing I could do now. I plan to continue to collect information about him in the future, but what do you think while thinking? Kim Yoo-young suddenly asked. Jaehyeon shook his head. It's no big deal. Was he your friend? Seoane tilted her head and asked. But Yihyun said no, I just answered. It was then Jing. Ah, what is it all of a sudden? Kim Yoo-young gave a pin. An Ho-yeon's smartphone rang. He waved his apology and got up from his seat to answer the phone. What? That was the moment. An Ho-yeon's expression darkened in an instant, and the hand holding the smartphone began to tremble. Your mother is in critical condition. At those words, the expressions of all the party members hardened. The number of people who have been harmed by the regression of reproduction is quite a lot more than I thought. This is because Yihyun has made choices that are best for himself at every moment, and that can affect others unreasonably in any way. However, among them, there was always a person who suffered the most damage. He was the former director of Gujin Miles Academy. Ha, I'm going to make you do such a troublesome thing. Two men covered in dirt came to a lonely forest. One of them was someone who had recently been on a cruise with Yihyun, Congressman Park, and the one in front, wearing a prison uniform and frowning, was Gu Yaon. Sorry, Congressman, but wouldn't it benefit you too? With his power, it would not be unreasonable to bring Miles back. That's true, don't worry, this time. I am planning to take down Kim Jaehyeon and Min Yi-hyun myself. Is there a way? Of course, I am the one who knows everything about the academy. It's Gu Jane, there's nothing to worry about, trust me. Okay, Rep Park nodded his head at the cool answer. It was because there was no other way. Congressman Park was originally a politician who used Gu Yaon to defend his position. But his power has weakened after his recent downfall. It wasn't that he didn't have enough connections and strength to be dragged into prison, but it was true that he had suffered quite a bit. In this situation, how can he regain his former power? It was simple. Gu Yaon should be reinstated and take the position, so I helped him escape. After that, if you can wash your identity and destroy the academy, it would be something that Gu Jane alone can do. Because, so far, I've been careful to keep him out of sight of others to get him out of prison. At this level, it is true that he and Gu Yaon are secretive unless Yeon-hwa or Wind God directly step forward, and the news of Gu Jane's escape from prison will not reach anyone. Then, Gu Yaon, who changed his face through plastic surgery, regains the position of chairman. In that way, Congressman Park will also be able to regain his former glory. I thought of it, but it's a bright idea. He thought his brain is extraordinary and this job will never fail, but he never knew the fact that there must be someone who immediately noticed the news of her and Gu Yaon's affair. Yes, this is Park Seong-yi. It was as you said, Rep Park helped Jane Gu escape and it seems that Jane Koo is about to take action. It's a pity for Congressman Park. But he really has Yeon-hwa's radar. It was there. All members of Circle 9 rushed to the hospital immediately after hearing the news that An Ho-yeon's mother was in critical condition. Recently, with the help of Yeon-hwa, she was moved to a high-class single-person hospital room. But her condition was not improving. A situation where time continues to pass without even being able to wake up properly yet. Seeing in Ho-yeon's mother an oxygen respirator reflected through the glass, Yi-hyun couldn't stand the feeling of incongruity rising up. Weird. Originally, Ho-yeon's mother wouldn't be in critical condition at this point. I told Yeonhwa in advance. And the teacher even eased the condition with sacrifice. But why? It must have happened while the Aesir was actively attacking Midgard. Ordinary people will feel that even enduring the magical power that includes the godhead is too much for them. I don't know if you felt it there. But the disease that An Ho-yeon's mother is suffering from now has a part of her godhead. No matter how excellent magic sacrifice is, it is impossible to cure it. It must be as Hela said, as a result of confirming through magic detection. Yi-hyun also felt a slight divinity from An Ho-yeon's mother. This was something he didn't even know. Mom, An Ho-yeon muttered for a while, then clenched her fists tightly. Only money can save you because I thought so, recently. He sold arc metal and delivered it to the hospital room to save his mother. But after the Red Gate incident, the amount of magical energy in the atmosphere increased, making treatment difficult. Mother's illness continued to deepen. Mother may not make it past today. An Ho-yeon had just heard such a story from the doctor, but you shouldn't be embarrassed. That's the radar, it's not that I don't grieve. But I can't move forward if I don't endure it. Thank you all for coming. And Ho-yeon just said that even when her mother was dying, that moment, Yihyun was more focused on other things. An Ho-yeon's mother, the identity of the intense sense of incongruity felt in her condition. He had just figured it out. Her condition was obviously strange, as if someone had been attacked and forced into a coma. After leaving the hospital room where An Ho-yeon's mother was hospitalized, Yihyun continued to have doubts without leaving the hospital yet. An Ho-yeon's mother, whom I saw a while ago, her symptoms raised ongoing questions. Ho-yeon's mother, anyone could see that she was addicted to the godhead, but I don't understand. Yihyun was walking on a street with few people. All the other colleagues had already gone back. Why on earth did a person who is a god show his dignity against a mere human and put him in such a state? There's no reason to do that. Right, plus that power, Hela, you said just a moment ago, that belongs to Heimdall. You're right, the magic that made An Ho-yeon's mother sick was reverse flow magic. It is used by Heimdall. The gatekeeper of Asgard, it is most likely the work of another being who received power from him. But I don't understand why he did that, given the circumstances. There is a high possibility that it was aimed at An Ho-yeon. No matter how much I think about it, I can't erase the thought that there is something missing. I felt that way too. There's a high chance that it was a Satru's fault, but even that. Since you almost destroyed it during Limit Breaker, it was the time when Jaehyeon and Hela were talking. Jaehyeon, a call came from somewhere. Why? The moment he saw the name displayed on the phone. Jaehyeon thought that this phone call had something to do with this incident. It was more of a radar intuition. Seong-yi Park, Yoon Hwa's secretary, called her. After receiving the phone call and hearing the contents, Jaehyeon's expression was clearly ridiculed. Akare, there was one guy, he coveted on Ho-yeon's talent and even used his family to do so. Also, a dog-like bastard with ties to the Aesir. Jaehyeon was convinced with a fishy sneer on his lips. Gin, he started moving again. Squeak, AR test room at Mills Academy. A man with gorgeous gray hair is brandishing a sword. The tip of the sword was shaking because it had not been refined yet. But its destructive power surpassed the level of awe. It was on Ho-yeon's blue and white sword, in fact. It was a sword that the usual in Ho-yeon would never see. It was not a bow sword to save people, to kill. It is filled with strong hatred and only wildly swung one time at a time. By the way, the enemy he is dealing with is Wraith. It was a monster, a kind of ghost. He was holding a scythe and a small axe, but unlike normal individuals. They were black, elite monsters. It meant they were much stronger guys. The grade was B, but An Ho-yeon was treating them lightly as if he was cutting tofu. The look was somehow eerie and somehow sad. Also, there was a justification for his shabby shoulders, a story I heard from Jaehyeon a while ago because it disturbed him. Gujin, he might have made your mother that way. What? It's as I said, your mother is under the control of a very special power. That's why the disease you're suffering from doesn't get better. It's probably because Gu Yaon noticed your talent from the beginning, to put the burden on you and make it a strong radar based on this. An Ho-yeon felt his eyes go dark. What the hell is Jaehyeon talking about? That your mother wasn't just unlucky enough to get sick? How the hell did this happen? Gu Yaon, the guy has escaped. It must have been because I heard it from manager Seong-yi Park. You decide what to do. Should I cut off the bad relationship or I'll sit down here? After saying that, Jaehyeon disappeared. The doctor who treated my mother continued to complicate his mind. It will be difficult to pass today. That would not have been wrong. It's Yeonhwa's exclusive healing radar. There's no reason for them to lie at that moment. An Ho-yeon's heart shook violently. I've been trying so hard to save my mother, after all. I can't do anything here either. What the hell can I do here? The only thing left is to kill him, have to kill certainly. The thoughts that filled in Ho-yeon's head, that it will surely kill Gu Yaon, that was all. His eyes fall coldly and he starts swinging his sword again. The sword gradually begins to stabilize. Mother is dying despite knowing that fact. His sword was only slowly becoming sharper. Meanwhile, at that moment, Jaehyeon was alone in the hospital room where An Ho-yeon's mother was, of course. He secretly infiltrated this place without telling the doctor. I don't know if it will work or not, Jaehyeon muttered. Hela said, curling her tail, you're going to try it though. No, I will definitely do it. After saying that, Jaehyeon raised his mana. Now he was here to treat An Ho-yeon's mother. He planned to evolve sacrifice to a deeper level. Chapter 284 Mills School Festival Part 6 A hospital room filled with silence. In the dim interior, only the sound of magical energy rotating was heard quietly. Jaehyeon saw a middle-aged woman who looked like his friend who had fallen in front of him. She has a painful face if a little time passed. I was in a situation where I did not know if I would die, as the doctor said. Worst, her body, which has crossed the critical point, is slowly dying. Body with purple color, it was not poisoning, but a phenomenon in which the skin tissue itself was destroyed and died. Jaehyeon pulled out a fragment of a memory from the past. At the time of Limit Breaker, I am Seong-ho's body was like this. It took on a dark blue-purple color and was slowly poisoned to death. Of course, my sacrifice didn't work either. At that time, it was already too late when he tried to use magic to save Lim Seong-ho. In the first place, Hela told me that the disease caused by the godhead would not be effective even if it was a unique skill, and Ho-yeon's mother's symptoms now were exactly the same as then. Jaehyeon thought again and again, the act of forcibly injecting a godhead into his body and causing him to go berserk. This is something he experienced once, in the past. The victims and Lim Seong-ho could not be saved, but this time, a different result had to be obtained. Jaehyeon first raised his mana and activated sacrifice. Activate the active skill sacrifice, ignoring the sound of the system in his ears. Jaehyeon focused on his concentration over and over again. Upgrade of sacrifice, that is nonsensical if it was another low-grade skill. It would have been easy to pull out the transformation, but this is a unique skill from the beginning because I don't even know if it's possible to change the expression itself. Jaehyeon fully understood how difficult it was to do what he was trying to do. It was the same with Hela. If Jaehyeon succeeds here, It's like opening a way for him to become stronger, a human born with talents similar to Odin and Loki. On top of that, he has the tenacity to advance without giving up. He's a really scary person. The activation of the active skill sacrifice is cancelled. The effect of the skill towards the designated target is insignificant. In fact, the magic invocation failed. It would be more accurate to say that it failed in its current form. Jaehyeon caught his breath. After the mana is transferred to his body again, it goes through a purification process. Right now, Jaehyeon was using his mana to the limit. It is like filling a jar with water and carrying it on your head. A state that can overflow at any time, however. This process eventually allows people to walk more upright. It was a necessary process for Jaehyeon now. Not a single mistake is allowed. I need to focus. It could even hasten her death. I know I won't last long anyway. But however, Jaehyeon didn't hesitate at all. Aren't you the mother of a colleague? Even if it was the opposite situation, An Hoyeon would have done his best to help himself. If so, it is right for you to do your best in the present. Thinking that, Jaehyeon looked at the middle-aged man's eyes and said, I don't know if this is really true, but if you want to see your son grow even a little bit more, please get up here, I will do my best too. Jaehyeon began to directly pour magic power into her body, which was slowly fading away from its purple color. First of all, necrosis itself was delayed through sacrifice, but not all work was done. There was still a lot of work to be done. Jaehyeon first recalled Nidhogg's face, then closed his eyes and focused. Next, he recalls the story he heard in prison when he visited Nastrand in Niflheim. Akoe, all magic is a book. Jaehyeon reflected on this and slowly began to change his expression. After unraveling the tangled skeins, he contemplated and concentrated on the shapes and colors of the threads that made up the magic. Then, in front of her eyes, she saw something like a digital code that was connected to complex runes. Could Odin's lost eye, which can interpret all runes, shine? System messages also started to explode. The level of understanding of runes has risen dramatically. The level of understanding of runes has risen dramatically. The level of understanding of runes has risen dramatically. However, Jaehyeon did not stop there. Nidhogg's story, magic, book, fragmented words float around in my head and soon settle in one place. And square, it sounded like a quill pen scribbling something on parchment. It was a sensation, it was the basis of magic. It was understanding. Jaehyeon was sure magic is a story. In order to change its structure, the thread must be unraveled. If only you could do that. Jiing, the true effect of the active skill sacrifice is revealed. The wounds inflicted by the godhead can now be healed. You have succeeded in treating the designated target. You can change the ending of a cliched story. Jaehyeon broke into a cold sweat and smiled lightly. AR test room. An Hoyeon was sitting there with a white towel wrapped around her head. After swinging the sword for over 6 hours just a moment ago, he was finally breathing. Actually, it wasn't a breather. It was just putting it down for a while because I didn't have the strength to wield the sword. Mother, I have to protect her until the end. Should be by your side, anyone should. Isn't it customary to guard the place at the time of one's family's deathbed anyway? When I think of my mother who will walk down that cold road alone, I had to be by her side even for the last time, but I couldn't get off my feet. The vengeance that had boiled over a little while ago, wherever it went. It burned completely and then disappeared. Right now I'm just anxious. Only worries about the mother remain. Sick. Now if you go to the hospital, then I'm afraid I'll really see my mother's death. I was so afraid. The shock was so great that the tears didn't even flow. All I could think of was that I couldn't accept the unbelievable reality. It was the time when he was sitting blankly thinking that, geeing, suddenly. The phone vibrated, in fact. I didn't want to hear anyone's story right now, so I didn't want to answer the phone or talk about anything. But why at that moment, the idea of answering this call ran through his mind. It was closer to the sixth sense that radar possesses. Hello. Cadet An Hoyeon, I think you should come here quickly. My mother has woken up. When I heard those words, I hurriedly took the portal and headed for the hospital room. The smile I saw, it was a little more wrinkled than he remembered. But it was enough to make An Hoyeon feel overwhelmed. Mother woke up and was looking at herself. Mom, An Hoyeon was held in her arms like a child. The nurse, who was watching him from the side, said with tears in her eyes, a little while ago, my magic power level suddenly returned to normal, and like a miracle I opened my eyes. We still don't know the cause, so we're looking into it. Anyway, one thing is certain. The nurse patted An Hoyeon on the back and said, my mother has woken up and can recover now. Meanwhile, outside the window, Jaehyeon, who climbed onto Papy's back with the invisible magic cast, is watching this from the time he treated An Hoyeon's mother. The hospital turned upside down and An Hoyeon arrived here, and she hugs her mother and sheds tears. Jaehyeon just silently watched all of that you have the power to change something, feel its greatness once again, before returning. She was already dead. His mother is also Kim Yujeong. Jaehyeon had promised not to lose this time. Own one. Jaehyeon would keep his word. Also, he knew that this is just the first step towards doing just that. I cried in my mother's arms for a while. My mother never remembered that she had been asleep for years. I only have memories of a large man approaching and collapsing. After that, He only heard the voice of his son who kept coming to the hospital room, that unwavering voice that doesn't break like a dream. I'm glad, I'm doing well now, please don't get sick. Akane, I'm sorry for worrying you so much. Mother only said so, her hands on her back were clumsy. An Ho-yeon's family was poor when he was young. Maybe it's because of the hardships he suffered, if you remember. You worked at a restaurant for a long time. I remember the image of my mother whose hands were always swollen and tears came to my eyes again. By the way, does anyone really know how you woke up? An Ho-yeon asked the nurse. Next to him was a doctor who was investigating the truth of the case, he said. Raising his glasses, I have never seen anything like this in my hospitality. My mother's case is so rare, it's hard for me to know for sure. Did the patient see anything right before waking up? Maybe something will help. When the doctor asked such a question, An Ho-yeon's mother thought for a while and then said, I think I saw a man dressed in black with red eyes, or rather, an odd eye with one golden glow. An Ho-yeon's eyes narrowed at those words. I didn't even think about it. At that moment he was only certain. I don't know how he did it, however. It is Jaehyeon who saved his mother. An Ho-yeon smiled as he recalled his friend's face for a moment. Akane, you've always been ahead of me whenever I couldn't even see right in front of me. You farther away, I looked around more people. Jaehyeon was the object of his admiration. What you thought you couldn't do, always do it right. The opponent who went ahead of himself, who everyone said he had to be the best. To be honest, it was really comfortable and I was grateful, because he wasn't mental enough to handle the burden of the world. Because Jaehyeon took all the excessive spotlight that was supposed to be on him, so I was able to hide a little further back. But, at that moment, An Ho-yeon thought, standing behind the representation, it has already been experienced enough, powerlessness too, but now I don't want to do that. Now, even if you can't stand in front of Jaehyeon, it's difficult if you don't stand next to him. A faint smile spreads across An Ho-yeon's lips, words coming out of his mouth. If mom gets well soon, please come to our school festival. School festival? Are you talking about what Mills Academy said? Yes. An Ho-yeon clenched his fists tightly. There's something I really need to get back from my friend. Chapter 285 Ranking Battle. The news that An Ho-yeon's mother has recovered to normal has safely reached her colleagues. Everyone congratulated me as if it were their own work. And the school festival was going on again in a calm atmosphere. With the reaction getting hotter day by day, more people flocked to it. In the closed city of Daegu, the energy of the ebb and flow lingered. At the festival, cadets sold their own food and exchanged necessities with each other. The scenery is not that different from any other high school, to the point where I feel a sense of difference. By the way, Jaehyeon was now at the amphitheater of the academy. People were full, no wonder. This is because the event that the audience is most looking forward to at this festival is held here. Miles Academy's ranking match. This was one of the Academy's representative events that judged the individual skills of the cadets. There was nothing better to simmer the fans who are crazy about the hero raider. Before ranking, scouts from numerous guilds flocked to see it. It's an excellent opportunity for cadets. As the biggest event of Mills Academy, the ranking match at the school festival is of a different level, overwhelming scale, and the field divided into two was a representative example. Basically, all Academy ranking matches are divided into two parts. The first is a many-on-one battle. It begins with one cadet stepping out and donning the barrier vest. The goal is then for the other cadets to get that cadet out. The basic rule was to set the remaining physical strength of the barrier vest to 0. At this time, the biggest feature of many-to-one was that it was Akare to attack one cadet by several people, just like the name of many-to-one. The second is a one-on-one battle. It is played in a tournament format and is the most popular. In fact, in the case of many-to-one, even if one cadet is too strong, he will eventually get tired. Comes down at the end a sector where it is customary to pay different rewards based on how many wins you have won. However, this is as important as looking at the match and deciding whether or not you can win. It was difficult for the importance to be higher than one-on-one. Jaehyeon decided to participate in both. In most circles, one person from each will participate in this event. Of course, even if there are several of them, there is no problem at all. It is also recommended again. In fact, it is said that in the case of elite circles such as Hyeonjongyu, there are quite a number of students participating in many-to-one. However, in the case of one-on-one, if you are unlucky, you will have to fight with your teammates. However, it is impossible to intentionally lose. And it is customary for only one person to come out one by one. Even if it takes away one's stamina, I thought I would do the same this time, and it was the time when Jaehyeon alone thought he would be unmatched in both competitions. 1-to-1, I'll go too. An Ho-yeon raised his hand and said, after exchanging glances with Jaehyeon, who was looking down at the amphitheater, he expressed his intention again. I want to go out. Do whatever you want, but won't you be with me? As Jaehyeon smiled and said that, An Ho-yeon's fighting spirit boiled over. It was pure force, not magical power. Seeing that scene, Yihyun started to expect that something interesting would happen. Maybe it's not that I don't even know if I'm going to fight him. On Hoyeon, fighting him properly again was welcome even as Yihyun. Well, whatever that is, Kwon Soyeol interrupted the two of them. She said while looking at Yihyun, make sure to win many to one, points are worth it. It is a many-on-one battle where all members of the circle get a certain point even if one member of the circle wins. It was natural that Yihyun's performance was inevitable here. At Kwon Soyeol's words, Yihyun smiled and left her coat with her. I'll finish it soon. With those words, the voices of famous casters and commentators sitting in the relay seats can be heard. Now then, let's start the ranking match of the school festival. First of all, the first is a many-to-one battle, and there will be differential rewards based on the number of victories. If you are applying for a many-to-one solo exhibition, please prepare. From now on, everything happening in the ranking match will be broadcast live to the world through TV. Everyone stay tuned, and you can also participate in the chat via smartphone. So please participate and support as much as possible. Then let's start the many-to-one ranking match in earnest. If you would like to participate, please step forward. However, despite the narrator's words, no cadets came forward. No wonder. In general, in many-to-one battles, being the first to go is at a disadvantage. In the end, due to the nature of people, the one who wins last is remembered longer and actually holds more points in his hand. That's why there should be few people who go first. I'm going out, Yihyun said with magic in his voice. Let everyone hear your spirit clearly. Cadet Min Jaehyeon became the first participant in the many-to-one ranking match, the best freshman from the start. It remains to be seen how many victories he will win. That's right, as a cadet with the best talent. He is expected to show a good performance. But when you're also on the one-on-one roster, do you need to relax here? I am also worried that it might not be a bad choice. The commentator and caster diligently briefed on Yihyun's profile and boosted the atmosphere, and below. Fierce preparations were underway, so, if we all fight at once, won't something work out? Anyway, the maximum number of people in a multiplayer battle is 100. You're going by the rules. Okay, it's not that we're cowardly. It's that he's weird. All of us will participate. They were a group that usually spread bad rumors about Yihyun, saying that he was cocky. Yihyun stands in the center of the arena, and crowds of cadets block him on all sides. You can't get out of here if that's what you want to say. It wasn't much of an intimidation to Yihyun. Even so, the cadets shouted loudly. Even if it is Min Yihyun. We are 100 people, do you think you can beat us? Akare, hey fuck, do you know how many points you get if you win here? If I had come out late, I would have made it. Be ashamed of yourself here. Let's go. Yihyun couldn't stop laughing at their words because active skill Frozen Earth LV5 is activated. Qua 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 qua, og, xperrif because they were too weak. Yihyun wiped out about 100 cadets at once with one frozen ground then. Along with the sound of a thororong, he could see his ranking on the display board going up. I have already mastered the frozen land. The power of LV5 is beyond imagination. Of course, it wasn't the power that the cadets could withstand. So I adjusted the level. The magic of reappearance was enough to freeze the entire field at once. However, with this, Yihyun's overall ranking is 4th, top students. It also raised it to just below Yonghyun, Kang Juhyop, and Han Jaeyeon, who had proven their skills for 2.5 years. All that remains is the one-on-one ranking match. It was a tournament-style event. There. Yihyun planned to achieve the first place in the school rankings. One-on-one ranked match. Its rules were much easier than many-on-one battles. 2 people go up and fight with only the basic weapons provided, and the winner is decided. The winner rises higher, that was all. The match started in the round of 64, as expected. An Hoyeon and Yihyun cleaned up their opponents without difficulty and continued to rise. And Hoyeon swung his sword every moment and felt the wall around him shatter. Maybe this time I can really grow more. And on the basis of that, the influence of the mother who is now waving from the audience can't be said to be small. Do well, my son. My mother recovered quite a bit and was able to come to the academy in a wheelchair. My body has improved to the point where I can watch the festival. An Hoyeon thought of Yihyun and realized that there was only one step left before fighting him. The bracket was decided in the quarterfinals. It was because if I made it to the semifinals, I would face him, but before that there was one person I had to deal with. Lee Soo-hyuk, you too, appeared before the rankings. Akare, I need to get revenge on Min Yihyun. Do you know how much I suffered from him? It was Lee Soo-hyuk, a cadet with the highest level of aptitude, who had the same magical talent as Kim Yoo-young. He participated in this one-on-one ranking match. An Hoyeon grabbed his sword and stood in front of Lee Soo-hyuk. He had a tight grip on his staff. It is not studded with the lion shape that is often used, but a general staff. An Hoyeon was well aware of his recent achievements. The cadet who was born with the strongest magic talent after Yihyun and Yoojung. I heard that you've already started learning a class magic. It's a great level. Of course. There were 3 giants in front of me, but even that was enough. An Hoyeon thought so. Grabbed his sword and took a stance. The heat of the amphitheater did not know how to go, yet. Then the quarterfinals begin, with the voice of the commentary. The battle between Lee Soo-hyuk and An Ho-yeon began. Terror. As soon as the sign fell, Lee Soo-hyuk sprinkled something on the floor and stepped back. It was attack for status ailments. It seemed like it was made with magic. But its sophistication was not at the level of a cadet. It seems like they're trying to minimize the terrain I can step on. Lee Soo-hyuk's operation was excellent. An Ho-yeon was a cadet who was alert and knew how to move quickly. In addition, the power of the blue and white sword removes the dark attribute mana. For Lee Soo-hyuk, the method of limiting the range of activities by risking status abnormalities was relatively advantageous. I am a magic type that takes time to cast. In addition, it is not possible to use magic freely without delay like Jaehyeon, a situation that is bound to be unfavorable. To overcome this method was the best. Wizards sometimes have to devise things to survive even if they are a little cowardly. If you don't do that and push forward honestly, the same situation as the past outdoor training camp will happen, the miserable thing of being saved by the person you thought was your rival. Actually, I don't usually prefer this way, but I can't help it, to face him. Lee Soo-hyuk's mind was filled with only one person. Jaehyeon. He saved himself during the outdoor training camp and won a recent match, a rival who does not recognize himself at the same age as himself. He was considered as an object that Lee Soo-hyuk had to overcome before he knew it, but it was the same for An Ho-yeon, active skill fire strike. Lee Soo-hyuk's attack was fired at Ho-yeon on, but Ho-yeon accurately blocked it. Blue-white sword. It was removing the flames with the power of stronger blue flames. It's me who gets to the semifinals. Lee Soo-hyuk said that and gave strength to the staff he held. Increases the power of the flame magic you activate. It was at least a level magic. Active skill Gust Storm. This was Lee Soo-hyuk's wind attribute magic, an A-level skill that attacks enemies using wind attribute mana that can be changed freely. It was a magic that Lee Soo-hyuk diligently practiced to catch on Ho-yeon. This would be dangerous if hit directly. He didn't know for sure because his knowledge of magic wasn't that great. But An Ho-yeon knew that it was dangerous even when he looked at it. However, no, suddenly. An Ho-yeon's voice was heard and goosebumps ran through Lee Soo-hyuk's body. The place where An Ho-yeon's voice came from, it was too close. Where are you? Where is it coming from? At that moment, Lee Soo-hyuk had no choice but to realize that it was already too late. An Ho-yeon's position. It was targeting the most vulnerable part of the wizard, close range, specifically the back of the neck. At that moment, only one sentence ran down Lee Soo-hyuk's back. If you move here, you die then. The barrier vest was hit accurately and his body flew forward and was pierced. An Ho-yeon then continued the rest. It has to be me fighting Jaehyeon. There is something I must get back. The first match of the semifinals is over. The winner is An Ho-yeon. At that moment, a smile crept across Jaehyeon's lips as he looked down from the crowd. My heart started pounding like crazy. Yes. That's your will. How much can you please me this time? Chapter 286 An Ho-yeon Part 1. After the many-to-1 match in the circle rankings ended with a rather bland landslide victory, the one-on-one ranking match continued smoothly. Jaehyeon easily overpowered his opponent in the quarterfinals. And finally a big match was concluded. Jaehyeon and An Ho-yeon are in the same circle. A confrontation was created between the two. The two now stood facing each other in the amphitheater. Are they really Akue? I hope the kids don't get hurt once the kids catch fire. They have a bit of a personality. I know. Kim Yoo-young and Seo In-na watched the two of them shaking their hands, Jaehyeon and An Ho-yeon in the round arena. That they are smiling is probably unknown to most people because it was very faint and only visible to each other. I waited for this to happen. I said it during the freshman hunt. I will fight you again. It did. It's already been several months since then. Time goes by so fast. Jaehyeon shuddered, however. An Ho-yeon's expression was serious. There seemed to be no will to do anything moderately to save face for the circle leader. Jaehyeon was satisfied again, willingness to move on, because all of Jaehyeon's colleagues had it. He is also gaining a lot of help and momentum, and the words of An Ho-yeon. It also inspired the will to reproduce. When An Ho-yeon was released from Gu Yaen's brainwashing during the freshman hunt in the past, he gave Jaehyeon his name tag and said that you will definitely get it back, so it's giving Mill's school festival. Let's meet there, and finally the time has come. Jaehyeon was well aware of how much An Ho-yeon had grown up to now, however. After tutoring with Balak, we do not know to what extent he has risen. It would be quite fun to check his skills properly now. I'll let you know the gap here again. However much, after a brief conversation and greetings between the two of them, commentary and caster's start signal dropped along with microphone noise. Then the quarterfinals begin. The target is An Ho-yeon and Min Jaehyeon. They are members of the same Circle 9. Daejin is really sad. It would have been much better for them to have two people from the same circle meet in the final. That's right, but the positive thing here is that one person will definitely be given a chance to challenge the highest place. Wow, the atmosphere is like a medieval coliseum. People are in a frenzy. And the two are holding their breath and looking for each other's gaps. In this situation, even a moment of misjudgment can lead to defeat. Just wait and observe how the enemy moves and then snatch it. Visor, shoot out the longsword for sparring, and Jaehyeon's hand collided with Hoyen's sword. Sparks fly from each other's eyes. Within the brief exchange of glances, the swords blended as if they read each other's movements accurately. A sword that is tenaciously entangled like a snake fighting a snake. That was what Hoyen taught Jaehyeon directly. Jaehyeon, you've become pretty good at swords too, haven't you? I had a lot to write about, you can see it already. But, as the two men shuffle their swords for longer, the tension in the crowd is also rising. The sword silently pioneered its own sword path, and the opponent read each other's intentions and cut their swords. It was a level that a freshman or a cadet could not possibly show. I know you saved my mother. Hoyen suddenly said that while putting strength into the wrist holding the sword. Jaehyeon shrugged his shoulders with a small smile on his lips. I see. Jaehyeon did not deny it. I was vaguely thinking that you already knew. There is no need to hide it anyway. It's what you did not bad either. I'd like to say thank you. But I'll do it after this fight. Do you have any reason to delay saying that? If you say that now, roaring, in Hoyen's eyes, one of his main skills, the blue flower, finally begins to bloom. The corners of his mouth drew an arc. Looks like you looked after me when I lost. Jaehyeon couldn't help but laugh at Hoyen's words. Look at me, you, it seems too early, as their gazes collided. A huge wave of magical energy erupted at the same time. It soon started engulfing the entire arena. Active skill, chain of lightning. Chair, Jaehyeon uses chain magic to keep his distance from the enemy and begins to put magic into his sword. This is a preliminary move to destroy the enemy with a single attack. In order to push Hoyen into a proper attack, he had to break through that defense. However, it is impossible to bring out divine powers or S-class skills. Aren't you his colleague? It was good to break his will in moderation here, however. The moment Jaehyeon weaved a chain and fired at him. Awesome, he watched as Hoyen's sword cut through his chains. The chain of lightning is an A-class skill. It's not something that can be cut with a training sword. Jaehyeon's thoughts followed quickly. Yes, it was like that. Jaehyeon's eyebrows went up. Are you facing S-class now? Why is Hoyen so strong? The reason was simple. It was because he was now gradually reaching the level of S-class. With each breath, his sword slowly begins to sharpen. Jaehyeon decided to change the strategy. It seems that he will not be able to defeat him unless he also demonstrates some level of skill. Such thoughts ran through Jaehyeon's head. Meanwhile, countless people watching the battle between the two on TV were holding their breath. Basically, the Mills School Festival is broadcast live nationwide. That's why the ratings are also very high and popular, a level that almost surpasses the status of the Olympics or World Cup. It is not difficult to guess how high the value of the name is if it goes beyond even sports that have built up a history of hundreds of years. Jaehyeon's mother, Seonwa Lee, also enjoyed these events. If only it was normal that my son wouldn't come out. I should do well, I shouldn't hurt my son. She watched the battle nervously with a worried expression on her face. Jaehyeon and Hoyen are friends. You're being too harsh on that friend. I heard the voice of a familiar man next to me. They were Kim Yoo-young's parents who visited the house to enjoy the live broadcast of the festival together. I couldn't go to the site because I didn't have enough time. We decided to gather and cheer together like now. At the bottom right of the TV, various chats were also appearing. Anonymous one, Hoyen versus Min Jaehyeon. Isn't it the first time since the unreleased video during the freshman hunt? But Hoyen can't play the game. I feel like I'm being pushed by Min Jaehyeon. I was crazy until the game right before. Anonymous 12 so, but this is Min Jaehyeon's crazy because Hoyen fights well, but Min Jaehyeon fights better, haha. Anonymous 81, both of them are handsome, is this me? Anonymous 72, it's just an overwhelming car. Can't we give Min Jaehyeon the championship and start over? Anonymous 3, I don't know, I heard that there are still some transfer students left. Anonymous 99, do you believe that lol? Seonwa Lee was well aware of the handsome boy fighting with her son, Hoyen. It was someone I had heard from Jaehyeon several times. I shouldn't have been too harsh. Of course. I wish my son would win. But he had a bit of a bad habit, just the desire to win. His excessive desire to compete was the cause of destroying his sociability. Maybe that's why it didn't take a day or two for me to come back from a fight with my friends. Even after middle school, I thought of myself and reduced it a little, but that expression now is the same as back then. Seonwa Lee knew that the expression Jaehyeon is making right now is dangerous. Kim Yoo-young's parents were cheering for Jaehyeon. It was a thank you, anyway. Even though we're close, it's really difficult to support someone else's son like this. Cheer up our son-in-law, cheer up Jaehyeon, damn. We have to fight well from now on if we want to take responsibility for our fierce Yujeong. Of course, the cheering phrase was a bit strange. Kiang kiang hito-iyak, a sword filled the eyes of Hoyen, who woke up from his thoughts. A sword that creates sparks by striking each other in succession. Now, while using the blue and white sword to its limit, he is being pushed back by Jaehyeon with pure swordsmanship. It's amazing. The highest star of martial arts aptitude 92, rookie, wasn't that the nickname the public called Hoyen, however. Jaehyeon surpassed even that in just a few months. It would have been impossible without overwhelming talent and hard work, however. It was also a landscape that was vividly sketched in front of my eyes. Ha Qiang, a spark burns with heavy breathing between the sword and the sword, a beam of light that deflects through the air creating a sword path. Everything came closer and closer as if flickering in An Ho-yeon's field of vision. The sword of Jaehyeon is heavy, especially if it is a slash action that is fired from close range. An Ho-yeon briefly recalled the face of Jaehyeon, who had asked him to teach him the sword for the first time. At that time, Jaehyeon told him that he would learn the sword even though he was already the best rookie in the magic world, that we can help each other. I said so, actually. He was right. An Ho-yeon also learned a lot from him and became stronger, and he also improved his sword skills. For An Ho-yeon, what happened at that time still remains as a big shock. When he first learned the sword with his father, he had gripped the sword while being told to clear away everything in front of him, but it wasn't a bow sword. I tried to save people. But it only brings more pain. He couldn't really save himself. It became increasingly difficult to wield the sword. And his mind was worn out. Every moment the sword became heavy. Why am I swinging my sword now? An Ho-yeon was too young to know that and did not know that he was being destroyed. The pressure pressed down on both of my shoulders. And I couldn't even breathe because I couldn't breathe. To An Ho-yeon, no. Jaehyeon held out his hand to me. It opened the way for us to move forward and allowed us to head towards it. So it can't get any worse, can't get out of here, I will reach him somehow. Kwang Kaudentang, my body rolls on the floor. Jaehyeon skillfully drove me into a blind spot by mixing all sorts of magic and sword. In fact, the body had already been broken for a long time. It seemed that a few ribs were broken and that the neck was slightly sore as well, which was not normal. Legs, arms, and shoulders, everything is not fine, but why at that moment I thought so, looking back now. It was really fortunate that I met Jaehyeon, if only I hadn't run to save the witch beast that day. If it hadn't been for a moment of courage, maybe he couldn't come until now after becoming close with Jaehyeon. Kwang, once again swords collide and the earth is broken. Blood spurted between the clenched gums as his legs dug deep into the cracks in the floor. He remembered what Balak said when he looked after him. The sword is heavy, but its tip is sharp. As I repeated those words, I increased the sword's speed and began to add mana. Right now my realm is obviously a class top, in the eyes of others. It was a level that could be described as genius or more, but number this isn't enough. Whoa. Exhale and look ahead. Jaehyeon is standing. He's in the same position as me. Doing the movements I taught him, no more cheers in my ears, mix swords and you have to win. My mind was filled with just that thought. Gin, I will also punish the person who made my mother suffer also for that. If I don't become stronger, it will be difficult. The system responds to the user's will. The user has awakened a unique skill. You have succeeded in acquiring the passive skill Sword of Faith. At that moment the system responded to my will. It was a miracle. But it wasn't sudden at all. Chapter 287 on Ho-yeon Part 2. The system responds to the user's will. The user has awakened a unique skill. You have succeeded in acquiring the passive skill Sword of Faith. Jaehyeon was able to fully understand that An Ho-yeon's momentum had changed. Enormous mana and power bursting from his whole body. It was something that could not be obtained without opening the realm of S-class. Jaehyeon thought of the first time he met him. The time when we were hunting monsters by establishing a common front. An Ho-yeon was a coward. I turned my eyes to the problems surrounding myself and believed that it was right. It is impossible to break the wall. Now here I can't get any better, to be honest. I didn't expect much from him at first. An Ho-yeon, even though he was the best genius with a martial arts aptitude of 92. He didn't grow properly before returning and remained a mediocre raider, so I thought it would be the same this time. It wouldn't even reach the level of other B-class raiders, let alone S-class, but no. An Ho-yeon has grown and now stands in front of himself and awakens to his unique skills. Monster. Although Jaehyeon was not an appropriate word to call others. An Ho-yeon was clearly a monster. Jaehyeon's lips twitched. Yeah, I had to do this from the beginning. Don't let go of the sword and hold it properly. Of course. Kwang, at the same time as the two were having a conversation. The thrusting swords collided. Waves of magical energy spreading out in a circle once again filled the hall. Student An Ho-yeon is suddenly showing a surprising figure. It is the same with student Min Jaehyeon. I can't believe how the hell this can come from a cadet level. Even the commentator and caster stuttered. Unable to speak properly. The scene, which is now being broadcast live nationwide, was so amazing that no one in front of the TV could easily believe it. Two raiders who opened the S-class are facing each other despite being cadets. Did you see the other side? In fact, reaction of the anonymous bulletin board and chat window was hard to open. Anonymous 2, crazy. An Ho-yeon, didn't you open an S-class there? Is it possible? Anonymous 21, did you reawaken after fighting? Anonymous 18, it seems like that. I can't understand it. I'm not sure if that's real talent or hard work. I heard it's very rare to reawaken after fighting like that. Anonymous 51, you've really crossed the limit. I can do it. I can do it later. Anonymous 91, I don't know. Both of them are great. Who would you choose if you were to go out with someone? Anonymous 72, who picks who? Anonymous 11s, also. Nine's colleagues who were watching felt this sentiment as well. What the hell, how could that be? Li Yisang calmly replied to Kwon Soyol's voice. Hoyeoni has also reached the level of S rank. It must have been the result of trying to keep the promise I made with Jaehyeon. Hoyeon and Jaehyeon both look like they are enjoying the battle. Akahe, at Seo Ine's words. Kim Yoojung clenched her fists. On Hoyeon, he reached the rank of S faster than they did. It was like presenting new possibilities to them. And the tone of the two fighting was changing once again. The atmosphere of On Hoyeon, who had been pushed by Jaehyeon all along, began to change rapidly. He was preparing to bring something out. Jaehyeon frowned, and An Hoyeon put strength into the hand holding the sword. Now I can do it. Active skill, Union of Divine Swords, is activated. Roaring, An Hoyeon's blue flower starts to burn up as if it would take away the entire stadium in an instant, reduce the radius of action of reappearance and expand the range of the flame in between. Jaehyeon's eyes narrowed. That's the new Sword Union, a skill used to defeat the elite knights of the Dark Elves. But even among the least S-class, it would be impossible to activate unless you are a skilled raider. Jaehyeon licked his lips thinking about it. There is only one conclusion. Hoyeon An's newly awakened unique skill. It was most likely what made him handle the sword better. A skill that could never be used by risking one's life in the past, however. And Hoyeon was able to use it without recoil. It was also a daunting moment as a reenactment. At that moment, An Hoyeon said, I did my best. No, I swung and swung my sword every day. I stabbed again and again. No, so aang, the two swords intertwined and collided as if devouring each other. Seeing this, Jaehyeon raised his mana even more without realizing it. I thought that even if it was an existence that opened the S-class state, there would be no reason to bring out the divinity here. But I knew I couldn't. On Hoyeon's will, it is never outdone compared to its own. Jaehyeon finally admitted it. The first level of deity is unlocked. Kaang, two swords dance. It was wild. As if they wouldn't release each other until they killed each other, but my colleagues knew. In the meantime, consideration for each other is mixed. Kiang, and finally for a moment, the two men's swords cut through each other's skin. And the victory or defeat was decided. Chao An Hoyeon's sword touched Jaehyeon for the first time. His shoulder is slightly cut, and a weak stream of blood gushes from it. An Hoyeon smiled lightly. Blood splattered on the cheeks. He said, facing Jaehyeon directly, my sword must have touched you at least a little bit. Fluff. With those words, An Hoyeon's body fell to the floor. Jaehyeon held his bloody shoulder with one hand. Okay, An Hoyeon is weak compared to herself. It was something I knew. He gained divine status and had already reached the level of S rank long before that. Didn't you try your best? That's right. But why did An Hoyeon show her at the last moment? Jaehyeon realized that he recognized him deeply. He hit the hand of An Hoyeon, who had fallen and lost consciousness. Then, he put something on top of it, a name tag that has fallen indifferently. It was the first thing Hoyeon gave to herself. It was the name tag given to him during the freshman hunt. You deserve this back, An Hoyeon. After saying that, the moment Jaehyeon turned around, the commentator and caster, who finally came to their senses, raised their voices and called out the winner. The winner of this quarterfinal match is Cadet Min Jaehyeon. I see a man in radars waiting nearby with no presence. Gu Yaen and Yeonhwa's radars watching him. Rep Park left a little while ago, so the only thing left was Gu Yaen. Park Seong-yi also left for a while to take care of work. For this reason, Yeonhwa's radars were all very nervous. This is because if Gu Jane shows even the slightest oddity, he must report it immediately. That was when the undercover duty lasted for about 8 hours. It looks like there is a fly attached to it. Gu Jane muttered that and suddenly turned around, startled. Yeonhwa's radars, who were waiting behind him, hesitate at his strange behavior. Gu Jane shrugged his shoulders and began to slowly approach him. Yeonhwa's radars swallowed their saliva and continued to closely watch Gu Jane's actions. They didn't say anything, but they thought the same thing. Have you been caught? Location, but we are using stealth magic. There's no reason to get caught. Chao. At that moment, the head of one of the Yeonhwa raiders was blown off, a neck that fell quickly while flying in the air. The raiders around him unknowingly raised their voices. You fucking monster, a monster. I think the words are a bit harsh, on the topic of flying flies, whose hobby is stalking. You bastard who ate the cadet, why are you coming back? I'm just going to get mine back. Looks like Yeonhwa's dog. Let me tell you one thing for sure, nothing changes just because you go out. I have great him power. How is it? Can I show you a minute? After saying that, Gu Jane gestured lightly. Then suddenly 5 raiders hiding in the air came to mind, and the mana of his whole body slowly began to flow backwards. It belonged to the god he worshipped. Quajik. Then, all 5 people's bodies exploded and rolled on the floor in pieces. A god who was watching the scene from behind opened his mouth. Are you just using it because it's not your strength? Could that be? I was just testing my strength. The moonlight spread transparently below, revealing the god's face. White man, it was Heimdall, the one who carried the horn on his back. When I first gave you the power of backwater, surely you said you could devour the human world, but you failed. If that happens again, I will not tolerate it. I know. Despite the cool reply, Heimdall muttered with a disgruntled expression. Anyway, The guy who is thin is good at talking. Anyway, keep in mind I must not disappoint Odin any longer because he's always watching over us from the blood scalp. Heimdall said, and Gujin nodded. This will be the last time he will be active as Gu Jane, after destroying Kim Jaehyeon and Jaehyeon this time. I will take over the academy with a new identity next time. Congressman Park is looking after him, so there won't be any big problems. There is also brainwashing magic, so it won't take long to coax people out. If you put your mind to it, you can create a second Gujin again. Min Jaehyeon, I'll admit I've looked down on you so far, but not anymore. Gu Jane muttered as he looked at the godhead inside his body. Heimdall's case, if you have this. You will be able to deal with it without difficulty, of course. It is true that it is dangerous when a human body contains more than a certain level of divinity. During the Limit Breaker incident, Gu Yaoen watched all of this from prison. Buggy stuff. That's what Gu Jane thought as he looked at the people who died because of it. Godhead, to die because you couldn't handle that great power properly. Where is such a miserable, trashy death, of course. Godhead is a dangerous power, but being human doesn't mean you can't use it properly. I'll show you the power of Gujin. Gu Yaoen intended to end the bad relationship with Min Jaehyeon at this opportunity. Moreover, this time Heimdall had also spoken. Odin and Freya's direct unit, the Valkyries, are also moving together to eliminate Jaehyeon, if it is their power. It is surely enough to destroy the human world. An Hoyeon's treatment was handled by Jaehyeon himself. Sacrifice. Of course, I was careful not to let anyone see. When I woke up, all the other kids were by my side. Jaehyeon was the same. As I put my hand on the bed to get up, I caught something that Jaehyeon had given me. It was his name tag. What was given to him during the freshman hunt in the past was returned to him. A smile spread across An Hoyeon's lips. This, are you saying you deserve it back? Enough, I'm glad then. An Hoyeon laughed bitterly again. It did not reach the realm of reproduction. His physical abilities and magic were at a level that couldn't even be compared to his own. It wouldn't have been difficult to crush yourself in an instant if you wanted to, but he didn't. He faced himself and acknowledged his decision. Wow, An Hoyeon. You fought well. When I was about to say something, Kim Yu-young suddenly interrupted and said with excited eyes. Cona also nodded. Akare, it was great. He said he could write something. Your wounds are fully healed, but these potions will be good for your muscles. Everyone was worried about themselves. An Hoyeon thought of the time when he only knew how to wield a sword, the days when no one was there when I returned home after swinging my sword aimlessly to the point of death. But now there is no such thing. My mother has woken up and there are her colleagues at the academy. You can leave your back. It lifted him up and exploded something he was holding back inside, but it wasn't the time to get sentimental. I think it's time to tell you. An Hoyeon said that while looking up at Jaehyeon. What he says, Jaehyeon knew the meaning of these words. The other kids haven't reached S-class yet, but it will be soon, so can you tell me that monstrous man you fought that day, his identity? Akare, I'll tell you everything after this festival, at Jaehyeon's words. The faces of his teammates spread bright colors. We can finally stop Jaehyeon from fighting a lonely battle alone. It was something they couldn't help but be happy about, but before that, there was still one more battle left, individual ranking finals. In general, it would be a match that Jaehyeon would definitely win. But this cannot be known without fighting. The guy who made it to the finals together because he was a transfer student at Mills Academy. Fei Jaehyeon faced him in the finals, also in that match. Even Jaehyeon won't be able to guarantee victory. Chapter 288 Improvement of Evil Part 1 Cadet Fei, a transfer student, win again. It's a series of surprises. In the round of 16, he won against Kang Joo-hyop, and this time he won a light victory against Jaehyeon. What a natural sense. The ability to use magic is unmatched at this level. Wouldn't it dare be compared to Cadet Min Jaehyeon, anonymous one, but isn't this enough to win even Min Jaehyeon? I think you're crazy. Anonymous 25, you say this person suddenly popped up after hiding somewhere. Are you a hermit? Anonymous 21, so no matter how much I think about it, I can't believe it. An Hoyeon showed me that he was tired earlier, but honestly he seems to be stronger. Anonymous 91, hahaha, I'm excited again. You won't know unless you check it anyway. Besides, you can't judge just by fighting that day. In the end, you have to see when you graduate. The commentary and caster's voice were well transmitted to Jaehyeon and his colleagues in the waiting room. The same was true of the tournament chat window. The main point of the story is the newcomer to the finals. Most of them were about the powerlessness of transfer students. In fact, any of Miles' cadets had already pinpointed Jaehyeon as the winner of this individual ranking match, even if he was a freshman. What Jaehyeon had accumulated so far was already in a state of awe. It never occurred to him that anyone else could beat him. In fact, it was, in the semi-final match against An Hoyeon, he only suffered a minor injury to his shoulder. It was unbelievable that it was seen against someone who had reached S rank. There's no one who doesn't know that he didn't even try his best, but a new cadet that can be compared to such a reenactment appears. That was enough information to get everyone's attention. It was fun. It was also an overly heavy story to consume as a mere play. Fei, was it? I mean a transfer student. Wasn't he the one who came to our cafe on the first day? It was Kim Yu-young's question. Jaehyeon nodded. That's right, it did. I don't feel good. I happened to pass by in the hallway for a while. But it was strong even to look at. After Kang Joo-hyop Sr., even Jeong-hyun Sr. Everyone suffered. Be careful, at least he seemed like a much stronger guy than me. Seo In-na and An Ho-yeon also said the same. Kwon So-yeol and Lee Yi-sang did not say anything, but seemed to believe in Yi-hyun. If you've come to the finals, don't look back, don't worry, we will definitely win. If you don't do that, all your colleagues might die, it's a fight you can't back down from. Yi-hyun caught his breath, he had completely different thoughts than his colleagues. Go to the finals if you've come this far. That's for sure, Faye, the transfer student is Aesir's dog. You came here to target me and my comrades, I have to stop it somehow. I don't know why they used the cumbersome method of incorporation, but anyway. Right now I have no other option but to win. Win, Yi-hyun murmured softly and then cooled his head. I will not be shaken that way in the end. The winner will be you, way to get here, wasn't even that smooth already. In any situation, Yi-hyun was ready to face the enemy. Yes, all preparations have been completed whenever Gujin attacks. We will cut off brainwashing with wizards with dispel magic. We have decided to deliver the remains and compensation to the bereaved family of the already dead raider, so don't be too heartbroken. It's heartbreaking. But it must have been inevitable because Gujin was stronger than he thought. We have to break the chain here somehow. Park Seong-yi said so while communicating with Yoo Seong-yoon. Naturally. He was a disgruntled voice. All right, please be extra careful this time to handle it without casualties as much as possible. I will prepare for him from this side. He was now planning to catch Gu Jane behind and kill him. There were 8 casualties in the process. It was quite shocking. But it wasn't like this hadn't happened while running the guilds. Right now, the priority was to somehow end the situation properly. This was to avoid further problems. Yoo Sung-yoon watched Yi-hyun play the game. I was thinking of waiting here pretending to be a guest at the festival and then stepping out when the enemy's movement is detected. Of course. In the process, I encountered a person I never thought of. So, why are you here? I came to see my son's school festival. Is there something wrong? In front of him was Lee Yi-shin. He is frowning and making a face as if asking for something obvious. Anyway, that's how it happened. So maybe something will happen at the festival. Please help me then. I get it. The two of them shook their heads as they chatted. It was almost the same timing, but now there was one event that was just as important as the incident. It was the finals of the individual ranking match at Mills Academy, where Yi-hyun went up. It was because the magical power of Faye, a transfer student who came out against him, was unusual, something strange. I feel uncomfortable. Yoo Seong chewed his lips and thought about that. She silently watched as Yi-hyun came out to the arena where the final stage was held. Why, Yi-hyun's expression was darker than ever. Above the angled arena drawn an octagonal circle, Yi-hyun saw a man walking slowly in front of him, enemy caught. It was quite rare even among raiders who went through a drastic change in appearance after becoming an awakener. The playful face of the other person was still saturated with the same deep darkness as when they met in the cafe. Are you sure you are the dog of the Aesir? Yi-hyun asked in a voice that no one else could hear. Faye just shrugged. Well, what happened, whatever it is? If I win, it's all over. Yes, if you can. His flirtatious attitude soon after the commentary and casters signaled to start the match fell. Then finally, the Mills Academy ranking match one-on-one. Let that finals begin. At the same time as the words fell, Yi-hyun immediately raised his mana and shot it at Faye. Active skill Frozen Earth LV5 is activated. Quad Duke, the ice shards that expand the range attack while extending their magical power like branches. However, Faye very lightly parried off Yi-hyun's attack. Bang, quarter, the S-class magic that reached LV5 with one gesture was destroyed. Pieces of ice flew and hailstones fell from the sky like rain. From there, it was a good start. Yi-hyun's eyes narrowed. I already knew that the enemy was strong, but this much, at least it's higher than the combined 3 or 5 S-class raiders. After making a conclusion, Yi-hyun quickly deployed the next magic. He didn't forget to make Nidhogg's fangs and put them in his hand. Originally, priest weapons are not allowed to be brought in, but my case is different because this is just a weapon created with my skills. There is no skill level limit for this ranking match, even if Yi-hyun made and used a weapon. It meant that it was not a violation of the rules at all. What is that? Aren't they the fangs of an S-class Nidhogg? But it looks a little different. Is it a fake? There was no time to pay attention to the noise of people. Everyone can die here. Yi-hyun understood this well. Active skill Chain of Lightning LV5 is activated. Kwaching Cheolguk chains break without a hitch. The magic of reappearance only collapsed this time. It was strange. An intense sense of incongruity began to rise from the depths of my heart. It was a sixth sense close to instinct. Just in time. Artifact also responded. The effect of the artifact Crest of Sense Amplification is displayed. The user's sixth sense becomes extremely sensitive. The gap with the designated target is very extreme. Get out of here immediately, get out of here immediately. Jaehyeon bit his lip and looked up. The fact that even the artifacts in the system reacted like this, it means that it's not easy to see. I can't tell how strong he is. In fact, a moment ago, Jaehyeon tried to gauge his power once through his insight, but this was futile. The man called Faye in front of me, transfer student. It meant that his level was similar to or higher than his own. In Midgard, even beings with rank wouldn't be able to use more than 30% of their strength. Of course it is, but I'm a bit of a special case, however. At that moment, Faye's mood suddenly reversed. Are you the type to talk a lot when fighting? Oops, Kwang. Jaehyeon was hit by Faye's fist, who had quickly closed the distance. Rolled the ground several times. The destructive power was at an unbelievable level. Is this really human strength? Jaehyeon was rolled almost to the brink of being rags in a series of attacks. It's the first time I've seen this much crowd since the Nidhogg War. I can't help but admit it now. The man in front of me is stronger than me. Jaehyeon realized that there was no other way and started to draw out the proper style, unlock the user's divinity, deity corresponding to the second stage. It was the power that would soon open the third stage. I will take it out and kill the enemy at once. That was Jaehyeon's plan, however. One problem arose: can I just do that otherwise? The moment he hears an incomprehensible word, a message pops up in front of Jaehyeon's eyes. The opponent unlocks the divinity. The degree of release of the opponent's divinity is 3 levels. An overly dangerous foe. Faye smiled as she brought out a divine power that was more overwhelming than her own. Shall we just take one step ahead? What the hell is this all about? I understand that the transfer students are doing great, but this is beyond the norm. Even if Cadet Min Jaehyeon loses a lot of physical strength in a series of battles, that doesn't make sense. That's right, it's not enough to completely destroy the S-class skill. So it's like driving Cadet Min Jaehyeon to that point. Cadet Faye, his skill seems to be one level higher in my eyes. Not only that, that level of destructive power is a scene that can only be understood as both are already far above S-class. If emergency medical personnel are not immediately dispatched, there is a risk that a dangerous situation will be expected. The commentary and the caster's story were no longer heard. The chat also went crazy over what was going on, with the voices of people cheering for Jaehyeon and Faye. The Colosseum was filled with excitement. Jaehyeon looked ahead. I've been out of breath, Jaehyeon raised his head, letting out a deep breath. You won't be able to defeat him by force. It's more important than anything to find a way to counterattack here without being shaken. He thought enemy in front. Faye would be the one who stood on the side of the Aesir under the circumstances, and stronger than you then. How should I overcome the situation and move on? It took longer than expected to figure it out. You have to think of one thing. At that moment, Faye's face, who had been talking to her, changed for a very short time. But it became blurry and noisy. Jaehyeon did not miss that moment. What does that look like, Brune? Next was the appearance of a huge dragon, naturally. It was a familiar face to Jaehyeon, one who watches what. Why did Faye show them? Looks like this is out of sync. Well, never mind that. I want you to answer my question. Jaehyeon nodded his head in an incomprehensible situation. If he could buy time with the conversation now, he might be able to think of a strategy. It is not too late to think about why Brune and the Observer are right in front of his eyes. Even after this battle is over, why do you only believe in yourself? What are you talking about? I always ask why you try to do everything by yourself. Isn't that too harsh? Jaehyeon bit his lip. He struggled to open his mouth because I don't want to lose something precious. How long are you going to put your valuables in a treasure chest and take care of them like a glass bead, wipe and look at it every day? Do you really think it's right to do that? What do you want to say? It was when Jaehyeon asked. The moment Faye was about to speak again, Kwang, a scream erupted with the sound of an explosion. Where is the sound coming from? The moment Jaehyeon thought about that, along with the voices heard, an emergency evacuation order began to be given to the stadium that was filled with people. Oh, let me tell you, ranked match seems to have to stop here for a while. It is said that an unknown, huge magical energy was sensed in the sky above Mill's academy. Faye in front of him murmured softly. Are you finally here? When the two of them felt a sense of incongruity while fighting and looked up at the sky, unknown beings with black wings were looking down at them. Jaehyeon had never seen them before, but he knew what they were, Valkyrie, and at the center of it, a woman wearing more luxurious armor than the others raised her sword and pointed it at Jaehyeon. I am one of the leaders of the Sigrun Valkyries. She put strength into the sword she was holding. I will take Freya's command and destroy you. The opponent of the prophecy. Here, Chapter 289 Evil Triumphant Part 2, a scream erupted with an explosion. What the hell is this? The moment Jaehyeon thought about that, an emergency evacuation order was issued to the amphitheater, which was filled with people along with audible voices. Oh, let me tell you, ranked match seems to have to stop here for a while. They say mysterious magic has been detected in the sky. Signs of unknown magic have also been detected from the gates of Mill's academy. And they say that cadets are attacking each other. Everyone please get out of here and evacuate to a safe place. There. The narrator's words did not continue. Only the screeching microphone noise fills the arena. People disappeared one by one and Jaehyeon stood there with Faye. Reflecting on the situation, what was happening was far from what he had thought. Is it the work of the transfer student Faye in front of me? By the time her thoughts reached that point, Faye raised her hands as if to declare in advance. By the way, it's not my fault. How can you believe that? Whoa, calm down because it's real, looking back. It was strange, Jaehyeon had seen this kind of scenery in the past before returning. The collective brainwashing that took place at the Mills School Festival, it was the case in which Gu Yaon was the culprit. Then did Gujin directly join the Valkyrie forces? But there was no time to ponder for long, even as he thought. People were dying because the power of brainwashing was much stronger than what he had seen before. Jaehyeon looked around. It was hard to believe the horrible and lowly situation that was happening just as Castor had said. Are the cadets attacking each other, even ordinary people? When Kim Yoo-young shouted in embarrassment. An Ho-yeon quickly raised her sword. Something's wrong, these kids, they seem to have been brainwashed somewhere. Gyuzin's work, CONA confirmed. They told Jaehyeon not long ago that Gu Jane escaped from prison. I heard that you can move to recapture Mills at any time. Gu Jane also has brainwashing skills, if it was enough to cause such a commotion in broad daylight. It was certainly correct to assume that Gu Jane was on the move. Collective brainwashing, it's dangerous no matter what. At Kwon Soyol's words, Jaehyeon, who had been fighting with Faye, briefly turned away. There. You can see the cadets surrounding the stadium and preventing people from leaving. Sure, they were caught in Gu Jane's unique skill brainwashing. I'll do something. So don't move hastily. Jaehyeon shouted and quickly stretched out his arms and deployed his mana. Active skill, absolute calculation. Quaching, 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 a noise like a chain of mirror fragments being broken. Along with him. The magic that brainwashed the cadets begins to break. Absolute operation. It was one of the core skills of Jaehyeon. Brainwashing is a skill that I also copied with a blank card. I understand the magic formula perfectly. There is no consumption of magical power. In the battle against Nidhogg, Jaehyeon succeeded in upgrading his absolute arithmetic. And this allowed him to forcibly dissipate the ceremony without consuming mana for the magic he fully understood. It was not difficult at all to break the brainwashing of Jaehyeon, who copied Guin's skills at the beginning of the regression. Fluff, thanks to Jaehyeon. The brainwashed cadets fell to the floor. Do you know what is going on? Kwon Soyol asked. Jaehyeon nodded and shouted at his colleagues. I'll explain later, so please somehow evacuate people. And in Ho-yeon. An Ho-yeon cut off what he was trying to say and replied. You mean to kill him? Akare, leave it to me. Akare, then please. Jaehyeon nodded and the party started to move to save the cadets and other people. Lee Yi-shin, who came to see Yu Seong-yoon and his son at the right time, also noticed and moved together. Something nasty is going on. It's almost like the Red Gate incident. No. Maybe more than that. The news that a large army with black wings has appeared above Miles Academy. It quickly spread across the internet. The news was no different. They started talking with experts to find out the collective brainwashing phenomenon and the identity of the Valkyries. For those of you who already know, it is highly likely that those floating in the sky are beings called Valkyries, an army of all women with huge wings. They are the only ones in Norse mythology. But isn't there a good chance it's someone else's joke? Radar group as a surprise. How stupid, how tight is the security at Mills Academy? Do you think there is anyone who can break through it and play tricks like that? What's there? Surprise, you know what a serious matter this is. Sorry. It is said that a barrier made of magic is currently placed on the outer wall of the academy. Because of this, only S-class radar can enter this place. This is why even the national radars are unable to move easily. If, as the professor said, they are the Valkyries that appear in mythology, in the end, it is like acknowledging the existence of God in the world. How will things turn out? I hope that this work will be completed safely and all the cadets and instructors will return safely. The majesty of the Valkyrie unit floating high in the sky, it was something difficult to handle even for the reenactment ahead of the third stage of liberation. It wasn't horror, it was somehow divine. But twisted, for some reason, twisted beliefs seemed to be entangled like stubbornness. I will take Freya's command and destroy you, the opponent of the prophecy here. At that moment, the woman standing in the middle raised a light sword bow and said, it was more of a threat than a courtesy. Jaehyeon hurriedly raised his mana and looked to the side. Transfer student. I couldn't even figure out his identity. But of course, look ahead, I'm not what you need to see. At that time, a mysterious voice came from a transfer student. That was enough to shake the reenactment. Sigrun put magic into his sword and said, who is that man next to you? Adversary, is it your colleague? Well, what, weren't you with that guy then? What is the real identity of the transfer student? Jaehyeon bit his lip and said that. He quickly gave instructions to Hela and Pappy. Pappy, you move to save as many people as possible. Prevent your colleagues from coming this far. Grung, Hela, I think you should help me. We need an army of dead. Can you help? Sure, SSSSS. Hela quickly polymorphed into human form and opened the portal to Helheim. The cries of the dead pouring from it collided with Valkyrie's magical power. Jaehyeon said to Faye without even turning his head, "Hey you, I don't know what it is, but survive on your own." "I want to know who cares about who." Faye shook her head, without even a chance for Jaehyeon to question it. Chwe. Sigrun swung the sword he was holding, creating a huge sword scar. It was flying towards representation, tearing up and swallowing space. Damn it, the reaction, it's not easy. Jaehyeon rolled his body to avoid it. But the power of the attack remained clear on the floor. Prophet, the floor made of arc metal was dented, the sword path was engraved. And even that power gradually expanded its scope and swallowed up the representation. Death sword, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. It was a swordsmanship used by Sigrun that broke the soul and pursued the opponent to the end. Of course. It was impossible for Jaehyeon to notice this in the midst of his hectic mind. Hela, I know, the summoned specters' troops started attacking the Valkyries, however. They were too unfavorable in terms of attributes and were difficult to sustain for a long time. The reason is simple. Specters are basically undead monsters, but Valkyrie is a divine attribute. Hela's magic is only to buy time. But you can never fight them and win. A game of rock, paper, scissors where the winner is decided, unfortunately. It was Jaehyeon who stood on the losing side, Min Jaehyeon. It was at that moment that I heard a voice beside me. Transfer student Faye was talking to me. That's what I asked in the first place. I didn't answer properly. I asked why you are trying to endure everything alone. What does that matter now? It is important as you move on. Someone eventually dies, admit it. If you don't admit it, you will lose everything. Faye's tone changed. The moment Jaehyeon's eyebrows narrowed, Chow once again. The soul-defying sword is stabbed directly at him. It was much larger than it had been just a moment ago and could hardly be stopped. It cannot be destroyed even with magic. It is too big to cut through the grain. Sigrun put a fishy smile on his lips. I brought a skillful shaman, even after blowing up your body. If you return with only your head and heart, you may be able to keep it alive. Don't worry. It won't go against fate. Jaehyeon sighed as he watched the sword attack slowly flying towards him. I accelerated and repeated my thoughts, but it was difficult to decide anything easily. At this rate, even if it is not death, you will live in an even worse hell. I can't see my family and colleagues again. You will have to watch with your own two eyes as their bodies are being torn apart. That's war, that's why I tried to stop it. But what if I fail? It was an emotion that filled Jaehyeon's head every moment. If I fail. If I fail, it always suppressed representation and put more pressure on it. I can't breathe and even one day faster. That was what made it go a little faster. If I fail here, everything is, it never ends. Jaehyeon's eyes narrowed. A huge sword flying towards you. That's what stopped at that moment. Faye's voice was heard again. Even if you fail. Jaehyeon saw it. The sword that flew in front of him was blocked by something and began to slowly break down. Everything never ends. You, what the hell is your identity? Jaehyeon's narrowed eyes looked sideways instead of forward. Pei, a transfer student who managed to break through the hellish competition at Mills Academy and transfer. And a mysterious existence to Jaehyeon. And the one who blocked the attack with a divine power that even he could not deal with. What the hell is he? Why did he, whom he thought was an enemy, save himself? I am an indivisible being. Faye took a step forward and continued. I am the Brune you saw a moment ago, and I am also the Watcher you saw in the Valley of the Dragon in the past. I am a fragment of the fallen spirit. And I am also myself, but my most famous name is Kwacheng. He raised his head and shattered the soul sword. Loki, it's Loki Lofison. Chapter 290 The Sword of Faith Part 1 When the comrades who received Yi's instructions ran to save the cadets and other people. Suddenly, there were two figures catching up next to me, two familiar people. They were Yu Sung-yoon and Lee Yishin. What happened? Lee Yishin asked like that. Yi Sang-lee replied. I think the cadets have been brainwashed by the group. Jaehyeon released the magic, but it's not all settled yet. So we have to move. It's a rescue. For now you guys save the cadets. Gin. As soon as the name came out, Lee Yishin turned away. No matter how strong the cadets were, it was impossible to deal with Gu Jane. Who was the president of Miles? Himself or Yusung? Among them, if you're looking for stability, I'd go for it. Chin, but at that time. There was a person who grabbed Lee Yishin's shoulder. Yishin Lee narrowed his eyes. What? I will take care of Gu Jane. You are still only a cadet. There's no reason for you to take risks here, no matter how high you reach S rank. It is the same for Gu Jane. That's right. Leave this to us and you guys rescue the cadets as much as possible, the words of Yu Seong-yoon, who continued with Lee Yishin. Stopped for a moment. An Ho-yeon's eyes say she will kill Gu Yeon. It was a deeper pain than he thought. I don't know what it is. There was no time for a long explanation, but the moment I look into his eyes, Lee Yishin had no choice but to harden coldly without even realizing it. It was because many complex emotions were clearly felt. Good, Lee Yishin radar, Yu Seong-yoon stopped it. But Lee Yishin's decision was not overturned. Yusung chewed his lips. I'm sure he must have a reason for his judgment, but isn't he still a young cadet? However, Lee Yishin did not add any more, and only spoke to his back as he turned around. I heard that your mother recently woke up. The experience of losing someone remains traumatic for everyone. Promise me that if you are important to me, I will definitely come back, I promise, in the end. The two had no choice but to let An Ho-yeon go. Ki's colleagues didn't even bother. An Ho-yeon. There was only one place he was heading to now, Chairman's office. It was a place that Jane Koo established and has been cultivating. An Ho-yeon took the elevator to the upper floor. Perhaps it was already the work of Gu Yaoen. The place was wide open on all sides, so it looked dangerous even at first glance. But there was no time to hesitate. Those who saw An Ho-yeon riding the elevator also prepared for the next battle. Then we will rescue the rest of the cadets and ordinary citizens first. Will everyone help? Everyone nodded at Yu Sung-yoon's suggestion, even that Lee Yi-shin. There is no time after all the rescues. Min Yi-hyun, I have to go rescue him too. This time, no matter how hard he is, he's not an easy guy to deal with. In addition, there are 4 doors that can invade the academy, if all the enemies are coming that way. It's not even close to this number. It won't be enough even if we are divided and deal with each other, at least without the support of other S-class raiders. I agree, if you don't protect all 4 gates of Miles. Everyone will die here eventually. I have no choice but to block them all, although the chances are infinitely close to 0. We will take over the eastern gate. You guys should help Min Yi-hyun here in the center. Yi-shin Lee said that and looked out the window, a group made up of only unknown women who dyed the sky black. What kind of beings are they with swords and spears and axes? A cold wind ran down the spines of everyone gathered here. Indeed. An overwhelming sense of fear and intimidation weighs on their shoulders, but they will do what they have to do because that's their true nature. Radar Associated News. Broadcasting, which was broadcast live on TV, was gradually gaining momentum. It was because what was happening at the academy was coming as a big shock to them. The cause was none other than Sigrun's words earlier. I came here under the command of Sigrun Freya. The woman who seemed to be leading the group said so. Clearly there is no error, Freya. In today's world where Norse mythology has become a reality, is there anyone who doesn't know her name? She is the goddess of beauty and is called the head of the Valkyries according to the mythological tradition. If this story is true, it becomes clear that she is one of the Valkyries. It's dangerous. I don't know what the reason for the sudden appearance of the gods is, but I can't guarantee that something good will happen to mankind. But why did you call Min Yi-hyun the adversary? Could he have something to do with God? If so, it might prove the source of the power he's shown so far, even the first battle mage title, which was too strong for a cadet. All of that was only possible for him, and the only ones who can stop him are transfer student Faye and Min Yi-hyun, who blocked the attack a moment ago. There are only 2. Their attacks are too strong for S-class raiders to block them. It will be crushed in an instant. Lee Seon HWA and Kim Yoo-young's parents were watching TV, and people all over the world joined hands while watching Yi-hyun and Faye confront Sigrun. If you break through there, you will be next. No one knew it now. Damn it, everyone. Get ready right now. That time, Moriya Renki of Japan jumped up from his seat after finishing all preparations. He was wearing armor and holding a cumbersome huge weapon in his hand. He was thinking of heading to Mills Academy right away, not just a black robe, it was to help reproduce. Black robe, I would have thought that his true identity was a battle mage that caused a stir in the world. When Yamatano Orochi was defeated, he saw the battle of the black robes right in front of his eyes, and now the battle that Yi-hyun can see. This was exactly the same as what he had seen in the past. The same goes for out-of-standard forces. This is Min Yi-hyun. It was tantamount to proving that he was a black robe. But will you be all right? The enemy is too strong. Approval from the upper level of the Japanese Union hasn't been dropped. It's risky to step forward now. Do you think a monster with such destructive power will end after defeating one Min Yi-hyun, black robe? It wouldn't be wrong to say that he was the target. But in the end, its power will be shown off to us. It's our turn next. Wake up if you will, and fight. Moriya said so. He kicked the door and ran toward the gate. Black robe, no. Min Yi-hyun, what are you fighting against? We will go too. We cannot leave Miles Academy and Korea as they are. No approval required because this is a notification. Camilla and Balak also completed all preparations to help Yi-hyun, of course. The European Union had no choice but to approve of their persistence. Anyway, S-class raiders are monsters and far beyond their control. It was their idea that it would be better to let them go as they wished now. Shit, after raising my disciples. It seems like they all will die before me. You shouldn't make it like that. Camilla nodded at Balak's words and only added that their destination has already been decided. Mills Academy, there. They are Yi-hyun and his colleagues. The plan was to save the cadets of the academy. Gu-jane, the road to the director's office was long. It wasn't just a matter of distance and height. Gu-jane, that trashy human being, even prepared things like this. And Ho-yeon sincerely despised him and swung his sword. Why was he gasping for breath and using his sword? The reason was simple. Elevator to go up to the top floor. It was like a gatekeeper guarding the castle gate. I knew it was strange from the first time I rode the elevator, but to think that monsters would come out from all directions, however, there was no time to think deeply. It just slows down thinking what you have to do now. It was all about swinging the sword and clearing everything in the way. In fact, in terms of force alone, the demons here weren't that strong. However, there was something else that really bothered An Ho-yeon. As soon as, awesome, I want to live, I want to, it was this terrible scream that I heard every time I killed a monster. The voice changed every moment, even if you cut down a beast-type monster. Even if you cut down a human-type monster, it was always the same. They were sad and in agony and cursed in Ho-yeon. It is bound to be mentally exhausting. Moreover, the most frightening thing was that this voice made me think that it was not just Gu Yao's scheming, rather than hate it. Why a feeling of pity rises from the depths of the heart. Ding, An Ho-yeon continued to fight and drank Li Yisang's potion in his spare time. The sound of broken glass bottles on the floor and the sound of the elevator every time you go up the floor, and a slight growl continued to haunt him. But An Ho-yeon endured. Now you have to do it yourself. The face of his mother, who had recently awakened, flashed in his mind. Even the moment I woke up, I was worried about myself. He tried not to forget his mother's hands, which were more wrinkled than he remembered. Cool your head and defeat the monsters that keep flocking to you. Grab a sword and wield it, sometimes horizontally, sometimes vertically. Sometimes he rotates his body to slash, give his shoulder, and conversely uses the opponent's movements. It was all learned yourself so far. Also, the things I learned from my teacher. Balak, all of those things accumulated in his body and began to glow one by one. I have to go up. An Ho-yeon let out a rough breath and continued to kill the demons numbering in the hundreds. There were so many of them that the level went up by 2. An Ho-yeon invested all stats in endurance and continued to fight. Gin and himself, either one of them will die here, but that won't be you thinking so. When I swung my last sword with a trembling hand, ding, An Ho-yeon was able to reach the top floor of the elevator. The familiar office of the chairman came into view in front of him. Director Kim Jaehyeon was already lying outside the door, not dead yet. But stunned, An Ho-yeon knew Gu Jane is in this, and he will definitely kill him. Kwang, An Ho-yeon kicked the door. There was no need for knocking like before. What, Jaehyeon Min, I thought he would come. This is a bit surprising. There was a shaggy, long beard and haggard but unmistakably Gujin. The appearance of a monster pouring out menacing mana even at first glance. However, An Ho-yeon tried not to be afraid and strode towards him, and asked, is it you who made my mother like that? Chapter 291 Sword of Faith Part 2 Gu Yao's answer did not come right away. After a while, he said, brushing his shaggy beard, it's a bit late to notice. But well, so what are we going to do? Gu Yao's completely changed tone, that chilled An Ho-yeon's conversation. It was not the voice of the chairman he knew. He was now in the shape of a complete monster. The first time I sent the cadets to Svartal fame for the incident with Congressman Park, I thought I had already seen his dark side, but even that was a pretense. There was still more darkness left for him. An Ho-yeon gritted his teeth and asked, why did you ruin our family? Because you made my mother suffer from such a disease. Even my father changed like that. You broke people. You had a talent to use. I thought that if I used it well, I would be able to shoot up to the S rank in no time. But for some reason, since your mother is bothering you, it has become difficult to use you. He continued, brushing his beard. So I tried to get rid of them, but your nature is too weak. He was a weakling who couldn't kill even a fly. You needed a burden. I have to move if you don't. Everyone will die. Such a strong feeling of pressure. Is that why are you holding my family hostage? It seems like I've become a villain since you say I'm a hostage. Gu Jane said as if he was genuinely displeased. An Ho-yeon felt disgusted. Did everything just look like a tool to him? Was it just prey to be used? When I thought so, Gu Jane put his hands in his pockets and continued. But isn't that the same for you? It is still the same now. I am different from you. Gu Yaoen ridiculed An Ho-yeon's infidelity. Aren't you the one who is swept here and there like a moth to fire? Burning with a foolish, vengeful spirit. Is that all? You just killed a couple of people to avenge yourself. What are you talking about? I swear I never killed anyone. At that moment, one thought passed through An Ho-yeon's mind. It came down to the mysterious screams I had just heard. Akae, as you think those you killed a while ago, they are all samples prepared to urge reawakening. Clinker, to put it simply. They are your seniors. An Ho-yeon's shoulders trembled. Gu Jane didn't seem to care at all. Yeah, it's because they're not good enough to be made into chimeras. I suffered a lot too because 1 or 2 out of 100 were on the verge of success. There were also a lot of guys who went out of their way in the middle. An Ho-yeon's eyes went cold at Gu Yaoen's words. All the monsters he had cut down a while ago, that their identities were your ancestors, innocent cadets. A chimera made from their corpses using their deaths. The one I killed was a person at that moment. It felt as if something was disconnected inside An Ho-yeon. This is a wonderful person that he repeated to himself before he first became a radar. He wasn't the one helping people. At that moment, only the strong tenacity to kill Gu Yaoen in front of him remained. And unfortunately, this was also the reaction Gu Yaoen was aiming for. Foolish. Looking at the tip of An Ho-yeon's unstable sword, he sent the rest of the chimera that Gu Yaoen had prepared. This time, undead monsters in the shape of skulls were prepared. At least, if it was a beast-type monster, it would be easy to cut down because it had a different appearance. But this case is a little different, to hunt humanoid monsters. Besides, if he was a real human being, how many people would wield a sword without hesitation? An Hoyeon, since you're a useful guy. Your value will be higher if you make it into a chimera. It will create an interesting test subject. I could feel Gu Jane smiling faintly as he said that. My heart was beating wildly, pounding, pounding, awesome amidst the heartbeat. And Hoyeon continued to swing her sword. They were the seniors who became witches, no witches, and cut down the cadets. Continue, it wasn't just repetition, it was something that gradually wore out the mind. At this level, he must have broken his mind enough. Gu Jane smiled. He stretched out his hand and aimed in the direction of An Hoyeon's forehead. After that, he unlocked his magic and activated his unique skill. Activate the active skill brainwashing. It was at that moment that the miracle happened. The activation of the skill has failed. The designated target's mental power is not exhausted yet. Gu Jane's brow flinched for a moment. Why, according to my data? He's not very mentally strong, right? The power of his unique skill is certain. But what, doesn't the skill work? It was only a few months ago that it was said that it could not kill a fly, let alone a human. But why did he swing his sword like that and stabilize his mentality? Gu Jane gritted it. A little more here if you mess with it further. He will fall into his brainwashing. You are killing people, you've become a guy like me, do you even know? Gu Jane continued shouting to shake An Hoyeon's spirit, however. And Hoyeon continued to silently wield his sword and approached him. It was a gigantic movement like a yaksha. Gujin. An Hoyeon came right in front of Gu Yaon and said, "You are garbage," after speaking as if to declare. He exploded his magical energy for a blow. Active skill blue and white sword. Active skill Union of Divine Swords is activated. An Hoyeon's two skills shine and begin to put pressure on Gu Yaon. No matter how strong Gujin is, he is always an A-class magician. It was also a mental manipulation series. The odds of winning a one-on-one match with an S-rank martial arts fighter were infinitely close to zero. It was unexpected to me that An Hoyeon reached S-class so quickly, but I have a godhead. Gu Jane's lips go up in a fishy way, a divine power received from Heimdall, if there is. It won't be difficult to defeat him, originally. It was prepared for Min Jaehyeon, but now he was in a situation where he might die. I was not in a position to cover the time. I will tell you that there is a wall that cannot be crossed by human power, saying so. Gu Jane drew out the magic power remaining in his body at once. Rather than magic, it was somehow more divine, but it was twisted. This, of course, was a compressed mana that An Hoyeon had never experienced before. Godhead. Gu Jane drew out the divine power he received from Heimdall and activated magic. Activate the active skill backflow, reflux. This was delivered directly from Heimdall to Gu Jane. And it was a skill that literally reversed the opponent's mana and destroyed the internal organs. A dagger hidden by Chairman Gu Yaon. Gu Gu Gu, An Hoyeon's whole body feels like he's being crushed. And his heart starts pounding wildly, reverse magic. Although this was downgraded, it was a myth-level skill. Even An Hoyeon, who opened the S-class, could not help but be sure of the power of such a skill. The body's blood flow is turned upside down and the brain feels like a burning pain. And the mind becomes distant, reflux. It means a skill that turns everything upside down. Now it felt like the blood was flowing backwards. An Hoyeon's one knee touches the ground with a thud, turbuk, at that moment. Gu Jane started walking towards him. He was holding a grudge. It would have been better if you had just followed me and lived as a dog. An Hoyeon closed her lips. I feel the object of revenge that I hated approaching, mother to family, and the being that made the innocent cadets suffer was coming towards him. Unfortunately, I didn't have the strength to deal with him. Yeah, this is enough, this is enough. Are you going to sit there after saying that moment? It was as if Jaehyeon's voice could be heard in An Hoyeon's ears. It was an auditory hallucination. But it was enough to greatly increase An Hoyeon's faintly extinguished embers. An Hoyeon forcibly straightened his bent knees, recalling the contents of the new skill he had acquired in the battle with Jaehyeon. Passive skill. Name, Sword of Faith rating. Unique skill, the stronger the sincere faith toward the person you admire, the stronger it becomes. All swordsmanship proficiency increases significantly. The stronger the admiration and trust towards the target, the greater the effect and destructive power of all skills using the sword. Dreaming. What are you talking about? It was when Gu Jane was about to say that, bang, standing up from his seat. And Hoyeon quickly swung his sword. Woo, pod sound in succession. It was tantamount to explaining Gu Yaon's urgent situation. The sword suddenly became faster. Gu Yaon does not know the current achievements of An Hoyeon due to preparations for the recapture match of Mills Academy. At least grade A, I thought it would stop at that level. What the hell is this speed? When did you reach the realm of an S-class radar with my data? It would take at least 2 more years. If it was according to the data you said, I wouldn't be standing here. It will either become your dog, as you said, or it will already be broken. An Hoyeon put strength on his wrist, but I didn't. East longitude, yes. A vague longing led me to this point. Is it about Min Jaehyeon? Okay, I really wanted to reach you. Wow, before he could activate the reverse flow magic again, An Ho-yeon quickly kicked the ground and jumped, grabbing Gu Yaoen's neck. After succeeding in driving him to the wall, An Ho-yeon gave strength to the sword. It was the moment when victory and defeat had already been decided. Gu Jaehyeon had already used his godhead and had to deal with the chimera. Also, because he consumed a lot of mana for collective brainwashing, he had almost no mana left. He spoke until the end with a sly smile on his lips. You are a weakling, he's so righteous that he can't do anything alone. He continued holding the hand of An Ho-yeon, who was holding his neck with trembling hands. Do you think you can kill me? Your hands must be shaking right now. It was as the old man said, and Ho-yeon had never killed a human. It was also fair. No matter how wicked it is in front of me, whether it's a monster, he'll worry if he has to kill it. Gu Jaehyeon noticed that his hands were shaking in that short amount of time. Why then, a face passed by An Ho-yeon and one thought clearly fills his head. What would Jaehyeon do here? Of course, active skill Sword of Faith is strongly activated. The power and effect of the user's swordsmanship-related skills are greatly improved. It must have been cut. The blue flame-bearing sword lightly cut off the enemy's head, followed by the sound of something rolling on the floor. An Ho-yeon smiled lightly as he saw Gu Yaoen's blood splattered on his face. I had to do this long ago, remembering what he had said in the past. He let out a deep breath and started to move on. Gin's cleanup is all over, then all that's left are monsters floating in the sky now. Reproduction is dangerous, I have to go. An Ho-yeon began to run with strength in his legs. It didn't matter how helpful you were or not, if I die, I will die on the battlefield with my comrades. That was his will. It was after the shaking of his hands had completely stopped. Chapter 292 Loki Lawfason Loki. This is Loki Lawfason. If you were to count on your hand the most important beings in Norse mythology, 3 gods can be singled out. The first is Odin, the god who becomes the actual protagonist. The second is Thor, the lord of thunder and the hammer Mjolnir. The third is the mischievous Loki, well known by the nickname Trickster. The 3 beings are Asgard's strongest and are responsible for the most stories in mythology. Their presence is so famous that it is widely spread throughout Midgard. Jaehyeon thought of the first, so before returning, message you have heard, you become the adversary of the lofty Aesir, the adversary of the Aesir. At first I had no idea what that meant, but after that, I learned a little more about it. As he visited the Temple of Hell, he was able to realize a little bit of what it meant to be an adversary. Next time before the later, there, with the help of Hela, he was able to see through the lies of Hugin, whom he believed to be his father. He saw Hrungnir's memories and heard Mimir's story. As the narratives piled up, Jaehyeon became curious about the 2 gods behind them, Odin and Loki. Why did the first 2 go to war and now, 10,000 years later, they're trying to recreate it? The 3 Norn sisters and Mimir Loki. Why did they bring themselves back? In a situation where everything was covered by an opaque curtain, Jaehyeon finally met Loki, Trickster, naughty Loki. It was only now that he understood the significant behavior in front of him. Loki, he has been by his side from the beginning, avoiding the eyes of the Sur in the form of Brune, and in the form of a watcher in the form of someone else. Jaehyeon learned that Loki was always by his side and now ask him, why did you choose me as your opponent? It would be a lie if you said you chose to be exceptional. Loki shook his head and returned to his original form. But I got it, that you have more potential than anyone else. What did you see and make that choice? I lost a lot of people because of your choices. It may be selfish, but I would have lived a happier life if you hadn't chosen me. Think so. It's something someone should have gone through. This is Jaehyeon's complaint, however. It was also a part that he could talk about to Loki. Why did you choose me? Why did you bring me here? The answer to that was a part that Jaehyeon could ask for from him. However, Loki just shook his head. But the answer to that is not here. The deep sea inside you, if you find something in it, everyone will know. Loki just said that. Yeah, that's enough for now. Above. There were still times when they looked down on themselves. Valkyrie, killing them was the first thing. If you are not an enemy, cooperate. Akue, of course, but before that, let me make one thing clear. Loki's words didn't sound right. Death sword. It was because the huge debris was floating around, blocking the view and noise. You are still weak. You don't know how strong the Valkyries above are. They are strong enough to be incomparable to Einherjar, Reaper, because they are the ones you humans commonly refer to. The sword he uses is the power that comes from it. But aren't they still only able to use 30% of their power? The power of prophecy that surrounds you. You already know that it's getting weaker. Don't you? Let's see. At this level, 50% is good enough. It can crush you in an instant. Jaehyeon frowned. What? Are you saying that the difference between 30% and 50% is that much? Hela, who had intervened from the side, grabbed the hem of her skirt in exasperation. Unfortunately, he is right. Actually, I want to ask why Loki is here right now, but first I need his help. I'm sorry, but there are limits to where I can help. This body is a fragment containing only a small part of my enormous godhead. It's not enough to defeat Sigrun. Am I supposed to do it after all? Akue. But how do we stop that monster? At Jaehyeon's words, Loki raised an eyebrow. Jaehyeon felt his heart sink. The comrades who had moved to protect people earlier had now arrived at his closest range. It would be useless even if I shouted at him not to come. Jaehyeon knew his colleagues best. Here they were people who could die for themselves. Naturally. He hadn't thought of leaving it that way. At that moment, Loki snapped his fingers. Third level of godhood liberation. Get there if you can open your own barrier. You will have a chance against Sigrun. But right now there is no one to usurp the godhood. You know that there are 3 awakening stones in the beginning. Right? Jaehyeon's eyes widened slightly at those words. I have the last of them, and I hid it for you, the adversary, where no one can find it. Hidden, Loki smiled as Jaehyeon frowned at the sparse words. You must have seen the tragedy of Jotunheim 10,000 years ago through Urd's mirror during the second trial in the past, in the memories of Hrungnir, and the place where I hide the primordial awakening stone unnoticed by Odin is the future. Future, Akae, it is an imaginary space created by Skuld, one of the 3 Norn sisters. To the world after you died before returning, see the future there and realize one unshakable truth, then you will be able to obtain the last awakening stone of the beginning. I get it, do that. The decision wasn't difficult. Everyone seems to be dying here and now. But there was no room for hesitation, but at that moment Loki crossed his arms as if he was missing something. However, you are not alone in heading towards the future. Loki made a mischievous face and snapped his fingers. That was the moment. Wow, the familiar voices of the comrades running this way. They were caught up in something unknown. All members of the 9 began to be transported somewhere by the portal along with Loki's gesture. What is it? Is Loki telling me to go to the future with my friends? What am I doing there, Loki? Manager of the Nornir system uses the navigator's compass, transfers the user and their allies to Skuld's fragment future. The consciousness was quickly cut off, and the magical energy in the sky where the fragments of the memorial sword were floating was quickly removed. Sigrun was floating in the sky, looking down at Loki as he was. Loki, I never thought you'd be here. I would have thought he hid another fragment in Midgard. That's right, it's a pity for you, but powder can never kill me, I bet you know. Loki looked at Sigrun, who was looking down at him with a sullen expression. She continued to shoot soul slashes at herself with a surprisingly cold face. The floor of the arena was already dented and it was difficult to find even traces of it. What do you mean? I won't last long with a body like this because it's just on a low level. In fact, there was nothing wrong with Sigrun's words. No matter how much Van Aesir has the strongest power, in the end it's just a fragment. It was true that he was not enough to deal with himself now. Maybe I'll stop holding it for a while, however. Even so, Loki only had a fishy smile. Don't worry, I won't be killing you. Tsutsutsutsutsutsu. At that moment, a huge domed magic unfolded, trapping the Valkyries and Loki. From here on, it was a battle between those with divine powers. Enormous magical energy collided, and the noise of collision was heard. A huge spark rose from Loki's body, the flame that once terrified all the dark elves. Loki's flame spread quickly and filled the son-in-law. He thought Ragnarok, what Odin longs for and fears, what you want to get your hands on, I know, and I will somehow block it. Loki shrugged his shoulders with a playful smile. It's just that the first round is over. What is that all there is to it? With those words, Loki's huge magic power rises and his organs begin to be displayed slowly. Roaring flame, it was a vivid flame and it quickly spread and began to burn the sky red. At once, thousands of Valkyries disappeared without a trace. Meanwhile, Moria, Lenki, and Balak, Camilla got in touch with each other. They each decided to block 3 gates except for the east one guarded by Li Yixin and Yu Xiangyun. In the north, there were cadets like Chung Hyun and Camilla, who came to support from headquarters, and in the south, the European Union, including Balak. To the west were Moria, Renki, and members of the Japanese alliance. While they all pray for the propaganda of reproduction, the huge existence in front of them, I couldn't help but get tired of the fear of the Valkyries. Each one of those objects is at a level approaching at least a plus grade, but on the inside, there will be more fighting going on. Black Robe. No, Jaehyeon's fight was always several steps ahead of them. This level of pain would be nothing compared to him. Everyone there knew, if he hadn't helped, their lives would have ended no matter what happened. In any case, it means that now is not the time to turn your back, but the time to cooperate, so I'll pay the debt I owe him when he needs it. That was their idea. Radar's principle is not to leave debt. The place where the party arrived after the flickering of light that made the mind far away. It was right in the middle of a closed city, Daegu, however. The extent of the devastation was incomparable to anything seen before. A headache, where is this place? Kim Yoo-young stood up first and muttered that. Kwon So-yeol, Lee Yi-sang, and An Ho-yeon, everyone was confused. As if they had just woken up. The portal that Loki created a while ago, probably because of its transmission side effects. Jaehyeon was the first to come to his senses and then spoke to his colleagues. This is the future, exactly. It is 2035 now. The Nornir system begins guiding you through a cruel future, before Jaehyeon could answer. The system answered, 2035. This was exactly 4 years after Jaehyeon returned. That meant that this place really had a future. Jaehyeon calmed down Loki. He told him to find the awakening stone of the beginning here. But I don't know why I needed allies in the process. Why did Loki send himself to the future with his friends here? Loki said he must realize the unshakable truth. What on earth is that truth? No information is available at this time. Then it was important to move once. I didn't have much time, since Hela didn't come with him. Jaehyeon had to take care of everything now. Let's search the area first, I'll tell you everything as we go. Jaehyeon said so, now you can't hide it anymore. You have to tell them everything, including your return, in addition. How urgent the situation is now. Jaehyeon was thinking of revealing everything to his colleagues. It's all that he tried to use them in the first place. Chapter 293 The Future Without You and Me Part 1 So, are you saying that you came back as you are now after 11 years of time? And that you are originally a 27-year-old man? Besides, is the one attacking us right now an Aesir or a Valkyrie following a Norse god doing something? That's right, it's all good. But can't you leave out the old man? At Kim Yoo-young's words, Jaehyeon forced a smile and replied, however, the atmosphere was not friendly, it was very confusing. And it took time for my colleagues to accept it. If Jaehyeon's words are true, why did Jaehyeon approach them? It was most likely not out of favor for them, but simply because they coveted their abilities to use. That's why Jaehyeon might have attracted them. Even Jaehyeon told his confused colleagues without cheating. As you think. I tried to use you all the time after returning. The reason I approached him was because of that. I understand if you feel disappointed, I have nothing to say. Jaehyeon couldn't help but feel the deep pain of spitting out those words. They were people who became his valued allies. It was indescribable pain to reveal one's shame to such people. No matter how deeply I care about them now, it won't matter to them anymore. Angle, you would think that you approached to use yourself and that's how it happened, in the end. He deceived everyone, benefits of regression. I may have trampled on the hearts of my colleagues with a complacent mind that only I can live well, knowing that. Jaehyeon thought of understanding them even if they were no longer with him, but when the silence flowed, everyone's answer came back. I don't think you're a bad person. Even if you came all the way here with the intention of taking advantage of us. There were times we had fun together and all of that doesn't go away. That's right, no luck wasn't I brought here for the purpose of using it from the beginning. Seo Nunna and Kwon Soyeol said that first, followed by An Hoyeon and Lee Yi-sang. You changed us positively. That alone doesn't make us hate you. You are the leader of 9 in the first place. Earlier, the guys who were called Valkyries, they say that only you can defeat them if we can be of any help. That's enough. I was also able to grow thanks to you. Jaehyeon, that was a choice to survive, not a deception against us. Why are you listening to everyone? I felt something boiling in my chest. Jaehyeon tried to say something, but his lips kept moving, nothing leaked out from inside. My throat is full. These are my nice coworkers trying to understand me using them at that moment. Seoane said as if answering, we have to go together, the god and the adversary, and the sentence that says our death is implied in the second verse of the prophecy. I'm honestly not sure how everything is going, but that doesn't change the fact that we need to be by your side. I can help somehow? No. The last person to speak was Kim Yoo-young. Jaehyeon immediately cut her off. Kim Yoo-young looked at Jaehyeon with a slightly shocked expression. Jaehyeon was still stubborn. He shook his head. I don't know about anyone else, but not as much as you. You cannot go with me. What are you talking about? Are we a team? The decision is not overturned. Kim Yoo-young, you don't fight, and from now on never leave my side, even if you return to reality. You will be the first to run away. There was no warmth to be found in Jaehyeon's words, a sudden change in his behavior. Kim Yoo-young and her colleagues were taken aback, but could not respond. Jaehyeon has never acted without reason. There must be a reason for showing such a high-handed appearance this time. That's a very deep reason. Let's go, we have to get out of here and deal with Sigrun and the rest. Jaehyeon said that and walked away. The awakening stone of the beginning, a full-fledged movement to find it has begun. A message that just popped up. The system of all allies of the adversary is temporarily changed to the Nornir system. You have accepted the quest, the future without you and me, from all of your colleagues. Please observe the future of each person and decide whether to join the enemy or not, their own future. What will happen in the future that even Jaehyeon doesn't know? The only one who knows that is Loki, and there will be only 3 Norn sisters. When Jaehyeon and his friends suddenly disappear into an open portal, the subspace camera was still working properly. Loki's barrier was the outer wall. This was because it had no effect on the operation of the artifacts operating inside. Loki thought it didn't matter. Anyway, now Ragnarok is coming. If that happens, humans should also know about the danger and feel fear. That's not a bad thing. If there is danger, those who prepare for it will appear. There must be some frustrated people. But humans are a stronger species than you think. I will try to move forward in any situation. Loki thought about it and nodded, even on TV. Voices continue to relay live events. This is a fight far beyond the norm. It is said that all raiders from around the world are moving to Korea to rescue the Academy cadets. But I doubt if that would be a worthwhile action. Overwhelming power, are humans bound to be infinitely powerless in front of that? If they are really gods, mankind might not have a chance. Cadet Min Yi-hyun, who is our last hope, has suddenly disappeared, and even Cadet Faye is being pushed back. Everyone. Please pray to give them even a little bit of strength, and so that their embers don't spread. Special quest. A future without you and me. Head to the film room of Mills Academy to see your future selves regenerated. Take a look and decide your future plans, conditions, see each other's future and decide whether to move forward together with the adversary difficulty. Reward, beginning awakening stone. Jaehyeon gave a brief explanation of the system to his colleagues who had questions about the quest window that popped up. The Nornir system is, after all, for the antagonist created to fight Odin. But maybe it's because the comrades standing by the opponents of the prophecy judged you to be you. Because of the operation of that system, these quests were forcibly accepted. Colleagues quickly agreed. Well, a little while ago, I saw a god and the leader of the Valkyries with power comparable to him. Her strength was clearly imprinted in the eyes of the 9 members who ran from afar. Beings called gods, the magical power that they possess. Called divinity, how strong would that be, by the way? The name of the quest is strange. A future without you and me. What are you trying to say? Kwon So-yeol muttered with his arms crossed. Kim Yoo-young continued to follow Jaehyeon's back with a dark expression, although he was doing what he was told. It was the first time I had seen him so overbearing. Why did Min Jaehyeon suddenly become like that, thought Kim Yoo-young, but swallowed it as it was, in a small voice. Seona told me that there must be a reason. She was right. Jaehyeon always planned and moved. It won't be different this time either. There's a reason, so that's why you're putting yourself behind. But for some reason, a chill down her spine continued to torment her. Meanwhile, Jaehyeon continued to move forward, arranging the demons around him that had become ruins. He no longer hid his divinity in front of his colleagues. You won't be able to quickly return to the original timeline unless you release all of your powers up to the 2nd stage. If that happens, you won't be able to protect anything. It just couldn't have been. What have you come so far for? Jaehyeon didn't want to forget it, to do so. I saw my colleagues walking by for a while and looked ahead again. The ruined city was in a much worse state than when they were camped outdoors. Not only were all the buildings not functioning properly, but a higher-level monster was rampant nearby. Originally, harpies don't come out to shallow areas like this, but the future when the gods arrive may be much more terrible than we think. I know. An Hoyeon and Seona exchanged words. In any case, the destination was clear. Film room at Mills Academy. There they will see a video of their future appearance. The system said so. And Jaehyeon had never escaped from the control of the system until now. I'm not sure how it works yet, but it's certain that it's exercising transcendental power that goes beyond cognition. Loki, the 3 Norn sisters, and Mimir, it's just amazing how they made something like this. Odin was also an enemy, but he was competent. After training humans to supplement the lack of soldiers, they set up a plan to make them Einherjar by filling the restraints with the system. Thinking so, I walked through the closed city for a while and soon Miles Academy was revealed. No. To be precise, here there's no way this is like this. You mean this is Miles from the future? An Hoyeon's voice. It was to represent their hearts. It was natural at this point. Even Jaehyeon was taken aback. Where the eyes of colleagues are now heading, only the ruins of the academy were left there. It was. The Mills Academy of the future has already collapsed and does not exist. Anyway. 9 stepped inside the ruined academy. Although the building is still aging, it does not appear to have completely collapsed. Should I say I'm lucky? The video room was also quickly found. There. A sphere with blue light was floating. Jaehyeon reached out his hand towards the light, then a voice began to be heard from him. It was from the Nornir system. You have met the quest conditions. Regenerate the future of the adversary's first ally. Something like a giant screen floated in the air. Seona was the first to appear, in a dark dungeon. Seona was attacking a dungeon with someone. She was slaughtering enemies with a chilling, cold smile, a completely different, calm look from Seona now. It was also a look that the group was not used to. Is that the future me? What surprised me the most was, of course, Seona. She couldn't easily open her mouth. Probably shocked by her change, Jaehyeon nodded. Even before the regression, you didn't trust people. No one, he said very little. So at first I thought it was dangerous to accept you as a colleague. It was a video that showed why Jaehyeon was negative about joining him as a team member during the freshman hunt. The sight of himself killing a demon with no expression was truly bloody. But, unfortunately, there was definitely a past self there. As Jaehyeon said, it's cold, it was dark, and before the shock was over, the second video was played. Regenerates the future of the adversary's second ally. Next was An Hoyeon. He barely survives as a low-level raider and spends his days drinking. Both father and mother are dead. And only one picture of the portrait hangs. He continues to blame himself. Ugly kid, ugly guy, you are the one who ruined everything. Knights who praised themselves in the past are sticking to the wall. It was sinking him further. Hoyeon. You couldn't overcome the burden given to you and became a disabled person. Likewise, no one believed in it. And even my mother couldn't protect it. I can't replace the future of the adversary's third ally. Next was Yiseng Lee. He stood alone, unable to settle any relationship with his father. But no one is unaware that his line is precarious. a lab full of brilliant people. However, unlike the successful appearance on TV, he was being threatened by the training guild. Make a new potion right away. Side effect, that none of that matters. The appearance of the training guild leader saying that is clear. Memories that may have become my future. Regenerate the future of the adversary's fourth ally. The owner of the last memory was Kwon So-yeol. She was able to enter a somewhat useful guild. But in the end, it was only treated as a tool with bright eyes. A cheap wayfinding radar, although she had her own skill. She lacked actual fighting power and had neither the strength nor the resources to meet a better ending. Looks like there's more exploitation than you, surely. Kwon So-yeol just said that calmly, so everyone's memory. Immediately after the piece is played, an oddity has occurred. The next video, no matter how long I waited. It didn't connect at that moment. A person's face hardened, replayed all memories of the adversary and his allies. Only two people immediately realized what it meant, Jaehyeon and Kim Yoo-jung. Kim Yoo-jung looked at Jaehyeon with a more trembling voice than ever before and asked, Min Jaehyeon, I will ask you one thing. Tears welled up in her eyes and dripped down. Kim Yoo-jung said while holding Jaehyeon's wrist, why are there no records of me in the future, in response to her question. Jaehyeon had no choice but to bring up a story he had wanted to keep quiet for a long time. You are dead. Jaehyeon's eyes fall coldly. It was a pain that choked her breath. An arrow that pierced her heart. Jaehyeon bit his teeth until the blood gnashed at them. Listen to Kim Yoo-jung, you died protecting me during this period before returning, so I can never let you fight. Jaehyeon had no choice but to think of the image of the girl who died trying to protect himself. It was a very long nightmare. Please let me live. Jaehyeon couldn't help but appeal to Kim Yoo-jung. Chapter 294, A Future Without You and Me Part 2. You died because of me. Jaehyeon's words pierced Kim Yoo-jung's chest like a dagger. The beating of my beating heart did not stop. And my hands trembled. What the hell is this story about? Kim Yoo-jung in shock. Repeated Jaehyeon's words, you're dead. Jaehyeon told me that he went back in time and came to the present time. That means he was aware of his death from the beginning. The extreme behavior I did earlier, I think I now know why Min Jaehyeon was overprotective of me. Now everything is starting to look clear, come to think of it. Jaehyeon's recent behavior was also somewhat strange. Everything you tried to overprotect yourself. This was a big illusion for her, to Jaehyeon. He said that such an act would lead to Kim Yoo-jung's death. It came from the pressure to keep. I was mistaken because of that. Maybe there is a chance for herself. Not Seo-ina, but no, Jaehyeon was just trying to save himself. Kim Yoo-jung was ashamed of herself and then feared death. Are you sure I'm dying? The two letters of death are unavoidable to radar. It was the most deeply related word. But in the end, it was also the word that kept me from being the most rational. I didn't want to die. Like everyone else, she had no desire to die. Jaehyeon and other colleagues must have been the same. As I was thinking about that, Jaehyeon started talking again. I too died at the last moment before returning, and when I woke up I was back in the past. From there, I met you and changed countless futures until now. Only then did the colleagues acquire the legitimacy of all the actions Jaehyeon had shown so far, when he was Gu Jain. Jaehyeon was the first to doubt him and see through his identity. In the end, what he wanted was a better ending. I am still working towards it. Kim Yoo-jung. I think that you who died saving me before returning must have regretted it, so I hope you don't die this time, so does everyone else. I'll try somehow. No, I can't do that. Seo-ina interrupted Jaehyeon on rare occasions. Crying a little somewhere. Yoo-jung will protect her no matter what, but Jaehyeon isn't watching you sacrifice yourself. You're a colleague, were we nothing to you? Yeah, they said everything would be over if you didn't stop it anyway, then. Isn't it right for us to struggle at least? Next was Kwon So-yeol. Next, An Ho-yeon and Lee Yi-sang. The last was Kim Yoo-jung. I will go with you until the end because of that. I became stronger until now. So do I can't die because it's unfair. I have no intention of dying and I have no intention of leaving you alone there, so don't mind me. Hearing Kim Yoo-jung's last cry. Why was it? Jaehyeon felt ashamed at that moment. I thought that the only thing I was trying to do was myself. His colleagues were also trying to keep moving forward. Just like him, why did I think I had to do everything alone? Did you believe that it was right at that moment? It seemed that Loki's words passed through Jaehyeon's ears. Why do you try to endure everything alone? Someone's sacrifice is inevitable in your progress. Admit it, otherwise. You will lose more. I will do my best. Only then did he realize Loki's intent in asking the question. Verses of the second prophecy. The road to Odin is opened with the blood of those who stand by the side of the adversary. It meant, after all, that he could not move forward alone unless he acknowledged the need for companions. If you really want to go forward, have a colleague by your side, and if you want to protect it, grow your strength. That must be the story Loki wanted to tell himself even while showing the future. Jaehyeon nodded. I will never let you die, I'll promise. The moment Jaehyeon spit out those words, you have cleared the special quest, the future without you and me. You will receive the awakening stone of the beginning as a reward. As a reward. You acquired the passive skill bondage of those who stand by your side. Passive skill. Name bond of those who stand by rating. X significantly improves the physical abilities of those who stand by the antagonist of the prophecy. The growth limit of those who are recognized as allies of the adversary is lifted. The physical abilities of those who are recognized as the adversary's allies soar, before even properly examining the newly acquired skill. Jaehyeon looked at the primordial stone with red light that floated in front of his eyes, the awakening stone of the beginning. Jaehyeon reached out his hand without hesitation, and the moment he held it in his hand, Hwaak in an instant. The screen flickered and nothing was left in the closed neighborhood. A future without you and me. The original future that Loki and Skuld had created began to crumble just like that. The world quickly crumbled, as if it never existed in the first place. Wow, the flames caused by Loki's enormous magic slowly begin to dissipate. It was because countless Valkyries floating in the sky were spreading magic to extinguish the flames. No matter how strong Loki is. What is here is Freya's direct subordinate, Sigrun. On top of that, the number of Valkyries he was dealing with was almost thousands, except for the ones he had eliminated. It was a situation where if I endured further with this body, which was only a clone, this side would collapse 100%. To think that even Loki's alter ego could be killed here, Freya will be pleased. That was when Sigrun had spoken, great blasphemy just in time. A crack began to form in the air, and waves of overwhelming magical power began to flow from it. Seeing that, Loki smiled lightly. You're here, adversary. I thought he wasn't dead yet. Jaehyeon and his colleagues were there, the composure to stay in Jaehyeon's voice. I think I succeeded safely after all. He's a talented guy. Loki thought so and raised a corner of his mouth. Jaehyeon must have looked into the future and returned from there with the last awakening stone in his hand. Then once again, the situation can be reversed, that's what I thought. Watching this, Sigrun's eyebrows twisted between the hidden masks. The last awakening stone of the beginning, that is of course Loki, you had it. It's not mine anymore. So don't argue. As Loki spoke casually, Sigrun's swordsmanship began to vibrate wildly. Well, of course they thought it was their thing. It's not enough that Loki took this away. I had to hand it over to Jaehyeon, no matter how you look at it. It was hard to see it as a positive situation. Jaehyeon quickly gave instructions to his colleague. You guys deal with the other Valkyries. Me and Loki will take on the strongest guy over there. Do you remember what I said? Don't overdo it. Never. Huh, okay. Can we try it once or twice? All at once. The colleagues' answers came back. Finally, Jaehyeon took a deep breath and faced Sigrun again. A little while ago, he had to step back because he was weak, but it will be different now. Hela and Loki, looking at it, both were seriously injured. And Loki's body had already begun to split. Of course, since it's an alter ego, it won't really die if you die here, but it's true that the main body is damaged anyway. Losing power here could have dealt a greater blow to Van Sur, who was weak in many ways. In the case of Hela, she could not be resurrected again because she was an independent alter ego. The situation was different with Loki, who, in fact, had several lives. I'll stop here somehow. It was the time when Jaehyeon, who thought so, quickly started the system with the awakening stone in his hand to absorb it. It takes enough time to absorb the third awakening stone of the beginning. The user's view index has not been completed. The use of awakening stone is cancelled. The message came to mind, and Jaehyeon saw Sigrun's fishy smile. You didn't think you could easily absorb the awakening stone from the beginning with me in front of you, right? Hearing that, Jaehyeon looked at Loki with goosebumps all over his body. But he didn't answer, and the story came back from Hela with a sigh. In order to absorb the last awakening stone of the beginning, several times more concentration and time than before are required, so that means practically impossible to use it now. Loki, if you bring this, you can defeat Sigrun. I'm fine, it's strange. Hela shook her head at Loki's muttered words and raised her magic power. Loki is a genius. It's a monster that builds mana just by breathing without having ever done anything like Myeonkyunsu. No matter how brilliant you are, after all. Loki and Odin are monsters of a different dimension. Jaehyeon was taken aback by the words and felt his head start to turn dizzy. I just came back alive there. He also saw memories and showed the future of his comrades. It may be traumatic for them. The things I got through all those situations. What? Can't use it right now if Jaehyeon had the strength. He wanted to turn Loki into powder right away. The moment I thought so and became indignant, Sigrun, who floated in the sky, raised his sword. Loki broke into a cold sweat and shrugged. I guess I can't stop that. It was as he said this time. The sword she was drawing was even bigger. The barriers that Loki had created were gradually crumbling. If you take too long here, the worst could happen. Jaehyeon gritted it. If you can stop it, along with Sigrun's words. The sword slides and draws a sword path. The soul sword, which became even stronger, flew and danced through the air. The destination was clear. Jaehyeon saw the sword shot straight at him. The word beautiful was the most appropriate for a sword that flew in a crescent moon as if it split the moon. But that was absolutely not the case with Jaehyeon. If it was that one shot, he would surely become the sixth and fly in the sky. I had to somehow find a number here. Loki, Loki. Jaehyeon repeated the name of the god who fucked him. gnashing his teeth and deploying magic. It was a situation where you had to avoid it to survive. He activated the number of secrets he had hidden. The skill Shadow Fairy Tale is activated, evades the target's attack once. Jaehyeon made a promise, after I make sure Sigrun is taken down, I will blow up that damn trickster as well. Chapter 295 Kim Yoo-young Part 1 Kwaeyang. Sigrun's death sword boasted destructive power beyond imagination. Basically with the power to cut arc metal lightly. The refinement of magic was also excellent, enough to scatter Loki's flames. Jaehyeon looked at the sword several times and admired it without even realizing it. Of course. The problem was that I would die without destroying it. Active skill Dragon Rider. Poppy. Jaehyeon called Poppy to have better mobility and deal with the Valkyries. Valkyries with wings had no choice but to have a much better advantage over Jaehyeon in terms of mobility. Destructive power and mobility are fundamental for victory. One of the two must have an advantage over the opponent. Jaehyeon decided to move with Poppy for the latter. Krrrrrrrr Poppy, who had grown in size, recognized Jaehyeon's signal and flew like a ghost to give his back. Air combat. I never dreamed that I would be making my first campaign like this. But I was in a situation where I could die here. I had to do whatever I could. Woo, active skill Dragon Breath back. Oh, you've already grown up there. As expected, the growth rate of Fafnir. The strongest dragon, you must have suffered a lot too. Loki dodges Sigrun's attack with a nonsense, however. It didn't look as relaxed as when I first showed it. He too must be tired from fighting for quite some time. It is a situation where it is impossible to turn off the time itself. You have to find it here a decisive way to overcome the current situation. You must do it, from here on. I can't make a single mistake. Jaehyeon applied his magic with all his might. Active skill Meteor. Active skill Frozen Earth LV5 is activated, a meteor that dyed the sky dark red. They start falling mercilessly on the Valkyries, in addition. The frozen land also spread like branches, expanding its range and steadily reducing the number of enemies. Still, Sigrun, the huge wall, was still standing. She had a spirit and magical power that was completely different from that of her soldiers, at least with the current representation. It must be a difficult level to deal with. I have already used one evasion, Shadow Fairy Tale. That skill was a hand that was allowed in the worst situation. It was clear that Jaehyeon's battle would be difficult when he had already lost one hand. Hela is no longer able to summon demons due to the lack of magical power. She was breaking out in a cold sweat and was breathing heavily. Sweat and bloodstains dripped from all over the floor. If I just do something with this awakening stone now, everything will be resolved. Jaehyeon gritted it. I pulled the reins of the saddle and matched my breath with Poppy, give strength to quickly glide and dodge enemy attacks. Woo, in the process. The enemy's attacks gradually became stronger and their number was also increasing. Damn, that's too much, really. If these guys are pouring in from all sides, you will gradually be surrounded. Miles has all 4 gates. Now that I was dealing with the enemy in the center, I couldn't even guess what was going on in the remaining 3 doors. Could it be that everything is already over? Will the cadets be all right? Jaehyeon couldn't even think about that for a long time. Chow, finally Jaehyeon, who had been slashed by a single blade of the sword that struck the side branch, let out a sigh. Shit, profanity erupted from his mouth, Loki said, following Jaehyeon's side. It's a cool insult. He is also an adversary. We like guys with holes in their morality. Do you like it more and more? Jaehyeon didn't have the energy to get angry, so he just tried to clean the wound. If this is the case, it won't last long. The winner will be decided within the next minute. Jaehyeon intuitively saw the fluttering black wings in front of him. This just makes no sense. Dungeon break. It's not at the level of the monsters that appear there. I agree. They obviously seem to have intelligence, plus it was strong. Each one was comparable to an S-class radar. With Lee Yi-shin and Yu Sung-yoon wounded, they hid inside the school to avoid the Valkyries. In the course of dealing with the enemy a while ago, they couldn't handle the number and began to be pushed back. After somehow saving the people of the alumni and evacuating them to the auditorium, I set foot inside the school as a distraction from the gaze. Mills Academy is wide. If they were only erasing signs of magic, they would surely not be able to find themselves for a while. I need to know how Min Yi-hyun is moving. Are you in touch or support from other countries? Wrong, I can't reach Jaehyeon. It's fortunate that this situation is being broadcast live right now, but it's better to stop expecting other countries to help us. Of course. Contrary to Yu Sung-yoon's expectations, radars from other countries were moving. They even know that they are guarding the alumni gate and head toward the other gate. It was thanks to the feeling of the magic of the 2 people protecting the alumni. However, the 2 did not yet feel their support. For reference, there was a good reason for what Yu Seong-yoon said. Each country's radar ultimately works only for its own interests and for its own sake. There was a high possibility that he would never move for miles in Korea unless he was in debt. As 2 people. Of course there is no choice but to be negative. That was when they thought so. Here you were, Chow. Along with the sound of words, 2 rough sword blades flew at them without a sound. Bang, the 2 dodged the sword at the same time. But their brains were cut in shock. They should have erased all signs of magical power. How did they figure out where they were? Behind them were two monsters with black wings, besides. Now wasn't the time to think about it. Dangerous. You might really die here. There is no other way. Yu Seongyun forcibly raised her hand to try to treat Li Yixin, but he was also blocked. If you use it, you'll fall into a mana rebound and you won't be able to move anymore. Also, even if I survived and moved alone, I wouldn't last more than a few hours, if we are to survive. We must be together. There was enough truth in Li Yixin's words. Yu Xiangyun nodded and looked around, two enemies besieging them, however. Each one is comparable to an S-class radar. If the two of us don't somehow get rid of it, awesome. It was then the sudden blow of the sword from behind blew the enemy's head off with precision. What? Yixin Li frowned. Such a heavy but straight sword. I clearly remember seeing it somewhere. Strange things continued. This way. I wrote a paralysis potion. You will be restricted in your behavior for a while. Leave it to me. Three familiar voices were heard in succession soon after. The other Valkyrie was also killed by a sword of light with divine attributes. However, even though such a scene unfolded in front of their eyes, the two could not believe it at all. The reason was simple. It's gotten stronger and more sophisticated, but that skill eventually. Those of the members of Circle 9, are you okay at that time? Kim Yu-young's voice was suddenly heard and the darkness cleared. Flash. It was magic that brightened the light. You guys, what the hell happened? How could you be so strong all of a sudden? You must have been at the level of staying in the upper middle of the A rank. What happened? Yu Sung-yoon and Li Yixin asked, however. The party also scratched their heads as if they did not know the exact reason. Jaehyeon has a skill. Ah, that's not it. Jaehyeon is in danger right now. I need to get out of here and go help you. It's an absurd story. But the scenery from a while ago was still good in my eyes. It didn't matter how strong they became now. 9 whose achievement has risen by at least 1 grade, their strength will be much stronger than the exhausted one. What about the other gates? There should be no problem there. It was the only one that had a problem. Seoina's words. Yusung tilted his head at this. Kwon Soyeol added on behalf of her poor speech. It is said that Balak, Camilla, and for some reason, Moria Renki of Japan are divided and are concentrating their efforts on protecting the southwest gate. What are you going to do? An Hoyeon raised his head at Li Yixin's question. Of course. I will go back to where Jaehyeon is. Is that so? We will help too, please. Jaehyeon's colleagues and Yuseong and Li Yixin teamed up to save Jaehyeon that time. Jaehyeon clenched his fists as he watched what might be his last attack, no matter how you think about it. It's strange, Sigrun thought as he saw the adversary riding a dragon and charging towards him. How the hell is it possible to fight like this? Wasn't he only human? When I first heard about Hyujin, I had a vague idea that he would be strong. Even though he was a human, there were very few beings that could elicit his recognition. However, the power of the adversary he was experiencing was not that much. If it was a battle that continued with proper preparation and with him growing just a little bit more. If so, it would have been him to fall. Sigrun was well aware of his limitations, by nature. She was neither strong nor a god like Freyja. But the thing in front of me was only a human, Mistletoe, the figure flying towards him while holding the most delicate branch. She was deeply impressed by it and prepared for the final season. Tsutsutsu, looks like you're trying to do something. Hey. If that hits you, it will hurt, even as Loki muttered. Sigrun's body was filled with divinity. All of the energy derived from Freyja was given to Sigrun at a level he could handle. It means that her basic skills are that good, seeing her raise his flag. Jaehyeon stopped flying and jumped down. It was the time to win. Although there is an aerial jump, there are relatively restrictions on activities in the air. You don't know what kind of attack it will do. But it will make it more difficult to avoid it. Even so, what Jaehyeon jumped out of was the conviction that he had to finish it here. It was also because the sixth sense worked. Opportunities to change direction are few and far between. You have to concentrate. Jaehyeon caught his breath, then. Sigrun's sword, which suddenly began to enlarge, began to strike at him again. Active skill, leap in the air, while Jaehyeon's body is falling steeply. It changes its trajectory once. Sigrun's soul-defying sword grazed Jaehyeon's shoulder once. Where? Loki burned the Valkyries that followed and supported Jaehyeon's movements, however. Sigrun was not at all shaken, just like the first time. The sword was brighter and sharper to the point of fear. It had a brilliant light that seemed to split the moon. The moment when a tremendous power bursts forth, Jaehyeon thought to himself, you can't stop that, there is no avoiding it, nothing else will work unless you persevere, I get it. Alright though, Jaehyeon smiled, at least if this is the case. If you are infinitely close to death, I will fight until the very end. Active skill overdrive. Unleash your godhood to the limit. Permanent damage to the user's body may result. Active skill chain of thunder god. Charer. Jaehyeon poured dozens of chain rain from the air and started pushing the enemy. At that moment he thought, if I can't keep it, I won't even live alone. If mine is taken away, here I will die. It was when Jaehyeon made up his mind and grabbed the sword. Active skill soul link. Magic was activated from somewhere and strange things happened. Jaehyeon and Sigrun's sword collided almost simultaneously, even though the difference in power was clear. Jaehyeon was not damaged at all. The person who appeared from behind, he was the one who wished Jaehyeon would never come here. Jaehyeon's pupils narrowed. Kim Yoo-young, she came here. That too. Along with a new unique skill. Damage is distributed due to the effect of the active skill Soul Link. Please adjust the ratio. Chapter 296 Yugyeong Kim Part 2. The user has awakened a unique skill. You have succeeded in acquiring the active skill Soul Link. Active skill, name Soul Link rating, distributes the damage received by teammates with a strong bond with teammates in a unique skill party. At this time, the caster decides each ratio to receive the damage and who takes the damage. If damage beyond the limit is accumulated, the target dies. A few days ago, when I first heard the sound of the system that a unique skill had been awakened, I was really happy to jump. I wondered if I had stagnated as a radar, and when I thought about that every day, I was finally convinced that I had overcome my limits. Ine and Soil Senpai already had it from the beginning. I felt that I was now on the same line as them. The moment I felt genuine relief. A person's face came into my mind. This will help Min Jaehyeon even a little bit more. Suck. Even at this moment, I hated myself for thinking of Jaehyeon. So I kept my mouth shut. It was the moment when I realized how deeply Min Jaehyeon was in my heart. Just that alone made it a bit difficult to define our complex and subtle relationship. I'm glad we're friends, but I don't want to just be friends if you say this to someone else. Stop talking nonsense and get cursed at when you grow up. In fact, I took Camilla's class a while ago. I learned to let go of my thoughts and move forward little by little. Staying still won't change anything, said Camilla. If you want something, you have to get into the habit of holding it in your hand. Even if you are a little greedy, when I do that, what do I want? It also shows you what to do. You like him. Don't you? Then come a little closer. Camilla didn't just teach magic. I was able to learn from her about how the individual is advancing as a radar, Dungeon of Trauma, Red Gate, and Camilla's teachings. This made me a little more active, of course. It is not without fear, Soul Link. This is a skill that disperses the attack with other team members when a party member is attacked. At first glance, I felt Min Jaehyeon's gaze tremble. At that moment, for some reason, I felt a little guilty. Wasn't he the one who made fun of me every day? It wasn't polite to run away so cowardly at the last moment, but anyway. There was no other way now. I realized I had to move quickly before it was too late. It was when he who had already fallen was rolling on the floor. I passed him and started walking slowly forward. Then suddenly, I got lucky without even making eye contact. Min Jaehyeon, why the hell did you come? Why? You asked then. I must have regretted saving you before returning. I could feel Min Jaehyeon's emotions intensify. My voice came from a situation where I couldn't say anything hastily. It was making a shiver strong enough to break him down at any moment. After I let out a breath and continued with a slightly relieved face. I would not have regretted it. I don't know you, Young. No, stop. I can't do this. I can hear the voices of my colleagues faintly. They must have felt it too. What am I trying to do in this place right now? In fact, this was the reason why he hid this skill from his colleagues immediately after awakening it for the first time. If my colleagues are in danger of dying at any time, then this skill can be used to save my colleagues just once. Because of this, I didn't tell anyone about my unique skill. My coworkers were as precious as me and my family. That they weren't there was something I couldn't even imagine. Also, radar was a job that always had to think about its end. It is infinitely close to death. That's the darkest and lowest side of radar. Jaehyeon talked about it first. I think you would have regretted it. It would be a lie if I said I didn't worry after hearing that. It was a story about me dying. Not anyone else. I was afraid and wanted to hide. But why, even at this moment? The body moved first. Maybe it's because I didn't make the right decision. If not, I wonder if I like Min Jaehyeon more than I thought. I didn't stop. And the magic continued. I have no intention of reversing my decision. Soon after, a clumsy smile leaked across my face, which seemed to stop at any moment. His acting is more pretentious than any other expression he has ever made in his life. It will surely look painful to everyone. I opened my mouth small and whispered with all my might. I don't regret it. So that's why I make the same choice twice. I laughed as I said that. And the enormous enemy's magical power and the destructive power of the sword began to dwell in my body. The body slowly disintegrates and collapses. Min Jaehyeon contemplates his friend dying again. It will hurt. A lot. As a result. He couldn't save me again, but I can't help it. Because this is better than having you die. I can't help it even if I say it's selfish. You know that this is the best. My heart is pounding like crazy and it's coming. What is it? Why did I make such a stupid decision right now? Distribute damage with Soul Link. There is no party member who can handle the damage of the attack. Who would you share the damage with? Please specify that ratio as well. No, an attack by that Valkyrie. It can't survive no matter how much our party members share it. In the end, you have to choose who will die. Then, I'll take all the damage from the attack. Applies all damage to the user. An attack that far exceeds the target's HP and def. The user's heart stops. Qua 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 at that moment. I felt the huge blow of the sword completely tearing every muscle fiber in my body. Akare, Min Jaehyeon was trying to protect us against these guys. That's why his back looked so lonely. I had that last thought. And my mind went blank. Heart pounding, 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 feeling the heart pumping like crazy over and over again. Jaehyeon thought. He said that he had come this far after changing many things after returning, even in Nastron's hell. He faced his weak self from the past and decided not to hesitate any longer. So I tried to whip myself every moment and do everything alone. The result is this: some must die and some must live. But did it have to be someone by my side? Did it have to be my dearest friend? Sigrun. Jaehyeon looked at Sigrun holding a sword with a calm expression. He said while holding the primordial awakening stone he took out of his inventory again. Now, whether or not you have received Odin's orders, it doesn't matter if I received Freya's orders or not. Jaehyeon looked at her eyes with his fists clenched, the shocking power of driving it all at once. This shocked even Loki. What? This is an unusual approach. Users can't handle the last awakening stone of the beginning yet. This is an unusual approach. Users can't handle the last awakening stone of the beginning yet. This is an unusual approach. Users can't handle the last awakening stone of the beginning yet. You die here, Quajik, at that moment. The original awakening stone that Jaehyeon was holding was completely broken. It is pure strength and magic. It was a combination of the two. Hela screamed in fright. Oh no, if you force your mana to run wild like that. Are you trying to tell me to lose more here? On the floor, only the body of Kim Yoo-young, whose original form remains, is just lying there. No, it would be correct to say that it was abandoned. At Jaehyeon's words, Hela couldn't connect anything more. I knew very well what he meant when he said that. Yaojiang Kim, she was the one who saved Jaehyeon once before returning to the past. But this time, he couldn't protect her, didn't keep anything. Such pressure was forcing Jaehyeon to break and ruin the awakening stone. At that moment, Jaehyeon saw the familiar sea again. Fresh blue as before, but deep beneath it were three red jewels. Its purpose was clear. Bubblegum sinking in the breathless water. I look around, dark. Still, nothing is trodden under your feet. And there is complete darkness over your son-in-law. At least three familiar red jewels reveal the innermost part. It was only the awakening stone of the beginning, I thought again and again, a little while ago. Kim Yoo-young died because she couldn't protect herself. She became the scapegoat. If I had been a little stronger, none of this would have happened. If only I was stronger, but what the hell does that mean now? What has already been lost will not come back. Just because I've really gained godhood means I'm omnipotent and can do anything. Am I mistaken that I can overcome even death? In fact, I'm not that great of a person. Have I overestimated myself? It's over now, even if I win this fight. I can't go back to my original self. Not once has he ever done anything against the Nornir system. It's because I didn't have the strength or ability to do that. But now, for the first time, I have broken that wall and taken control of the system. It was forcibly absorbing the awakening stone and drawing out a runaway. The side effects of this will be clear. I will die after this fight. No, I know. But I wasn't afraid. Why? I could feel my reasoning cut off as my head was filled with clear anger. Suddenly a voice came from somewhere. Do you want more? I don't know who the subject of that voice is, however. I nodded as if possessed. Don't you want to lose it again? Don't you want to feel the fear of helpless despair? I kept shaking my head in spite of the voice that sounded distant. In that moment, a strange thing happened. The original awakening stone shattered and began to scatter fragments in the sea, swirling vortex through the gap. The red flag gradually expanded, and the blue sea turned red before I knew it. Surprisingly, all of that was primal magic. Voice that followed. The user's divinity is running out of control, forcibly entering the third stage of godhead liberation. You have learned the field magic Red Moon Plateau. Field magic Red Moon Plateau is activated. The moment I heard the message, my vision was completely red. I had a hunch. Although imperfect, he succeeded in unlocking a new field magic while reaching the third level of divinity liberation. In an instant, both eyes turned into reverse eyes. Blood vessels branching out from around the eyes stand out like tattoos. And dozens of reddish chains rise from the back in the air. A huge sword that seems to be tied to something. And the plateau spread below came into view. I feel Sigrun's eyes narrow. That sword, the original sword, Chapter 297 Plateau of the Red Moon Part 1 Yujianga, wake, where did Jaehyeon disappear to? Why did Yoo-young become like this? It's strange. Yoo-jung is not breathing. What is that? After Kim Yoo-young's death, the members really fell into a panic. In that situation, leader Min Jaehyeon also disappeared. Questionable light. A bloody gate opened from his body, imprisoning the Valkyrie and thousands of his followers as well as Sigrun. That barrier, what is its identity? But there was no time for questions. Now, Kim Yoo-young's side was several times more serious. She wasn't breathing. There is no meteor here. Is sacrifice curable? I don't know either. I can't figure out anything except that the situation is the worst right now. There is a golden time for treatment if I can do it somehow. I can make my heart beat again. Kwon So-yeol thought so. Arthur, the attack that killed her is impossible to revive even with the best healing magic. It was Faye who intervened from the side. He was a mysterious transfer student. You are Loki, since my name is so famous. I will skip the introduction and decide what to do with this kid first. At Loki's introduction, the eyes of the colleagues briefly collided with each other. I heard from Jaehyeon that the myth had just become a reality, and there was no one who didn't know Loki here. One of the three people who are no different from the masters of mythology. And a sure ally, that was the existence of Loki that Jaehyeon explained. I did it blindly. But this will take quite a bit of work. Loki sighed and looked at Kim Yoo-young and his colleague who had just collapsed. All of them were crying while watching Kim Yoo-young. They were filled with sorrow that they had lost their comrades and pain that they might even lose Jaehyeon. It's painful. There is only one time when such feelings are maximized, when something is taken away. Loki knew. Ragnarok 10,000 years ago. So many people died at that time. Gods. Giants, humans, and fairies. Things that were too difficult to handle happened. And it was all because of one greed, the pinnacle and domination of all worlds. And an artifact at the beginning called the Sword of the Beginning. It was Odin's ambition and he would do anything to achieve it, but Loki didn't think that was right, because of this. Even though I collided with him, I tried to save others. It was a decision made because it was believed that war produced neither winners nor losers, but as a result, he lost a lot of things, the most precious of them. Loki lost his two sons to Odin at Ygir's banquet, two sons born to his beloved wife Sigyn. Odin turned one of them into a wolf to kill the other, and from its intestines he fashioned chains to bind himself. Even now, his body will continue to be bound by Odin's chains. On the chain made from the intestines of his son. Now really a chain, everyone get out of the way. So Loki has now assimilated into their emotions, so I started doing things I shouldn't have done. I will take first aid from now on, if you all don't want to see your friend die. Follow me. After saying that, Loki grabbed his broken left arm. The members of Nine looked at him in horror. Can you buy it? Please, please, somehow, please. If you need anything, I will help. I don't need anything. So stay put because I'm having trouble concentrating. You guys worry about the antagonist who went inside. Loki sighed softly, then sighed lightly. How to save her? It was surprisingly simple. Just like the doctors of Midgard give electric shocks when giving first aid. After pouring overwhelming magic power into it, it forced the heart to beat, circulated to keep it going. A sigh escaped Loki's mouth first of all. The first premise was wrong. Injecting magic enough to make a person's heart beat again was closer to impossible for Loki now. Powder now, in other words. It is impossible without consuming all the fragments, but I couldn't help it, because the enemy has sins committed, but if I save this girl she won't be that angry with me. It was filthy hard work anyway. But it had to be done. Loki immediately stretched out his hand toward Kim Yoo-young. Losing one of your fragments to a human woman here might be a huge loss in the long run. But that was a matter of no importance to him. If there is someone who can be saved right now, it is right to save him. That was the decision he made by turning his back on the whole of Asgard, Tsutsutsu, at that moment. A tremendous divine explosion erupted from Loki's hand. It is so overwhelming that even the dullest person can feel it. It was to the point that Odin noticed that he was joking around. As the magic power gradually moved through Kim Yoo-young's body, her entire body, which had been stopped, began to tremble for a moment. From there, it takes time and focus, and it was all about changing his body. Tsutsutsu, a cold sweat forms on Loki's forehead as he treats Kim Yoo-young for a while. It's a tough job even if you look at it. Loki was doing things that his colleagues couldn't even dare to do. Sione, who was watching this, stepped in front of him and said, I can't help with treatment because I don't have the skills. But at least I can do this much. Magical energy leaked from her fingertips and began to fill Loki's body, a very insignificant level of magic for Loki, however. She was trying to heal Kim Yoo-young somehow by conveying it. At that moment, other colleagues also began to transfer magic power to Loki. Me too. If I can help too, please save Yoo-young somehow, for some reason. Loki looked at him and laughed involuntarily. It belonged to the people he wanted to protect 10,000 years ago. It belonged to Jotunheim, it belonged to the fairies. It belonged to the dwarves, Loki said with a playful smile on his lips. Don't worry, I'll do anything to bring this kid back to life. Instead, it's expensive. So keep that in mind. Active skill cold-blooded is activated. Jaehyeon activated cold-blooded skill so that he would no longer be swayed by emotions and looked at the enemy, mana leaking through his body. It was completely different from just a moment ago. Cold. Jaehyeon thought about that while looking at Sigrun in front of him, who killed his friend, however. Due to the effect of the skill, he can't feel anything right now. The feeling of choking in the heart and the huge sense of loss of losing someone, as much as this battle will be forgotten. Also, Jaehyeon had to defeat Sigrun here, even for her revenge. It doesn't matter if it's a petty revenge. You've been repeating it over and over again since returning, that I will never lose again, but I lost it again even if he didn't feel emotions. The clear truth was conveyed to Jaehyeon. Odin is behind all these tragedies, and Sigrun all because of you, however. Sigrun was distracted by something other than that. How did you get the powers of Odin and Loki, and the primordial sword? Why does it exist in your field? Jaehyeon wasn't taken aback by Sigrun's sudden outburst. I had no idea. What is she talking about now? The first sword, I do not know now. Only the gigantic premise that she must be killed is the only thing holding back Jaehyeon. Jaehyeon grabbed his sword, Nidhogg's fangs. It was a dagger he used often. At the same time as his body tilted, Chow, the designated target, becomes maximally poisoned. The heads of the 4 Valkyrie soldiers in front of Sigrun fell. Took Dagur. Jaehyeon then continued to use his magic power. Active skill Meteor. Active skill Dragon Breath back. Before long, Meteor, Magical Baptism, and Poppy's Breath were transmitted together. This combination was wiping out its armies in one fell swoop. What the hell? Even if I reached the 3rd stage of liberation, it would be impossible to show this kind of power, no matter how you think about it. It was strange, Odin and Loki didn't they only see this kind of power when they pulled out more than half of their power? It was an absurd level to see the adversary here, but now is not the time to think like that. Sigrun held the sword and swung it horizontally, to respond to the rapid movement of reproduction. Chow, but rather. It was she who was cut down. A sword trail crossed Sigrun's face diagonally. Her mask comes off and the helmet falls down. Rattle, now I can see your face. Jaehyeon said so in a low voice. Why? Sigrun slowly began to feel an overwhelming fear of the humans in front of him. My thoughts before coming here for the first time, and Hyujin's story, it is recalled once again. I could die in this battle, but it wasn't just the trembling caused by those feelings. It was more of a primal anxiety. A fear similar to that of a gazelle who cannot help but tremble in front of a beast. As one of the commanders of Freya's Valkyrie unit, it was an absurd feeling for her. Not only that, even now Jaehyeon's magical power continued to run rampant, increasing its momentum. Give everyone no more time, end it as soon as possible, with Sigrun's command. The Valkyries' army began to fly toward Jaehyeon. It's like thousands of great Valkyries are moving to catch just one human. It was a comedy even to pretend to be. The moment when it seems clear to anyone who will win, Jaehyeon suddenly opened his mouth. Stop. At that moment, Sigrun saw something unbelievable. The Valkyrie troops who were attacking Jaehyeon according to their orders couldn't resist Jaehyeon's words, and hardened as they were. What the hell? As she gazed at the landscape in disbelief, a thought popped into her head. It was absurd even to Sigrun. Could it be brainwashing? But that's unbelievable. It's impossible for a human to control a Valkyrie in the first place. Brainwashing is a skill that can be activated only when there is a large difference in grade with the designated target. That's why it can't be used against strong opponents. So its effect tends to weaken in the second half. Moreover, the Valkyries facing Jaehyeon now were elites that were above S-class 1 by 1. However, that those people stopped at Jaehyeon's words, there is only one conclusion from this. The adversary, it means that they have become overwhelmingly stronger than my troops, the moment I thought about it. Goosebumps ran through my body. To stop this number of Valkyries with brainwashing is enormous. At least, it was impossible unless it was a deity close to the main body of Odin and Loki. What am I fighting against now? Jaehyeon's voice continued when he thought so. The story it conveyed was something he couldn't believe he had heard with his own ears. Jaehyeon looked at Sigrun and said with an unshakable expression on his face, "Everyone decide to commit suicide." Hooked with those words, the Valkyries all started killing themselves with cold weapons in their hands. Blood splattered everywhere and the broken wings began to fall to the ground. Sigrun thought in vain at the moment he lost his soldiers. Odin, the one god who is behind all the tragedies at the highest level, that Jaehyeon clearly has the same ruler's eyes as him. Chapter 298, The Plateau of the Red Moon, Part 2. Moria Renki, Balak, Camilla, and Lee Yishin, and Yusung, the S-class raiders and the top-class cadets gathered here. Yonghyun, Kang Juhyop, Han Jaeon, and others barely caught their breath and looked around. A landscape that is devastated even to look at. Even just a little while ago, this place was full of Valkyries, of course. It is true that the level is not very good compared to the guys Jaehyeon was dealing with. It was only in a plus grade. They were weaker than Lee Yishin and those who first pursued Yu Seong-yoon. As expected, they are attacking from all sides, but it must be because the Valkyries didn't have the strength to accompany them. But that doesn't mean the battle was easy. In the first place, it is difficult to hunt B-class or higher monsters. That is public awareness, and awareness is formed as data accumulates. Anyway, you've done it badly, Moria muttered first. He had just returned from blocking the gate. Balak nodded. We did everything we could, if so. I guess I'll just wait. That's right, Jaehyeon and his teammates are much stronger than you think. Those were Camilla's words. However, the expression of Park Seong-yi, who had just finished working with Yu Sung-yi, was dark. Reappearance. They were the two people who had watched him the longest. Of course, he couldn't help but worry. Don't worry too much. Even so, Seong-yi Park had no choice but to say that. You shouldn't be shaken here. He was the one who understood it most clearly. I know that Jaehyeon is strong, but he's so kind and kind. If you get hurt or die here, the other kids did the same. When I first hunted the king of the Dark Elves, all of Jaehyeon's colleagues moved without hesitation at the news that the other cadets were in danger. It was a situation that could put you in danger. Even so, I went out and tried to struggle somehow, to save, perhaps more than they did. They understood the true nature of the name Radar. The same goes for his own brother. Oh, I think the signal is connected now. The broadcast is playing again. At that time, all the S-class raiders quickly gathered by her side at the voice of Han Jaehyeon, who was touching her smartphone from behind. Some even took out their phones. And what unfolds in front of them the moment they open the world news and play it, even though it was made of arc metal. It was the floor of the thoroughly destroyed arena and the vanished Valkyrie's army. Yu Sung-yoon saw a cadet who collapsed in the middle. Yaojiang Kim, he was a fan of his and always followed him well, beside her. The students are gathering and injecting magic power into someone. Pei, he was a mysterious transfer student and stronger than Jaehyeon. With this the worst hurdle has been passed, for a while though. You need to get some rest because all I did was poor treatment, Loki muttered. Wiping away the cold sweat, colleagues quickly flocked to Kim Yu-young and poured out worrying words. Yu-young, is that Akae? Loki nodded and looked at the people gathered around them, as expected of an adversary. It seems that he has developed his allies to be quite usable. The power of each one of them is still weak, but if they grow well like this. If that's the case, the hellish war with Odin will be able to produce a different result than before. Loki thought so and smiled. All of you, your body. It was that moment. Kwon So-yeol's voice reached Loki. Concerned eyes turned to Loki. His body was breaking down, no matter how much powder it is. It's a fragment, but in fact his body shouldn't be consumed in this way, as he already proved in his battle with Sigrun. Each of his fragments already possesses the strength of an army. 100 S-class raiders have a level of combat power that far exceeds. That was one of Loki's powders, but Loki made a choice. Of course. There were no regrets. Hela crossed her arms and said, "Don't worry, I'm not dead, you will see it again later. I am Hela, the guide of the adversary you don't know. But I'm old friends with you. Hey Hela, don't you think it's too much to take away my last line, Hela? It's not all broken yet, did you say anything?" At Hela's words, Loki smiled faintly and looked at the 9 members. Listen carefully, as you may have heard earlier, I am Loki. He is the head of the anti-Aesir coalition. Well, they're putting everything on me because they're annoying. Loki, that mythical being, and Jaehyeon muttered, and Loki vigorously nodded. Akae, that Loki, trickster Loki, and for the first time in my life, I am going to ask someone a favor. Loki looked at his broken hand. So, is the allowed time up to this point? Protect the adversary. Somehow he must still be fighting to the death in there. Thinking this kid is dead, his mana fluctuates unsteadily to the point of breaking at any moment. Put it back, it may be a difficult request, but you are the only ones who can do that. Leave it to me. Siona was the first to answer. The other coworkers were also crying and nodding their heads. How many difficult battles has Jaehyeon been repeating so far? At first, he had only come this far with the determination to change his insignificant past, but when he heard the story of the opponent of the prophecy that he had to fight the Aesir, he would have been stumped when the really tough times hit. He could end it all there. It's easy to give up. Everyone here knew. However, Jaehyeon didn't do that, and whenever they were in crisis, they got help from him. He already knew how much Jaehyeon valued them, so even when looking into the future, even when he heard that Jaehyeon approached him to use him, he was not shaken. Akae, that's a good answer, that's all I have to say, then look forward to the day we meet again. Pars, Loki's body completely shattered at the end of those words. His body disappeared without a trace, as if it never existed in the first place. Jaehyeon's colleagues rose again. He will be back soon, you have to raise him up again. You must stand by and open the way to reach Odin. We have something to do next. Those were the words of Kwon So-yeol. That's how the 9 members' direction was decided at that moment. Seek reenactment, seeking representation. Not the world, that was what they had to do. Charlarura, the power of dozens of red chains floating in the air was beyond imagination. It was different from what I used to use. How come your magic doesn't decrease even though you use magic? Over and over again. Jaehyeon said that while watching Sigrun clenching his teeth. Still expressionless, still. The corpses of countless Valkyries are piled up in layers due to the self-determination order, and the last corpse to be piled up here belongs to Sigrun. Jaehyeon had already made that decision. No conversation was necessary. Jaehyeon put pressure on the enemy by displaying movements that were close to swiftness. Sigrun, no matter how strong she is, it couldn't be that easy to play an active role against Jaehyeon, who opened her own barrier, Red Moon Plateau. Jaehyeon was showing an almost invincible figure here. This was because he was maximizing the power of all of Jaehyeon's skills. Jaehyeon continued to choke himself, slowly. The side effects of the body begin to destroy him, but he still had a calm expression. When you have everything, what more do you want? Jaehyeon suddenly asked during the battle. Sigrun felt it was an opportunity. You need to buy some time. I have to break that guy's magic. I'll fit you in moderation here if necessary. For Freyja, I just follow Freyanim's orders. Odin is the lord of Asgard, but I have no allegiance to him. What Odin wants, is that worth more than the blood shed here and now? Jaehyeon's tone changed to cool. It really felt almost like that of the ruler. Sigrun raised the corners of his mouth. Why are you obsessed with mere humans? Adversary, just a little girl. At those words, Jaehyeon looked at Sigrun calmly. He felt a terrible futility and began swinging the sword in his hand again. At that moment, Sigrun finally succeeded in releasing Jaehyeon's brainwashing from the Valkyries. More than half of the Valkyries had already died, but many still survived. Taking mine, you want to keep yours. Jaehyeon shot himself again with those words. Charer, Kwang, the red chain pierced the Valkyries' swords and pierced their hearts. Sigrun was desperately trying to block Jaehyeon's movement, and continued to shoot the soul sword. The chains were slashed with a sword, however. The problem was that there were too many of them. The moment when Sigrun turned his head in a split second, Jaehyeon caught up with her. He held the black wings on Sigrun's back in his hand, and then, you also, Jaehyeon grabbed his wings and tore them off. Feel the same. When Sigrun's wings were ripped off, the surviving Valkyries began throwing spears and swords at Jaehyeon and piercing his body. It was an action to protect Sigrun. It was like if his comrades were so precious. If the captain was so precious, you shouldn't have taken mine either. As Jaehyeon thought about that, he suddenly realized that the duration of cold blood had passed. Holes began to pierce his body one by one, however. Jaehyeon didn't care and started slaughtering the Valkyries again, in front of Sigrun's eyes, as coldly as if she were to see, unshaken by his chain and sword. Countless wings crashed to the floor. Innumerable chains of rain fell from the floor, sky, and subspace. The thousands of Valkyrie troops were being swept away in an instant. Sigrun could only look at it. His own soldier, he was also Freya's soldier. They were being crushed like mere ants. Sigrun looked at it and felt something cut off. Just like Jaehyeon, that was the moment. There, stop! The reason why Sigrun's death sword was fired, however, this time. Jaehyeon also lightly blocked it. Act 2. The final battle between Sigrun and the antagonist was beginning. Sigrun looked at Jaehyeon and said in a more angry voice than ever, I can't let Freya disappoint. Chapter 299 Plateau of the Red Moon Part 3 Asgard, standing tall on the highest point in the world. Here, there was a dark side from the past. Slum, because those who were abandoned in their own world and lost their families in the war gathered here. The reason they live in Asgard, which has taken away their place of life, is simple. It was because he was deceived by Odin's flattery. Even though you lost the war, I will take care of you and prepare a space for you to live in. Odin declared so to the surviving beings after the first apocalypse. He hated Odin to death, but people had no choice but to obey his words. Even if the family who has already died is stepped on in the eyes, they have to survive in the end. Then there is the next you can get out of hell again, because he knew that immediately after Odin's remarks. Countless people emigrated from the 8 worlds except for Asgard. It was good to see it as a huge procession. Numerous races gathered together and headed to the dazzling city of Asgard every day, but this was a trap. Why do you want to keep them in Asgard? One day, when Hugin asked, Odin laughed and replied, this is so that they can no longer challenge my authority to divide it from within. At that time, Odin was already preparing for the next war. He divided the world and fueled kin hatred. Those who came here at the suggestion of Asgard, and those who want to stay and defend the ground. The survivors were forced to split into 2 groups and the 2 naturally fell apart. Split for this. He decided to accept refugees, and so that the bereaved families of those whom he sacrificed himself could live here, and it keeps them out of their eyes. It also helped prevent rebellion. I came across Odin and Hugin quite by chance. I could overhear the conversation between the 2 beings. A voice came to me as I was squatting in a corner of a slum. I couldn't help but rejoice from the bottom of my heart at the truth it conveyed. It wasn't long before people realized that they had been tricked by Odin, but no one thought of fighting him. They were people who had already lost everything in the war against the Asgods. The corpses of those who had the courage to risk death have already formed a mountain. The only people left here in the slums were those who were weak and weeded out. So did I. Sigrun, it was the name given to me by my mother, who was torn to pieces by Tyr's monster army. I somehow managed to survive even in the hellish slums, however. That luck was in danger of ending at some point. It was when I just turned 20. You are beautiful. It would be a waste to rot in a place like this. These were the words of Tyr, who came to me one day. I was speechless at that moment and looked at him in a fit of rage. Tyr, the one who killed my mother, yeah, he won't remember anything. The war piled up corpses like a mountain and he killed countless people. It was one of them. That was just my mother and I was just a war orphan. But that didn't make my anger go away. If I can kill that bastard, I will die here. With that thought in mind, I was about to pull out my sword. Stop. That day, I saw Freya-sama for the first time. Beautiful face, but there was a more beautiful heart in it. Tyr, Odin is looking for you. You'll be in trouble if you don't go. Do you have time for this here? Tyr wrinkled his brow, but got up from his seat, and in the empty slum street Freya-sama asked, Tyr, did you lose your family to him? Yes, I replied as if possessed. And Freyja nodded. Do you want revenge? Yes, Asgard is huge to the point where you can't do anything alone, even if that's the case. I want revenge. Then become a Valkyrie. I don't need a strong man. Be loyal to me. If you stay by my side, I will show you the destruction of Asgard. For some reason, Freya-sama's words had a strong scent of tragedy. I knew that she also went through something similar to me and came here, and that even in a tragedy that couldn't compare to mine. I didn't lose the vitality of my eyes. I will follow. So I decided to become a Valkyrie, also decided I won't lose any more family in order to do that. I would sometimes become a monster. There, stop. The memorial sword draws a trajectory and shoots toward Jaehyeon. Its power was even stronger than before, however. It was never to the extent that Jaehyeon couldn't deal with it. Bang, Jaehyeon easily blocked her attack just by moving his hand horizontally, a Valkyrie with her grown black wings. He could feel her rushing towards him in the smoke. Jaehyeon did not avoid it. Chow, I control the chains and completely rip off her wings once again. Then he looked down at her again with his eyes wide open. How does it feel to not be able to keep yours? Are you sick? You must have felt this way too, surprisingly. Sigrun was the first to affirm his words. Jaehyeon was still cold, but he was a little surprised by her words, until a little while ago. She was only obsessed with getting rid of herself. But what about her now? He sympathizes with the pain he is experiencing and is standing up for what he has to protect. Jaehyeon thought about what the hell the evil he remembers came from. What will be the end of this story, infinitely close to tragedy, in an unknown situation? The chain and Sigrun's sword collide. There the sparks of magical power flew, a Kong sound poured out. Without rest, Sigrun was facing his sword, Freya, the one who took her. The moment Sigrun reached the end, he thought that he would not be able to keep his promise to her. The chains of rebirth were digging into him much faster than his own sword. Jaehyeon was driving the enemy into a corner using a sword and a series of magic, the S-class unique skills that have been built up along with the godhead so far. In addition, the power of Nidhogg's fangs is exerted to the limit. Sigrun had already been cut by Jaehyeon's dagger and was in a state of deadly poison. Then, he could clearly feel the chains penetrating his body somewhere. Fuwook, I have done the worst thing to you, even though I went through that pain. Sigrun vomited blood and looked at his abdomen. She looked up at Jaehyeon with a shaky vision in the midst of a dizzying sensation as if something was stabbing her. With the story of an order. I took away something precious from you. Akue, now I get it. When hatred is dotted with another hatred, that existence is ruined. If I had known a little earlier, I wouldn't have killed you either, but it's meaningless now. Rehearsal words, why was it? Sigrun felt infinitely warm. After a long time, she stopped breathing completely. Finally, Sigrun faced death standing upright with his sword stuck in the ground. The last thing she murmured, it remained clearly in Jaehyeon's mind. Freya-sama, I'm sorry I couldn't be with you. What is it, Sigrun? What was it that made her move and hold the sword? Did someone who can say the same thing now steal something precious from me? War, their death comes equally to everyone. Dirty and hot I already knew, however. That was not the only misery of the war that he actually began to experience. People you could build a much better relationship with if you saw them elsewhere. I must see him die by the hand of my sword. That was the war, but Jaehyeon didn't care what happened to those things anymore. His body was completely in a state of runaway. Sigrun has been eliminated and the field is slowly crumbling. It won't last long. And even if I go back. Kim Yu-young is not there, his old friend, not anymore. I couldn't keep it this time either. When I realized that, my whole body lost strength. Passes, the field collapses. All of the huge kendo highlands tied to the chain stuck in the back disappeared. In that moment, Jaehyeon knew exactly what he had to do. You have to take care of the messed up body by putting magic all over your body and forcing it to run out of control. You must use sacrifice to heal your body and circulate magic. If you don't do that, you die. Even though he knew it, Jaehyeon didn't seem to be able to go any further. If I lose more people in the future, I don't have the confidence to endure that. It might be better to end everything here. Yeah, it was unfair from the start. Others only had one life. But I was given a second chance. It's completely my fault that I couldn't save it and let my person die. The ugly one was me from the start. Pessimism bites tail after tail and constantly sinks Jaehyeon. Jaehyeon's eyes were still the same. And the raised blood vessels were bursting and blood was constantly leaking out. It's over. After a while, the pure white light breaks and the sky is revealed. The relay screen of the TV also returns. And Jaehyeon's figure is revealed there. Jaehyeon smiled without realizing it in the midst of his shaky vision. It was self-pity. Did they fight for this, destroy each other? And then come back? If so, I don't have the confidence to do any more. I couldn't move on. It was when Jaehyeon collapsed just like that. Jaehyeon, no, wake, you have to get up, first of all. This potion, voices were heard. It was something familiar and warm. However, the fact that one of them was missing was telling me to stop recreating it here. Thank you, Jaehyeon laughed at that. And just as he was about to give up everything, a voice interrupted. Even though the surroundings were noisy, the voice could be heard very clearly. It belonged to someone who had been around for at least 10 years and thought he had just lost it. Min Jaehyeon, no, I was wrong because I won't do that again. There was Kim Yu-young. Come back. At her words, Jaehyeon quickly turned his sight back to normal. Hallucinations, it was good though. Jaehyeon forced himself up and pulled her wrists into a hug. My hands were trembling. A tear slowly trickled down from Jaehyeon's eyes. It was the moment when I finally found a place to return to. Chapter 300, Fimbulbert, the highest place in Asgard. At the mouth of the lake with the sealed altar, the supreme god Odin appeared. As always, Hyujin was by his side. Are you really Akare? Hyujin looked at the huge mirror there and got lucky. It is a mirror that maintains the balance of 9 worlds if you break it here. Disaster will come to Asgard as well. It is said to be to prevent the opponent, but I don't know if it is too excessive. Hyugen said so to stop Odin. But Odin's decision was not overturned. Odin looked up into the mirror with a solemn face. Sigrun is dead. Freya's first attempt failed. Sigrun really? Yes, the power of the opponents of prophecy continues to grow stronger. This is the best way to stop him here, even if there is some damage on our side. We will remove it here. Hyugen couldn't deny Odin's words. But he couldn't say that his choice was right. Mirror of Equilibrium. The power of the forbidden artifact that Odin was trying to break was truly amazing. An object with the power to support the 9 worlds and make everything run as it should. Its majesty was known to anyone in the 9 worlds. But what if the mirror breaks here? All bonds and bonds will be broken. The same was true of the treaty signed with the Van Aesir alliance 10,000 years ago. Sir had absolute influence and superiority over them by the conclusion of this treaty after the first apocalypse. The power of the treaty that you can't go against the Aesir is simple, but it exerts a stronger influence than you think. Because of this, Hyugen wanted to stop it, of course. The power of the adversary is strong, but you have to take too many risks to get rid of that one. Anti-Aesir forces still exist throughout the 9 worlds. What if they gather their strength, rally, and stand up? The Sir had too much to lose. The power of prophecy that surrounds the antagonist of prophecy if you don't get rid of it. You can never kill him, power of prophecy. That was why Odin wanted to break the mirror. The prophecy told by the 3 Norn sisters, it became the power to protect Jaehyeon. The 3 Norn sisters died, but their powers still protected Jaehyeon, originally. This power was supposed to be exhausted in the next 10 years or so. Odin also planned to kill the opponent of the prophecy and cause the second Ragnarok, but my mind has changed. The adversary is growing faster than he ever thought. He acted as if he was looking into the future. At the time of Limit Breaker, I injected my own divine power into my body and took some of my power. He won the fight against Heimdall and this time killed Sigrun as well. Should be stopped here. Odin made up his mind and put strength into his staff. Soon the giant mirror floating on the lake started to develop incontinence. Quaching, it was completely broken with a cheerful sound. With this, disaster will begin once again. A war that takes place when Asgard is not properly prepared. With this, the situation has become unpredictable. Hyugen was analyzing the current situation closely. Odin's power, of course. This is great, but as the mirror broke, the weight of the world was shaken once so that the obvious was not taken for granted. Now Asgard can kill its opponents. But it puts itself in the position of being killed too. Double-edged sword, the teeth pointed at each other were sharp. Now, it remains to be seen whose flesh will fall and be torn at the end. I will go back, there are many things to prepare. Odin said that calmly and turned around. He will never regret it because that was the reason why the god Odin was so great. The center of Helheim, temple of hell. A very deep darkness begins to permeate through the stained glass that emits light. It is very thick and thick. Among all I've been through so far, it was by far the worst of darkness. Has it finally started? It's a little earlier than I thought, Smur, who was standing behind, opened his mouth like that. It was he who got away from his ruins for a while and found the temple of hell. I didn't think the worst would happen at this timing, but it had to happen someday. It's surprising that the point of view has moved a little earlier. But it can't be helped. Helen bit her lip and nodded. It looks like the mirror of equilibrium is broken. It must have been Odin's work. All the restraints and limitations of the world have disappeared. I can finally kill all the Aesirs. All of the Gleipnir that bound me has come loose. The wolf Fenrir standing behind him showed his teeth and laughed. He was finally speaking properly after 10,000 years. That's also true. Because in the past, Fenrir fell for Tyr and Odin's scheming and was bound by Gleipnir. However, the cloth that was wrapped around his body was completely gone. What this meant was clear, bridle and bondage, that it was all gone and that a war would follow. I will need the 4th and 5th trials for the adversary. We need to grow him a little faster. I do not have time. He said that and turned around. The signs of the end were already beginning. I will not repeat the tragedy of 10,000 years ago. I will stop Odin and save the 9 worlds and races. They made such a resolution and made a plan to roll the opponent a little more. After all, it would be difficult if he didn't grow to the point of killing Odin. The prophecy of the 3 Norn sisters, if it is properly maintained. The winner of this war will be the anti-Aesir coalition. Jaehyeon was held in Kim Yoo-jung's arms for a while. When I came to my senses, everyone was hugging me. Each other's body temperature was divided. Tears and runny nose. I was dizzy because of the sweat and body odor. Of course, few people felt this. It was such a long fight. After meeting Loki, Kim Yoo-jung almost died. And he forcibly broke the awakening stone and ran out of control. In return for forcibly using the awakening stone of the beginning, I almost died there. Jaehyeon went back and forth between heaven and hell in less than a few hours at most. I have experienced my own limits and have surpassed them. It was too hard for him, especially if it happened when you thought your friend was dead. My colleagues said that Loki had consumed one of his powder a while ago. He informed them that he had saved Kim Yoo-jung with that power. Jaehyeon couldn't help admitting that he was indebted to the damn trickster for now. Of course. There was a lot to be paid back, but anyway, I put all of that aside for a while, thoughts and thoughts, instead. Only one thought filled his head. Thank God, relief. The words that Jaehyeon spat out made his colleagues burst into tears once again. The emotion boils from deep inside. It was to ease Jaehyeon's heart. No one died. Yu Seonjun and Lee Yishin came to support Balak and Camilla, and Moria Lenki, Yonghyun. Kang Juhyop, Han Jaeon, etc. Everyone had their own fight, and survived. No one has lost yet. Jaehyeon calmed down, thinking that he would definitely do that in the future. Jaehyeon wanted to finish this long fight and get back to his daily life. Sometimes it's clumsy. But I hoped that the time when I laughed and had fun would come back, and I will definitely do that. It was when he was like that. It's not yet, everything is over after all. This is just the beginning. Something suddenly started to fall from the sky along with Hela's falling heavy horse. It was cold and in the form of crystals. Is this? Eyes, Seona was the first to react. She tilted her head as if it were strange. Kwon Soyeol, An Hoyeon, Kim Yujeong, and Lee Yisang all have the same reaction. It was natural. August now, it was a full summer, but what about snow? At this point, everyone in this room felt a sense of incongruity spread throughout their bodies. It is also like a radar sixth sense. Strange goosebumps rose from him. As soon as Jaehyeon and Hela saw the eyes that filled the sky, they immediately felt it. What is happening now and how Odin has decided his course of action going forward. Although it's a bit earlier than expected. Jaehyeon nodded and looked at Hela. Then looked up again. He already knew the identity of the eye, Fimbulbert. It was a long 3-year winter that appears in Norse mythology, a catastrophe with extreme cold that brings famine and cold. Also Ragnarok has begun. It was also a precursor to the beginning of Ragnarok. Iron Gruk, meanwhile. Deep in Asgard at that time, the chains that bound Loki's body imprisoned in the dungeon began to slowly unravel. Bang, the chains completely break and the restraints surrounding his body are shattered. The snake, which was shedding poison that fell on its head, also died instantly with a light gesture. Loki smiled and looked around. Also, Odin would have thought it would be like this. Loki already knew that Odin would break the mirror of equilibrium, and the story that doing so will cause Ragnarok again. It meant that all the bondage and restraints of the world would disappear. Loki smiled mischievously at his hand, which was completely free. I clench and open my fists and stomp my feet. Odin, he had a lot to give back. It was the same with the rest of Asgard. For the past 10,000 years he has been embarrassing as a leader. But it won't be anymore. Loki was still Loki even if he lost one powder. He went out hundreds of demons guarding the prison. All of them had powers close to myths. But to Loki they were just toys. Loki grinned as he watched the monsters rushing at him. Shall we play a little prank after a while? Roaring, Kiek. He cleared them out with a single shot of fire. It was a prison break. But it was overly imposing. Loki thought, I guess I'll be a bit busy from now on. But I quite like it. In the past I would have told you to get rid of work. Even so. 10,000 years was too long a time for probation. Loki retook his steps. Adversary, I want to go see Min Jaehyeon in person as soon as possible. The meeting with the enemy was already expected. Chapter 301 Flowers Blooming in the Snow Part 1 Let's Eat. 1 week after the battle with Sigrun was over, a single-person hospital room attached to Yeonhwa, fair skin and a round face. A beautiful girl with a lofty black hair gave the boy a cherry tomato and said. Her hair fell down a little, and a faint scent of perfume and treatment wafted from her collar. Boy Jaehyeon looked at the girl next to him with a slightly awkward expression and said, But it's Inanna, do I really have to do this? For a while. The doctor told me to rest. The CEO also told me to never move and to rest. The girl Seona said with a bit of strength to never. Jaehyeon let out a small sigh. She seemed completely unaware that what she was doing could be a burden to others. It was embarrassing for Jaehyeon. Right now there are only 2 of us. So that's fine, but other people. In particular, it was clear that if Kim Yoo-young even saw this, a lot of annoying things would happen. Of course. It's not that I don't understand Anae's feelings. It was she who had seen Jaehyeon run away using the awakening stone of the beginning just a few days ago. At that time, Jaehyeon was almost dead and was about to come back to life. Is that all? The colleagues also learned that Jaehyeon was fighting a great evil called the Aesir. It was also true that they were gods with transcendental powers. In short, it is a more strange situation for Seona who likes Jaehyeon not to worry about it. But as far as feeding them, it's Akoe, my arm doesn't hurt. At Seona's words, Jaehyeon opened his mouth as if he couldn't do anything about it. To be honest, I was thankful that my arms didn't go up properly. In the battle with Sigrun when he ripped off his wings, he seemed to have used too much force, but at the time I thought it was the best. So I decided that, I had no regrets about it. People who have lost something precious see only hatred and vengeance in front of their eyes, even though he used the skill to not feel emotions. Something in Jaehyeon's head was definitely disconnected at that time. Because of this, he forced himself to use field magic and was injured as he is now. That's all good. Anyway, it's kind of like coming this close. Jaehyeon looked at Anae Seo who kept handing out cherry tomatoes. Every time she brushes her hair, the citrus scent spreads throughout the room, and for some reason, I feel a bit dazed. As for Jaehyeon, it was inevitably burdensome for her to come to him every day. I am grateful for the help, but anyway, the continuation of this relationship itself felt burdensome. However, Seo Ina's attitude to take care of herself was stubborn. Well, there was a good reason for that too. It was because the other colleague was seriously injured, and it was difficult for her to come to take care of herself every day. And in the case of her mother, since she was living in Seoul, it was a cumbersome situation to keep going back and forth through the portal. She was the only one who was realistically comfortable with help. Not only that, but thanks to the effects of the skills she got from the future, she became much stronger than the other S-class raiders, and it was reassuring for her to protect herself. Anyway, due to various complex adult circumstances, Seoane volunteered to take care of the sick. Thanks to that, Jaehyeon's mind is just getting complicated. Let's think about this later, Jaehyeon repeated. Turning his head away from the problem in front of him, he stumbled upon cherry tomatoes and briefly remembered the past. It was at the time when he opened the third stage of the liberation of the Godhead and fought Sigrun. Sigrun, that guy had his own circumstances, what she said at the end, and blind loyalty to Freyja, that must have something to do with Odin. Now, nothing can be known except speculation. However, it was not difficult to see that Odin was deeply involved in the matter. Moreover, Sigrun continued to show signs of hating Odin even during the battle. Like the way he threw himself to protect his comrades at the end, it's very likely that he was forced into the battlefield. Jaehyeon knows. Sigrun is at least far from the evil that the world defines. She only tried to follow her convictions and move forward according to her own will and Freya's loyalty. To deny all those efforts, Jaehyeon too has been working hard to protect his own. Of course that doesn't change anything. Was my enemy, I should have killed him. Even so, Jaehyeon did not regret it. He ruminated on Sigrun's dying last with cold eyes. Whether Sigrun was good or evil hadn't mattered to him from the start. It is also the standards and standards of others that determine it in the first place. Jaehyeon will follow the standards he has set. I can't shake any more, but he made one thing clear. Odin, if you try to take mine, I will take yours too, even if it's a lower and dirtier way. I won't hesitate. Thinking that way, I keep receiving this and that from Seoane. Suddenly, Hela's voice came from behind. I'm sorry for being in a good mood, actually. It will be difficult to rest for a long time. Is it because of the Aesir gods? Hela nodded at Seoane's question as she turned around. After polymorphing into a human form, she sat on a chair next to her bed in the hospital room. Yes, it won't be right away, but as soon as Ragnarok begins they will start moving too, if you're not prepared. The worst will happen. Jaehyeon couldn't help but straighten up his body that had slacked off there. Worst case. It was because her intentions were clear, the destruction of Midgard due to war, in the past. Hela said some of the other worlds have already been conquered by Odin. It was the point at which the rest of the world itself was now almost gone, people's life. Among them, Midgard is a place that must be protected. To put it simply, it should be called a strategic location. Jaehyeon asked with a heavy expression. How long do you think it will take for the Aesir to move again? 6 months at the earliest for that. You'll have to do at least a few tasks. The same goes for the remaining 2 trials. Task? Jaehyeon nodded his head as if realizing it, because it was a task. I realized that Ragnarok had finally begun. The anti-Aesir forces also thought that the war had begun. But there was no way they could not be left alone. Isn't it because he was given a system and developed himself for a time like this? It was obvious that by now they would be eager to use the representation. Tell me exactly what to do. I'll move right now, but... Hela raised her finger and said, take a break for a few days. As she said, because Seoane is too kind to you. If it were me, I would have dated him a long time ago, not being indecisive. I always thought cats were better than dogs. When Seoane spoke with emotion at a strange point, Jaehyeon shook his head, drooling while talking like that. The other kids and S-class raiders, Yu Seong-yoon, came looking for him. They asked Jaehyeon, how is your body? He asked for my regards. Jaehyeon told me that it was Akave because it was annoying but not too bad. The members of 9 are, of course, Yu Sung-yoon and Yusu's S-class raid are Yonghaeon, Kang Juhyop, Han Jaeyeon. And others looked at Jaehyeon and talked about this and that and then went back. Jaehyeon thought about the future schedule and how to respond to the Aesir gods. This time he met Loki and realized it clearly. There is nothing you can change on your own, in the end. You need the help of the people around you to move forward. Jaehyeon deeply cared about that fact and started making plans for the future. Like that, 3 days of worrying and worrying passed. After 3 days, Jaehyeon's body gradually recovered. He can finally eat cherry tomatoes alone and walk without a wheelchair or crutches. Looking only at the exterior, it had already regained its former appearance. Seo Inna looked regretful. But it was a good thing for him, after all. Relying on others didn't fit Jaehyeon's personality. Ha, it's not easy after all. I never thought the risk of forcibly releasing the godhead would be this much. Jaehyeon muttered and moved his body around. He was now at the gym attached to the hospital. I came here for some kind of rehabilitation training because I had recovered quite a bit in 3 days. Hela was beside her. It was to keep an eye on Jaehyeon's divinity so that it wouldn't run out of control once again. Now, try using magic, don't worry. I'll be watching from the side with my eyes open. Hela was so lucky to see Jaehyeon use magic. Poppy is also watching Jaehyeon with a worried expression. Jiang, magical power is born and spreads. It was a kind of chi and also the source of pulsating life. Then, Jaehyeon changed the form of his magical power again and brought out a new power. The power of destruction that is more profound and vast than before. It was deity the user releases the godhead. Failed, however. Jaehyeon soon realized that his condition was not as good as he thought. After the runaway, the godhead's control doesn't work properly. Jaehyeon clenched his fists. His hands, which had been deploying magic as he thought, were trembling. Shit. Jaehyeon swears a little. I actually knew that he was in a situation where he couldn't bring out even half of the godhead he had used in the battle with Sigrun in the past. In the case of magical power, it was at least better, but taking out the divine attack did quite a bit of damage. Wounds received during the battle with Sigrun, that's probably what's holding you back. But no matter how you think about it, it's strange, no matter how much I couldn't properly absorb the awakening stone of the beginning, I couldn't even properly demonstrate the second level, let alone the third level. At the stage of manifestation itself, something hardened as if something had been taken out of control. It was the first time I experienced this as Jaehyeon. As expected, I think so, suddenly. Hela looked at Jaehyeon. Expectation is that, could it have something to do with my inability to properly handle the divine right now? That's right, you are currently in a situation where the opening of your godhead is restricted due to one runaway in the past. Restrictions? That's right, overuse of the godhead caused side effects. And as a result, the body is refusing to take out the godhead on its own. You're denying yourself, as you already know you haven't reached the third level of godhood liberation yet. In fact, even when I reached the third stage of liberation, I couldn't handle my power properly and lost my mind. Jaehyeon nodded, surely, at that time. The manifestation of power depended only on coincidences and miracles. It was used by force. It was fortunate that the body was not damaged. Even that, if it wasn't for the efforts of the S-class raiders, Hela and Meteor would have been impossible to recover as quickly as they are now. However, Jaehyeon couldn't help but shake his head at her words. But you can't last long like this. You have to somehow get to step 3 perfectly and go further from there. Odin will continue to target me and my companions. The Aesir's movements are getting stronger, even if they are not moving right now. Their purpose is clear after all, one's own death and the unification of the 9 worlds. It is the biggest driving force that moves Odin. Jaehyeon was clearly aware of this and was in a position to stop it. We need to quickly regain the strength we had when we fought Sigrun, like you said. There's no time, nothing can be protected in this weak state. Jaehyeon bit his lip and said, contrary to what he said, he wasn't weak at all. The moving wooden dolls in the gymnasium were all broken. They were magically processed. But they were dolls with at least B-class magical power. Top-notch products prepared for the rehabilitation of Jaehyeon and Yeonhwa. However, it was no match for Jaehyeon at all. In the first place, it was a reenactment that was strong enough even without a godhead. At most, B-class dolls could not be Jaehyeon's opponents. It is not that there is no way. When Jaehyeon is immersed in worries like that, Hela crossed her arms and suddenly opened her mouth. Method, that's right, for the time being. It's putting a ban on your power. If the biggest problem is that you can get hurt by forcibly pulling out your power, it's a problem that will be solved if you don't use your power until you handle it properly. As Aesir said, you won't be able to move for a while. Surely. Jaehyeon agreed, power that cannot be properly handled is poison. It can gnaw at the user and destroy him. Jaehyeon is a veteran who has lived as a radar for over 10 years. A power you can't handle. It will lead the caster to ruin. It was as if Juwon had been caught and eaten by it by forcefully using Tearbing. Jaehyeon thought for a moment and looked up at Hela. He asked, so what do I have to do to get that ban? The Temple of Hell. Jaehyeon's eyes narrowed. Hela was on. You should visit there in a while. Temple of Hell there. Including Hell. Those who gave their 3 trials, and the forces that helped create the Aesir system are gathered. Jaehyeon smiled a little as he thought of the huge temple he would visit again. Then shall we sneak in today? Tell Aeneong to rest until today. And, of course anyway whether it's today or tomorrow it's there, isn't it? It's just that I'm getting a bit sore. Why, you're not going with me? Hearing Jaehyeon's words, Hela sighed and shook her head. There was a time when Jaehyeon became like a child at a strange point. Chapter 302 Flowers Blooming in the Snow Part 2 The road to Hell's Temple was unexpectedly closest, because Hela was able to open the portal to Hell's Temple. Actually, I kind of expected it. Hela is basically Hell's alter ego. To put it simply, isn't it an existence connected to her, considering Hela's usual meticulous personality? The idea that she would have come to Midgard without contact was absurd. Then I will open the portal from now on. There may be dizziness and nausea. It's okay now that I'm used to it. It hasn't happened once or twice before. Jaehyeon said sarcastically. Hela nodded with a slightly embarrassed face. After that, black magic began to rise from her body, and soon he and Jaehyeon embraced her. It somehow made me feel comfortable. It was strange. Hela's magic, which resembles Hell's magic, must have a dark attribute, but why is it so calming? Jaehyeon shook his head after thinking about it. That's not important right now. Jaehyeon quickly came to his senses and responded to Hela's magic. It adds to its own magic power, transition, in other words. This is the basis of the magic called teleport, responding to each other's magical powers and moving positions together. Soon, as if a black curtain had been drawn, the son-in-law was darkly dyed. And soon Jaehyeon's entire body was dyed black. It was proof that the portal movement magic was working properly. The portal was still making me vomit. Of course, even in the midst of that, the magic was working steadily. Jaehyeon, the place he arrived with, the first thing Jaehyeon heard there was none other than the voice of the godhead he had first encountered. Hello, adversary, it's been quite a while since you've met me in person. Hasn't it? She is the owner of Helheim and the daughter of Loki. There was hello an antinomic temple where angels and demons seem to live together. Stained glass that fills the ceiling and walls. And fragments of light of countless colors pouring down below. That is all that fills the temple here in Hell. Jaehyeon had already visited this place once. The god who first gave the first trial, because that was Hell at that time. Jaehyeon had been given a quest to defeat Night Shade. At that time I thought it was really going to end. Jaehyeon laughed lightly as he recalled the time. At that time I thought I wanted to tear Hell to pieces. But now it wasn't at all. Of course, it does not change that the anti-Aesir forces, including her, tried to use her. It is also the same that he took out the card of the adversary to overturn the war of the past. But in the process, I was able to move on too. It was a really valuable opportunity. Jaehyeon knows that everything was for self-growth. Also sorry, Jaehyeon had no intention of becoming a clumsy warrior to protect the world. He was just thinking of using them to protect what he held dear. Jaehyeon firmly believed that it was right. By the way, it looks like there are quite a few more guests than expected. I see some familiar faces. Others who were waiting for Jaehyeon's words opened their mouths while looking around. The first to speak was Smur. Nice to meet you, adversary. I heard you grew a lot during that time. Smur, long time no see. The same goes for Hell. Okay, I heard you had a hard time recently. But I'm really glad you've recovered like this. Several of the other anti-Aesir factions were also present here. However, I noticed that some familiar faces were missing. Listening to the detailed explanation, Idun and those who are preparing for the next ordeal. Nidhogg said he was unable to attend the meeting. Maybe something is going on. Hell only explained it that way. Thank you for your concern, Jaehyeon bowed appropriately. The reason I came here is nothing else. It was the moment Jaehyeon was about to speak in earnest. Hel raised his index finger and covered Jaehyeon's mouth. She said with a playful laugh, a ban on your power. You must have come here for that. Right? How well do you know? I have a capable alter ego. I've already heard all about the situation. The same goes for you coming here. Hela shrugged. Jaehyeon laughed. It's good. Sit down for now. It will take time to talk properly. Let's go. Smur and Hela followed suit. Jaehyeon sat down. The full-fledged story started from there. And Jaehyeon couldn't stand up for a long time. Now take it, you have strengthened your Misteltein. With this the ban will be certain. After a while he said, putting the iron bracelet on Jaehyeon's hand. Jaehyeon's shoulders shrunk for a moment as an alluring musk wafted in. Even at first glance the appearance of the bracelet had changed. At first, I remember that it was nothing more than a clumsy branch, but now it was forged with high-strength iron, completely different from before. The appearance of tying chains matched very well with Jaehyeon's frequently used skill. Chains, I don't think I cared about aesthetics, but because pretty is better. Thank you, but can this bracelet really work properly? As Jaehyeon, it was a natural question a moment ago. Hel told Jaehyeon that he would reinforce Jaehyeon's bracelet to restrain himself, but Jaehyeon didn't understand. Misteltein is an equipment item to the last. I wondered if it would play a proper role unless it was a professional restraint tool. However, at Jaehyeon's question, Hela just smiled and answered, of course, because it was made by Hel, the ruler of Helheim. Not only that, but a part of Gleipnir that restrained Fenrir was also used as a material. Well, there is one minor problem. This bracelet's ability to control your deity is only temporary. 1 month from now, you should be able to handle the power within that time. If you don't, you will eventually die at the hands of the Aesir gods. Well, it won't be such a big restriction for you. Well, the Aesir gods couldn't wait for Jaehyeon to be able to handle his power. You have to get used to handling power as quickly as possible. All right, however, while I was here, I had a few questions. Jaehyeon started the conversation like that, and the long conversation ended. I came across some new information. First, even though Ragnarok has begun in earnest, why haven't the anti-Aesir forces started moving properly yet? Wouldn't it be better to attack first? Why did they go 6 months without attacking Odin? The first question was answered by Hel. Odin's mythical artifact, Hlidskjalp, is the problem. If it's a blood scamp, yes, it's his chair from which he can look down on everything in the world. As the opponent, you are unaffected by it now that your power is gone, but the rest of you can't get out of his sight without setting a barrier. You decided that it would be better to start a full-fledged war after I joined rather than to lose your position after being discovered. That's how it is. Hello. It was Jaehyeon convinced. Jaehyeon asked to clear up the second question. What exactly is the reason for the ban on deity on my body? That I will explain. Smir chose a word for a moment and then said, because your body is overloaded, it's because the muscles and circuits that were torn from the runaway didn't recover properly. But if it's your body, the doctor says it's okay now, what you're suffering from is a mental problem. Smir tapped his head and continued. The sight of the giant's gigantic hand moving made me feel intimidated without even realizing it. Smir's explanation continued. Divinity is a power distinct from magical power. In order to unlock the godhead, you need to properly handle a certain amount of magic power, but you don't have to draw out the magic power to handle the godhead. Divinity is, in the end, bringing out the character that has been trained to the limit of an existence, but you overused that power in a short period of time. And the circuitry in your brain has been savoring it for a while, Danjian or heart, perhaps all of the parts that can store magic have gone wrong. Is there any way to recover? Of course, for that reason. The ordeal has been prepared. Saying that, Smir looked at Hela. Jaehyeon wondered why the word ordeal came out of his mind, but he didn't express it. It was because they thought they would figure it out. In fact, his prediction was not wrong. Hela nodded slightly and looked at Jaehyeon. The fourth trial, after completing it, you will be able to control your powers without Misteltein's restraining effect. Hela smiled as if it were natural. It's an ordeal prepared for that. It would be against the law to ask what the ordeal was about. Right? It's a shameless story to say in front of the gods who presided over the first and second trials. He is also an adversary. Are you asking us to hand out the answer sheet now? Haha, to be honest. I didn't expect it from the beginning either. After Jaehyeon, he let out a short breath. All right then. I will move to take the fourth ordeal as soon as possible, because I have to get rid of it quickly. That would be nice, Smir said it hard. But he's not wrong. Then let me ask you one last question. Jaehyeon paused for a moment before asking. There are stages of divinity liberation. How many are there in all? At those words, a subtle smile appeared on Hel's lips. She answered with a light bite on her lips. There are 5 levels of divine power liberation. After liberating the third case, you will become a complete divine being and will be able to escape the title of a half-god. When you reach the third level of Godhead liberation, most of the Godhead beings will fight one-on-one and you will have a chance. From level 4 onwards, even if you fight one-on-one with the major gods of the Sur, you can guarantee victory. Level 5 is only Odin and Thor Loki. Only 3 gods have reached it. So there is no proper information yet. It was Hela's amplification. She said that Nidhogg was imperfectly on the 5th level of divinity liberation, but that wasn't the right level. In Thor's case, he was injured in the head by Hrungnir's whetstone and was unable to use all of his power. It actually reached level 5 properly. It was a story that the only gods who could handle that power were Loki and Odin. There is still a long way to go. All right, then I will go back soon. Jaehyeon said calmly and got up from his seat. Hel and Smir followed him as he disappeared into the portal. Slightly startled, to think that humans can turn their heads first in front of God. With the thought that it was fun, I began to look forward to his future steps. He will grow stronger. Jaehyeon said he had a long way to go. But his eyes never said that. I will reach you soon, because he had such a proud expression on his face. Then Hela joined Jaehyeon's side. The portal closed again, and darkness fell over Hel's temple. Gying thud, a noise like a huge door closing. Jaehyeon came out and looked around to check the time. It's already been about 2 hours. The nurse will scold you. Let's go quickly. I will go first. Yes, hearing Hela's words, Jaehyeon tilted his head. However, soon he was able to understand her meaning, because it seems like there is someone waiting first. Hela completely disappeared with those words, and Jaehyeon saw a person standing leaning against the moonlight outside the training ground. The appearance of a childish girl is revealed at the same time as she soaks up the pure white moonlight. Her hair was tinged with orange, and her white skin seemed to brighten up the darkness. Yaojiang Kim, she slowly looked back at Jaehyeon and smiled lightly. Are you here? A slight blush appeared on her face as she said that. Chapter 303, Flowers Blooming in the Snow Part 3. Did you come? The blush on Kim Yoo-young's cheek stood out in the moonlight. She may not feel it herself, but maybe anyone else can see it. The fact that Kim Yoo-young had been waiting for Jaehyeon from the beginning. Jaehyeon could feel a mischievous feeling creeping up in his mind. He asked, why are you doing that there? Did you even wait for me? Oh, were you waiting? Kim Yoo-young said very calmly, as if you practiced the same words over and over again, for reference. She was wearing a hospital uniform just like Jaehyeon during the battle with Sigrun. She sacrificed herself by activating her unique skill called Soul Link. Her heart, which I see now, had stopped once in any circumstances. It hurts the most and it hurts the most. Jaehyeon watched her sacrifice with his own two eyes in the desperate situation at the time. In the nearest place, it wasn't very pleasant. Kim Yoo-young said with a bright expression as usual. Are you on your way back from training? Very diligent. How long has it been since you recovered? Because there is still a lot left to do. Don't stay like that. Go in and go to bed early. The winter night air is cold. After answering appropriately, Jaehyeon walked past her and walked away. It was then Kim Yoo-young in the back wrapped around Jaehyeon's waist with a playful face. Hey, I've seen it for the first time in a while. Where are you going after that? Mercilessly. She had a reason for saying that. This hospital has clearly separated male and female wards, although we've seen each other's faces from time to time. We've rarely had a direct conversation like this. Jaehyeon grabbed Kim Yoo-jung by the wrist that was wrapped around her waist. In fact, Jaehyeon was quite tired. So he had a strong desire to go in and rest, but I was thin. When I touched Kim Yoo-young's skinny wrist, he decided to go along with her jokes this time. He was a child who sacrificed himself and became like this. A 17-year-old child who is mentally 10 years old or less mature. So, what? Jaehyeon forced himself into a blunt voice as he asked. Kim Yoo-young answered with a transparent smile. Let's sit down for a while. There was a bench over there. I heard the stars look good. Okay, let's go. Jaehyeon nodded in response to her words. Kim Yoo-young secretly came next to me and smiled. Jaehyeon looked at her side profile for a moment. Scented with the scent of freesia flowers. You really like this flower. The thought floated in Jaehyeon's mind for a while and then disappeared. After a while, the two sat on a lonely bench in the hospital and looked up at the black sky. Not even one star. It was Jaehyeon who broke the colic first. Kim Yoo-young scratched her head as if she was embarrassed. There's no way this can't happen when Kim Yoo-young blurted out. Jaehyeon laughed. To lie, I knew I can't see any stars. What kind of star is this city? So what do you want to say? I want to say I'm sorry. Kim Yoo-young wiggled and said so. The inside of the foot and the inside of the foot in hospital slippers collided. Or the pods were worn and unwound in neatly gathered hands, or tilting the head left and right. Jaehyeon knew all of her manners. By the way, that meant being nervous, however. Jaehyeon said with a calm expression like the first time. What? Why are you sorry for me? I almost hurt you again. I'm sorry I almost lost a friend twice. That I've already prepared myself for the scolding. Please be as gentle as possible. Kim Yoo-young said that as if she sincerely hated being hated by Jaehyeon. Transparent tears welled up in her eyes. Jaehyeon avoided her gaze for a moment and leaned back on the bench. That is what I am going to say. He put his hand on his face and brushed his hair for a moment. I really wanted to protect it. I'm sorry I couldn't. You did your best, of course. At first I was a little upset that he cheated on us, but you told me when I found out that I had no future. Please stay alive. It did. Jaehyeon's face became hot as he remembered the time when he was overflowing with emotions. At that time, Kim Yoo-young smiled and met Jaehyeon's gaze. Relax. She seemed to have come this way from the beginning. Hey, what are you doing? Can I ask you one thing? I felt like I was getting involved in Kim Yoo-young's pace. Jaehyeon lifted his head and looked at her. Kim Yoo-young stood up. She looked down from the top of Jaehyeon, who was leaning back on the bench. Her head came up above the reproduction. Jaehyeon suddenly met Kim Yoo-young's eyes looking down at him. Kim Yoo-young asked as if to be confirmed. Am I a dear friend to you? Of course. Why do you ask me something like that? Isn't it natural that friends usually joke around? Until this point. You and I both grew up bullying each other. Why are you asking such a thing out of the blue? At that moment, Kim Yoo-young pulled Jaehyeon's arms and grabbed his hand, hands holding tightly. As he held the cold weapon, his calloused, thick hand touched her soft hand. The pure white moonlight lightly landed on Kim Yoo-young's smile. A moment of silence lingers on the bench in the hospital park. Kim Yoo-young asked in a voice that seemed to break. Then, a joke like this would be akare. Right today, Jaehyeon said that and gave her strength to hold her hand tighter. The determined will not to lose it again was an act of faith. Replay was once again quite forceful. I will see you today, despite those words. For some reason, Kim Yoo-young smiled and smiled, seeing this. Jaehyeon felt a pain in his chest for some reason. Unprecedented heavy snowfall continues around the world. After the beginning of Ragnarok and after the beginning of Fimbulbert, the world was dyed in complete white. Europe, Asia and Africa. It snowed all the way to the desert. It was truly a disaster. Quite a bit of time has passed since Jaehyeon visited the temple in Hell, time of about 6 months. In the meantime, Jaehyeon has completed his rehabilitation perfectly, and Kim Yoo-jung has also diligently recovered and escaped from the hospital. Circle 9 is finally able to stand in the world again. I'd like to let them rest a little longer, said an adult woman sitting in the back seat with their skin together. Yoo-seong was the guild master of Yeonhwa. Jaehyeon smiled shyly. No, are you Akae, actually? This is too late. I should have moved a little faster, but it took me a little longer because I wasn't used to dealing with taboos than I thought. In the meantime, Jaehyeon went through a lot of research and worrying repeatedly at the hospital. Thanks to this, all the magic tools prepared in the hospital's training ground were smashed. I don't know, but the estimated damage is at least in the hundreds of billions. But it's not that big of a problem. Now the world is an existence of reproduction. In other words, they began to accept the existence of black robes and opponents. It was because all kinds of abnormal phenomena, including the continuous winter, affirmed his existence. For example, the monster level of the gate that appears suddenly rises, or ancient ruins appear. Murals presumed to be traces of giants are found. Signs that symbolize the end have appeared countless times, even now. If there were people who didn't believe in it, they would say that it was a good person to die. Thanks to this, worldwide support started to come to Jaehyeon, because that's when he learned that everything could be destroyed if he didn't grow. Have you thought about what you will do next? It was Yu Seong-yoon's question. Jaehyeon nodded. Yes, well. For now, haha, I'm sure Jaehyeon-kun will take care of it. You worry too much, and to be honest, isn't he a big brother to me? If I'm 26 and Jaehyeon returned from the future to the past, I'm the younger brother based on the number of days I've lived. Seong-yi, Yu and Jaehyeon were frightened by Park Seong-yi's interrupting words while driving. With that face value, you can say that without hesitation. I don't know where it came from, but his confidence was admirable. What mistake did I make? Meanwhile, Park Seong-yi just tilted his head, repeating what mistake he had made. In the meantime, Jaehyeon's colleagues who were riding behind whispered, no matter how much it is. I can't call Jaehyeon an older brother. The manager is also harsh. Look at the face considering the face value. Absolutely, I can't use those words. Do you want to grow old too? Why do you still look at that age? You think that makes sense now? Almost at the same time. Sobbing was heard from the front. He said he was talking quietly behind the scenes, but he heard the whole story. In fact, it was natural. Park Seong-yi, a martial arts raider belonging to the assassin class. Eavesdropping on other stories isn't a very noble hobby, but because of the constant skill activation, I can't help but hear it in my ears. Anyway, Seong-yi Park drove quickly and soon arrived in front of a familiar building. There were already reporters scattered all over the place, so it was difficult to control the number of people. Mills Academy, it's the first time since then. Jaehyeon muttered that and slowly finished his preparations. Here he had work to do. Yusung opened the car door and said, then do well today. Don't forget that Yeonwoo is always on your side. Sure, saying that, Jaehyeon got out of the car with his colleagues. As they passed the black van, numerous flashes burst out as if they were going to eat Jaehyeon. His colleagues were terribly frightened. But Jaehyeon had no such feelings at all. It was natural. Active skill cold-blooded is activated because he had a cheat key. It's a bit of a burden, but I can't help it after all. I needed to reveal myself to the world at least once. Now is the right time. Jaehyeon caught his breath and headed to the waiting room behind him. Events you are currently attending. It was because some important issues were to be decided here, especially now that the news spread that the gods of Norse mythology were real and that they would bring disaster to mankind. An even quicker judgment was needed. Also, at the center of all these incidents is the antagonist. There was a reenactment thanks to this. Jaehyeon was in a situation where he had to appear in front of the public immediately after being discharged. It was unavoidable. There are still many stories about the enemy going around in the world. What is the truth behind countless rumors? Will the same fierce battles continue in the future? How far can a god's power go? And is only one adversary able to reach it? I couldn't come up with a countermeasure without checking all of them properly. Wasn't it a fight at a level that even the World Raider Federation and headquarters couldn't get their hands on in the first place? In fact, after that, a little investigation into the battle was being conducted. But it didn't mean much. What kind of S-class raider can slice arc metal into tofu? That was something that even Balak, the head of the European Union, could not do. However, it was possible. A woman called Valkyrie Sigrun did it very easily. Also, the real problem is that she's not even a god. It's a situation where you don't know if there will be a bigger problem left, like that. The time when everyone who was watching the live broadcast gave up and despaired. Min Jaehyeon's antagonist appeared. It wiped out the army of Valkyries that filled the sky and reached them. It has reached a level that other S-class radars cannot even attempt. And finally, the antagonist of the rumor has now appeared. Then from now on, we will start the emergency press conference hosted by the World Radar Alliance in earnest. Chump, chump, chump. Flashes were fired from all sides of the outdoor auditorium where the press conference was being held. They seemed convinced that this article was going to be a scoop. By the way, the person holding the microphone now was Richard, the head of the World Radar Alliance. Another scale different from national organizations operated in the Republic of Korea, the head of the coalition headquarters, where the leading radars of each country belong, came to Korea in person for the story of the adversary and the upcoming catastrophe Ragnarok. I'm sure you have a lot of questions about me and the World Radar Alliance. He was so lucky. From now on, our headquarters firmly promises to reveal all the facts learned through this press conference step by step. However, but before that, we will start with a small conferment ceremony. Our World Radar Management headquarters judged that Min Jaehyeon and his colleagues pioneered the S-class and above. We made the decision to create a new class on top of that. Jaehyeon crossed his arms as he watched Richard's presentation. The highest grade S that has been maintained for the past decade or so, ABCD down there. This announcement is the rating of the radar world. It will be the content that overturns all the foundations. Chapter 304 Flowers Blooming in the Snow Part 4. There are two new grades. The first is S plus grade. It is literally a grade above S class. And it is stipulated that it can be reached only with the consent of 5 or more S-class radars in each country. An Hoyeon, Kim Yoo-young, and Seo Ina radar. Colleagues of Min Yi-hyun and radar, hearty congratulations everyone. 3 people, including Kim Yoo-young, came forward and were awarded medals. It was a square plaque of appreciation made of crystal. And it had a pretty luxurious design, however. The members of 9 only briefly expressed their gratitude. I hadn't had much of a conversation with Richard. Each of them had a slightly disapproving expression on their faces. Jaehyeon somehow seemed to know the reason. But he didn't express it outwardly, after all. There will be an opportunity to talk about him later. The other members who did not reach the newly established S+ level were treated slightly differently. They were upgraded to the old highest grade, S class, and thus naturally obtained the right to participate in the World Radar Conference. In fact, in the case of Lee Yi-sang and Kwon So-yeol, it was only natural that they were not to the extent of reaching the S+ level from the beginning. In the first place, rather than strength, they were talents specialized in the other side. Again, if now is the right time. It will be the right time. If you attract more attention than necessary, bad things can happen later. There was no reason to explain that it was always good to do only what you could handle. Of course. It would be another matter if one were to ask whether there were people with the guts to touch an adversary's allies. But that wasn't all of the World Radar Administration's announcement. Richard, who continued his presentation in front of the podium, continued, the second new level is one that is only allowed for one person. X-class, it means out of specification. We know which radars this term fits best. During the last Red Gate incident, Min Yi-hyun Raider successfully solved the problem and led the battle against Valkyrie to victory. By giving this title alone to him, the society wishes to praise his bravery. Wow, applause poured in from all directions, but Jaehyeon knew that it's not all that positive in order to eventually confine yourself, that it is trying to fill the shackles to make a hero. He knew instinctively. I could feel my lips twisting slightly. Could it be stopped without Jaehyeon? That's right. Because Valkyrie was strong and she broke the wall to defeat them, because I tried to overcome the limit and see the scenery above it. But there was one great contradiction in Richard's words. Does Jaehyeon really have to save everyone? Should I be a hero? That was another matter. If Jaehyeon was a blind sage who wanted to save someone with a story, Jaehyeon would have tried to save Sigrun at the very end. After all, she moved involuntarily and it was as if she was being manipulated. Odin and Freya, I don't know what kind of relationship there is between the two. But she is also a victim anyway. But Jaehyeon didn't. He killed Sigrun without hesitation. There is only one thing that is most important to Jaehyeon right now. Can you protect what you value if it's not mine? I won't protect it even at the risk of it. It was extremely selfish but also natural. Therefore, Jaehyeon had no intention of guaranteeing everyone's safety as they wanted. As long as no one is dying in front of my eyes and my family and colleagues are not dying. That is enough. Even the wicked will not go forward until they are saved. To protect oneself must be oneself. Jaehyeon also knew now is the time to struggle, even more so because he was weak. They should not lean on themselves also. There was only one way to resolve this dependence. Yggdrasil, attack the tower there and break the control device. It's to neutralize the system and break the growth limits of the radars. Mimir said in the past, the top floor of Yggdrasil's spiral tower. There will be a control tower there. That is the origin of the Aesir system. And this system is a device that controls all awakened people so that they cannot grow further. He also said that those who were tamed by this system would later become the Einherjar and become Odin's army. Mimir said to break it, to prevent Odin from using humans as limbs, so that we can't expand our forces further and make humans stronger in a human way. I can't protect everyone, then I just need to give them the strength to fight. We need to move the awoken all over the world. It is not a weak existence that is protected by itself, but it must be made to advance. It was necessary to remind them that that is the essence of radar. Jaehyeon nodded slightly. It was the moment when his next goal was set. To do so, the next ordeal is the first step. Also, Jaehyeon had to become stronger in order to do that. Yggdrasil. In order to destroy the control tower there, Mimir's proposed minimum deity level was Liberation Level 3. It had already been reached once. But it was a story when it was possible to completely control the power of representation. Jaehyeon recalled the last story of hell he had heard when he left the Temple of Hell. The fourth trial, paying for it will help break the ban on your powers. A guy specialized in that area will be waiting for you. So, the fourth ordeal or something, departure is today. Kim Yoo-young, who was sitting on a luxurious sofa in the circle room, suddenly opened her mouth. I was sitting crookedly on a dark mustard-colored sofa that looked expensive. But somehow I didn't feel good. Jaehyeon nodded softly. Okay, it won't take long. It's because I'm worried about Yoojung and I too. Are you really okay with being alone, no matter how long ago I was a patient? So urgently, anyway, the ordeal is prepared for only one adversary. Even if you go together, you won't be able to help. It would be better if you send them away comfortably so that your heart doesn't become heavy. Hela said that, alleviating her worries. However, the concerns of colleagues continued. It was because the fact that Jaehyeon might have a lonely fight again was painful for them. You shouldn't worry too much for the time being. Even the Aesir gods can't move easily. Mirror of equilibrium in exchange for breaking it. The Sur also lost most of their divinity. It will probably take quite a while to recover. Equilibrium mirror. Hela had explained it to the 9 members. It was one of the artifacts that supported the 9 worlds. And it was an object that maintained all the bonds and restrictions in the world. However, in order to break this, the user must inject a large amount of his/her divinity. Odin made the decision to prevent the reappearance even at the cost of this, and it snowed. Long winter, Fimbulbert had begun. Hela. But the fourth ordeal, paying for it could hurt Jaehyeon, right? Those were the words of An Hoyeon. Now Hela and them were able to talk without hesitation, even when Jaehyeon was hospitalized. There was quite an awkwardness between her and her colleagues, but it didn't last long. In fact, whether in cat or human form, Hela had a pretty cute appearance. It was not difficult to win the hearts of the members. Wouldn't it be great if it's popular enough to bother me again? Hess. Hela laughed a little inwardly. But she didn't show it and kept a cool tone. It will hurt, but it won't die. I don't think it will be difficult if Jaehyeon believes in the strength he has accumulated so far. It sounds like you're rolling until you're about to die again. Jaehyeon murmured, swearing lightly, but the decision has already been made. Now there was nowhere to retreat to, the beginning of Ragnarok. It was a representation of how clear it meant. And what started cannot be undone now. What must be prevented? Jaehyeon stood up from his seat. Repeating that, it's time to get up. Now there are only 2 ordeals left if you clear all of them. Jaehyeon will be able to reach level 4 of Divinity Liberation. Loki and Odin were able to grow to just below Thor. It's really not too long now, Asgard, until reaching Odin. Jaehyeon moved his body without a moment to feel new emotions. Way out of the ordeal, the members who came along lined up outside the room. He had come to see off after himself. I'll be back. Jaehyeon smiled faintly. He walked away feeling not too bad. The next ordeal was the Sea of Midgard, on the other hand. When Jaehyeon and his colleagues say goodbye without tears, the embarrassment of Idun, the goddess of youth, was bursting out on the terrace in Niflheim subspace. Hee, stop eating. Do you know how many bowls I'm eating right now? Idun was horrified to see the man eating the food as if he had heard the previous rumor. Of course. Her reaction had its own justification. The man sitting across from her. It wasn't enough that he had come to my house and he was inhaling food at a mad speed. He's swallowing the food whole from the bowl. As if he's been caught. Does it feel like seeing someone who has been starving for 10,000 years? Idun sighed as he touched his forehead, the face of a man now eating food on his terrace. This, of course, was familiar. Loki, the head of the anti-Aesir coalition, came to his garden to clean up the house. There were already piled bowls beside him, showing his appetite. In fact, from the beginning, Loki in Norse mythology was a god famous for his gluttony, truly a food fighter. Eating lots of food quickly was one of his specialties, said Loki, picking his teeth with a toothpick while the food was being refilled. What's going on between us? It's been a while since I've escaped and I'm in the best mood. Any more grain wine here? Wine is fine too. Please, Idun appealed. But he didn't even listen. Note that. The reason why Loki was now in the garden of Idun was surprisingly simple. Actually, when I was first released, I was thinking of going straight to the antagonist, but that's too dangerous. No matter how you think about it, it was a very risky choice. It's like telling Odin where you are, even if he didn't. He would be looking for him with his eyes on. No matter how much Loki was, he couldn't brag about telling Odin that he was going to catch me because I was here. Anyway, there are a lot of people who are on their shoulders, even if it was a little out of temper. It was necessary to develop caution. It's better to hide here until you recover your strength, both to the enemy and to me. To move hastily is poison, and the same goes for Aesir. The war has already begun. But whoever strikes first can completely change the outcome. The balance of power was still narrowly on the side of Asgard. Well, anyway, that's it. I think the meat is a bit lacking. Idun. How the hell do you live on this kind of grass? There's no such thing as protein. Don't you think you eat too much? They say that men who eat well are popular, although I am popular because I am good looking. Idun put his hand on his face again. At that moment, the door to Idun's garden suddenly opened, and a being came to visit them. A dragon with a massive body and fangs. It was Nidhogg. Idun, is that true? That Loki successfully escaped the prison? Nidhogg hurriedly opened the door and entered, looking at the scattered dishes and freaking out. For 10,000 years, it seems that the stomach hasn't shrunk at all. He's crazy. No matter how much I eat. It's not enough. Nidhogg, do you have something to eat? My appetite has changed a bit, so I like to eat monster meat. Crazy bastard. Nidhogg deliberately said it twice, however. The trickster in front of me just laughed and kept pushing food into my mouth. It's as if you're having a conversation that has nothing to do with you, when Idun was angry and was about to leave. Suddenly, her shoulders started to tremble. Nidhogg, did you step on my flower bed by any chance? At that moment, Nidhogg's spine went cold, come to think of it. I don't think I paid much attention to it because I was rushing back. I can't go back until both of them are restored. After a while, Idun brought a trowel and a hoe. Kingjurang, the farming tools she threw away, made a harsh grinding sound, said Nidhogg, scratching his nose blankly. That, is there anything bigger? In his hand was the trowel that Idun had thrown out before he knew it. Chapter 305, The Age of Wolves. The end suddenly began on a hot summer day. This is an era in which feuds and infidelities are prevalent. In other words, the Age of Wolves was opened, and the heavens and the earth were opened, and countless people who wanted blood were laid to rest. Son of Fenrir, Skull and Hati opened their huge jaws to devour the sun and moon. Soon eternal darkness will come to the earth and disaster will come in earnest. 3 roosters and Garm, the dog guarding the entrance to Helheim, howls. All of that meant only one thing, Ragnarok. It was the beginning of a long winter, its end. However, at that moment, in the darkness of dusk, a brighter light than ever before ignited. The briefness of the 9 worlds is broken with a terrifying scream. Adversary, 10,000 years ago. The weakest of the 3 sisters opened the door. That moment, the 3rd verse of the prophecy resonates clearly throughout the 9 worlds. The adversary will proceed according to his will, and in the end he will have everything he wants in his hands. 3rd verse. At the end, a small note was added. In fact, he will never know that he already has everything. Next news. This is the news about the war with Valkyrie that covered all of Miles Academy. The result of investigating the truth of the incident over the past 6 months, the existence of gods, including the Sur, was confirmed, the appearance of gates and the appearance of monsters, and there is an opinion that the transcendent human race called Radar was also derived from them. Yes, it seems a bit unreasonable to think of the 2 incidents separately, but why did the gods, who had not moved for 10 years, move? Also, the reason for the attack on Cadet Min Jaehyeon, who is called the opponent of the prophecy, has not yet been properly revealed. Are you saying that we have no choice but to watch the situation? That's right, unfortunately. 3 years of long winter. Fimbulbert has already begun. The reason is that it suddenly started snowing in the summer and that it lasted for 6 months. Ragnarok, what if there was a war between the gods in mythology, also? If the war breaks out at one point on the earth, at least hundreds of millions of people will lose their lives. The appearance of gods and giants standing at opposite ends of Min, Jaehyeon's Raider and Valkyrie. 2 are the only hope for now, and whether they help humans has become important. How will things go in the future? Thank you for your interest. Is this how it turned out? Jaehyeon muttered for a while as he took the Bluetooth wireless earbuds out of his ears. He was listening to World Radar News on the road. The reason was that he needed to know the latest situation, but it seemed that the work was much bigger than I thought, with all the major media outlets and broadcasting stations only covering stories about him and the Sur. Jaehyeon felt like he was going to lose his mind. Well, in a way. It's not natural, because all the scenes of me and Sigrun fighting were broadcast live all over the world. The world has been in utter chaos lately. The voice of the announcer, who seemed embarrassed a moment ago, was still clear in Jaehyeon's ears. So there was nothing more to explain, it was unavoidable. Basically, the identity of the Aesir gods, and the changes taking place all over the world were a new divergence of mankind. The present is very important to plan for the future. Jaehyeon was never unaware of this, however, even so. There was no reason to create an atmosphere of fear throughout the world by talking about the dangers excessively like now. Cannot understand. Why are they scaring the citizens? Jaehyeon could not hastily figure out the intentions of the World Radar Alliance. In fact, they should know better that you can't do anything just by being frightened. Even so, the TV was repeating the same sound like a parrot. Jaehyeon got annoyed and turned off his smartphone completely. After all, you will have to endure the ordeal for a while. There was no reason to turn it on. Anyway, 6 months have already passed. I thought I was really dying at the time. Jaehyeon calmly put his hands in his pockets. The conversation partner was clear, Hela. She was following right next to him, indeed like a guide through trials. He came to accompany him this time as well. Groong, Poppy was also toddling after Jaehyeon, making a pleasant sound. Now the guy has grown quite a bit and weighs almost 10 kg. If you're a normal person, it would be difficult to hug and carry with both arms now. Actually, he likes to walk on his own feet, so there was no problem with him walking. Of course, the case was different when he was in Kim Yoo-young's arms. Strangely, when only Kim Yoo-young is next to her, she whines and acts cute. Joy, Hela looked at Jaehyeon's profile and snorted lightly. Jaehyeon didn't pay much attention and thought for a while. 6 months in hospital, it's new. But it was a period that can be said to be quite long. Of course, he wasn't just lying in the hospital room. Jaehyeon took care of the things he had put off for a while in order, one by one, until he regained his strength. First of all, the first thing was to kill Odin's raven. Except for Hyujin and Munin, you found one of the crows in Midgard and killed them. The price was a little bit high, but I was able to raise it. It was insignificant compared to Shin. But it wasn't bad enough for Jaehyeon, who was lacking in status right away, so I decided to be satisfied. At that time and even now, reproduction was desperate. If there is any benefit, you should do anything. It was important to struggle as much as possible to control his new power. Next was training to control the power of representation and normalization of the body. It was unavoidable. But his condition was the worst after overexerting himself once. This was inevitable as some kind of rehabilitation period was needed. Thanks to that, Jaehyeon's physical condition is almost perfect. Just one thing, except for the prohibition of divine power, it was a story like that. Meanwhile, at his expression, Hela's forehead flinched and crumpled for a moment. Her fine lips are, for some reason, a pale crimson color. It was because continuing to polymorph in the form of a cat consumed quite a bit of mana, so there was talk of hiding one's true identity. Also, when it comes to hiding people, interpersonal relationships are the best. There was also a trivial conclusion for these reasons. For the first time in her life, Hela was roaming freely in human form. They said Kim Yu-young and Seo In-na, who were very excited, lent their cosmetics and dressed them. The expression on his face at that time was really good to see. Seeing him dying because it was awkward, Jaehyeon just kept laughing. Anyway, thanks for going through that process. In the eyes of others, the girl next to her only looked like Jaehyeon's younger sister. Hela couldn't help it. And that made her look uncomfortable. She said in a slightly annoyed tone, "You speak casually as if it were someone else's business. I don't know what the hell you're thinking. But why don't you stop worrying other people?" "Do not worry, because I want to stop fighting so recklessly there. You all know that there was nothing you can do about it." When Jaehyeon spoke smirkingly, Hela barely held back the urge to stomp on Jaehyeon's feet. Jaehyeon had a relaxed expression, whether he was aware of her anger or not. "By the way, the person in charge of the fourth trial, I didn't expect such a great being to be so close." Jaehyeon looked around and said, he was walking along the edge of the sea with Hela. They had just arrived in Busan for their fourth ordeal. It was because he had heard that he could meet him who was in charge of the fourth ordeal here. Hela lightly shook her head with her hands behind her back. The eyes were half closed, no matter how much the magic of cognitive error was used. It was still a pretty face. So I could feel the glances around me. Hela was unconcerned. "It is not necessarily only here that you can meet him. His realm is all over the seas of Midgard. You can call him anywhere, of course, although some conditions are required." Hela's words were somehow insidious. So Jaehyeon poked her side with his elbow, also this time. What kind of troublesome ordeal to throw in and tell me to overcome? It was because I already felt like my head was spinning. "Oh really?" Hela was furious, but Jaehyeon was still smirking. "Sorry, my arm slipped." "Ha," after walking for a long time. He reached the beach and arrived at the pier. "Ji-ying," I felt a strange energy from somewhere with him. A voice of an unknown gender which I had never heard before began to be heard in my ears. "The adversary to this place, open the road to the sea and come here, because the fourth trial is prepared here." The mysterious voice had said so. Jaehyeon smiled. "It's the same as the great ruins of the second trial. It's a structure that doesn't open unless certain conditions are met." At the same time as Jaehyeon thought, a huge spray of water appeared in front of his feet. Ku-gu-gu-gu, it was so loud it almost equaled the sound of thunder. Magical energy pulsates from the depths of the sea and spreads out in a blue color. The waves collide with each other and create noise. "Sha, open the way to the sea, something more enigmatic has come." When Jaehyeon muttered that, Hela nodded with a sad expression on her face. He even raised his chin slightly as if showing off to Jaehyeon. "Is it so? Even you wouldn't be able to pass easily here. That's an ordeal so far, this and that has worked, but however." Jaehyeon walked slowly towards the sea without even paying attention. He murmured and lightly released his mana. "The road to the sea, then this guy will work." Jaehyeon smiled. Hela's fine brow wrinkled again, eventually. She had no choice but to watch the situation unfold in a completely different direction than she had imagined. Use the artifact essence of the sea. The level of the user is high. You can control water attribute magic as you wish. Jaehyeon smiled. As a result of searching the area a little while ago by detecting magical power, I already figured out that there is a subspace below that leads to him who is in charge of the fourth ordeal. However, the problem was that the process to reach that point took quite a long time. His colleagues also told him to come back soon. Jaehyeon also didn't want to spend a long time on the ordeal anymore. So he brought out the best move he had. "It is the essence of the sea. It was stolen from the former master. I'm sorry." As if water has viscosity, they clump together and begin to build a false wall. Then, Jaehyeon was able to truly experience the miracle of Moses. The sea opened for him, and the sacred altar he had hidden beneath it was revealed. It must be some sort of transmission portal. Jaehyeon smiled lightly at the system designed to be easy to understand. You become more impudent every time I see you. So I'm not even angry anymore. Then laugh, you should smile when you see your handsome face. Why are you angry? Jaehyeon headed to the depths of the sea with Hela shaking her head. He soon reached the altar. Followed by the familiar sound of the system, please prove that you are the enemy. It only takes a drop of blood, right? Come on. Eat quickly and guide me to subspace, because I am a busy person. He lightly fed blood with the mana blade made by Jaehyeon. The altar responds. And the sound of the system resonates gently in your ears. It was a similar feeling to when I used Erd's mirror in the past. Adversary recognition complete. Guide the adversary to the fourth ordeal, the trial of the Midgard serpent. At that moment, Jaehyeon clearly felt the moment he closed and opened his eyes. Before I knew it, the water rose again and swallowed Jaehyeon's whole body. Jaehyeon used the essence of the sea and quickly reached the sea level, following Shah with a sound. I felt something rising over the sea. Jaehyeon intuitively sensed that it was not a water column and was once again surprised by how unusual the size was. This is another ignorantly large, finally. We've reached this place, adversary. Subsequently, the snake's language, which sounded far more cunning than the others, was replaced by human speech in Jaehyeon's ears. The scenery standing in the middle of the sea changed in an instant. And then it was transformed into a flat land, apparently. The host of the fourth ordeal seemed to be quite a conversationalist. If you look at how they take care of themselves from the beginning and move them to the place. This might be better for you, a half-human, to talk about, first of all. I will introduce myself. Jormungand flicked his tongue. I am Jormungand, it's a Midgard serpent and one of the bloody Loki's children. Jaehyeon narrowed his eyes. What? One of your children's children at those words. He didn't even think that he shouldn't do it in the first meeting, and he did it without even realizing it. Is that a gag? No, at Jaehyeon's words. Jormungander twisted his body as if he was very embarrassed. What the hell is this? Jormungander. A serpent described as one of the strongest in mythology, a guy who makes such a silly gag. Even the problem was that it was a gag with a different resolution from Mimir. That old man didn't know shame, so he was at least able to listen. What if he gets embarrassed after doing this? Jaehyeon started the fourth ordeal in a situation where he could neither laugh nor cry. But then, Hela's shoulder next to her suddenly trembled. What, Hela? Why are you shaking so much? Ah, great. Oh, sorry, it's a gag I haven't heard in a while. So I don't know. Your taste is a bit peculiar. A dog-like gag like that. Oh, dog-like gag. Great, I'll write it down in my humor book number 33 right now. Jormungand was delighted. Jaehyeon was now in a frenzy. Chapter 306, The Fourth Ordeal Part 1. When Jaehyeon meets Jormungander for the ordeal. Quajik, Odin sat on his throne, rarely clenching his fists. From that, a clear anger spreads out like a branch, along with thickly protruding blood vessels. The godhead bounces with a crackling sound. The reason Odin was so angry was simple. Lidskjalp. It was because there was an existence outside the gaze of the throne that could contemplate everything in the world. Loki, did he dare to escape from Asgard's prison? Loki, soon after. Trickster escaped from his prison. This is a serious issue no matter how you look at it. Loki, the head of the Anti-Aesir alliance. The power he had dared to equal or exceed that of himself or Thor, although its power must have been degraded due to long restraints. If it regains its power quickly, there is a risk that the game of the second Ragnarok will be reversed. It just meant that it couldn't be ignored. In fact, in the past, Odin expected something like this to happen because of this. Even when he first built the prison to restrain Loki, he put a lot of thought and effort into it compared to other buildings. Even if all the restraints and restrictions in the world disappear, I have been thinking and worrying so that I can never get out of my control. Mythical level monsters were also placed at a level that reached 10,000 water points. Odin thought first, at that level, it would be possible to stop and possibly even defeat the weakened Loki. It was so vaguely judged, however, I was complacent. He was more cunning and stronger. Could it be that the intuition has been blunted for 10,000 years? He underestimated Loki. Loki's escape this time was tantamount to proving this. When he was in trouble, Thor, who had been silently listening in front of him, interrupted. But father, there is no need to worry too much, right? No matter how much he is. He probably hasn't fully recovered his strength yet. Besides, aren't you the one who was defeated by us anyway? Defeat? Did you say defeat? Odin snorted. It was proof that Thor's words were absurd, Odin said, raising his rank and extending his momentum. The deity of a mythical being that has reached the fifth level stretches out and starts to shake the ground and the palace. In the first Ragnarok, the anti-Aesir forces were much weaker than us. However, it was always us who fell a little behind in battle. Why do you think it was? Thor narrowed his brow. This time, it was an unspoken sign that he would not just listen. Are you saying Loki alone made that possible? The word leaps too far. At least he was a much more usable guy than you, who was stupid and strong, although he was an enemy. His tactics were excellent enough to be counted on one hand. Odin didn't even think about Thor's expression or mood. The only thing we were able to win was Idun's golden apple and Einherjar, and it was thanks to the Valkyrie army led by Freya. Not because you were strong. That is also strength. If making use of others is not strength, then what is strength? You're just a mouthful. How many times do you think you and your wife have been fooled by his tricks, Thor? You're starting to lose your mind. I doubt if he is really my son. As Odin's sarcastic remarks settled down, Thor stopped his constant flirtation. His gaze turns to his father. It was a blasphemous gaze that could hardly be believed to be directed at the highest power in Asgard. However, Odin persisted in his stubborn attitude and continued to criticize his son. If you're arrogant about killing a filthy giant, you'd better stop right now if you really don't want to die by my hand. Sorry, however. I was just saying it because I was worried that my father seemed to be overly concerned. Please forget it with a generous heart. As Thor lowered his head, Odin looked away with a slightly softened face. So, have you all figured out what the adversary's current skill level is? Late, at that moment, a black shadow that had been moving behind the curtains stood out clearly in front of me, a being that appeared in the thick darkness. It was huge in the crow. I haven't fully grasped it yet, but I think it's close to the third stage of divine power liberation, after all. It was none other than Sigrun Nim. At least you won't be stuck at stage 2 and it will grow faster. Odin nodded. I will move a little faster. I need to restore my divinity, which I lost due to the destruction of the mirror. At least prepare to move properly within a month. I will take your order. Everyone go away. Thor and Hugin in Odin's celestial order. The two beings lowered their heads at the same time as if they had matched, everything according to the will of the great Odin. So Jormungand, what is the theme of the fourth ordeal? Jormungander, who finally regained his composure at Jaehyeon's question, smiled grinning as he flicked his tongue. It seemed that the embarrassment caused by the gag had finally gone. Are you directly asking me, the person in charge of the trials, about the contents of the test? I knew the rumors, but isn't this too shameless? Jaehyeon's guts were truly amazing, to the extent that even that Jormungander laughed. However, contrary to what Jormungand had thought, Jaehyeon's eyes were only serious. His expression was innocent, as if he really thought that Jormungand would tell the story of his ordeal. Of course, Hela knew very well that Jaehyeon was the farthest from naivety. It's impudent. Though thinking so, Hela did not point out Jaehyeon's attitude. In fact, for Jaehyeon, the current reaction was quite natural. It's better for him to go through the ordeal with a little more information in his hands. Although there is no royal road to becoming strong and you must not rush your mind. Even so, it was not a story that could be used even in the current situation. Moreover, the 3 trials I've taken so far, they always pushed and tested me to my limits. It will be the same this time too. I like to find the easiest way, at least until I can properly handle this power. No matter how much the ordeals grow. Jaehyeon, the fourth ordeal in a situation where you can't properly handle the godhead, whatever is in reserve would be perfect for dying. Unfortunately, I don't think I've heard the contents, but I roughly understand Jormungander's personality. It was at that time that Jaehyeon was collecting information about the person in charge of the fourth ordeal. Jormungander's voice broke into his thoughts with a sudden gasp and tongue flick. Good night, let me know the theme of the fourth trial. Yes, Jaehyeon rolled his eyes and said at first. He acted like he wouldn't tell me, but it seemed that the story would work. He smiled in satisfaction, as if he liked Jaehyeon again. Why don't you like it? Jaehyeon shook his head and put a faint smile on his lips. As expected, Midgard serpent Yudori is cool, even if it's not. When I read Shinhwa, I thought your story was the most interesting. Haha, is it? Thank you for lying. In a warm atmosphere for some reason, Hela had a dark expression. She seemed to be talking to someone. He's probably communicating with Hel or other faction members via telepathy. Jaehyeon didn't care deeply, first of all because trials lie in front of you, right now. You have to focus on what's in front of you first. Jormungander, perhaps aware of Jaehyeon's feelings, also slowly opened his mouth. It was the moment when the details of the fourth trial were finally revealed. The theme of the fourth ordeal is forbidden, while Jaehyeon tilted his head. Jormungander's explanation continued. You are me from now on. You will receive Jormungander's ban, and if you pass it, you will fully rise to the stage of Divinity Liberation 3. Now, no one will be able to call you a half-god, and you will get the right to attend the regular meeting in hell. It was a more shocking reward than Jaehyeon had thought. Along with his thoughts, a quest window appeared in the air. Except the main quest, the trial of Jormungand, the contents of the quest are displayed. Main quest, Jormungander's ordeal. Jormungander, the serpent of Midgard, gives an ordeal to the adversary. Endure the restrictions imposed and open the way to escape to the outside. Success conditions: overcome inhibitions 1 or more. Failure conditions: 1, death of the opponent. 2, failure to overcome the ban difficulty level. Reward: Storm of Jormungand X, divinity level released. There are 3 preparations. Sounds of conversation can be heard from inside Thor's room in Asgard. There were 3 men standing there. Thor and 2 young men standing side by side in front of him. They were Thor's sons. Magni Modi, do you understand what an important task you have been entrusted with this time? But father, aren't you the antagonist who defeated Sigrun, even if we fight together? We might not be able to defeat him. Odin didn't even give us the mission directly. I don't know if it's right for us to step forward now, Magni said, slightly embarrassed. Modi interjected, frowning. Magni, are you at least afraid of humans? We are the sons of the thunder god Thor and one of the great gods of Asgard. Money, don't you think you're too careless? The opinions of the sons were sharply divided, of course. Thor didn't like the answer, but they also had their own circumstances. The words that Thor summoned the two gods a while ago, that was enough to embarrass the two gods. I will give you an order as a father, go to Midgard. Kill the opponents and return. It was almost like a thunderbolt from the sky. Sadly, Magni was not a battle fanatic like his father. He was born with such strong power that he was accustomed to fighting. But he did not enjoy fighting. In the case of Modi, he inherited his father's warlike personality, but lacked fundamental strength and talent. It would have been nice if only one of them had inherited all of my powers and personality. Thor had thought of that more than once or twice. To Magni and Modi. Thor's mountain was high with Mjolnir and Mejingjord, an existence that cannot be surpassed by any means. That was the status of a father in Asgard. Because of this, the two sons gave up on surpassing their father and spent time with Aegir every day, drinking or enjoying sex. The other gods, of course, looked at them with pitiful eyes. Thor was upset about it. And now he too was ignored by Odin. I devised a trick to boost myself and my son Modi Magni's presence in Asgard. The plan itself was simple. It's to get Modi and Magni to kill the antagonist. If he succeeds, his position in Asgard will now reach right below his father. The ripple effect of the name of the antagonist of prophecy. This is because it is a level that cannot be ignored in Asgard, which values prophecy. However, Thor has this problem. What if Modi and Magni, who were called his ugly sons, succeed in defeating them? As long as he won, there was nothing wrong with Thor. A reward obtained by defeating an adversary. A human who obtained at least slightly stronger power. It was sweet indeed. No matter how strong the adversary is, there is a high possibility that it is an inflated rumor. Although she killed Heimdall and Sigrun, who had a 30% divine power, it must have been because she made a mistake or was careless. No matter how you think about it, that crow's evaluation is incomprehensible. Thor thought about that and nodded his head. My decision will not be reversed. You will have to head to Midgard to defeat the adversary, but, Thor said, looking down at his two sons, I am also your father. I am not giving you anything and telling you to destroy your opponents. Take this with you. Modi was the first to look surprised. It was because the thing his father Thor gave him was something he hadn't even thought of. Mejingjord, it was Thor's belt, which almost doubled the wearer's strength. My father is handing such things to himself. It is borrowed in any way. Modi, take this with you. You are born with the same temperament as me. But you are naturally weak. Thank you, father. And Magni, yes, I will lend you a Gullfaxi. Is that for real? Magni couldn't help but be surprised there. Gullfaxi, it was his horse that Thor had obtained as a trophy when he defeated Hrungnir in the past. It is said to be superior to Odin's Sleipnir, truly. The famous horse of the world. Deep down, after the battle with Hrungnir was over, it was a trophy he wanted to tell his father about. But Thor correctly grasped it. These two artifacts were enough to ignite the two sons' affection. Adversary, if you think about it, it's a simple thing. No matter how strong he is he barely human? Humans were weak scum. Not even a dark elf, let alone a god. The reward for defeating him was simply sweet. I will go. Do you, Modi, go too? Of course, Modi and Magni, after the two gods greeted Thor. They headed for Bifrost. It was the rainbow bridge guarded by Heimdall, and it was the only passage to Midgard. Two gods, Modi and Magni thought, soon as they arrive at Midgard, the world will become a sea of fire. The two gods did not doubt this. Chapter 307, The Fourth Ordeal Part 2, It's Forbidden. Jaehyeon pondered for a while as he looked at the quest window that popped up, prohibited, at this moment. Of course, there was only one meaning of this word, sealing part of one's talents and powers. To put it simply, this ordeal meant that Jaehyeon would place restrictions on something that he had been using frequently until now, whether it's skills or stats or something else special. It's the same that they all control my power. I don't think it will be an easy ordeal. I ate my heart out and took a deep breath. Hela said that the past trials were designed to test the strength of the adversary to the limit. What she said was actually true, of course. The second was much more difficult than the first, and the third was several times more difficult than the second. At least that's what Jaehyeon felt. Now, there are only two ordeals left. It would be correct to assume that only relatively difficult ones will remain. There's a good chance you'll see blood if you don't approach carefully. However, there was no time for Jaehyeon right now. Hasty judgment is poison, but in the end, trials must be endured. He took a step forward without hesitation. I will take the test right now. Good night, but I will tell you one thing in advance. This ordeal is completely against the enemy. It is prepared only for you. You will not receive Fafnir's help. Okay, Hella, take care of Poppy, I'll have 2 sandwiches here. So if you whine about being hungry, eat them. Yes, yes, if it's a sandwich, that purple poison, my friend worked hard on it but it's poisonous, you talk too much. Sorry, Hella immediately apologized, by the way. Hella was the guide of the ordeal so she couldn't help Jaehyeon. Well, it was like that in the trials in the past so Jaehyeon didn't care that much. At that time, Jormungand looked at Jaehyeon and pondered for a while. Then for some reason said with a confident expression, then I hope you can get what you want from this ordeal, don't take the test too much. Q Kiep, Hella laughed again, by the time Jaehyeon heard that. He doubted his ears again. A white halo of light engulfed Jaehyeon and soon he felt his body shifting somewhere. After a while, Jaehyeon arrived at the white room when I raised my head. I saw things that seemed completely unrelated to the ordeal. His mind suddenly became confused. Is that a soap bubble? It was as he said. Above his head were numerous transparent spheres that looked like soap bubbles. Jormungander's first ban, the ban of weight, is applied. Detonate all the orbs floating in the air and open the portal to decide whether to enter the next forbidden zone or end the ordeal. That time, when Jaehyeon entered the beginning of his ordeal, Jormungander opened his eyes, which had been closed for a moment, and his cunning-looking tongue clicked. Hella. You must have felt it too, this mighty magical movement. Hella nodded with a dark expression at his question. Yes, I am feeling it too. They are finally starting to move. As well. Hella and Jormungand were well aware of the reason for this reaction. Right now, the magical energy that has suddenly begun to be detected in Midgard. This is probably the god sent by the Aesir to defeat Jaehyeon, for Fafnir, who accepted Jaehyeon as his master. He had no choice but to react to the murderous feeling he felt right now. It will not be an overwhelming force, because the Sir gods who broke the mirror of equilibrium couldn't have recovered that much power yet, Jormungand said calmly. His words were well-founded, no matter how much Ragnarok has started. The Aesir gods can't attack Midgard and the worlds at will. Basically, in order to interfere in each other's world, divine power is required. Right now, the Sir did not have enough spiritual power to bring out the spirits of countless gods in Midgard. Efforts would be made to recover it, but it was inevitable that it would take time. 6 months, in order to attack Jaehyeon with the divine power recovered in a short period of time. He had to be weak. There is probably nothing other than sending relatively low-level gods. However, even if you are weak, it is difficult to deal with a perfect godhead, even if not as much as when dealing with Sigrun. It would be difficult without the opponent drawing out half of it. Jormungander's vertically slit amber pupils emitted light. Hella agrees with him and adds, it is as you said a little while ago. I got a call from the Temple of Hell. It is both gods who have passed through Bifrost to Midgard, Modi and Magni. It seems that they are targeting the enemy. But I'm worried about what to do. I want to help. But I can't get out of here. It's obvious that the whole of Midgard will become a sea of fire if I leave it alone. If necessary, take the risk and the other gods will step in. Jormungand's words. Hela cut her teeth and turned her back. I will go and help them. You just help Jaehyeon go through the ordeal safely. At her words, Jormungander couldn't help but be truly taken aback. No matter how strong Hela was, it wasn't enough to tie the two gods together. However, her expression was serious. No matter how you look at it. It wasn't a face that was playing a joke. Jormungander wrinkled his brow slightly. No matter how you are. It is impossible to deal with both gods at the same time. I know, but why did you make that decision? I have no intention of stopping it alone. The adversary's allies, they are also quite strong now. So I will rely on them. Besides, I don't think it will take Jaehyeon to complete the ordeal. You don't have to worry about me. Hela left those words and completely disappeared from Jormungand's realm. Fafnir II also disappeared with him. So Jormungand had no choice but to be left alone in subspace. Own territory where the deep blue sea spreads, standing tall there. He was lost in thought as he repeated the story of Hela from earlier. This is really strange. What is it about the adversary that draws the trust of so many people, also? What are the limits of his talent? It remains to be seen how the adversary progresses from now on. All 3 preparations were prepared, however, a little while ago he told him, even if you pass only one of the forbidden trials, you will be cleared. It is only up to the adversary to decide whether to go further. Jormungander flicked his tongue. Recalling Jaehyeon's thin face, only one person had ever shown such an attitude in front of him, Loki. A question popped into Jormungander's mind. The thing that reminds me of Loki and Jaehyeon, is it just a coincidence? Blast all those soap bubbles. It's an ordeal with contents that I didn't even think of from the beginning. Jaehyeon scratched his head and carefully looked at the drops floating in the air. It reminded me of the soap bubble machine I used to play with as a child. At that time, it was said that soap bubbles burst with just a light touch with a finger. After my hair grew a bit, I also saw magicians doing bubble tricks. Did you say that it does not explode well because it is mixed with a special solution? Jaehyeon carefully refined his thoughts. The theme of this ordeal is forbidden. Also, the sound of the system that had been heard earlier said that the weight of the restraint had been placed on him. Why was there a ban on weight in the ordeal of popping soap bubbles? Jaehyeon quickly brushed off his thoughts. Whatever it was something to try. Then, Jaehyeon gave strength and lightly swung his fist at the soap bubble. It was to see if it was possible to pop the bell with pure muscle power. My strength stat is already over 500 if this bubble isn't special. It will burst soon, so it was first thing to check. However, the bell was crumpled into the shape of Jaehyeon's fist for a moment, but it quickly returned to its original state. A heterogeneous sense stays in the hands of representation. It doesn't look like a normal soap bubble after all. After thinking so, Jaehyeon drew out his mana this time, active skill mana weapon. Then Jaehyeon poured his mana into his fist and threw it out. However, this time the soap bubbles did not respond at all. It didn't take much effort. But it seemed like there was another standard method. Jaehyeon stretched out his hand toward the soap bubble for a moment. Activate the active skill Magic Power Detection, a skill that detects magical power. I didn't know if I could find out something if I expressed my skills along with my sensitive sixth sense. Fortunately, Jaehyeon's prediction was not wrong. The appraisal result of the designated target has been derived. Also, the soap bubbles confirmed by magic detection were composed of a very special substance, 100% pure magic. It was tangled up. Even the drops had excellent elasticity. This meant that the formula was structured to absorb and release shocks well from the beginning, even if you don't know. It must have been prepared with the intention of making Jaehyeon realize something. Jaehyeon touched the sphere with his hand for a moment. Then, lightly release the magic power, active skill absolute calculation. The activation of the skill is cancelled. This skill cannot be used in the trial stage. As expected, the shortcut doesn't work. However, Jaehyeon was not at all embarrassed. After all, a drop is a drop. If you hit it with as much force as possible, it will eventually explode. Jaehyeon started to slowly open up his magic power, unlike the first time. Several times concentrated magic power. The primordial mana begins to pulsate through Jaehyeon's body, turning the area around him red. It's a power that I don't use often because I can't use it properly yet. But now it's Jaehyeon's only reliable hand, like that. It was when Jaehyeon raised his mana and tried to swing his fist at the soap bubble again. Jaehyeon's body stiffened as he heard an unexpected system sound. The user's magical power is mixed with divinity. The first ban is activated suddenly. Jaehyeon felt his body become heavy. What? My body suddenly became heavy. Jaehyeon's knee bends and touches the ground before the accident continues. It was because an unknown, intangible force that he suddenly felt began to oppress his whole body. Jaehyeon let out a small sigh and clenched his fists. The more Jaehyeon exerts his magic to get up off the ground, the power of the first restraint intensifies and his body becomes heavy. Why? A question arises from the depths. Why did my body feel heavy all of a sudden after drawing out the mana at that moment? The sound of the system he heard a while ago lingered in Jaehyeon's ears. The user's magical power is mixed with divinity. The first ban is activated. Yes, was it like that? Jaehyeon quickly captured the magic and divinity he had drawn out. The thin thread of magical power that had been spun returned to Jaehyeon's body, and the restraint that weighed him down slowly began to weaken. One corner of Jaehyeon's mouth went up. Jormungand, you made something interesting from the beginning. He had just uncovered the first forbidden secret. Chapter 308 Purification and Separation. Jormungand. The reality of the first ban prepared by the Serpent of Midgard was simple. A prohibition that makes the body heavy whenever magic power is mixed with divinity. Perhaps this is the reason why it was called the prohibition of weight. Jaehyeon took a deep breath and thought. Magic power and divinity are fundamentally different forces. It's a relationship that can't be separated. But in the end, the derivation itself is completely different. Magical power is the power possessed by all living beings. Simply put, it's common. An awakened person in society refers to a case in which the tangibility and manifestation of this magical power is relatively easy and more extensive. It is the aptitude value that recorded that number. Thanks to this, it is easy to find awakeners in society even if it is not on the radar. Based on magical power and various skills, there are awakened people in various occupations. Deity, on the other hand, is different. Being a god is a status given to those who have transcended the limits of one race. Although it is called a godhead for convenience, it is not something that only gods can have. And it is very difficult to find someone who has it. Of course, if you have skills, you can use elves, dwarves, dragons, and even humans. Anyone who has reached the extreme of nothingness can be equipped with dignity. In fact, didn't Jaehyeon also rise to the level of a half-god after gaining status during the battle with Heimdall? Well, the problem was that the process of getting there was filthy difficult. Jaehyeon recalled the story he heard from Smur at the temple in Hell 6 months ago. What you're suffering from is a mental problem. Smur said to himself that he couldn't use his divine power properly. What you're suffering from is a psychological problem. There must be a reason why Smur said that. Wasn't he the one who helped Jaehyeon during the second trial? Jaehyeon remembered Smur's face for a moment. And he recalled the significance of the first ban. First ban in the end. It says to burst this bell with pure magical power without any divinity mixed in. In the end. This ordeal had one thing to say: take full control of your godhead. It was a reenactment that raised the level by forcibly reaching the third stage of divine power liberation. However, forcibly raising the rank like this is too risky. Perhaps this ban was prepared to teach Jaehyeon a lesson, but the problem here is it's about how to rule out the divinity. Smur is Jaehyeon after the battle with Sigrun. He said that he was mixing magic power with divinity without even realizing it. It was also said that the circuitry of the brain or the body organs that store magical energy, such as the short circuit, may be out of order. This was not incorrect. Jaehyeon was feeling it too. Every time he used his magic power, his divine power was mixed little by little. And he started to have problems controlling his power. To this end, he asked Hel to strengthen Misteltein. But he couldn't control all the powers that came out unwittingly. It's an annoying prohibition, but it can't be helped. Jaehyeon muttered that and sat down with the bells behind him. It was to draw out mana and remove and purify the divinity mixed in between, zazen and concentration and embodiment of manifestations. It will help make the representation stronger. Jaehyeon, convinced, closed his eyes and focused all his nerves on his head and Danjian. You can feel the energy slowly spreading through your body. It goes through the process of feeling it with the whole body and the process of separating it again. All of the series of actions begin to calm Jaehyeon's mind and body and help the body's blood vessels to circulate properly. After, it was about 4 hours later when he opened his eyes again. Where the hell is the adversary anyway? Magni scratched the bridge of his nose as he galloped across the ground on his gulpakshi. Modi said, looking at Magni's words with envy inside. Well, at least I couldn't feel his magical power nearby. I don't think there are any strong ones. It seems to be hiding somewhere. At that, Modi laughed heartily and said, well, how can the two gods of the Aesir stand strong? But it has to be hidden. Wouldn't it be difficult to find if this happens? No, I have a way. According to Tyr and Hugin, the adversary is a righteous one. If you use that, you'll be able to pull him out enough. We have to do what we do best. At Modi's words, Magni grinned and clenched her fists. You mean to destroy everything here? Okay, if we did that, wouldn't the adversary have no choice but to appear in front of us? Even if we didn't want to? First of all, Modi continued with a fishy sneer on his lips. Shall we take care of the enemies of the enemy first? When Modi and Magni passed through Bifrost and manifested in Midgard, people's world has truly become an abyss. After the artifact that detects the wave of magic power, Sigrun appeared in the past because it was reacting the most violently. Of course, what this meant was clear, that another godhead would attack humans, naturally. This news was delivered to Yu Sung-yoon and Yeon-hwa right away. Moreover, the place where Aesir was heading now was Korea, the country where battles were fought during Sigrun's invasion in the past, and the homeland of the antagonist. It was a series of bad things for Korea. The situation faced a difficult phase in many ways. Yu Seong-yoon looked at the members of Nine with a heavy expression and said, so shamelessly, I came here to seek your help. Today, a black van stands at the main gate of Mills Academy. Yu Yoon-yoon and Park Seong-yi, two members of Yeonhwa, came to visit the members of Nine. They decided to seek their help to prepare for the upcoming threat of the gods. They are still students, but they are already on the S-class radar. Without asking for their help, there was no way to stop a monster with the same power as Sigrun. In an emergency like this, it was not the time to show pride. Of course I will go. An Hoyeon, who grasped the situation, responded first. Other colleagues' reactions were the same. Kim Yu-young nodded. It's a bit of a problem that Min Jaehyeon isn't here at a time like this, but he said he'll be back soon. So we'll have to endure it somehow until then. It's scary, but I also have my new potion. You can hold on for a little while. Is the strategy the same as before? When Kwon So-yeol asked. An Hoyeon nodded. Yes, because that is for the best. You have to be careful not to get hurt as much as possible. If we get hurt here, Jaehyeon will be sad too. Seo Ine agreed. They all got into the van, now they have to do it themselves. If time is not dragged on at least until Jaehyeon comes, countless human casualties will occur. They too were vaguely feeling it, a mysterious, gigantic magical power felt from somewhere. Also, it is equal to or higher than the Sigrun I met before. This time unlike before. There are two of them. Where can I take you? It was a question from Park Seong-yi, who was driving in the front seat. That's Yu Seong-yoon couldn't answer easily. It was because it was not known where the enemy would appear. Since it was such an urgent situation, they immediately came to find Nine. But it is impossible to accurately determine where they will attack them, even though there is a portal. What if you make the wrong decision? A lot of people will die in a short time. That was obviously far from the ending she wanted, like it or not. The battle is about to break out. They are aiming for less reproducibility. The problem is that Jaehyeon is currently away, and the degree of strength of the enemy and where the enemy appeared. As Park Seong-yi said, it was such a moment of silence. At that moment, Kwon So-yeol, who was sitting in the back seat, leaned forward and grabbed the seat. It was because something went through her mind. Aesir sent God here to target Min Jaehyeon, but what if you can't find him? Maybe if so, who will be the first target to be targeted by the enemy right now without Jaehyeon, of course? It must be us. The adversary's allies. After thinking, she nodded. Please go to the least crowded place. The enemy will come looking for us anyway, excluding only divinity from magical power. In addition, the process of refining it was much more difficult than expected. First of all, there are two places where the mana remains in the body. Rotate the head and the danshin to refine the mana, refine it again Jaehyeon. The current process of representation consists of two things. First, the process of removing impurities. This is called refining in the world, and it makes mana more pure. Second is separation. It refers to the process of refining and completely separating the purified and separated mana. However, this process was developed to prevent mixing of magical powers with special properties. It is much more difficult to newly apply this to the distinction between divine and magical powers. However, it took me about 4 hours to do Zazen. Jaehyeon was eventually able to succeed in this. Finally, Perong, the magic and divinity were completely separated and the first bubble exploded. You're asking me to add dozens of these now? Now, it's not that it's not Jaehyeon. It was really hard to the point of dying. Even if you don't pay attention, the divinity is quickly mixed with the mana and the ban of weight is applied. Then he would sit down again, do Zazen again, and refine his mana. The ordeal was structured so that if he didn't do it that way, he would never be able to break it. Well, it's nice not to be in danger of dying, but this takes too long. Of course, during the first trial, Jormungandr added little. The time inside the ordeal will flow a little differently than outside. You may have experienced it in the third ordeal. Let's see. Is it about 1 day in 3 months? How could 3 months spent here replace 1 day? How could such a thing be possible if the subspace was created? I didn't get a sense of it. But I didn't have time to care about such things. Big. As soon as he loosened up a bit again, the restraint of the weight weighed down on him. Jaehyeon barely got up and sat down again. It's like a dirty ordeal at that moment. The system sound continued as if making fun of Jaehyeon. Focus more on the purification and separation process. Caution, all prohibitions stack until the ordeal is over. Jaehyeon focused his mind again, thinking that this was the first time he felt the system was mean. I will definitely avenge this humiliation. Thinking so, chapter 309 time forbidden part 1. You succeeded in popping all the bells. You can move to the second ban. Please decide whether to take the second ban or end the ordeal. I'm going to the next one. Jaehyeon took a deep breath and said that it was natural. Didn't he say that when he first received the quest? He would give you more rewards if you overcome as many restrictions as possible. Jaehyeon knew why his rapid growth was possible. Main quest and ordeal. When did you grow the fastest? It was a time of trial. Trials have always allowed Jaehyeon to grow at an astonishing rate, but to blow the chance to become stronger, no matter how much the ordeal bothered him. It was a loss in particular. It was necessary to rip off as many things as possible from Jormungandr. Isn't that why he put up with his daddy's gag? It was really terrible. Jaehyeon muttered that while standing in front of the portal to the next forbidden event. Eventually, after passing through the blue portal, the place where Jaehyeon arrived, Jaehyeon couldn't confirm it himself. What? The transmission seems to have gone well, but it was strange, clearly. The portal has taken me to a different place, but why can't he see anything in his eyes right now? Jaehyeon's eyes were pitch black. There is nothing to be seen. This made me wonder if something was wrong. The time when Jormungandr thought that the ordeal had been roughly prepared. A system tone was heard. Jormungandr's second ban, sight ban, is applied. Jaehyeon doubted his ears. What? A visual restraint, if what he heard was correct. It meant that he had to go through this stage with his eyes closed. Jaehyeon was dumbfounded. Seal the most important point of view among human senses, however. The conditions for clearing the ban were not the only ones. Here in the Forest of Trials, hunt monsters with the ban on and survive for 7 days. Suddenly, the game of survival began. Jaehyeon dyed his hair white. What is the reason for such an ordeal? Restraint of vision. It was not a joke because of its name. Humans have countless senses. Jaehyeon attained the status of a half-god by gaining divine status. But he was still half-human. The current ban was no different from telling them to overcome it. 5 senses. It is said that transcendental beings fully control it and pioneer their own realm. However, it will be difficult for Jaehyeon, who has not been able to handle the third stage of liberation properly yet. His mind gets more complicated. Looking at it, this must be several times more difficult than popping the bell. The importance of what you see cannot be overstated. People get frustrated because they can't see what's in front of them. I'm relieved that I can't see it in front of my eyes. There is no one who doesn't know that the idiom that everything can't be avoided just by looking away came from him. Anyway, I have to be calm, Yihyun thought so, swallowing even the self-talk that had become a habit by now. It is a situation where there is a restraint of vision. It goes without saying that making noise is dangerous. It's an extreme situation where you don't know when and where you will be attacked. Because of this, Yihyun repeatedly thought about it and cautiously take a step forward. The band seemed to have moved a great distance, but in reality it had only moved forward very little. However, it was possible to infer some information from that alone. First of all, this is a forest. When you hear the sound of the leaves being stepped on, the estimated time is the beginning of autumn or winter. Coincidentally, it was the timing when hungry beast-type monsters were infested. Activate the active skill magic power detection. Yihyun moved on, figure out the information, and prepare for the threats to come. The senses that helped Yihyun survive as a radar for the past time shine and focus his attention. It was evolving him in a better direction even at this moment. KRRRR, and from the moment Yihyun realized something. He heard the demon's cry from somewhere, low-pitched cry at that point. I couldn't help but feel a terrible fear for the first time in a while. It's been a long time since I felt fear from a witch beast that wasn't a being with divine power. Active skill formation of magic tools is activated. Yihyun summoned Bamung, a great sword with a wide attack range. Nidhogg's fangs and Tiabing, which are mythical level, are superior in destructive power, but in a situation where vision is prohibited like now, it was judged that a longer reach would be more advantageous. Yihyun didn't stop there. He also activated his magic. Active skill Frozen Earth LV5 is activated. Quad Duke, it was when Yihyun raised his mana to wipe out the enemy at once. The user's magical power is mixed with divinity, the first ban. The ban on weight is applied. Yihyun's body trembles. Only then did one thing the system said come to mind. During the ordeal, all prohibitions overlap. Members of Nine induced Modi and Magni to a subspace in Seoul, a place that is several times larger than the place where the shipboard party was held in the past. It was based on the judgment that no matter how fierce the battle would be here, there would be no big problem. Things will get better if Yihyun returns quickly after passing the ordeal. I'm sorry for entrusting you with such a heavy burden. We will do our best to help. Do not worry, I'll try my best, to Yu Sung-yoon's sorry words. Kim Yoo-young cheerfully replied. Yu Sung-yoon looked at Kim Yoo-young's eyes for a moment. Did such a bright child try to sacrifice himself for his comrades? That scared kid. I thought again that the world was ironic. In the name of radar, the world is using countless children as tools. It is to treat it as one's own defense and to use it politically. Just listen to the recent speech of the Global Radar Alliance. They portray the adversary and the Nine as heroes and are thinking of using them as a fence to protect themselves. They, too, must be guessing because they are smart kids, but it doesn't show it outwardly. It is probably because of their kindness and a sense of debt to the people they need to protect. Looking at it, no matter how much Yu Seong-yoon is a radar to the bone, one side of her heart felt cold. It broke my heart that there was so little he could do, since she had hardly experienced anything like this since she was on the S-class radar. Those feelings grew even more. Do not work too hard. We have no intention of dying either, and Yihyun is coming. You just have to hold out until then. It would be best if we could get them out of our line. But we're still just taking our steps. An Hoyeon speaks calmly. He never overconfided in his own strength. It was an unusual reaction for those who recently gained strong strength and received the highest newly established grade of S+. It was calm, and it doesn't shake. A lot has changed. This child, too. Yu Sung-yoon thought so and looked at An Hoyeon's swaying gray hair for a moment. In the past, Sunjun Yu and Hoyeon An were put on Yeonhwa's recruiting list and then cancelled. Because, as a radar, he showed serious flaws in the most important areas, just mental. It is as if there is no foothold for the weak to grow higher. Honestly, I thought Hoyeon wouldn't be able to grow as much as her talent, but it wasn't. Now he's stronger than me. There was only one reason why that was possible: presence of reappearance. It made everyone stronger, both mentally and physically. Yu Sung-yoon was to the extent that her students' current skills could not be measured anymore, because Yihyun was the top radar in name and reality. And no one can deny that. She just hoped he wouldn't have too much of a burden. No matter how strong he is his disciple. As a teacher, seeing them suffer was bound to break my heart. Should we stay here to get in the way? Yu Seong-yoon's words. 9 members nodded. The word hindrance itself carries a bit of weight. But it was true. The enemies approaching them now were at a level that S-class raiders could never stop. Yu Sung-yoon and Park Seong-yi were much better supporting them from behind. I'll ask you from behind. We'll do our best to stop it. Even Kim Yoo-young said that. And Seo Ina agreed. Now that Yihyun is gone, this is the best. Please trust me. Of course I believe. Yusung smiled brightly. Seong-yi Park felt the fierce hostility slowly felt from behind. It was something that was difficult to bear. Next, all right. A landscape that cannot be believed to be modern came into their eyes. 2 men on horseback were running furiously toward us. Yu Sung-yoon and Park Seong-yi have already fallen a little from the battle scene. It was only natural that they were given the role of supporting them from afar. Yishin Li and other members of the Raider Union were blocking giant gates from elsewhere. Over the past 6 months, large gates have become more frequent. Just like these red gates, it really meant the arrival of Ragnarok. That's for sure. He's a guy with magical powers similar to Heimdall's. Those were the words of Kwon Soyeol. She had experience of being directly attacked by Heimdall during the camp in the past. This meant that they could feel their magical power most vividly. Sione also affirmed, "That's right. Are you allies of the adversaries?" Modi and Magni, who were riding horses in front of them, spoke in front of them. The horse gallops vigorously, sparks flew from him, proving that the horse was a great horse even at first glance. "We are the sons of the thunder god Thor. He personally arrived in Midgard to slay the opponent. Are you going to attack Jaehyeon?" At Seo Ina's words, the two beings immediately affirmed, "Of course, he is the enemy of the Sur because that's also the prophecy's steadfast opponent, but before that, I decided to kill you first." Modi and Magni said so while talking to each other. Then the earth shook with a roar. "Kuang, I feel the ground splitting into several pieces and the center of gravity leaning forward." Magni chuckled. He thought for a moment as he got off his horse. He's strong for a human. Also has the ability, but all of this is for naught if you're not given the time to grow properly. Even if you blame me in Helheim. It's already too late. Magni's body was shot straight at Kim Yu-young, however. The members of Nine were not taken aback and corrected their posture. An Ho-yeon shouted while blocking Kim Yu-young's way. "Yu-jung, Akue." At that moment, Magni saw a shocking sight. Kwang, human, he dared to block his own attack, which is said to be comparable to that of his father Thor in terms of pure strength. It was not a situation that could be easily understood, no matter how much mercy was put into one's hands. "What is this?" The system I heard then. Active skill soul link. 4 party members, 1 absent, handle the attack together, and when their health drops below a certain level, just in time. Li Yisang, who was waiting behind him, quickly drank a potion to recover his HP. Then, along with Li Yisang's physical strength being restored, the other people's HP bar gauges began to rise. A weakling has his own way of struggling. An Ho-yeon said that and smiled. "If I can't fight a winnable fight, I will create a winnable situation." It was the most efficient way for weaker comrades without representation to fight. Chapter 310 Visual Restraints Part 2 All restraints overlap during the ordeal. Jaehyeon gnashed his teeth as he recalled a phrase he heard once. "How the hell is this ordeal? So you have to clear it with a visual ban to survive for 7 days." It was Jaehyeon who was a human even though he had gained status. It couldn't have been that easy, furthermore, even if you pretend to pretend. Each of the monsters inhabiting this forest is S-class or higher. It was almost at the same level as the most elite Valkyrie, even if you don't cover your eyes. It's going to be a hassle to deal with them now that they've been banned from divinity. Jormungand, I will cut off that wicked tongue someday. Jaehyeon quickly drew his sword horizontally, thinking that there were only people with missing screws in the Anti-Aesir alliance. Greatsword Bamung keeps enemies from getting close. This was a good decision. I couldn't clearly see the location of the opponent, but it was a reproduction that I could read the approaching sign. Spells of magic detection and sensory amplification. The synergy between the two skills was significant. The worrying part was, of course, whether the enemy could be accurately attacked and knocked down. Jaehyeon focused on concentration over and over again, and on the line of not drawing out the divinity, he released his magical power close to his limit. Right now, it's difficult unless you deal with the enemy somehow. It was true that even if you tried to reflect on the situation and come up with a plan, it would become cumbersome if you did not properly secure the minimum level of safety. If you don't win, it will be you who suffers. Here it was necessary to amplify one's senses to their limits. Jaehyeon, feeling chills running down his spine, decided to participate in this terrible 7-day low survival game. The other 4 senses, except for vision, are extremely active and begin to capture the movements of the witches. With a short breath, Jaehyeon's eyes started to glow. Kwang Magni's attack. It was precisely blocked by An Ho-yeon's sword, of course. It wasn't the best attack, however it was enough to damage Magni's pride. It was embarrassing for Magni. Aren't those in front of you at best inferior human beings, even in the 9 worlds? The lowest ranking and weakest guys, garbage that roams around and annoys me, those were the humans Magni thought of, but that trash blocked his attack. Dare, even the lazy one couldn't help but be angry there. He clenched his fists, which were much stronger than before. Tsutsut, a fist that looked dangerous even at first glance. Magni's fishy expression scans the members of 9 and examines their faces. Meanwhile, An Ho-yeon barely caught his breath and fixed his sword. My hands were trembling, even though he had become stronger. It was the first time for him to face the god directly or directly block the attack. Furthermore, the destructive power of Magni's fist, which had just been blocked, was beyond imagination. Even when he was being tutored by S-class Balak, he had never felt such destructive power. If it hadn't been for Kim Yu-young's unique skill, Soul Link, she would have died instantly, but now he was not alone. Eujeonji's Soul Link and Prime Minister Hyung's Recovery Potion are amazing things too. Senior Soil's search skill is also helping to read the enemy's attack. Everyone is active in their respective fields for the past 6 months. They have also worked harder than Jaehyeon, so it was only natural. They too have continued to grow over the years. One of the results was the stamina that allowed him to block Magni's attacks even once. An Hoyeon briefly recalled the conversation he had with Jaehyeon in the past. Therefore, after all, you have to go through 5 trials and there may be times when you are away, right? That's right. Jaehyeon let me know that you can be away with 5 trials and tasks, and there they couldn't even follow along. In any case, trials are prepared only for the opponents. Even if they went, they couldn't play together and the difficulty was high. However, Jaehyeon said this in case he wasn't there. If something happens on this side while I'm gone, now I have no one to turn to other than you guys, at least for the time being. You guys have to hold on. Jaehyeon's words were truly shocking, all the more so since it was the first time he was relying on his colleagues to share his burden. Because of this, the members of Nine decided to do their best to help him. They continued to raise their level by sparring over and over again and set up a strategy in preparation for the situation like now. However, as a result, I came to think that it would take quite a long time to be of any meaningful help to Jaehyeon. So, at least they changed their goal to not hold Jaehyeon's ankles. This was the operation that appeared thanks to this. Buying time through Kim Yoo-young's unique skill Soul Link. This is when An Hoyeon, who has the best defense, receives an attack from the front. Kim Yoo-young, who was waiting, spreads the damage with Soul Link. And it starts with everyone sharing the damage equally. Soul Link is basically a skill that allows you to share damage with all your friends, as long as you are a party member. You can block the attack with others as long as you are adjacent to it. However, the number of party members and the number of party members mentioned here were not arbitrarily adjusted, except for the members of Nine led by Jaehyeon. Other people could not share the attack. Anyway, after they blocked the attack, Lee Yi-sang and Kwon So-yeol drank a quick recovery potion made from rare crops grown in Iden's garden to restore the physical strength of those fighting. Yoo-seong also healed them with sacrifice from the back and supplemented their lack of physical strength. Simply put, unless the enemy's blow is enough to completely kill 4 people. This formation is an almost zombie-like formation that never collapses. As expected, it was very efficient. And Hoyeon's HP, which had been cut in half due to the attack, quickly recovered to its maximum. Then he put strength into the hand holding the sword. xperrif, active skill The Extreme of Nothing is activated. Active skill Blue and White Sword. Active skill Union of Divine Swords is activated. The passive skill Sword of God is activated. Enormous magic power bursting out with blue flowers. It was already at almost the same level as when the past reappearance first gained divine status. Cona also stuck by her side and said, "You can't waste time just by blocking. Even this formation will be dangerous if joint forces come in. I'll take over there." Active skill Ulfheim's Sword. 6 months of hard work. Ulfheim's Sword, which had reached a clear stage beyond the S rank, radiated light. It was a divine light that is truly worthy of being called brilliant. Kim Yoo-young improved their physical abilities by activating auxiliary skills such as Overflow and Mana Field. She was trying to kill the enemy's momentum as much as possible while maintaining her soul link. It's not a lie to be a colleague of an adversary, is that so? Modi said that with displeased eyes. Modi and Magni, the 2 gods, were still not at all nervous. But now the humans in front of them were starting to annoy them. How dare you show such disrespect in front of a god? That too in front of them. The children of Thor, this was not easily acceptable to them. Magni, you deal with the woman over there. I will, Magni faced on Hoyeon, who was modifying Seo in Na. The 2 gods expanded their momentum at once and began to raise their divinity. Now even the mirror of equilibrium is all broken, no matter how much divine power wasn't fully restored. It was the point at which Ragnarok began. They were about to be able to fully draw out their power. That's when Modi and Magni were about to run at them. Artifact Mirror of Divinity reacts. The active skill Ulfheim's Sword is strengthened. Yu Seong-yoon, who was healing with sacrifice, activated the artifact from behind to strengthen the sword floating above Seo in Na's head. It didn't take long and it quickly broke up. Ulfheim's Sword, which had reached dozens or hundreds, rose in the air. Even Magni and Modi were taken aback by the scenery. What is this? It was a level of ability that is difficult to see as human power, even if they used artifacts. Wouldn't it be impossible for anyone other than those with the least level of status to operate such numerous swords at the same time? However, until now, there has not been a single human being with this status. Wasn't there one? At that moment, the 2 gods' heads crackled as if there was noise for a moment, then returned to normal. And just in time, the rain of numerous swords that in Seo had floated began to slowly plunge downward. Quack 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 quack. The sword that reaches 100 water distance stops Modi and Magni from running and cuts off the flow of attacks. It was a bonus to instantly dissipate mana. Some swords were pared away. But the two gods could not parry all attacks. If you show more power, you might be able to stop it. But for the two gods, pride would not allow such a thing. Are only human to open up your divinity against such people. While thinking about that, swords are stabbed into Modi's and Magni's thighs. At that moment, the eyes of the two beings went cold. Then, their anger began to flare up, and a new deity that was different from before burst out. The party breathed in vain at the level of magic that they dared not handle. This is the beginning. Is everyone ready? Kwon So-yeol looked around and said so. She was reading the current situation accurately. Colleagues are strong enough. It was especially true that he was blocking two mythical beings right now. But I can't last long. Somehow. I have to wait until Min Jaehyeon goes through the fourth trial and returns. Return of reproduction. Otherwise, it would only last an hour. Moreover, they were decidedly devoid of divinity, since he is Jaehyeon's colleague. The growth restriction itself has disappeared, but the strength is still not enough to gain status. For this reason, Kwon So-yeol judged it coldly. The best they can do now is to hold on until Jaehyeon returns. But can he really come back in an hour? I don't know the details. But the ordeal could take any amount of time. Didn't he say that it took a little more time, especially in the third trial, the time when Kwon So-yeol was troubled over and over again? It looks a bit difficult, doesn't it? A voice that could not be more welcome came to their ears. Yet, as the army of the dead pours in and binds Modi and Magni, who were about to attack again, a black hand rose from the ground. Its owner was clear. Hela, Kim Yoo-young shouted as if she was happy where their eyes focused. There was Hela, So-yeol Kwon thought. Now this should have lasted at least another hour. Hela, her presence is beyond imagination. It was all the more so because even they who had become stronger had not yet reached the level of Hela. Hela, is that half-god trying to get in our way again? Modi raised the corner of her mouth at an angle as she spoke. And Hela responded with her eyes wide open. For the gods sent from Modi and Magni to slay their opponents, they are only weak. At those words, the faces of the two gods were furiously crumpled. Chapter 311 Time Forbidden Part 3 Wu. Jaehyeon's sword cuts through the air. It was because the greatsword's reach could not cut the enemy. It's been a long time since Jaehyeon felt the unfamiliar sensation of cutting through the air rather than cutting down monsters. It was absurd. I can count on my hand the number of enemies who suffered because I couldn't hit the attack after returning, even when faced with a being with a divinity. There were few people who could push themselves. In the first place, Jaehyeon had many stats and skill corrections in terms of speed and accuracy. However, as expected, dealing with an enemy while blindfolded is difficult in itself. No, it would be virtually impossible for any other radar. No matter how sensitive the senses were, the same was true of the radar. Excellent witches know how to hide their presence well, at least. Jaehyeon can vaguely guess their location thanks to his two skills, but the others won't. Because of the extreme difference between their basic strength and skills, they will die without even having time to care about those things. Krung Chao, the beast's teeth were lodged in Jaehyeon's body. He reacted late, but he was faster. Jaehyeon narrowed his brows. Even if I could have taken out the godhead, it would have been much better than this, of course. Jormungandr would know that he couldn't handle the godhead properly. That's why you prepared for this ordeal. Taboo. Each and every one was difficult for Jaehyeon to handle. In addition, if you recall Jormungandr's words, there is still one taboo left. I don't know how much of a fucking ban the next one will be. Now I understand why he said from the beginning that even if he passed one of the bans, he would be recognized as clear. Jaehyeon had no choice but to admit it, that this ordeal was targeting precisely only his weak points, and that it's not such a positive thing either. After, Jaehyeon held his breath and took a cautious step forward. After that, it spreads its mana like branches and begins to grasp the surrounding terrain. Basically, magical power is the power that exists in all things and living things. Just by clearly distinguishing magical powers, Jaehyeon could use more cards. Now that this has happened, I wake up with the determination to die this ban. Jaehyeon tried not to forget the existence of the first ban and raised his magic power, restraint of vision, in order to break through this. You must first overcome the first prohibition and be able to deal with enemies only with magical power. Reconsider once again purification and separation. If that is not the basis, you can never move on to the second. Jaehyeon made up his mind. When you pass the first taboo, remember the process of purification and separation while zazen. Feel the flow of magical power and turn it into a point. Dots become lines again. Jaehyeon started to properly recognize this line, sometimes straight, sometimes curved lines that fly towards you. Akare, this is the witch's movement path. Jaehyeon confidently put strength into the hand holding the sword and slashed it roughly once. Krrr, chow ah, there is a heavy sound of something cutting flesh. It was a noise that could have been frightening. But it was a welcome sound to Jaehyeon because it meant that he was starting to take a step forward. It took about half a day to hunt the first monster. Half the next 6 days I have to do it somehow. Jaehyeon made up his mind. I will definitely pass this ban. He thought so. 3 days have passed. Jaehyeon didn't have too much trouble defeating the S-class monsters. The guys were strong. But as Jaehyeon got used to controlling his magical powers, the difficulty became very low. The godhead was not used at all, from the beginning. Jaehyeon completely ruled out this and fought, while repeating the horror of the first ban. Thanks to that, Mistletoe's restrictive effect was not activated. The prohibition of weight also rarely attacked Jaehyeon. It was proof that Jaehyeon was gradually moving forward. By the way, the monster meat here is really not tasty. Raising the stats is good, seeing that the system message doesn't appear. It's not even a taboo for taste. Jaehyeon was grilling and eating a monster resembling a wild boar he had just hunted. Even though he couldn't see his eyes, he could now do most of his actions with only his senses. Besides, Jaehyeon was a radar. Basically, if you don't eat something, you'll run out of calories, so this was an inevitable choice. In fact, at first I ate the fruit hanging from the tree. The taste was good, but it was not enough to make up for the calories and lack of protein. That's why I thought I needed meat. Jaehyeon learned that there is a demon in the shape of a wild boar in the forest. Even so, a familiar pig was better than an unfamiliar beast like a wolf-type beast. There were no problems with saving or butchering, as the hand memorized it because it was learned so often and properly at mills. Well, even if it's not that. It's Jaehyeon who was active on the battlefield for the past 10 years. I could have done this without even looking at it. Jaehyeon went into a cave where there were as few people as possible, secured stability there, and then grilled and ate the monster he had hunted in earnest. Actually, to confess now, this meat was not to be eaten. Extremely poisonous wild boar living in Ulfheim. It doesn't seem suitable as a food ingredient, inflicts poison on those who eat it. It was because it had the tricky property of granting deadly poison, however. Jaehyeon doesn't care and just puts the meat in his mouth and mumbles it. The reason was simple. The passive skill Blessing of Hell is active, Hell's protection. It was because Jaehyeon had a fraudulent skill that nullified any status ailment. This was to make Jaehyeon go a little faster and farther. The first trial, it was a skill that Hell gave me there. Come to think of it, this saved me from many dangerous situations. At first, he defended himself from the spores of the paralytic mushroom of the freshman hunt. Even after that, while dealing with enemies, the most effective skill was Hell's protection. After all, trials are the fastest way for me to grow. While Jaehyeon was thinking about it, a floating status message follows. You have absorbed the essence of the highest level monster. The user's magic power increases by 1. It was a fact that I learned yesterday. But this wild boar seemed to be a top-notch beast. It also had the effect of increasing the user's magic power when ingested. It was not a bad situation for Jaehyeon. Jaehyeon's current level is 152. At this level, each stat becomes precious. Recently, there was almost no way to fundamentally become stronger other than depriving the godhood through divinity usurpation. But just eating something can make you stronger. This was truly an innovation. Now that we've finished eating, shall we go hunting again? In addition, Jaehyeon learned that the demons here give a lot of experience points. Even when he first entered, his level was only 150. But he had risen by 2. Even when he killed the crow and took away his rank, his level didn't rise this easily. In a situation where he was quite accustomed to the restraint of vision, Jaehyeon seriously thought about it. Anyway, that's how it happened. Wouldn't it be better to go back after being a little bit stronger here? There is no specific time limit for the ordeal, and 3 months is an outside day. If it was this much, it would be good for him to spend a little more time here. Then, after making up his mind, Jaehyeon got up from his seat. Rain of Swords. It was the awe-inspiring power that can be seen when Ulfheim's sword was used to its limit. The first time this was introduced was the circle competition of the final exam, however. The size and number of swords and power were quite different from before. Simple, this is because Jaehyeon Min's growth and the supply of divine attribute magic from behind was the S-class divine class radar Yu Seongyun. Modi and Magni looked at the 9 members with angry faces. It was Magni who spoke first. That sword is quite annoying. Is it an elf's? I guess so, mithril. A little bit of adamantium was also mixed in. This must be annoying. Incomprehensible conversations took place for a while, however. The colleagues had no time to focus on the words of the 2 gods. How long will it take for Jaehyeon to come? Kim Yu-young asked. Hela shrugged and had the dead attack Modi and Magni. It will probably take half a day at the earliest. Until then, we must hold them back. He always increases his work. Kwon Soyeol sighed. Li Yisang clenched his fists and said, you have to do it anyway because it's something no one else has to do. That's right. Meanwhile, An Hoyeon and Seo Ina were extremely focused. An Hoyeon was swinging her sword at Modi, who was rushing towards her while slashing the dead. And Seo In-na was blocking Modi's movements. The sword's reign is a wide area skill. Simply put, it's because you can put a ban on movement. Good, at this rate. I can take enough time. Hela thought so and looked at the 2 gods in front of her. They are strong, however, if you ask whether it is exceptionally strong among the Aesir thrones. We can say for sure that it is not. The degree of strength is the lowest among the Magni, born with great strength. and although Modi had a warlike personality, his power was never that of Thor and Tyr. It couldn't be compared to the highest god can do. It was about time they had such confidence. I can't possibly eat it. Kugugu, suddenly. Overwhelming power was manifested in Modi's body, and he began to wipe out the undead at once. The sky turns black, and a terrifying scream pours down below. Hela's eyes narrowed. It was because something completely incomprehensible was happening. What? I've never heard of Modi having such power at that moment. Hela's eyes caught Modi's belt. That was enough to shock her. Belt he is wearing, it was none other than one of Thor's favorite artifacts. Is that Mejingjord, Modi? Why did you do that stuff? You bastards like minnows, I will kill all the annoying ones. Modi laughed, revealing his teeth, and at the right time. Magni also exerted his strength and began to slowly clear the rain of swords. And Hoyeon's sword bounced off. And the rain of swords stopped and darkness fell over the clear sky. That the darkness won't be lifted easily. The members of Nine had no choice but to intuit. Chapter 312, the time of the last forbidden week passed quickly. In the meantime, Jaehyeon hunted various monsters and ate the meat of countless monsters. I farmed herbs that seemed to have many places to use. Then a fire was built and the skins of the animals were dried and covered with a blanket to stay up all night. You would think it would have been quite embarrassing to say this, but to be honest, it was quite fun because I felt like Robinson Crusoe. Of course, Robinson Crusoe in the novel wasn't blindfolded. Well, anyway, I got quite used to hunting monsters and feeling the senses. The monsters that appeared here were very strong. But Jaehyeon was by no means weak. He quickly got used to feeling the magic with his eyes closed. Horsepower, it was the foundation and beginning of everything. I get it now. Why did Jormungand prepare me for such an ordeal? I have been relying too much on the godhead until now. It wasn't that bad. Aren't magical powers and divinity all legitimately obtained powers of one's own? But Jaehyeon knew that the imbalance of concentrated power would only cause death to Raider. Perhaps he prepared this ordeal in order to realize it. It's a very difficult ordeal. Jaehyeon's eyes were still pitch black, however. Beneath his feet are the corpses of numerous monsters piled up in layers, thanks to each one of them precisely targeting vital points. Their skin and flesh were almost undamaged. It was a trace of Jaehyeon's struggle to survive for the past week. However, Jaehyeon's expression was not very good. Jormungand, the master of trials, because I felt like I was being beaten by him. The monsters that appear in this forest, every time you defeat them, stronger ones appear. That must be what the snake did. At first, I thought it was just a funny snake doing gags. After all, I realized that none of the people in charge of the ordeal had a good idea. He sighed and looked around. I don't have an answer. But I can't help it. This is an ordeal naturally. I came here without thinking that it would be easy. Moreover, when I reflected on the contents of the trials so far, the trials always grew as fast as I pushed myself to the limit. Of the 5 ordeals, there are now 2 remaining, including the ordeal of the taboo. If he can achieve not bad results here, Jaehyeon will be able to rise to a higher level, 4th stage of divine power liberation. There was a level that could be reached by passing through all 5 trials and depriving the status of another god. Even after that, Hel and Smur said that they could reach the 5th level of divinity liberation depending on their efforts. Of course, they added this too. No matter how talented you are, it would be better to think that reaching the 5th level of divinity liberation is virtually impossible. That's right, because even Nidhogg stopped at that stage. If you are not as gifted as Odin and Loki Thor, you will not be able to go there. The 2 of them all said that even if they reproduced, the 5th stage of divine liberation would be impossible. The only thing they believe in is Jaehyeon's spirit of improvement and the prophecy of the 3 Norn sisters. Of course, after hearing such a story, I know it wasn't Jaehyeon to say, we'll see what happens next. Jaehyeon came back after giving that answer. He clenched his fists and retraced the state he had achieved so far. I will soon reach full liberation level 3 and will be able to properly control the powers I used in the past when I fought Sigrun. Not only that, but I'm going to perfectly pass through the last ordeal beyond this one. Then the 4th stage of liberation will be smooth. Jaehyeon raised his head, continuing to think, I have to somehow advance to the 5th level of divinity liberation. In order to kill Odin, I have to reach at least that level. Jaehyeon slowly rose from his seat, leaving the fallen bodies behind. Now is the time to open the portal. Jaehyeon, you succeeded in surviving for 7 days in the Forest of Trials. You can move on to the 3rd taboo. Please decide whether to take the 3rd ban or end the ordeal. Jaehyeon took a step without hesitation. Really last now. There was only 1 taboo left. Watching Jaehyeon go through the 2nd ban, there was someone who exclaimed admiration. His identity is, of course, Jormungand. He was the host of the 4th ordeal. He continued to admire Jaehyeon's natural adaptability and talent. To win the battle against the demon beast so quickly in a situation under the ban of vision, choosing a weapon as a long-reach greatsword. Not only that, but to the point that he immediately grasped that it was a forest and did not use flame magic at all. It was a look that could not be shown if they had not been active on the battlefield for a long time. Jormungandr clicked his tongue. He seemed genuinely fascinated by Jaehyeon. In fact, it wasn't that he didn't have prejudice against humans after the first prophecy of the three Norn sisters. The weakest will kill those who stand on the highest. Of course. That would be an ideal thing. But is that really possible? Humans are weak beings. Elves, dark elves, dragons, dwarves, even spirits. Even though there were countless races in the 9 worlds. The prophecy chose humans. Jormungandr seemed to understand the reason now. I was convinced the moment I saw the dead bodies of demons piled up at Jaehyeon's feet, unless it's a guy who grows up so fast and develops every moment, that I would never kill that monstrous Odin and destroy Asgard. Loki, come to think of it. I heard that he escaped from prison, but I don't know how he's doing. Jeeing, as he muttered that, a blue portal opened in front of Jormungandr, and a man's new body was stained with water. He began walking slowly towards Jormungandr. You're here. Of course, the owner was Jaehyeon. I kept doubting if it was possible, but in the end, the adversary reached this place. Jormungandr looked at the adversary, revealing fangs dripping with purple liquid. He laughed. Congratulations, adversary, you passed both bans, however. There is still one last taboo left. You decided to pay the last ban. That's right, but before that, Jaehyeon looked around. At some point, the penalties for the first and second bans were all gone, until the end. I said that the restrictions overlap. Apparently this time too there was some shallow trick, but now there was something I had to ask before that. Jaehyeon was clearly facing Jormungandr, for some reason. That voice was mixed with a bit of a high-handed attitude. Answer me one thing first, when the adversary rarely interrupted his words. Jormungandr also looked at Jaehyeon with an interesting expression. He clicked his long tongue. What do you want to ask? I sense 2 beings with great magical powers outside. Did the Aesir move there? Jormungandr too had to be silent for a moment, concerned. He shook his head as if he couldn't help it. Yes, Thor's 2 sons, Modi and Magni, were strong in Midgard. Your colleagues in Hela are blocking them. Jaehyeon's expression hardened for a moment. The reason he realized that the Aesir had moved was simple. I didn't feel it a while ago in the depths of subspace. But the moment I came out here to pay the last ban, it was because I felt a powerful magic power from outside. It was on a level that could hardly be thought of as human. Thanks to that, Jaehyeon immediately found out that the throne of Aesir had moved. Jaehyeon immediately turned his back and said, "The ordeal ends here, please let me out." "No, I can't do that." "What's the reason?" Jaehyeon's eyes grew ferocious, and refined magic began to emanate from them. Jormungandr was overjoyed at this lifelike reaction that dared to be directed at him, because it is an enemy that cannot be dealt with your current skills. Cannot be dealt with? That's right. Along with that, cunning lies flowed from Jormungandr's mouth. In fact, the adversary and his allies who have become strong enough. I didn't think I would lose to Modi and Magni unless there were unexpected variables if Hela joined. Wasn't it the adversary who showed a great figure in the previous 2 prohibitions? But what if the ordeal ends like this, if an opportunity is missed? It will take longer for the adversary to reach Odin. This was something that the anti-Aesir forces could not miss. Too bad an opportunity to give up because of Thor's stupid sons. Jormungandr was one of the best in the world for controlling magical powers. The ability itself to control magic and divinity is fundamentally different from Fenrir, who is ignorantly strong. Jormungandr knew what you have to teach your opponent and how far he can grow if he accepts it properly. 1. Jaehyeon replied coldly, as if he hadn't noticed his intentions. Then I will die fighting alongside them. Jormungandr laughed. I thought you would say that, but it's not that there isn't a way. There is one way for you to deal with them. That's what, fight me if you pass the last ban. You can become much stronger than you are now. Not my bet the likes of Modi and Magni won't be able to compete with you. Jaehyeon pondered for a while. If what he said is true, then you should quickly go through the ordeal and gain strength to deal with the enemy. If you look at it rationally, that's the smart thing to do. However, it was also true that the decision was not made quickly. Your colleague is doing better than expected. If you're not sure, check their HP remaining, since you have a party with them. Can't you see it? Jaehyeon quickly displayed the party information as if he came to his senses. However, a completely unexpected scene caught my eye. Their HP hadn't fallen below half yet. Hela said that they are much stronger than I thought. Jormungandr pulled out his tongue. This Jormungandr will concede. Your comrades are strong. I've grown to the point where I can buy time for you to take the test. Jaehyeon lowered his head, however. Jormungandr did not miss the fact that a small smile was leaking from him. Jormungandr raised his mana. He moved Jaehyeon to the Great Sea. Jaehyeon quickly landed on the water using the essence of the sea. This is the essence of the sea that you stole. You speak well. Jormungandr raised his magic power. A huge whirlpool was created in the center of the turbulent blue sea. Then, I will start the last restraint. As much as you like. Jaehyeon raised up his refined mana. Chapter 313 Thor's Sons Part 1 I'll tell you the details of the last ban. It is to fight me and win while all kinds of prohibitions, including the previous two prohibitions, are applied. Of course, I won't try my best. If I drop my HP to less than half, I'll treat you as a winner. That's good, Jaehyeon replied coolly. In fact, it was an absurd condition. What a Jormungand. Cut half the health of the awe-inspiring creature that fought Thor in Norse mythology. No matter how much he controls his power, it will not be easy for Jaehyeon. Just like in Nidhogg, but worrying only slows down time and lowers the chances of survival for your comrades. Then can we start now? Okay, don't become Xiaoliangtang while being sloppy. I'm saying this now, can I not do that? Jaehyeon said so and quickly leaped. Battle of the Battle Mage. Its biggest advantage is that it can be close to enemies and there is no delay in casting, for now. Though for a while the visual restraint has also been lifted. The forbidden case of weight doesn't hurt him too much as he now has almost full control. Jaehyeon first lightly cut the skin of the enemy with Nidhogg's fangs, however. Jormungand moved his body frailly, controlling the flow of water as if nothing had happened. The attack is shallow, it's a Midgard serpent, it looks like you can control the current, but use the artifact essence of the sea. It was the same with Jaehyeon. The two water streams collided, creating a rough vortex. The whirlpool expanded its momentum as if it would swallow Jaehyeon at any moment. And Jormungander laughed happily. Jaehyeon gritted it. I'm at a disadvantage here because the size difference with the enemy is so great. Their skills in controlling water attribute mana are almost the same, because the essence of the sea made up for the lack of reenactment skills, but the size difference is too much. It was a situation where Jaehyeon was forced to be pulled toward Jormungander, to make matters worse. Jormungand didn't stop there. The second ban, Vision Ban, is applied, Dark Lead in the depths. Darkness leads to perfect blinking of sight, in a situation where nothing can be seen. The tattoo on the shoulder reacts. There are dangerous enemies nearby. Danger, get out of here right now. 2 messages, but don't back down. Trials are not designed to force you to do something you can never do, one way or another. There is a breakthrough. Jaehyeon quickly focused his whole body sensations, magical power that feels the flowing water and flies from somewhere, and contemplate the graceful curves it forms. It wasn't seeing it directly, but like another eye, it clearly penetrated the enemy's movements. Jaehyeon's body perfectly avoids Jormungander's tail. Jormungander's vision narrowed. It was completely unexpected that Jaehyeon avoided his attack from the beginning. This is unexpected, interesting after all. It's a non-standard talent, it's only a few months. Jaehyeon was chosen as the opponent, and he was not allowed long to grow in strength. That's why everyone reacted negatively at first. That he can to kill Odin when he was only human. Is such a thing possible? Ragnarok. Those who remembered the disasters that had occurred before were trembling in fear. There was never a thought that he could do it. But Odin's power at that time was at a level that even Loki could not easily deal with. In addition, although their number has decreased, they cannot be easily dealt with by the Valkyries and the Einherjar army. No matter how you look at it. They were too much for a single human being to handle. Nevertheless, you should look forward to it. It was when Jaehyeon tried to attack the enemy by taking out part of his godhead to avoid wasting time. Jormungander laughed and walked away. The first ban. The ban on weight is applied. Shit, it comes out like this, right? Jaehyeon returned to his body, which was rapidly becoming heavy. The divinity was completely removed, then he raised his mana. The level Jormungander is showing right now is the 3rd level of Divine Liberation, to the extent that I can deal with it somehow if there is no ban. Jaehyeon quickly responded to the attack. Deploy magic with the other hand holding the sword. Active skill Frozen Earth LV5 is activated. The water that was spread through the streams was strengthening the firepower of the frozen earth. In magic, there is basically something called responsiveness. It is common knowledge that efficiency increases when using flame magic in dry places, and the fact that the firepower of ice attribute magic increases in the sea or lake, as it is now, is also information that a radar must know naturally. Of course, whether it can be used properly in practice is another question, but even so, Jaehyeon's expression was not good. Quadruped Jormungander easily parried his attack. His attack was completely destroyed with a single tail swing. Pieces of ice float in the sea and soon begin to sink. It was not a very pleasant experience for him. You are strong. This is the first time I've received a compliment from a human, but I'm not a whale. Are you sure you want to continue that? I'm sorry about this, I thought it was fun this time. Then let's go again. Reproduction did not stop. We must somehow overcome Jormungander's last ban as quickly as possible. Jormungander, as if he had grasped his determination to reappear, started betting on an unprecedented taboo. The 3rd ban, Movement Forbidden, is activated. You cannot move more than 2 million in radius. The 4th ban, Magic Forbidden, is activated. All attacks except physical attacks become impervious. However, Jaehyeon did not back down at all despite all the prohibitions. An incomparable level of vigor emanated from his body. At that moment, the bracelet around his wrist emits light and slowly begins to bind Jaehyeon. It was the prohibition of Misteltein that hell bet on Jaehyeon, a bracelet that would not have allowed the liberation of the godhead originally. However, something strange happened there, as the restraints on the bracelet slowly loosened. A rising god began to fill Jaehyeon's body. Jaehyeon was also planning to break Misteltein's ban in the trial of Jormungand. He raised his head with a light smile and looked at Jormungander. First ban. The ban of weight was. After all, a ban that activates when two powers are mixed, not one. Yes, he clicks his tongue as if he likes Jormungander. Literally. Then. If I take out my magical powers and deal with you with only my godhead. Jaehyeon lifted his head. I couldn't see the front at all, however. I wasn't afraid because he knew best what to do and how to move on. You're not violating the first prohibition, are you? Qua 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 qua. With those words, Jaehyeon's whole body exploded with a godhead that reached the third stage of godhood liberation. However, unlike before, I didn't feel any load on my body. Finally, you have become a whole godhead. Not a half. Now then, shall I deal with him properly? Jormungander saw Jaehyeon looking up at him with his eyes closed. Jaehyeon has already passed all three bans. In fact, the purpose of this ordeal is to make him a whole god. Not half, since it had achieved its intended purpose. There was no problem at all if it was let out. But it's a waste. I'll have to check. However, Jormungander wanted to confirm one thing. Adversary, will he be able to see the same scenery from the same location as Odin and Loki? Is that Mejingjord? As if something incomprehensible had happened. Hela shook her head. If my memory is correct, the item Modi currently has is Mejingjord. It was a mythical artifact that was said to double the user's strength. Also, the owner of this is, of course, a god she knows well. Thunder God, why is Thor's stuff here? My father gave me this item while ordering me to deal with the adversary more clearly. Well, I didn't mean to do anything stupid anyway. Well, it's too much for you. But I've been told this, so I won't say more. Magni looked slightly dissatisfied, but it wasn't much of a disappointment. Didn't he also receive a famous horse comparable to what Modi had? I'll take care of you first. Modi snapped her fingers. The person the thick hand pointed to was Sioina. Ulfheim's sword, the rain of swords derived from it, to him. That was a skill that got in the way. It made it difficult to measure the distance to the opponent and had to be annoyingly knocked out one by one. However, An Hoyeon and Kim Yu-young stood in front of her and said, "Do you think I will let you do that?" "You sound funny," Modi said in a hoarse voice. "The weak have no right to make decisions. I make the decision." Hung along with him. A massive figure is launched towards An Hoyeon. "Be careful," Hela shouted in an urgent voice. The rain of swords was still pouring, but the sharpness was not enough to pierce the skin of Modi, who had increased the hardness of his body with explosive power and magic. Bang! An Hoyeon's body reacts one beat late. Modi's speed was more than he expected. Kwang! An Hoyeon was hit by an attack and was pushed to the back. Blood gushed from his mouth as he hit the exterior wall of the gray-white building. Geez, shit, An Hoyeon swears infrequently. Looking at the blurred future, Li Yisang and Kwon So-yeol quickly drank HP potions and focused on recovering his physical strength, and Yu Seong-yoon also helped him. But it was not easy to recover because the attack was too strong. At that time, Magni also took action without giving a chance, because he was strong from the beginning. Magni could easily approach Sioina with a single leap. He avoids the rain of Sioina's sword and draws his sword accurately across her neck. Sioina gritted her teeth and parried the first attack with Ulfheim's sword. Kong, however. Sioina was a magician. The basic strength couldn't be the same as other martial arts radars. When she eventually staggers back, Magni's attack continued once more, this time a sword attack with the same composition. Cutting horizontally. "No, I can't avoid this." It was when Sioina tightly closed her beautiful lips. "Thank you for sticking with me while I was gone." Entire. Jaehyeon's voice was heard. Jaehyeon, ah, an embarrassed voice came from Sioina's lips, in front of her eyes. There was Jaehyeon, who had come close to her. He was smiling as he blocked the sword that had been swung at him, quickly looking back at An Hoyeon. He too had been moved to a safe place before he knew it. After, Jaehyeon exhaled lightly and slashed Magni's sword with Nidhogg's fangs. In an instant, Magni's body leaned backwards and lost her balance for a moment. But she soon regained her balance. Jaehyeon asked, "Did you say Modi and Magni?" Finally, the adversary himself has died. It was hiding somewhere, but now it appeared Magni, who was attacking Sioina. Was about to say something. Jaehyeon's eyes went cold. With him, Kwang, suddenly Jaehyeon's fist flew right into his face. Magni's face turned wild. An eerie sound of bones breaking is heard, then. Jaehyeon chased after the new model that flew away, put his foot on his head and stepped on it with all his might. Bang, bang, bang. In the back, Modi saw his brother being trampled on by his adversary. What the hell is it, Magneta? Who was said to be on par with his father in terms of pure strength. How could a human behave like that against such a guy? To kill me. Jaehyeon turned to Modi and said, leaving the fallen Magni alone, your father should have come himself. One corner of his mouth rises, and Jaehyeon's smile stands out. It was something that evoked unknown fear and coolness that made even the allies feel creepy. Chapter 314 Thor's Sons Part 2 How Dare? A human being argues about the strength of Thor. The god of thunder, Modi's reaction was immediate. Possess a warlike personality. It was as it appeared in the myth. Jaehyeon smiled and smiled. Does that sound come out when you see your brother under my feet? Magni, this stupid bastard is a mere human, but Modi knew too just now. That Magni was beaten by Jaehyeon without a second thought, that the adversary is much stronger than he expected or heard, however. As a member of the Ath gods, he cannot run away just because he is afraid of humans. Wasn't he also the son of Thor, the god of thunder? Even though he wasn't born with the power, I'd rather die than show a bad side here. Of course. We must cooperate with Magni as much as possible now. As soon as he comes to his senses startled, Modi's eyes twinkled as he thought, what's going on? There was no doubt that what he was experiencing was real. And one clear fact stuck in his head like a thorn. I can't feel Magni's biological reaction. I can't detect his mana at all, no matter the severity. Then Jaehyeon stretched out his hand and smiled. He activated a familiar skill that he seemed to be looking for. Active skill Divinity Conquest is activated. We will usurp the divinity of Magni of the designated target. The user's divinity rises. You have usurped all the divinities of the designated target. Target is dead. Modi knew too, the antagonist is Loki's power, that you have divine usurpation. I was also prepared for this. Sigrun and Heimdall were beaten by him in the same way. I was worried and concerned about him enough. But anyway. This wasn't it, that his brother died in the blink of an eye. Is that really possible? It was something I couldn't believe. Because that was possible in the first place, the current situation happened. Jaehyeon. Are you okay? Do you have any problems? I'm fine except for An Hoyeon getting hit once. Kwon So-yeol said calmly. She and Lee Yi-sang also said they were fine. But they looked pretty tired. Watching him catch his breath from behind made me think that if he was a little bit later, he might have been squeezed into a few cars, and that it must mean that the enemy was that strong. Hana Jaehyeon wasn't too worried. He gained a lot from the fight against Jormungand earlier because he killed Magni in one go and even took away his divinity. Did Odin tell you to come here? Don't make fun of Asgard's supreme god. That supreme god will soon die to me. When Jaehyeon said coldly. Modi's expression hardened coldly. This human is on a different level from the guys I dealt with earlier, something strange. The strength of the enemy that Hyujin and my father were talking about shouldn't have been this much. Hung at that moment. The new model of Jaehyeon who was stepping on Magni completely disappeared. Modi quickly followed him with his eyes. But it was not enough. Where are you? Where did you go? Chow. Jaehyeon slashed his thigh with Nidhogg's fangs. Blood splattered on his legs and Modi let out a loud scream. Jaehyeon is not shaken and holds the sword again with the distance between them. It was as if good and evil had been reversed for anyone to see. Modi gritted his teeth. The adversary, I will admit it, you seem to be more useful than I thought, even for a human. Well, I hear you are too weak. They are called trash in the Sir. This bastard for a god. He has a light and rough mouth, right? Jaehyeon laughed. Modi had a contorted expression as if he were really angry. He now intended to see the end of the battle with this human. You will regret making me angry, after saying that. He began to activate the season he had hidden. The target activates the field magic Rage of Rage, the hidden meaning of the name Modi. Jaehyeon was also familiar with it, furious excitement. The field magic of the Zone of Rage would eventually be field magic in which the unique personality formed by the expression of his anger erupted. But why? Jaehyeon wasn't afraid at all. Jaehyeon, Min Jaehyeon, despite Seo Nunna and Kim Yoo-young's cries. Jaehyeon still put on a smile on her lips and said that she was okay. It was natural, because there was no reason to be afraid of him. Soon after, the field magic worked and the Zone of Rage swallowed Jaehyeon. Other colleagues around were fortunately not swept along. Jaehyeon and Modi, only two beings oppose each other. Jaehyeon looked around for a moment. Nearby was a volcanic area full of flames. Just like Muspelheim, flames gushed incessantly and lava flowed down the floor. A place where heaven and earth are full of heat. That was Modi's field magic rage zone. Modi was a little staggered. But he thought while trying to keep his balance. It's a power that I can't handle properly yet. It's a pity, but as he said, I'm a god who belongs to the weak side in Asgard. It was an unbiased evaluation, however. He was almost the same as his father in terms of his innate fighting sense. The belief that he could do well filled his body. It was indeed divine arrogance. He thought, although he opened the field by relying on the power of the belt now. If he didn't make a mistake, he could kill such a human in no time. You will never be like Magni. Modi raised an eyebrow and said, How are you? This is my field magic rage zone. The user was forcibly moved to the raging zone by the designated target. Zone of Rage is a magic that makes you stronger as the anger of everyone who enters the field reaches its peak. It's a power that a lowly human being can't handle, unlike me who can control my anger at any time. Jaehyeon smiled as he listened to Modi's kind explanation. A field that gets stronger the more you rage. He seems to get along with Modi. But he doesn't get any penalty in a field like this. Jaehyeon opened his mouth to remind him of one thing. You are misunderstanding one thing, he said and took a step forward. I have no intention of listening to you. So stop dying, adversary, Patsutsut at that moment. Modi created a thunderbolt and attacked Jaehyeon. It was at a much weaker level than what Jaehyeon saw in Hrungnir's memories someday. It was small and its magic power was not refined. The steps are not too high, Jaehyeon laughed, even if he used the power of the belt. In the end, his father's mountain looked high. I hate to admit it, but Thor is a thunder god. In comparison, Modi is still a kid even though he can handle lightning strikes. Unfortunately, there were two more bad news for him. The first one, the third level of Godhead will be released. Jaehyeon passed the ordeal of Jormungand and reached the third level of perfect divinity. In other words, it opened a new realm. Second is, the fact that you are getting more angry is itself a funny thing. What do you mean? It is literally Modi. Do you remember the giants in Jotunheim that were sacrificed during the first Ragnarok? Modi frowned at his question and answered. Heh. Do I have to remember all the deaths of such garbage? Well, I think I remember going to war with my father a few times, but it wasn't very memorable. At Modi's words, Jaehyeon raised a corner of his mouth with a darkened expression. Okay, that's it. It's enough if you're the bad guy until the end. That way I won't feel any guilt when I kill you. Jaehyeon remembered the Hrungnir he saw in the Mirror of Erd. The second ordeal of the past, the Smur. It reminded me of Smur who remembered his dying father at that time. Jaehyeon faced the tragedy left by the war of destruction called Ragnarok for the first time. The giant was crushed like an ant without rest, Thor along with Modi and Magni, by them and other gods. At that moment Jaehyeon, who was watching the slowly flying thunderbolt, felt a divine attack all over his body. He had no intention of holding on to himself any longer. It was hard to control this emotion that had been brewing for a long time, with Jaehyeon's emotions finally reaching the limit. A system tone was heard. This is a battle against the designated target Esser god. The passive skill Hrungnir's Wrath is activated, an X-class skill acquired in Hrungnir's second trial in the past. This was a skill that amplified the opponent's power when fighting the Aesir. As the name suggests, this is Hrungnir's anger and longing for the loss of his family to the gods Thor and Aesir. I had no choice but to leave my family first. And his will, which he had no choice but to sacrifice to protect his own people, was contained in this skill. Even Jaehyeon's enemies now are Hrungnir and Thor's son Modi who slaughtered the giants. The passive skill Hrungnir's Wrath is temporarily strongly activated. It was only natural that the skill called Hrungnir's Rage would advance further. Jaehyeon sighed and held out his hand. Let me make one thing clear, that the anger of Hrungnir, who had to sacrifice for his family and his people, is many times greater than the one you forcibly created now. Active skill, absolute calculation. With the activation of absolute arithmetic, he nullifies Modi's thunderbolt, and once again raises mana and divinity throughout his body. Then look ahead the first ban with Jormungand. Recall the memories of the time when the divine and magical powers were separated. Magic and deity. The principle of activating the two powers that are subtly the same yet different, however. Even though the two powers were different, at least one was definitely the same. After manifesting and materializing the power of the body, shoot it as it is, tsutsutsutsutsu, Jaehyeon began to use both powers at the same time, magic power as magic power, and divinity as divinity. The two forces that were thought not to mix are balanced and start to mix busily. Quajijiji, active skill chain of thunder god, Charer, an attack that sweeps towards you in a circle. Seeing this, Modi's expression is tinged with shock like never before. A look of astonishment creeps under his distorted face. It was hardly a force felt in a mere human being. It shouldn't be like this. That power is my father's reenactment attack. It could be seen that it was exactly the same as the one used by his father Thor. There was no time to properly confirm whether the power was the same. However, even in that situation, Modi had a hunch that he could not escape the attack. Also, the current strength of the adversary could not be endured. At least not by the higher gods. Chapter 315 Jormungand's Stormy Parts. Tsutsutsu Kugugu, two lines of lightning collide and a flash of light bursts out. Modi's torpedo and Jaehyeon's torpedo. The two are entangled like snakes coveting each other's divinity. However, the difference in strength was clear. Modi was shocked. What Jaehyeon used was his father's season. It is the power of the brain god, skills that I have longed for since childhood. To receive it from the adversary, I couldn't have imagined it. Jaehyeon continued with cold eyes, adding magic power to his god attack. Field Magic Rage Zone resonates with the user's passive skill Hrungnir's Rage. The user's physical abilities are greatly improved, no matter how much Thor's son Modi was. It was not enough to reach that of the reappearance that advanced Hrungnir's anger. Even at this moment, he was still being pushed back by Jaehyeon's lightning bolt. I don't know where you learned your father's skills. Do you expect me to take it easy? Modi gritted his teeth and parried Jaehyeon's attack. In fact, it was almost impossible. The power of reappearance, even applied to Hrungnir's wrath, far exceeded him, but that was only possible thanks to his father's belt, Mejingjord. It made it possible to parry attacks that were impossible to block. That belt annoying, Jaehyeon groaned. Modi raised an eyebrow. A cold sweat runs down his forehead. Of course, because this is my father's Mejingjord, something like you. But if this is the limit, I won't lose, the words that fell from Jaehyeon's mouth. At that, Modi felt a sense of incongruity and anger. Yourself and your father, and words that even ignore his father's artifacts. It was something I had never heard of since I was born as an as-god. Akka, you really want to see the scenery of Helheim? Modi raised the charge again, a lightning bolt of almost the same size as before. It was a little stronger than what Jaehyeon showed. It was probably too much to bring out the power of the belt to its limit. Pat's tsutsitsut from the sound. The terrifying mana shoots straight toward Jaehyeon. However, Jaehyeon didn't run away at all even when he saw him. He laughed again and murmured, I didn't expect to use what I gained from the ordeal right here. At that moment, Modi's eyes narrowed as he watched the opponent. Jaehyeon did something he couldn't understand. You said you closed your eyes. At the same time, a system message was heard in Jaehyeon's ears. Active skill Jormungand Storm is activated. Apply visual forbidden to the user. The user's physical attack power, magic power, and divine power all increased by 1.2 times. Jaehyeon laughed. One of the rewards he got after completing the fourth ordeal. It was a skill that could put a ban on oneself. In fact, if you only listened to this, you could consider it a useless skill. The reality was completely different. At the time he received the skill from Jormungand, Jaehyeon asked, what is the reason for giving this skill instead of this? Are you asking me to go through self-mortification? If you read the skill description carefully, you'll understand. Unexpectedly, this skill is amazing. It was as Jormungand explained. Jaehyeon briefly recalled the skill window he had just checked and used his mana. Active skill, name Jormungand Storm rating, X adds a ban to the user every time you add a ban. All physical abilities and attack power increase by 1.2 times. There is no limit to the number of tabs that can be placed at this time. It's a skill that allows you to ban yourself and become that much stronger. It was only then that Jaehyeon realized why Jormungand had given him such an ordeal. And finally, Jaehyeon started to overwhelm Modi, who activated it and fired a thunderbolt reinforced with Mejingajord. Tsutsitsutsu, the thunder god's chains wrapped around Modi's body and started sending massive lightning bolts at him. It was a state of awe that a lower god could not possibly handle. What is this? Modi's face was incomprehensible even as he screamed. Jaehyeon laughed lightly. He looked at Modi, who was trembling with his skill and showed a calm expression. Even at that moment, the lightning tore through him again and again. Jaehyeon stood still without moving. The memory of Hrungnir in the past. I recalled that snippet. Jotunheim, the image of him sacrificing himself to protect the world of giants. Even at that moment, the shoulder that didn't sag and the warm smile that he showed at Smur. It was what made Jaehyeon's heart warm, Jaehyeon thought, although now he has stopped killing his sons. Modi and Magni, next time I'll kill Thor myself. I will bury their sins, not clumsy revenge. By the time Jaehyeon finished thinking, Modi's body sagged, it could no longer move. Modi said as if he knew he was dying, how dare you think you could survive killing Thor's son? I will kill Thor too. You know that too? Cool. Odin also wants you ask everyone to come because I am not afraid of anything. Jaehyeon said so sincerely. Because I won't back down any longer. It's not self-confidence. Because me and the kids are growing up enough. Ragnarok has already begun. Jaehyeon raised his level by going through all the trials up to the fourth. Now all that remains is one trial in the collapse of Asgard. He was sure that the winner of the war will be himself in the end. Therefore, you are exiting here. Jaehyeon held out his hand. Active skill Divinity Conquest is activated. We will usurp the divinity of the designated target, Modi. The user's divinity rises. Jaehyeon felt his godhood soar. That would be two, even though they are low-level gods. Aren't they usurping the status of two gods? In a way, it was natural for the realm to go deeper. Did you kill two people with this? Jaehyeon laughed and murmured. It was definitely different from Heimdall. At that time, I only faced him who showed only 30% of his strength, but not now. Modi and Magni are now completely dead. To borrow the words of Hel, she plans to imprison those who will be resurrected in Hell in an eternity prison so that they can never come out again. Her authority in Helheim is a level that even Odin cannot easily overcome. It was for the same reason that the regular meeting of Hel hosted by the Anti-Aesir Alliance was held there, and that Odin could not easily gather the army of the dead. After, Jaehyeon let out a small breath, bringing back the godhead he had drawn out. Gradually, the surrounding scenery collapses. Hot flames, volcanoes and magma all disappear. Modi's fury zone. Rather, Modi himself did not know that it would be poison to him if Jaehyeon didn't have Hrungnir's rage. It would have been a tedious battle. I would have had to put a little more restraint on the enemy or use more power. But that assumption makes no sense, because the winners and losers have already been decided. Quaching, after all the fields collapsed like that. The first face to be revealed was a face that was as white as it was pale. Jaehyeon put a soft smile on his lips. Hela, thank you. Did you come first to protect your colleagues? Even if I suddenly praise you. Nothing comes out. Hela greeted Jaehyeon with the same reaction as usual. She only added one word. Actually, I haven't done much, it only helped a little anyway. It was all because your teammates worked so well that you were able to hold on. Jaehyeon smiled at her words just in time. A welcome sound from the system came along with him. You have defeated Magni, a being with a personality. Artifact Gulpakshi myth has been obtained. You have defeated Modi. A being with a personality acquired the artifact Mejingjord myth. Jaehyeon unexpectedly obtained two mythical artifacts. You can look at the item information again later. First, make sure the kids are akave. At the same time as thinking, allies quickly gathered around. There was also an appearance of An Ho-yeon, who had recovered from his wounds. Are all the fourth trials over? Akave, are you akave? Of course. Jaehyeon nodded his head at Seona, who asked while looking up at him with a questioning look. Kim Yoo-young also came to him and took a seat. She asked, "Are you moving with us for a while now?" "That's right, from now on. I can't be alone, I need your help." Jaehyeon had no choice but to give a sincere answer to Kim Yoo-jung's question. That would be the case. Because the performance of his colleagues was essential for his next move, after the battle with Sigrun, Jaehyeon decided to go with them now, and this launch will be the first button. Our first goal is to attack Yggdrasil. Jaehyeon looked back at the group and said that, as usual. Colleagues nodded their heads in agreement with Jaehyeon's opinion. After the adversary has passed all the trials and left, Jormungand was lost in his thoughts for a while in the Sea of Midgard. His domain. It was because no matter how much I looked back on the battle with the adversary from earlier, I was dumbfounded. That guy, he was a completely insane person. He thought that while thinking of Jaehyeon's face. Jormungander is looking at the scales that have fallen on his waist and the scars that have been dug into them, all of them. The antagonist with a slim face. It was his when a little while ago. It was the moment when Jaehyeon confronted the last taboo. It was he who gave various prohibitions such as visual movement weight magic. That's why I gave him a quest to cut his physical strength to less than half. But that's not a mission I gave him to break. He looks like a rotten guy. I didn't give him to break the last prohibition from the beginning. The quest I gave because I wanted to test my strength in moderation, however. Jaehyeon completed the quest perfectly, even if he didn't use all his strength. He cut off more than half of his physical strength. It's strange. Why Jaehyeon had grown much more than he had originally expected while taking the ban. Why, how could such a thing be possible in an incomprehensible situation? He recalled the battle again. Jaehyeon couldn't move properly even when he first put the ban on, prohibition of movement. It was a skill that could not move out of a 2 million radius. In addition, the prohibition of weight, attempts to get out of it by force were futile. In such a situation he even took a visual restraint, but that was then. Suddenly he released all of his divinity and boasted of his strength. Then closed his eyes tightly. Jormungandr was quite embarrassed at the time, but started attacking in earnest to remind him of the wall anyway. But all those attacks, it's all gone. He moved as if all of my attacks were predicted. Jaehyeon didn't stop there, injuring his own scales and deliberately pouring his maximum energy into one point to attack. Then, with a strange, invisible sword, he continuously cut his flesh with scales, and the result was 30% of the remaining physical strength. I'm speechless because I'm so dumbfounded. He did that, but Jaehyeon, far from being satisfied with his performance, said he would go out soon to save his comrades. In some ways he's a great guy, but in other ways he seemed like an eccentric. Yes, just like Loki. Jormungand shook his head, feeling an incomprehensible sense of incongruity. He made me go through trials and gave me skills and items that much. But to hurt me, there's a limit to being bold. Why is a guy who has learned a lot so ingracious at that moment? A huge storm hit the sea for a moment. No one would have known after the deaths of Modi and Magni. The day has passed. The case was strictly kept confidential in countries other than Korea, and the officials were cracked down. Exceptions include Camilla and Balak from the European Union and Renki Moria from Japan. To those who are not familiar with Jaehyeon, he did not spread rumors as much as possible. The reason was simple: journalists and various civic groups. This is because when the Radar Association starts biting the case, it risks becoming too much of a hassle, especially the World Radar Alliance. Judging from their recent moves, it is right to assume that an early announcement of the case is risky. At least, it would be better to reveal the truth of the incident after all related matters have been resolved. Thanks to Yeonhwa for this, it was resolved without leaking. And now, Jaehyeon is Yggdrasil, in other words. They were in one place to take care of the most important thing before attacking the World Tree, the headquarters of the United States, where the building of the World Radar Alliance is located. It was the hidden VVIP floor of Radar Department Store, 50 stories high. It is several times larger than other department stores that Jaehyeon visited in the past, and a place where countless precious artifacts are displayed. Jaehyeon, but what are you here to do? By Jaehyeon's side, of course. His colleagues were with him. Seona grabbed Jaehyeon's arm and asked if this place was unfamiliar. Jaehyeon smiled and looked at his teammates. What is it? Just look at it. It's a department store. I will buy what I need here. You buy what you need, but we don't have that much money, do we? Those were Kim Yoo-young's words, in fact. Her words were somewhat ambiguous. They earned quite a bit of income from the sale of arc metal in the past, and this is a huge amount that other people can't even dream of. However, she was not wrong. The status of the VVIP floor of the department store here, it was so difficult for ordinary people to even say it. They said the price of the items here started at least in the hundreds of billions to trillions, maybe, but Jaehyeon calmly said, "Don't worry that the horse lives because you are not paying." "Then are you buying it?" Kwon Soyeol asked with her eyes twinkling. She was also like her money. Yi Sang-lee put his hand on his chest and said, "I can live, I don't lives. And the Prime Minister doesn't need to live. Everything here are artifacts that can be supported." Support? An Hoyeon tilted his head. "Okay, don't you remember the World Radar Alliance and the media talking about it all the time? The things we talked about as a new hope, they all seem to be full of thoughts of using us." Yihyun smiled. "We're going to try to use them. 2. Chapter 316 Tower Attack Plan Part 1. We're going to try using them too." "You use it?" Kim Yoo-young was the first to react. Yihyun nodded. "Okay, because they started talking strange things to us like hope and miracles. It's not like we should definitely provide support from that side as well. I've already been given permission to transfer all the items here over there. You can choose and use whatever you like." "If you like," Yihyun said with a confident expression. He recalled the time recently when there was a new rating and a press conference. Yihyun at that time was Richard. The head of the World Radar Alliance said, "If you really want to support us, please show it with your actions." The result of that request was the transfer of the VVIP floor pass and items at the department store. Recalling Richard's rotten expression at the time, Yihyun gave a small smile. There is no reason for them to use themselves as a shield to keep their own safety and to go along with their lowly thoughts. Wasn't he not obsessed with a strange sense of justice? Even so, the reason why Yihyun received the award they gave without saying anything, it was for use at a time like now. I don't know. But a lot of other kids' equipment is still low grade. At least the main weapons and armor of his colleagues had to match properly. Yggdrasil's difficulty level will exceed whatever you think. It was good to use whatever was available now. When Yihyun was thinking about this and that, a voice came from the front. "Wow, really? Aren't you supposed to return it later?" Kwon Soyeol asked if he was worried even with a smile on his lips. "Well, what if you receive such an expensive item for a quick bite and then have a back problem? What kind of mind would that be?" However, Yihyun nodded as if it were natural. "Of course, pick whatever you want. If you like, what a mess, and we're the strongest now, so who's to argue?" But An Hoyeon also agreed somehow. It seems that the group is starting to resemble his personality a little bit. It seemed like it came naturally as the time we were together got longer. Actually, even if it wasn't that, it was an equipment item directly related to the survival of the radar, so there was no reason to refuse it if you could have something better. First, let's look at the armor. Yihyun began to take a closer look at the place where the armor was displayed. Inside the display case, there were countless armors for close combat type radars and robes used by magic type raiders, all top-of-the-line products that far exceed a plus grade. "Hoyena, you better do it with this. It's plate armor, but it has quite a few skills that can be used to enhance the provocation effect." "Prime Minister, this is probably better, in addition to specializing in defense. The effect of using potions is increased. This is almost an item for you, isn't it, Senior Soil? Go this way." Sharpness increases as the accuracy rate of throwing weapons increases. There is even an increase in damage and an increase in magic recovery speed. After Yihyun recommended useful items to An Hoyeon and Lee Yisang and Kwon Soyeol, he next recommended equipment to Seo and Na. It was a divine attribute robe. It seemed like it wouldn't be bad to protect vulnerable areas with a bit of metal mixed in on the neck and wrists. Anyway, you could be the target of concentrated fire during a battle like this time. The stronger the ranged attack, the more careful the enemies using daggers or bows approach. You'd better choose one with a bit of metal mixed into it. "Huh, thank you," Seo-na blushed a little and said. Kim Yoo-young, who was watching this, stabbed Yihyun in the side and confidently demanded that she pick out armor and robes for herself. "Hey, you take good care of your magical equipment, I know, don't hit me." Yihyun nodded his head as if he couldn't do anything about Kim Yoo-jung's words as he stepped on his feet. "In fact, I said this, but I also looked at the equipment for Kim Yoo-young in advance. I think you should do it this way. It's a support skill level up by 2. There's also magic combat correction, which should be pretty useful. It was recently excavated from the ruins." "Oops, S-Class Tem, thank you for a long time. Are you going to take it off after a long time if it keeps coming out like that? There will be no next time." "Suck, I shut my mouth." Kim Yoo-young slyly opened her eyes and said. Yihyun shook his head in amazement and began to examine other objects. Among the plus ranks, there was nothing very useful. In the first place, Yihyun, who only looked at mythical equipment, could not see items of that level. Basically, the S-Class is the level that wants to be full of his castle. Once again, Yihyun realized that the past and present self had changed a lot. D-Class martial arts. It was only natural for her to think that way since she had risen from being treated as a meat shield to where she is now. Jaehyeon shook off his thoughts and started picking out items again. All of his colleagues were satisfied with having S-class armor that they could use, before choosing another item. Jaehyeon also started looking for an item to use, first of all earrings and a bracelet necklace, because now it was time to say goodbye to the intermediate Valkyrie set. I've strengthened it, but the effect isn't great, besides. I have enough magic now so I don't have to use magic recovery skills. Of course. I decided not to sell it and keep it in my inventory. It is possible that something will happen that is necessary. It's not like money is urgent anyway. There was no reason to sell used items. Then first, I should use this accessory. Next, what Jaehyeon chose was an S-class artifact. Like the previous one, 3 sets of items had special effects. And the effect was attractive. Equipment item, name, Brochytre's Mithril Earring, unfinished, grade, S, an earring made by the Brochytre brothers. It uses mithril. So its strength is very high. It is an unfinished work in a state where it has not been able to draw out the proper power. All stats, plus 50 if you meet and smelt a brother. You can draw out the full power of the earring. 2 other items. The bracelet and necklace were the same explanation. It is an S-class item and is perfect for Jaehyeon in that it corrects all stats. But the true value of this item wasn't just that. The following description was further written below the artifact. When 3/3 sets are equipped, acquire the active skill Life and Death. Active skill, name, Life and Death rating, S in a one-on-one battle. Risk your life against your opponent. When used, one of them must die. It greatly improves the user's physical abilities in one-on-one combat. The user's strength and magic power increase by 1.5 times. Skill effects do not activate in many-to-one battles. It was a skill suitable for Jaehyeon, Life and Death. It can only escape if one of them dies. It was, so to speak, a double-edged sword. However, Jaehyeon will have countless times to go through life and death battles in the future. There was no reason to hesitate if he could acquire this level of advanced skill now. The stat correction is also large. There is no reason to choose something else here. After installing all the artifacts, Jaehyeon looked around. The party chattered and were busy looking at the items. It seemed that there was no need for Jaehyeon to pick out the items to be worn on different parts, as each of them was picking out the items themselves. By the time they picked things that they could use roughly like that, Jaehyeon suddenly opened his mouth. Now let's go to the main. Shouldn't we go see the weapons too? Weapon, at Laws, one of the most enjoyable moments for Raider fighting the demon beast. It was time to purchase new equipment. Especially weapons. These are the faces that are full of excitement from the eyes. Jaehyeon crossed his arms and said, of course, it's an opportunity to get your hands on an S-class weapon. Kwon Soyeol was the first to answer. Other colleagues were also sending bright eyes as if agreeing with him. Jaehyeon smiled and guided his teammates further inside there. Weapons of a grade they had never seen before were emitting a brilliant light from the inside of the display case. Richard. Anyway, you let me take all the items there for free. The deficit will not end with tens of billions. Headquarters of the World Radar Alliance, located in the United States, a man in a suit, Vernon, stood in front of the leader, Richard, and said he was Richard's secretary, and he was telling the association that permission to view the VVIP layer would bring huge losses to the association. Richard sat down and quietly put his hands together. Of course you're right, Vernon, but it was unavoidable. What would be the image of the Global Radar Alliance if we didn't stick to what we said in the interview? It is something that can be filled by distributing a few trillion in each country somehow. It's not like they're going to take all the artifacts there anyway. Even so, aren't there many things that cannot be obtained with money, especially when it comes to weapons? Things that are worth calling for. Richard accepted Vernon's words with a big smile. I knew that, and I had already used up my hands. Don't worry, I've only slightly adjusted the weapons side. At those words, Vernon frowned for a moment and then opened his eyes wide as if he had realized that he was lost in thought. If it's a device, Chris did an active job. Yes. That's right, Richard nodded with a satisfied expression, no matter how much he tried to use them and decided to provide them with the items they needed. I had no intention of handing over the best American artifact, so I called Chris and asked for a commission. Chris, to put it simply, he was the best cheater. His unique skill is camouflage, which allows him to intentionally hide the grade of an item. Richard summoned him and manipulated Jaehyeon and the others into not recognizing the value of the main artifact, the highest grade item that has not been revealed to the world. The fact that S+ grade items are hidden is something that should be kept a secret to them. That's why they were all disguised as Class A items. Because it's impossible to steal items in advance because access information remains. It was the best way. Richard thought so and admired his insight, no matter how strong they are. They are still children. There's no way these guys who are only 17 at most can appreciate the value of the item. Richard nodded. He had no doubt that he had made the best decision, since ancient times, in order to lie. You must skillfully mix the truth. That's why I didn't use the skill on the armor and only activated the skill on the weapon. He thought that Jaehyeon and his colleagues would be preoccupied with S-class armor and weapons and not pay attention to weapons of other grades. There is absolutely nothing to worry about, so let's make a plan to send out a request for cooperation to help them block the top gates from appearing in the United States. Yes, all right, Vernon said once again. Admiring the skill of the leader he followed. When that time, Jaehyeon smiled and thought while looking at the display case where the weapon was displayed. You mean you've been playing this prank on me, although it seems like he used his brain a bit. Active skill Insight Eye, the artifact's hidden class is revealed, it's useless to me. Chapter 317 Tower Capture Plan Part 2 The active skill Insight Plan is activated. The artifact's hidden class is revealed. The story behind Jaehyeon's insight was as follows. First and foremost, what reproduction requested from the World Radar Alliance. I know there is a secret floor in the headquarters department store that holds the best artifacts. Please allow me to get in there, of course. Don't steal a single item. The World Radar Alliance couldn't refuse their wild offer. In the world, he is an adversary in a black robe because he was the strongest. Moreover, Jaehyeon was not a good man. Use whatever is available. It didn't matter even if it cost other people's lives. Isn't it meaningful to live with artifacts anyway? What if he didn't give it to himself here and he died? The damage they will see. Moreover, Richard couldn't steal the good items here. As a matter of course, a group of this level of attention is bound to watch for corruption with twin wicks in the eyes of countries around the world. Thanks to this, they are very sensitive to taking out items from the hidden floor. However, it would have been easy to get in and out. Since Richard is the head of the coalition, it shouldn't have been that difficult if he followed the proper procedures. Using this advantage, he played with the item as he does now, making it look lower than its original grade. Perhaps he used someone else with a unique skill. Of course, Richard would never have expected Jaehyeon to have an insight. In many ways, it was pitiful enough to feel sorry for. But it was only a good thing for Jaehyeon. Again, this is outrageous. Are you trying to play a joke on us? Jaehyeon was enraged and vowed to steal most of the items here. It is a matter of human life. But have Richard and the World Radar Alliance not properly grasped the seriousness yet? If not, are they belittling their young selves? As expected, those who are at the top of any association are not easily trusted. With that thought in mind, Jaehyeon started walking around in earnest, evaluating through the Insight Eye. There were useful S-class or even S-plus class items among the things that were randomly thrown away here and there, a grade that has never been traded on the market, but I thought it was here, even the weapon. I'll take this for now. Originally, Jaehyeon had no intention of carrying a weapon. Even if there was, I just had to use my skills to copy it. However, if you are looking at the item now, the story is different. Jaehyeon opened the newly obtained item window and read the detailed explanation. Equipment item. Name, Magical Amplification Gloves, Wizard-only grade, S-plus gloves that amplify the user's magical power to the limit. It is classified as a weapon item and cannot be equipped with other weapons when equipped. At first glance, this is the worst item. Basically, the only people who use armor as a weapon are martial arts fighter-type raiders, but even that is of little practical use. No matter how much mana made people stronger. Using a weapon containing magic power was several times stronger than fists. But what the heck is this weapon? It's not enough to be classified as a weapon in the subject of gloves. So it's only for wizards, cannot be used with other items. It can be seen as a truly terrifying hybrid, so you must be stuck in a closet like this. However, Jaehyeon thought differently, that you can't equip both items at the same time. That's a hint. Jaehyeon groaned and put the glove on his hand. It was a glove on a white background that reached below the wrist. But it was lightly engraved with runes. Jiang, as he slowly infused magic into it. The gloves immediately responded. Jaehyeon tried to activate magic in that state, formation of magic tools. It was a skill that allowed him to make magic tools himself. You have succeeded in producing the artifact Dragon Slasher Bombung. Jaehyeon put on his glove and held the sword in his hand, but no warning message came. He grinned and nodded. As expected. I was right. The only thing the system classifies as an equipped item is an artifact that has been directly equipped. It doesn't even apply to the weapon I created with the image of a magic tool. That meant that in the future, Jaehyeon would be able to mount a weapon and engage in battle while receiving the magic amplification effect. Simply by putting on these gloves, isn't this the perfect item for him? Jaehyeon put on a satisfied expression, because it's impossible to make multiple high-grade items with the imagery of magic tools anyway. It's best to reverse summon quickly and then summon something else. Now these gloves should be able to reduce that penalty to a minimum. An optimal item that can bring out a fundamental improvement in attack power, something that others will never use. Jaehyeon was about to acquire such a weapon. I will do this. I'll use this wand. I have that and that. Each of the colleagues picked out a bunch of weapons they liked. In addition to that, Jaehyeon picked out a few more useful ones, things that fit each person's personality and can be used in future battles. Of all the things here, it could be seen that almost all of them were robbed. Are you Akare? What do you think they can say? Jaehyeon said that with a calm expression to his worried colleagues. In the process, An Hoyeon obtained a hidden S+ grade shield, and Seo In-na and Kim Yu-young were also able to obtain one S+ grade equipment. Seo In-na's wand, Kim Yu-young as a staff member were all weapons. Sure enough, everyone was being tricked. In the end, I couldn't get out of Jaehyeon's insight after all that satisfying shopping. Jaehyeon and his colleagues left the department store. The next destination was insolvency. Now, they were planning to have a conversation about the capture of Yggdrasil in earnest. It is proudly listed as one of the 8 wonders of the world. A tower that was not built by humans and suddenly rose up. A giant tree and a passageway connecting the world. It was the first goal that Jaehyeon and his colleagues had to attack together. At that moment, Jaehyeon stopped walking ahead for a moment and said, "Oh right, I'll stop by somewhere for a while." "Huh, where are you?" when Kim Yu-young asked with a little uneasy eyes. Jaehyeon shook her head and said, "It is not a dangerous place. I recently got a qualification. They said there was a regular meeting there." Jaehyeon laughed. Hela shook her head and reassured her colleagues. "Do not worry, I'll be right back." Temple of Hell. Numerous beings are gathered at a huge round table covered with dark attribute magic. Those with dignity, it was a regular hell meeting. So, this time, the adversary has reached the 3rd level of godhood liberation and has a complete godhood. So now it's no use to call him a god, therefore. I was able to attend the regular meeting of our Van Aesir. Jormungand, are you sure that he pioneered the perfect stage at Hell's words? Smur looked at Jormungander and asked. Of course, can't you see my scales have fallen here? Jormungander sat down after shrinking himself. He pointed to his wound with his flicking tongue, for some reason. Jaehyeon felt a little sorry for watching this but soon changed his mind. Because he was the one who tortured himself with all sorts of dirty taboos. If you attack first, it's basic common sense to pay back. That is, if it is a radar. So speaking of this agenda, Hell let go of his luck and started talking about the agenda of the meeting in earnest. The content was, of course, related to reproduction, fate as an adversary, and the way you should go in the future. That flowed from the mouths of the anti-Aesir forces that they faced directly. Adversary, you must have already received the quest from Mimir. The reason why Odin created the awakened people in the world and opened the gate to cause countless demons to flourish. Einherjar, I understand that it is to make all the awoken people conform to their power in order to make them their own army. Hel nodded in satisfaction. Akue, how to solve this? Yggdrasil, climbing to the top of the world tree and destroying the control tower. That's right, from now on. You must climb Yggdrasil, and we have to destroy the control tower there. Doing so will lift the growth restriction of all beings in Midgard, therefore. The burden on you and your companions will be lightened a little, and you too will be able to fully fight for the purpose of being Odin. But how can I get to the inside of Yggdrasil? It was a question of reenactment, fundamental question. It was natural so far. No one has set foot inside Yggdrasil for more than 10 years. The reason was that there were monsters that were so strong around that area. And I couldn't even recognize that it was a tower. There was no way Jaehyeon knew how to get inside. Then Smur crossed his arms and intervened. Go down. Under, deep beneath the surface of the sea. There is a passage leading to the spiral tower of Yggdrasil. I will show you the way to get there. This time. Jormungand said. Jaehyeon said that something had already started before he could properly explain it. I also thought that this job would not be easy. Hard journey, this time. It was also a journey that I had to take with my colleagues. After thinking for a moment, Jaehyeon opened his mouth. So, what do I need to do specifically to climb Yggdrasil? The task assigned to each floor, to put it simply. You just have to pass the test, said Hel, taking a sip of the tea in front of him. Jaehyeon raised his head and asked, Are you prepared for the trials I have been through so far? Well, you can see that, but I can't give you any specific details. No, it would be more accurate to say that we do not know. Smur crossed his arms, even though the body was considerably reduced. It was so huge that even a considerable force could be felt from it. You don't know? Akue, the contents of the trials given in each layer of Yggdrasil were completely mixed up in the aftermath of the war 10,000 years ago. There. You may encounter powerful monsters, solve puzzles, or enter a themed dungeon or the like to play a specific character. All we know is that the only one who can intervene in Yggdrasil's trial is Odin, no one else. Jaehyeon sighed. Then it is unconditionally against me. Odin will be eager to give me a difficult test. You can kill me now. Don't be too scared, no matter how Odin is. He will not be able to exert influence on the upper layer, not the lower layer. Jormungandr said, sticking out his tongue. He thought for a moment, then seemed to have remembered something. Ah, by the way, I forgot to tell you one important thing. Do you know what is the most unfair shape among shapes? Jaehyeon looked at the complexion of those who attended the meeting with an uneasy look, just as expected. Hel and Smur's expressions hardened slightly, unable to comprehend the atmosphere. Jormungandr said with a hollow laugh, They say it's a cylinder, ha ha ha, I'm going to include this in my humor book number 39. How is it, Kiop? Hela could barely contain herself from bursting into laughter again. It was to the extent that it seemed sad to see him swaying with his back bent forward. Please shut up, Hela. Stop laughing at that gag. Hel said that and Smur shook his head. Jaehyeon got some peace of mind though, in my heart. I wondered what if everyone at the meeting liked a gag like that. Hela was just weird. It was fortunate indeed. Chapter 318 Yggdrasil Part 1. Are you ready? At Kwon Soyul's question. Jaehyeon nodded and checked his luggage again. Basically, the equipment that a raider needs to equip to attack a field or dungeon, and even emergency tools to protect your life. Jaehyeon spent several times more time preparing for the attack on Yggdrasil than usual. The plan was the same. He thought about it until the last moment when he checked his luggage. Is it really Akue to bring children? Fortunately, the worry didn't last long. If he dies anyway, it is virtually impossible for the anti-Aesir forces to win against Odin. I heard that Loki is also weakened and is trying to recover. Somehow, until he regained his strength. He decided that it would be better for himself and his comrades to keep the enemy's momentum at bay as much as possible. Also, I thought that there would be many things I couldn't do without the help of my colleagues. Besides, didn't Hela say that during the battle a few days ago, your colleagues fought better than you think? If it wasn't for Modi's Mejingjord, it would have taken more time. It was encouraging to see that my teammates had grown to the point where they could tie God's ankles. Their strength is now certain, no matter who you take with you, other S-class raiders. It is impossible to be as active as they are. And there will be no one who follows your words as well as those who have been working together for a long time. Now you just have to stop trying to keep it. We have to go together. To Jaehyeon's intention. His colleagues happily agreed. They thought it was fortunate that they could share each other's burdens together. Then shall we depart soon? When Jaehyeon spoke. Everyone rose from their seats in perfect order. Their destination is one. It was the world tree of Yggdrasil, world tree. This tree, called Yggdrasil in Norse mythology, is very unusual. The first was that it sprouted suddenly and rose in the middle of the Pacific Ocean in 9 days. The third, of course, is that no one knows what exists inside. It is certain that something is hidden from the fact that the monster lives there, and that disaster has arrived with the appearance of Yggdrasil. However, with human eyes, it is impossible to know what is hidden here, because it was designed that way from the beginning. It must be Odin. I was afraid that a human would find out the secret of the tower. So I blocked access. As the boat the group was riding gently cut through the waters of the Pacific Ocean, Hela said, hard. At the helm of the boat was Renki Moria, the head of the Japanese coalition. He was still blonde, with a gold necklace and wearing a Hawaiian shirt. When Moria realized that Jaehyeon had to approach Yggdrasil, he offered to ride the boat himself. In fact, it was almost impossible for an ordinary person to drive a boat this far. And among the rest of the S-class radars, there were no other ways to maneuver a boat. In the meantime, Moria Renki readily said he would help them. Moria lowered her sunglasses for a moment and cast her gaze to one side. Anyway, is that pretty lady going too? Could it be dangerous inside? Do not worry, probably many times stronger than you. Jaehyeon nodded nonchalantly. Anyone can see that it was directed at Hela. So it was a bonus to stop her from getting angry for a while. Hela had a tendency to get angry when she was treated as a child in a strange way. Well, to her as a demigod. Such words and actions would be quite embarrassing. In a similar case, did not Jaehyeon refuse to stroke his back when he was in the form of a cat several times? Anyway, I'm worried about going to Yggdrasil. Are you really Akue? It's hell out there. I don't know what to say about this, but even if dozens of S-class raiders flock to that place, there is no guarantee of survival. Moria was sincerely worried about Jaehyeon. If that worry were false, Sigrun wouldn't have come when he stormed the academy. His words can be trusted. However, Jaehyeon and his colleagues only nodded. If you don't go, more terrible things will happen. Well, it's not like that. Come to think of it, at first I thought you were a villain even when you defeated Yamata no Arachi. Haha. It's a thing of the past now, but oops. Moria, who was holding the steering wheel, partially mismanaged the boat and caused the water to splash. Jaehyeon evaporated all the water that splashed on him with his magic power. Moria groaned. What, no fun? Shut up and drive well. Right, Akue got it, at Jaehyeon's words. He continued driving. The boat diligently crossed the current. About a few hours passed like that. Soon they arrived at a spot marked with a red dot on the boat's radar. It was about 200 million away from Yggdrasil, and it was the closest distance humanity could get to the world tree. In addition, it means that the most optimal location for finding the entrance is right here. Moria Renki sighed and looked back at Jaehyeon. I can't go any further from here, as you all know. There are a lot of monsters living here, and I'm weak. It's a story that it's like that compared to you to the end. Thank you, it was nothing. Jaehyeon said goodbye to Renki Moria and got off the boat, to be precise. It would be more accurate to say that he jumped from a boat toward the surface. With a splash, Jaehyeon fell into the water first. It was Jaehyeon, who was already wearing a usable suit and possessed the essence of the sea. There was no reason to hesitate here. Anyway, if you manage the flow and find your way, you will find the door in no time. I remember hearing about the location to enter Yggdrasil during the regular meeting. On the other hand, the other colleagues seemed to hesitate for a while. I have a bit of water phobia. I'm not a good swimmer either. Kim Yoo-young and Seo Ina showed disapproval first. Kwon So-yeol also did not show a very good reaction. It's scary, after all. The deep blue sea. I'm good at swimming. At Lee Yi-sang's careless words, An Ho-yeon grabbed his shoulder. Brother, you have to be careful if I say something wrong here at that moment. Someone pushed Lee Yi-sang and An Ho-yeon from behind. It was Kim Yoo-young. Can the good swimmers go first and make sure they're all right? This can be happen, visit, because it's going to be like this. Cube. Lee Yi-sang fell into the water with a clumsy sound, but, true to his own words, he was a very good swimmer and swam without fear at all. Kwon So-yeol looked at him with an unexpected gaze. Soon they all jumped into the sea, closing their eyes tightly with an expression of I don't know. Then come back alive somehow. Moria immediately turned the key with the last words, because I knew very well that I would die if I stayed here any longer. I came because you asked me to take you, but you go inside Yggdrasil. It would be dangerous to pretend. Will it be Ake, no black robe? The adversary is strong. I already know from the news that his teammates are also strong, but this is a place where even they are afraid. Yggdrasil, if the beginning and end of Norse mythology is a far-off abyss, it connects to all worlds. And Yggdrasil is what connects them. What is not dangerous is more strange. Well, because there's nothing I can do. Moria drove the boat with a slightly disappointed expression, fortunately. The adversary said that if the enemy succeeded in conquering Yggdrasil, the limits of human growth would be lifted. If that is the case, he will be able to contribute with all his might in the fight against Odin, who is judged as the main enemy. No matter what you do, you can't be as strong as the adversary, but, since ancient times, an S-class raider representing their country shouldn't be complacent in a helpless situation like they are now. This way, move quickly. Akare, I want to go quickly too, but that doesn't work out as I want. Jaehyeon and his colleagues went downstairs while talking via telepathy. Kim Yoo-young used wind-type magic to transport oxygen, so there was no need for a separate respirator. Bubbles of air floated around them like bubbles, all kinds of other life forms in front of him. There were almost S-class monsters lined up. Jaehyeon and his colleagues moved forward, hunting only the monsters needed to open the road. Jaehyeon smiled, as expected. I've become stronger. The appearance of the comrades responding to the attacks of the demonic beasts in perfect order had indeed grown. How is it? This is enough for us to be quite usable, Kim Yoo-young said with an air of arrogance. Also, I can't think of anything. Jaehyeon looked at her for a moment as he calmly spoke to her. Then I turned my gaze to Seo Ina, An Ho-yeon, Lee Yi-sang, and Kwon So-yeol. They have now come to a place where they can really stand next to themselves. It was something I hadn't even thought of when I first made the promise. They really kept what they said, however. Jaehyeon knew that he still had to be careful. No matter how strong they become, there are still mountains of stronger enemies. Moreover, these are human bodies, unlike yourself. It will take a lot of effort to get a rank. Maybe it won't be possible until the war is over. There are few people who can build a myth with a human body like himself. Hela said so, in the end. They can't grow or advance as fast as they do. A path only allowed to you, because that was the fate of the antagonist. That's why Jaehyeon thought of helping them, to lead in the right direction and to motivate colleagues. Also, the effort would be helpful to himself. By the time Jaehyeon gets out of his thoughts, a voice came from behind, deep at sea level. Don't you think there's something there? An Ho-yeon asked Jaehyeon, who quickly descended to the depths using the essence of the sea. Certainly, as he said, there was something strange and unknown on the floor. Thanks to Jaehyeon's magic detection, the party was able to quickly recognize that it was a door, an iron gate that appears to be 6 meters high. It was an appearance that somehow felt strange to be in the sea. It looks like a passageway. Is that the passageway Hela was talking about over there? I think so. Each of the colleagues had a conversation. Jaehyeon also agreed. That's right, over there it perfectly matches the appearance I heard then. Oh right, and I forgot to tell you one thing, before Jaehyeon finished talking. With a bubbling sound from the floor, a monster burst out through the door and opened its huge mouth at the party. It was in the shape of a shark. Yggdrasil's gatekeeper monster gatekeeper appears. Jaehyeon shrugged his shoulders at the sound of the system sounding at the same time. There is a gatekeeper monster. I think Odin prepared it. Hey, what if I say that now? Kim Yoo-young was furious. Jaehyeon didn't care and laughed. He lightly released his magic power. Let's deal with this guy first and then talk. Chapter 319 Yggdrasil Part 2. The witch beast possessed extraordinary strength even at first sight. A monster of at least S+ rank, maybe even higher than that. Well, at that point I'm wondering if there's any meaning in grading. Probably, if a monster of the same level as now appeared in the dungeon. The class or lower raiders would have been helpless. Jaehyeon looked at the enemy and was silently locked in thought. Water attribute magic. My coworkers didn't have much experience dealing with this. At most, It's probably all that I've hunted a few times in the academy class. However, this is a reality unlike that time. A water attribute monster wields water freely, making it a very powerful weapon. The basic strength itself is not very high, but from the standpoint of a radar who has to deal with a witch in a situation where breathing is not free, it is said that it is better to deal with a guy with a higher grade. It is said that the difference in basic strength or magical power can be overcome to some extent with spirit, but now the case was completely different. For now. Stand in line with the formation. Don't worry, kids who can't swim will fall back and I'll force the others to move. Forcibly, when Seo Ina raised a question, Jaehyeon immediately opened her magic, used the artifact essence of the sea, along with him. The current moved freely and began to place the comrades in their positions. They found out why Jaehyeon said he was forced to stand, because he really had the skills to do that, with a puzzled expression. Kim Yoo-young put air in her cheek and inflated it. Hey, you almost died while holding your breath. What are you so worried about when you have oxygen bubbles anyway? Do you think I'm going to let you die? That's the case, don't talk nonsense and use your skills properly in front of you. At Jaehyeon's words, Kim Yoo-jung nodded as if she understood. She activates the mana field and overflow to increase the physical abilities of allies. Kwang, at that moment. An Ho-yeon blocked the gatekeeper's movement with a shoulder tackle. It was a strong guy, so he couldn't inflict much damage. But it was the best defense. He straightened his sword and waited for Jaehyeon's instructions. Jaehyeon sent telepathy again. Now then, the formation goes to type A and A is the main dealer. And the rest are subs, Jaehyeon's instructions. At the same time that was done, the road quickly opened and Seo and A started pouring attacks. And after a few minutes, Jaehyeon couldn't help but stare straight ahead. Genuinely perplexed, when did you guys become so strong? It was because the time it took for my colleagues to defeat the witch beast was too short, 3 minutes, or is it shorter than that, after thinking about it for a while. Jaehyeon said, recently refitted their equipment and leveled up, and he realized once again the power of his skill to grow his comrades. After all, the world is all about personal connections and temps. Jaehyeon thought about it and just nodded. After defeating the gatekeeper, waiting for the party to step inside was a huge passageway. It was quite long and narrow, so it seemed inconvenient to walk around. Fortunately, from this point on, the water wasn't full, so there was no need for air bubbles. Whoa, I guess you have to breathe in the air yourself. I think so too. Kim Yoo-young and Seo Ine said that and looked around. Kwon So-yeol was in the middle of mapping, she said while biting the pen on the touchpad. Anyway, I really didn't know there was a place like this in the basement of Yggdrasil. In addition, it seems to be very wide considering that mapping takes quite a bit of time. It seems that there are also some magic devices. There must be a lot of pitfalls. Jaehyeon said so. I didn't mean to scare you on purpose. But it was a statement that couldn't help but receive the stinging gaze of the party. Anyway, it's not wrong. Aren't you hating people for saying that quietly? Jaehyeon shrugged at Kwon So-yeol's words. Because I said that sometimes you need the courage to be hated in some book. Along with the group's silence, Jaehyeon went ahead and continued to look around. Observation of the topography is the priority. Jaehyeon knelt on the floor for a while and touched the floor, judging by the mud. This is a waterway. Jaehyeon made another air bubble and let it float, then looked at the wall this time. The structure of the lattice walls was very unique. I think if I get something wrong, something big will happen. For now, all follow in one line, stay right behind me. At those words, Ine was the first to stand behind Jaehyeon. After that, An Ho-yeon, Kim Yoo-jeong, Kwon So-yeol, and Lee Yi-sang stand. Jaehyeon knew all too well that this was an area full of traps. Because of this, he cautioned his colleagues first. This place is full of traps. So be extra careful, entire. How do you know right away? I don't even know because the mapping isn't finished yet, Kwon So-yeol muttered. And Jaehyeon personally stepped on the ground in front of him for a moment. Then ping, arrows containing poison began pouring down from somewhere in front of them. Jaehyeon shrugged his shoulders. I also have a skill I can use. So I can detect nearby traps. Tell me that first, Kwon So-yeol murmured softly for reference. The reason Jaehyeon was able to avoid the trap as easily as he is now was simple. The active skill detect magical power is active. The artifact crest of sense amplification is active. Caution, there is an arrow trap about 2 million ahead. Turn around and go. It was because Jaehyeon had a useful navigation system, 2 of them too. Anyway, let's go further into this. Along with Jaehyeon's words, his colleagues nodded their heads in unison. Mimir, the one who first told me to attack the control tower here, he had told Jaehyeon, Yggdrasil here is a huge tree and a tower in the shape of a spiral. That was the essence of Yggdrasil. Jaehyeon nodded slightly while looking at the newly popped up quest window. Main quest, System Breaker. You notice the plan of Odin and the Aesir gods. Head to Yggdrasil's control tower and destroy the system to prevent the Awoken from becoming Einherjar. Difficulties, compensation, restriction conditions, divine liberation level 3 or higher. New quest content has been updated. From now on, the user and his companions all climb Yggdrasil's spiral tower as climbers. All stairs of Yggdrasil's spiral tower go upstairs and head for the hidden control tower on the 5th floor. The quest will be updated again after reaching the control tower. That was the moment Jaehyeon and the party reached the end and faced a huge door while avoiding all the traps. A rustling sound was heard from somewhere. And at the same time, the party took a battle formation, B formation. It was the absolute defensive formation that Jaehyeon had taught me in the past. What enemies, at An Hoyeon's words. Jaehyeon felt the energy approaching him for a moment, and the moment he tried to confirm his identity by shooting his magic there. Guilty guilt, I'm sorry, so no sin no sin, a mysterious being suddenly appeared out of nowhere and bowed down on his face. What's going on? Jaehyeon and his colleagues were taken aback. No. To be precise, I was very upset. The reason was simple. The first is that the identity of the being lying on the muddy floor was a squirrel. Does the squirrel talk? The second was that the squirrel was talking. Jaehyeon thought of a squirrel hat from Norse mythology, Ratatosk, a squirrel that appears in Norse mythology, or a squirrel. This guy lived in Yggdrasil and was known as the existence that kept Nidhogg and the nameless repair apart, according to the myth. There's nothing strange about him appearing here, but why did he appear in front of himself? The enemy, Jaehyeon looked at Ratatosk with suspicious eyes. Did you say Ratatosk? Why did you appear here? Were you going to attack us? That it can't be Djin, you're right, I was just to show you the way. It seemed that the slightly sarcastic tone from the tone was the one who really stirred up a gap between Nidhogg and the repairman. Jaehyeon had actually heard this from Nidhogg in the past. I want you to kill the nameless repair guy at the top of Yggdrasil. Jaehyeon replied that he would know in moderation at the time, but he did not know that this would be retrieved in this way. He said, thinking that there was one more troublesome thing added. So I want you to tell me what you mean. We can find enough roads by ourselves, so if you don't speak properly, I will kill you. Speak until the count of 3, 1. That's just what I want to live for, because the supreme god of Asgard is trying to kill me. This was a bit of an interesting story. Odin is trying to kill Ratatosk. What does the supreme god of the Sur gain by killing him? At best a squirrel, of course, it's hard to believe easily, but it was true that interest was stirred. You mean that Odin considered you a danger to be killed? What is the reason? When Jaehyeon asked. Ratatosk looked at his eyes and continued. It's because I'm the only one who can find a way out of Yggdrasil. Except for the Aesir god. Odin was of course he didn't want anyone to climb this tower except himself and the Sur gods. Jaehyeon raised an eyebrow at Ratatosk's words. He's the only being who can find the way to the world tree. I thought that was enough reason for Odin to kill him. Odin hoped to use humans to raise his army and win the Second War. A guy like that lets others climb the tower where Asgard's secrets are hidden. It can't be, at least if it's the child I know. Looking back, the members who attended the regular meeting also did not know how to climb the stairs of Yggdrasil. Of course, as Ratatosk said, it wouldn't be impossible to find a way up without him. As Jaehyeon remembers, there has always been a way to the next. However, if he was there, he would be able to climb the tower much faster. At that moment, an emotion pops up in Jaehyeon's head. If what he said is really true, wouldn't Ratatosk be able to do great damage to Odin? Jaehyeon felt very good at the thought that he could feed Odin a big taffy just by reviving Ratatosk. However, he spoke in a solemn voice without even a handful of hints. Then guide me right away if you don't want to die at my hands before Odin kills you. Ah, yeah, old, I understand, of course. Hela and his colleagues who had seen Jaehyeon for a long time already knew his intentions and were whispering behind his back. I think Jaehyeon is trying to do something again. Has he done that once or twice? There's nothing wrong with being careful. But sometimes I can't tell who's the bad guy. I agree. Hela nodded in agreement. Only Lee Yisang spoke in a very low voice. But there are so many good things about Jaehyeon, he muttered softly. Jaehyeon clenched his fists without the company knowing. The first is because I heard all their words. The second reason was that if this squirrel suddenly attacked, he was going to knock it down right away. Chapter 320, Yggdrasil Part 3, Min Jaehyeon, but can I really trust him, according to Norse mythology? Ratatosk is the one who antagonizes Nidhogg and the nameless repairman, isn't it? So isn't it right to assume that they are lying to us as well? That's right, Hell's alter ego. I don't know much about him either, you better be careful. Kim Yoo-young and Hela looked at Ratatosk as if in doubt. It was a natural reaction because Ratatosk is portrayed as a malevolent being in mythology, an existence that keeps Nidhogg and the Nameless repair apart and makes them fight each other. That was the essence of Ratatosk. Don't worry if it's a boundary. I'm doing it too. The reason I'm not attacking right now is because I can kill that guy at any time. Jaehyeon seemed to be saying not to worry, but he was paying more attention than anyone else. He was just curious. How could such a small squirrel be able to come and go in Yggdrasil, where these high-level monsters are infested, and whether what he said was really true or not? In order to confirm this, it was necessary to take a certain risk. My dear, here it is if you go this way. The door to climb the spiral tower will open. The Ta Tower is made up of 5 layers. Spiral tower, familiar words leaked from Ratatosk's lips. As expected. This guy must know something. Jaehyeon was sure just now she had never told him that Yggdrasil was made of a spiral tower. That means at least Ratatosk knows the structure of this place, and it meant that Jaehyeon and his colleagues were worth using him. That Yggdrasil has 5 floors, please explain in detail, Jaehyeon said in a high-pressure voice. Ratatosk's eyes widened anxiously. But no one took his side, it was natural. They are Jaehyeon's colleagues, and while living by his side for a long time, he learned Jaehyeon's cold-heartedness. It was a natural thing for a radar, in order to survive. He must not be seduced by the cute guy in front. Tatada, the tower is made up of 2 crossroads. Nanana from the name Spiral Tower, that's true, but 2 crossroads, simply put. This meant there were 2 ways to climb the tower. Jaehyeon crossed his arms as if telling him to continue. Everything but here. Nothing, there is a problem, that's Yggdrasil can't go up to the top floor unless you conquer both paths. Therefore should we divide into 2 teams and climb the tower? Yeah, how can I believe you? Ratatosk was startled by Jaehyeon's words. So he raised his front paws and slapped them. I'm not lying, Jaehyeon smiled, acting as if he was waiting for the words to fall. A cool smile lingered on his face. Good, as you said. We will divide into 2 teams and climb the tower. Instead, if everything you said was true. Jaehyeon reached out his hand towards Ratatosk. Magical energy leaked out of his hands, stayed in Ratatosk's body for a while, and then went up the magic circuit of his head. Sasa, save me, Ratatosk shouted in horror. But surprisingly nothing happened, because Jaehyeon had no intention of attacking him from the beginning. Active skill subordinate. I just had to take certain steps to ensure that his words could be trusted. Jaehyeon lowered his head and a shadow fell on his face. Should I sign it? Yeah, thanks to the success of the dependent skill. Jaehyeon realized that everything Ratatosk said was true. In addition, the fact that it was he who actually separated Nidhogg from the nameless repair. As long as you have this skill, you cannot lie to me even if you die, so take care of yourself and act well. Jaehyeon clearly threatened. The squirrel in front of you is a dangerous guy. How could he be able to go back and forth between the venomous dragon Nidhogg and the nameless repair? How can such a thing be possible if one's tongue is cunning? Jaehyeon. So how will our team be divided? Seoane looked around and looked at Jaehyeon and asked. Now with Ratatosk's guidance they have arrived at a huge hollow. After passing through the rusty door and reaching the inside, there were 2 high-dimensional portals inside, as he said. It was probably the gate to go upstairs. As the guy said, if you climb the 2 portals at the same time, the left side and the right side, the left side and the right side, the test to climb the Tsutsu floor will begin. The floor consists of 5 floors, it's like an ordeal. In order to move forward, the things to be done on the floor are set, and only when you succeed in this, you can reach the next floor. Jaehyeon had a moment of doubt and asked while looking at Ratatosk. Yggdrasil is a place where you can go up only after enduring such a test. How can you just go up and down? So I'm a little bit a special case, because I was born with this tree from the beginning. I'm not affected by this, not. Right, a being born with Yggdrasil. Jaehyeon looked at Hela with a questioning face. But she didn't seem to know the details either, the reality of Ratatosk. Jaehyeon's curiosity about it continued to grow, but he decided to hold back for now. I don't have time right now. And I have no choice but to climb the tower with this guy, Spiral Structure Tower. It is possible to reach the end only by riding through 2 portals at the same time. A mistake here meant that he would soon die. For now. As this guy said, I'm going to divide the team into 2. Jaehyeon said as if he was declaring first, then looked back at the party. First of all, please go with Kim Yoo-young, Hoyeon, Yisang, Hyung, Soyeol. And Hela. Jaehyeon naturally wanted to form a team with a balance of power, and inevitably the one on his side has no choice but to be stronger. Therefore, after arranging Hela and colleagues with strong utility in one place, Jaehyeon planned to bring only one member with good compatibility. Okay, Kim Yoo-young replied with a dissatisfied expression, and the rest of her colleagues quickly agreed. Since our forces are clearly weak, it will be safer to stay together. Yoo-young's Soul Link or Prime Minister's potion Soyeol's search will also work to your advantage. If there is also Hela, there will be no big problem. An Hoyeon accurately analyzed the situation, and the others nodded as well. Akure, all right, we do our best to help, it's not even an ordeal this time. Jaehyeon looked back at Seoane this time. Inaya, you will come with me. Seoane was joking with a slightly excited expression. Jaehyeon grabbed and dragged Ratatosk as he slowly walked towards the opposite team. Where are you running? You are here too. Let's go, let's eat it. But mama, please don't. Come to think of it, I've never eaten squirrels before. Is it delicious? Ratatosk was frightened by Jaehyeon's sly words and took a backward step. Hey, in response to his reaction. Jaehyeon moderately relaxed his expression and said, Don't worry, don't eat, there is a guide on the other side, but there is no guide on this side. So I just take him, it would be different if there was nothing to eat inside or if you didn't listen to me. It was as he said, the reason why he takes Ratatosk is because he needs a guide. There was Kwon Soyeol with the search skill on the other side. But not this one. The danger that Jaehyeon could detect with the sentences of mana detection and sense amplification was very close. It wasn't very helpful for identifying traps in the distance or finding a quick way to the next floor. If that's the case, it's a matter of taking a guide with you in the end. Moreover, the dependent skill was reproduced to the last. There was no reason to leave him alone. After making a decision, Jaehyeon headed to the left of the huge hollow. Seo Inna chased after him, and the rest of the members stood in front of the transmission portal on the right. They took a deep breath and looked at Jaehyeon. Everyone is doing well. I'm sure you'll be able to clear it. Then let's meet on the 5th floor. Okay, only trust us. An Hoyeon and Kim Yoo-young were the first to respond to Jaehyeon's words, and soon they completely disappeared under the light of the portal. However, at that moment, they didn't know the huge iron gate of the empty common they passed through, that it slowly began to close. The center of Asgard, thunder god Thor's room, reports of shock and grief followed. My son was killed in action, both of them. Thor's eyes widened as he listened to the report of the confidant sent to observe the adversary. Right now, he was clenched in fists, engulfed in the greatest rage he had ever felt in his life. It's something that makes absolutely no sense. No matter how half they are the sons of Thor, the god of thunder. Not only that, but didn't he hand over the artifact and instruct him to defeat the enemy? I paid attention to all safety and thought there would be no problems. By the way, lost my sons, ha 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 ha. Thor burst into madness as if he had lost his mind. It didn't calm down at all. A dark murderous intent lingered in his eyes, and a cold smile formed, but it didn't mean much. All of his sons have already passed away. It was virtually impossible to go to Helheim and bring them back. As long as Hel guarded the place, there was no way he would give himself away. Adversary, damn bastard, I will definitely strike and kill you. The time when Thor's anger clearly filled the room. Suddenly, along with a knock, a familiar voice was heard. Thor, Odin has called. Hyugen. Thor accepted. Gritting his teeth, he knew very well why Hyugen and Odin were looking for him. He sent his son to attack the enemy without giving any instructions. Even failing to do this, he consumed all of Asgard's divine power that he had accumulated so far. You want to hold him accountable. Tell me I'm going, however. Thor also had many things he wanted to ask about this time. The sorrow of losing a son, that's big too. But now he's the opponent, because the doubts and anger toward him were many times greater. I will kill myself with my own hands somehow. Adversary, I'll make sure you pay the price for the mere human who touched the god of thunder. Thor's clenched fists trembled, and the real thunder god's lightning bolts surged for a moment before disappearing.